The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 207 to Chapter 256. He was dead. Xianxia stood on the spot in silence. In these chaotic times, if a person lacked strength, then they could only be trampled upon. Life and death, honor and disgrace weren't up to anyone's control. This was the bloody reality of life and death. The cloaked man who stood in front of Xianxia sized up Xianxia, and then a wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of his mouth. A blind man like you doesn't even know how strong you are. Yet you're trying to be a busybody? You overestimate your ability. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward towards Xianxia. Meanwhile, Xianxia vanished on the spot. A strand of sword light flashed. Hiss, the sound of something tearing resounded. A breath of time later, the surroundings fell silent. Xianxia appeared where the cloaked man had been standing just now, and the cloaked man was standing where Xianxia had been standing. They were around 20 m away from each other. The cloaked man's entire right arm was gone, and blood sprayed incessantly from his shoulder like a fountain. His countenance was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with a solemn expression. As for Xianxia, he was completely unharmed. However, a sword had suddenly appeared in his hand. Xianxia turned around and walked towards the cloaked man. The cloaked man turned around as well, and he stared fixedly at Xianxia. You're from the Central Divine Prefecture as well? Xianxia didn't answer. He walked over to around 3 m in front of the cloaked man, and he was just about to speak when a hammer smashed against the cloaked man's head. Bang! The cloaked man's head instantly exploded apart, and he perished on the spot. Xianxia was stunned, and then he turned to Tuoba. I haven't said anything yet. Tuoba gestured with her right hand, and the hammer flew back into her grasp. She glanced at Xianxia. You can say it now as well. Moreover, it's your decision now. He can't resist at all. Xianxia was speechless. Meanwhile, Tuoba suddenly walked over to Xianxia and spoke softly. Do you think I'm a little violent? Xianxia was speechless. Aren't you a little violent? Very violent, all right, Tuoba spoke with slight helplessness. My uncle said that a girl has to know how to protect herself when she's outside. If she doesn't pretend to be fierce, then she'll be easily bullied. Therefore, when I go out, I am very careful. As long as I find that the other party is dangerous to me, I will kill him with a hammer. If one hammer doesn't work, I will hit him twice until he dies. She spoke in a very serious tone. Obviously, she'd really been doing that all this time. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Although this girl looked weird, she was actually a very dangerous person. Without thinking too much, Xianxia waved his right hand, and the storage ring of the cloaked man immediately flew into his hand. Xianxia was a little surprised when he took a look at the storage ring, because the cloaked man actually had more than 2 million best-grade spirit stones. Moreover, there was also a sword on the bright level. There were also a lot of miscellaneous items, totaling up to 10 to 20 million gold coins. He had earned a small fortune. When Xianxia gave the items to little demon Empress Tuoba, she was so happy that she could not close her mouth. She had earned another 1,000,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. As for the bright rank sword, it belonged to Xianxia. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared near Xianxia and little monster Tuoba. The person who had arrived was the 6th house master of the Drunken Immortal Inn. At this moment, there was a trace of blood at the corner of the 6th floor master's mouth. Clearly, he was injured. The 6th floor master glanced at the ruins not too far away, his expression cold and gloomy. As though he had thought of something, he looked at Xianxia. Many thanks to young Master Yi for lending a hand. Xianxia walked in front of the 6th floor master. Senior, did something happen at the Drunken Immortal Inn? The 6th floor master nodded. Young friend, you should know that the entire firmament world source has been damaged. This is especially true for the Azure Prefecture. With the lack of spirit chi, many people have begun to act recklessly. The divine central continent is not that chaotic yet, because there are realm protectors to maintain order. Therefore, many people do not dare to act recklessly in public. But at this point, he shook his head and sighed. But there is no order to speak of in the Azure Prefecture and the Kanglan Prefecture. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Some factions, mercenaries, and itinerant cultivators of the divine central continent have already shifted their target to the Azure Prefecture and the Kanglan Prefecture. They want to make a fortune in this chaotic world. Doesn't the Azure Prefecture also have realm protectors? Little Monster Tuoba suddenly asked. The sixth floor master shook his head slightly. I have already received news that because the Divine Central Continent is short on manpower, the Realm Protector Alliance has already transferred all the realm protectors of the Azure Prefecture and the Kanglan Prefecture back to the Divine Central Continent. It is precisely because of this that some factions of the Divine Central Continent have set their sights on the Azure Prefecture and the Kanglan Prefecture. And my drunken immortal inn is undoubtedly their main target. Little Monster Tuoba nodded. Yes, your drunken immortal inn is very rich. Even I want to rob it. The sixth floor master, Xian, was speechless. How could this girl speak like this? Little Monster Tuoba did not feel that there was anything wrong with her words at all. She was just speaking the truth. Thus, she asked again, your drunken immortal inn is considered to be quite good in the Divine Central Continent. Why haven't you sent any powerhouses to guard it? Xian faced the sixth floor master. Little Monster Tuoba's question was what he wanted to know as well. The sixth floor master smiled bitterly. Right now, our headquarters can barely take care of itself in the Divine Central Continent. How can we have the energy to manage the Azure Prefecture and the Kanglan Prefecture? I have already discussed with the seventh floor master and the fifth floor master. If necessary, we can only temporarily close the drunken immortal inn in the Azure Prefecture. Close? Xian frowned slightly. Won't we suffer great losses then? The sixth floor master's smile grew even more bitter. We can't help it. Presently, all sorts of sects, clans, independent cultivators, and even some geniuses on the monstrous genius rankings have come to Azure Prefecture to plunder. My immortal inn is powerless against them. Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, Senior, how about this? Don't close the drunken immortal inn of the state of Jiang. The personnel and materials of the drunken immortal inn of the other kingdoms can be transported to the state of Jiang. As for the safety of the drunken immortal inn, my Blue Waves Academy will protect it. The sixth floor master looked directly at Xian. Young friend, do you know that doing this is very likely to cause the state of Jiang to become the target of public criticism? It might even become the target of countless sects and clans. Xian nodded. I know. The sixth floor master was slightly puzzled. Then what about you? Xian smiled and said, the drunken immortal inn has helped me more than once. Now that the drunken immortal inn is in trouble, how can I stand idly by? I don't dare to guarantee the safety of the drunken immortal inn, but I, Xian, am willing to advance and retreat together with the drunken immortal inn. As far as Xian was concerned, a person shouldn't forget enmity, and even more so, he shouldn't forget kindness. He would always remember those who were bad to him, and similarly, he would always remember those who were good to him. The sixth floor master looked at Xian, and there was a trace of complexity in his eyes. In fact, when the drunken immortal inn supported Xian, he was opposed to it. That was because Xian was in a whirlpool, and if the drunken immortal inn interfered, it was very likely that it would bring about a disaster. Although he was opposed to it, when everyone decided to support it, he didn't say anything. And now, the facts proved that the decision of the drunken immortal inn was right. It wasn't because of Xian's help this time, but rather because of Xian's talent and potential. With Xian's talent and potential, he would definitely be able to go very far in the future. The further Xian went in the future, the more benefits the drunken immortal inn would be able to go. Not to mention the future, the drunken immortal inn in Qingzhou would already be able to benefit from it. Currently, the two biggest forces in Qingzhou were Great Cloud Empire and Ashy Waves Academy. Ashy Waves Academy had Xian and the Ashy Waves Dao soldiers. If the headquarters of the drunken immortal inn didn't send people over, the drunken immortal inn would be far inferior to Ashy Waves Academy in Qingzhou. The current Ashy Waves Academy was really strong, especially the Ashy Waves Dao soldiers. They were definitely not inferior to the Dao soldiers of drunken immortal inn in the central divine region. After discussing with Xian, the sixth floor master immediately went to inform the drunken immortal inn in Qingzhou and asked them to hurry to Jiang country. As for Xian, he boarded the cloud ship with little Tuoba and rushed back to Jiang country. On the deck of the cloud ship, Xian and little Tuoba stood at the bow. Below the cloud ship was a wide river, and on both sides of the river were unbroken mountains. From time to time, birds could be seen flying over the mountains. Little Tuoba placed her hands on the pole of the ship and looked down at the mountains and rivers below. She was in a daze as if she was thinking about something. Xian gently pulled little Tuoba's sleeve. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. What are you thinking about? Little Tuoba came back to her senses and looked at Xian. I have been here for a few days, but my father hasn't come to find me. Has he gone to give birth to another one? Xian, Little Tuoba suddenly said angrily, definitely. I knew it. He must have gone to give birth to another one. Humph, I know he has long disliked me. He always says I am a prodigal. Isn't his home my home? Is there a problem with me squandering my own home? I am not even angry, so why should he be angry? Xian shook his head. This girl's logic was too terrifying. Can't keep up. Can't keep up, Little Tuoba suddenly sighed in a low voice. My father has such an outstanding daughter like me, but he still dislikes this and that. I feel sad for him. Xian, Little Tuoba shook her head. Don't think about him. As she spoke, she looked at Xian. Little Yi, there is also a Blue Waves Academy in the Divine Central Continent. What does our Blue Waves Academy have to do with them? Xian shook his head. It doesn't matter. We are us, and they are them. Tuoba blinked. What are you planning to do by yourself? Xian smiled and said, you can say that. Little Tuoba gave Xian a thumbs up. You have guts. No wonder you could see how outstanding I am the moment you saw me. Facts have proven that although my friends are not as outstanding as me, they are still capable. Xian shook his head and smiled. This girl seemed to be praising others, but she was actually praising herself in a roundabout way. Perhaps she did not even realize it herself. She was extraordinarily strong in her heart. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared in front of the cloud ship. He had a pair of huge black wings on his back, like the wings of a roc. There were 3 more cloud ships behind him. The man sized up Xian and Little Tuoba. Are the 2 of you from the Divine Central Continent? Xian was about to speak when Little Tuoba suddenly said with some excitement, are you here to rob us? Xian, the man glanced at Little Tuoba with a hint of fear in his eyes. You must be joking. Danger, this was the feeling that Xian and Little Tuoba gave the man. Little Tuoba immediately lost interest when she saw that the man was not here to rob them. She leaned against the pole and played with the small hammer in her hand. From time to time, she would glance at the man. No one knew what she was thinking. Ever since she followed Xian, she had become a little addicted to robbing. At this moment, the man suddenly said, are the 2 of you going to Ning country? Ning country? Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? The man was slightly surprised. Don't you know? It's said that the king of Ning country, Tuoba Yan, has a connate charm body. If you have sex with him, your cultivation will be greatly enhanced. The Joyful Union sect and Joyful sect have already gone to the Ning country to capture this person and refine him into a human cauldron. At this point, the man smiled sinisterly. It's said that the king of Ning country is an outstanding beauty. She's a rare beauty. If we can, the man's voice stopped abruptly because a sword had pierced through his glabella. The man stared at Xian in horror. Xian's expression was cold, and his body exuded a cold killing intent. He stabbed forward with the sword in his right hand and said fiercely, who the *CK dares to touch my woman? With that, he slashed down with his sword. Chi, the man's head instantly flew off. P.S. Today's 3rd update. Let's talk about the recent situation. I'm still in the hospital. I'm not here to act pitiful. It's just that I've been busy with family matters recently. I'm helpless about the updates. I'm really helpless because I only have time to update at night recently. When I write this, it's 12:20 a.m. I can only say that I'll work hard and try to keep updating. Everyone, I'm sorry. End of this chapter. The man's head flew far away. His eyes were wide open, and it was clear that he had died with a grievance. In the air, Little Tuoba waved her hand, and the man's spatial ring flew into her hand. She did not look at the spatial ring and instead looked at Xian nearby. At that moment, Xian held the spirit-elegant sword that was dripping with blood, and the killing intent he exuded was almost tangible. Little Tuoba walked to Yixian's side and asked softly, "Little Yi, what's wrong?" Yixian shook his head. "We're not returning to the nation of Jiang for now. We're going to the nation of Ning." With that, he turned to return to the cloud ship. At that moment, over a dozen people suddenly rushed out from the 3 cloud ships nearby. All of them were at the divine combination realm. These people were extremely fast, and they arrived around Yixian and Little Tuoba in an instant, surrounding them. A young man walked out from the group of people. He held a spear in his hand and glanced at Little Tuoba before looking at Yixian. "You killed my men?" Yixian turned to face the young man. "Is there a problem?" The young man narrowed his eyes. "I believe you're from the Divine Central Continent." "I, Wu Jun, know some people in the Divine Central Continent. I even know a few on the demon-level geniuses list." Yixian pointed his sword at the distant horizon. "Scram." The young man narrowed his eyes, and a cold glint flashed through them. "You're not going to give me any face? Since that's the case." At that moment, Yixian suddenly leaped up and slashed down with his sword. The young man's pupils constricted, and he thrust the spear in his hand upwards. The spear was like thunder, shaking the heavens. The sword arrived, boom, the collision of the spear and sword was like a clap of thunder, and the echoes instantly spread to the surroundings. At the same time, a figure retreated rapidly in the air. Everywhere he passed, his body would shatter the air. This figure was none other than the young man. With this retreat, he retreated 40 to 50 feet. The moment he stopped, the spear in his hand shattered, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The young man looked at Yixian with a solemn expression. Yixian was just about to attack again when the young man suddenly said, "Please wait, we'll leave immediately." After he finished speaking, he turned around and fled. His speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The people around Yixian and Little Demon Tuoba also fled one after another. Yixian didn't chase after him because he didn't want to waste any time. His top priority now was to get to Ning country as soon as possible. Although the Ning nation was considered a powerful nation in Green Province, there was still a gap between it and the sects and aristocratic families of the Central Divine Continent. He had to get to Ning country as soon as possible. Soon, Yixian and Tuoba returned to the cloud ship and headed straight for Ning nation. After Yixian and Little Monster Tuoba left, the young man, Wu Jun, and the others stopped. At this moment, all of their expressions were extremely solemn, especially Wu Jun. If he hadn't exerted his full strength during that collision just now, then that strike would have been sufficient to take his life. A man by Wu Jun's side asked, "Big brother, who was that swordsman? How terrifying." Wu Jun shook his head. "I don't know. He's probably attained the sword master realm." A sword master at such a young age is definitely renowned even in the Central Divine Continent, but I've never heard of him. Could it be that he's from Pine Prefecture? The man by Wu Jun's side shook his head. How could such a monstrous genius possibly exist in a small place like Pine Prefecture? Wu Jun spoke coldly. "Why is it impossible? Isn't Xianxia from Pine Prefecture?" And Xianxia, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings turned solemn when they heard these 3 words. Presently, there was no one in the Central Divine Continent who didn't know this name. After a short while, Wu Jun shook his head. "No matter what, it's best to be careful. Go investigate later and get to know the monstrous geniuses of Pine Prefecture in detail. While we're in the outside world, we absolutely must find out about Daoyi, and that's who we can touch and who we can't." All of them nodded, and it didn't take long for their group to vanish. On the boat, Yixian and Taba stood at the front of the boat. Yixian's expression was extremely gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. Taba pulled on Yixian's sleeve and said softly, "Little Yixian, don't worry. We'll definitely be able to make it in time if we rush over right now." Yixian nodded slightly. "I hope so." When he spoke up to hear, he seemed to have thought of something, and he turned to look at Taba. "Little demon, do all the sects and clans of the Central Divine Continent act so fearlessly?" Taba shook his head. "They naturally wouldn't dare to act like that in the Central Divine Continent. Because those who can survive there aren't ordinary people. If they act so fearlessly, then they'll be dealt with sooner or later. Moreover, there are world protectors up there. Even though those fellows are insatiably greedy, they're still very deterring. When she spoke up to hear, she paused slightly and continued, the main reason they act so fearlessly in Pine Prefecture is because they look down upon Pine Prefecture from the bottom of their hearts. They feel that Pine Prefecture and Azure Wave Prefecture are barbaric places. Moreover, the martial Tao civilization of these two prefectures really can't compare to the Central Divine Continent. Coupled with the fact that the world protectors of Pine Prefecture have headed to the Central Divine Continent, that's why they dare to act so fearlessly. Xian nodded and said softly, I understand. Taba continued, I've heard of the Double Happiness Sect and the Joyous Sect. These two powers have some influence in the Central Divine Continent, but their reputations aren't good. Because they like to capture women and refine them into cultivation furnaces. Such a path of cultivation is similar to the Devil Tao. Actually, they're a branch of the Devil Tao. However, there are many experts of the Devil Tao in the Realm Guard Alliance. So long as these powers don't go too far, then they're usually fine. The Devil Tao, Xian frowned slightly, there's the Devil Tao as well? Taba replied, of course. Besides the Devil Tao, there's the Demon Tao and even the Ghost Tao. In any case, it's quite complicated over there. As for the Double Happiness Sect and the Joyous Sect, they're not good people. We can just kill them when we see them. Xian was speechless. The cloud boat sped up at Xian's signal and headed straight for the kingdom of Ning. They encountered numerous cloud boats along the way. Most of the people on these boats were mercenaries. Some weren't very strong, but some were extremely strong. It was even to the extent that Xian felt a trace of danger from them. Their destination was the kingdom of Ning. The kingdom of Ning was a country at any rate, so how shocking would its wealth be if it didn't have a leader? All of them were in a hurry because they were deeply afraid that they wouldn't even be able to eat the leftovers if they were late. During this time, there were some conflicts between these cloud boats. However, basically no one came to cause trouble for Little Demon Tuoba. This was because Little Demon Tuoba was standing on the bow of the boat. When she saw the cloud boats passing by, she waved her hands and shouted, Are you guys robbing me? I have a lot of money. Saying that, she took out a large number of true-grade weapons and a pile of jade-grade spirit stones. However, what made Xian dumbfounded was that no one came to cause trouble for her despite her ostentatious behavior. No one dared to. There were only two kinds of people who dared to call for people to rob them without the slightest scruple. One was an idiot with abnormal intelligence. The other was someone who was extremely strong and had absolute confidence in himself. Although Little Demon Tuoba seemed a little abnormal, no one dared to touch her after seeing her smash a pinnacle divine combination stage expert into minced meat with a single swing of her hammer. She was definitely pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Seeing that no one came to rob her, Little Demon Tuoba was a little depressed. Xian suddenly asked, Why don't you take the initiative to rob them? Little Demon Tuoba rolled her eyes at Xian. My father said that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they don't offend me, I won't be too embarrassed to hit them. However, if they take the initiative to offend me, I won't be embarrassed to kill them. Xian was slightly speechless. This girl even needed a reasonable reason to rob others. However, what she said made sense. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Although Xian was also a bandit, if people didn't offend him, he wouldn't take the initiative to rob others. In other words, he and Little Demon Tuoba were actually the same kind of people. As if he thought of something, Xian suddenly turned to Little Demon Tuoba. No, Little Demon, you took the initiative to attack me. I didn't offend you. Little Demon Tuoba blinked her eyes. Did I? Xian nodded seriously. Yes. Little Demon Tuoba thought for a while and then said seriously, This is a serious problem. I think we can put this problem aside for now and discuss it in the future. Xian. Seeing that Xian didn't chase after her, Little Demon Tuoba secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, she didn't want to kill Xian. She only wanted to stop Xian because she would get money if she stopped Xian from advancing. The reason why she pretended to want Xian's life was because a girl had to pretend to be fierce when she was outside. If she didn't pretend to be fierce, she would be easily bullied. This was what her father had told her. The cloud ship sped up and was getting closer to Ning country. Ning country. At this moment, many strangers suddenly came to the imperial capital of Ning country. After these people entered the city, they didn't know their place at all. they robbed, killed, raped, and committed all kinds of crimes. For these people, without any restraints, coupled with their powerful strength, they could do anything they wanted. The Ning country didn't just stand by and watch. The imperial guards of the imperial palace and the most powerful golden guards of Ming country were sent out to suppress the experts of the divine central country who had entered the city. Unfortunately, it wasn't very effective because the effect of the army was greatly reduced in the city. Moreover, these people were extremely powerful, so the imperial capital of Ming country became more and more chaotic. Some mercenaries from the divine central country even broke into the imperial palace. In the main hall of the imperial palace, Tuoba Yen sat on the dragon throne with an extremely gloomy expression. Behind her were an old woman and an old man. At this moment, a man in black entered the hall and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, some experts from the divine central country are besieging the imperial palace from all directions. The north gate has fallen, and the south gate can only hold out for an hour at most, report." Another man in black suddenly rushed in and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, the Li, Yu, and Feng families in the city have openly rebelled and participated in the siege of the imperial palace." On the dragon throne, Tuoba Yen clenched his fists, his face as gloomy as still water. No one knew what he was thinking. On the cloud ship, Yi Xian, who was standing at the bow, suddenly said, "Little demon, guard me. No one is allowed to enter my room." After saying that, he returned to his private room. After entering the private room, he immediately entered the primordial pagoda. He opened his right hand and 8 swords appeared in front of him. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian picked up a sword and stabbed it into his body. Devour. Before devouring the swords, Yi Xian was actually somewhat hesitant. This was because using the 8 swords as flying swords could greatly increase his battle prowess. But on second thought, no matter how strong the 8 swords were, they wouldn't allow him to kill a Dharma realm expert. If he wanted to kill a Dharma realm expert, he had to break through to the Divine Union realm. Previously, because of Karaki Academy and Dark World, Mo Wuji didn't dare to break through to the God Fusion realm. Because the moment he broke through to the God Fusion realm, the myriad laws realm experts of Karaki Academy and Dark World wouldn't need to suppress their cultivation to attack him. Apart from that, his cultivation realm wasn't that stable before, so he temporarily chose not to break through to the Divine Union realm. But after the battle at Karaki College, he could be said to have reached his limit. He had a new understanding of the sword Tao. To him, the time had come. After devouring a sword, Yi Xian instantly felt boundless energy radiate from his body. Very soon, the spirit elegance sword in his body trembled slightly. In an instant, the energy surged towards the spirit elegance sword like a tidal wave. About 15 minutes after the spirit elegance sword devoured it, an even purer energy radiated from the spirit elegance sword and spread towards his limbs and bones. Divine Union Realm. The so-called Divine Union Realm was about the perfect fusion of the physical body and the soul. The physical body and the soul were like 5 fingers. The 5 fingers were naturally connected, but that didn't mean that they could use the 5 fingers flexibly. The soul and body were naturally connected, but it could still be improved. This was the so-called Divine Union Realm. Reaching Divine Union, the body and soul would improve, and the body would also undergo a qualitative transformation. What Yi Xian needed to do now was to improve his body and soul and transform again. About an hour later, Yi Xian devoured another sword. Just like that, within the prison pagoda, Yi Xian's aura began to grow stronger. Outside the prison pagoda, little demon Tuoba was somewhat bored. She sat on the pole and her 2 small feet floated outside the boat. Right at this moment, a cloud ship suddenly appeared behind them. That cloud ship was extremely swift, and in a short while, it had surpassed the cloud ship that she and Yi Xian were on. After being surpassed, little demon Tuoba turned around to look at that cloud ship. A man in embroidered robes was standing on that cloud ship. The man was dressed very luxuriously. He wore an embroidered robe with a faintly glowing spirit jade tied to his waist. One look and anyone could tell that he was either rich or noble. As though sensing little demon Tuoba's gaze, the man suddenly turned his head to look at little demon Tuoba. His eyes lit up when he saw little demon Tuoba. He gently pressed down with his right hand, causing the cloud ship to instantly slow down. The brocade-robed man looked at little demon Tuoba and smiled. "May I know how I should address you, young lady?" Little monster Tuoba asked calmly, "Is there anything you need?" The man in embroidered clothes smiled and said, "When I first saw you, I felt that you were like a celestial being. To be honest, I want to be friends with you. What do you think?" "Friend?" Tuoba blinked. "You want to be friends with me?" The man in embroidered clothes nodded. "If I can be friends with you, it would be my honor for 3 lifetimes. Little demon Tuoba glanced at the man in embroidered clothes and said calmly, "If you want to be friends with me, aren't you going to express it?" "Express it." The man in embroidered clothes' expression stiffened slightly. A moment later, he seemed to have thought of something and his lips curled up slightly. A woman that could be settled with money was naturally the best. It could save him a lot of trouble. The man in embroidered clothes flicked his finger and a card flew to little demon Tuoba. "There are 500,000 gold coins in this card. Consider it my greeting gift to you, young lady, 500,000 gold coins." Little demon Tuoba took a look at the card and shook her head with a sigh. "No wonder my father said that it's hard to find a soulmate in this world." Little Yezi did not hesitate to spend hundreds of millions of gold coins to be friends with me. It seems that little Yezi is my soulmate. As she spoke, she flicked her finger and the card flew to the man in embroidered clothes. "Let's go. I, little demon Tuoba, only make friends with people with good foresight, like little Yezi. As for you, you're too poor. I don't want to be friends with you." The man in embroidered clothes narrowed his eyes. "Are you not going to give me any face?" His voice was slightly cold and carried a trace of threat. Hearing this, little demon Tuoba turned to look at the man in embroidered clothes. Without any nonsense, she suddenly smashed out with her hammer. The man in embroidered clothes' expression changed drastically. His body trembled and he retreated dozens of feet to the left. The cloud ship that he was originally on instantly cracked and turned into powder. Seeing this scene, the man in embroidered clothes' face turned slightly pale. The moment an expert made a move, it was obvious whether or not he was an expert. He knew that he had offended someone he should not have offended. The man in embroidered clothes hurriedly bowed slightly to little demon Tuoba. "I hope that young lady is magnanimous enough to forgive me for my previous offense." Little demon Tuoba stretched out her small hand. "Leave the things here. You can leave." The man in embroidered clothes. About 15 minutes later, little demon Tuoba sat on the pole and was counting a large pile of things. "This is little Yezi's. This is mine. This is little Yezi's. This is mine. This is little Yezi's. And this is also for little Yezi." One day later. Ning country's imperial capital. At this moment, the imperial capital of the Ning kingdom was in chaos. Because too many profounders from the central divine prefecture had surged into the city. Ordinary soldiers were utterly helpless against these cultivators from the central divine prefecture. However, that wasn't the main reason. The main reason was that the spirit energy in Pine Prefecture had dried up, and the hearts of the people were in chaos. It was especially so for the imperial capital of the Ning kingdom. The spirit energy there was vanishing at a shocking speed every single day. In the beginning, the imperial capital of the Ning kingdom was barely able to maintain its peace with the suppression of the imperial family of the Ning kingdom, and no major trouble had arisen. However, once these cultivators from the central divine prefecture entered the imperial capital, the situation had instantly gone out of control. Because ordinary soldiers weren't able to deal with these fellows from the central divine prefecture at all. When they saw these fellows from the central divine prefecture act recklessly and cause trouble in the city, some people in the city couldn't restrain themselves any longer. So, the entire city had gradually fallen into chaos. It wasn't just the city that was in chaos, even the imperial palace of the Ning kingdom was in imminent danger. At this moment, 2 of the 4 city gates of the imperial palace had fallen into enemy hands, and it was the cultivators from the central divine prefecture who had attacked those city gates. There were mercenaries, disciples of the clans, and independent cultivators amongst them. Moreover, they'd traveled so far to Pine Prefecture for the sake of getting rich. Plunder like crazy, that was what they wanted to do. That was exactly what they wanted to do. In addition to the cultivators from the central divine prefecture, there were also cultivators from the Ning kingdom itself. Among them were independent cultivators and ordinary cultivators, but most were disciples of the aristocratic families. Within the borders of the Ning kingdom, the Ning family was undoubtedly the #1 aristocratic family. Apart from the Ning family, there were also some other ancient aristocratic families. These families didn't choose to stand with the Ning kingdom at its most critical moment, but instead chose to take advantage of the situation. In the eyes of these aristocratic families and countless others, the Ning kingdom was bound to fall. This was because the Joyful Union sect and the Joyful sect from the Divine Central Divine Prefecture were going to attack the imperial family of the Ning kingdom. The Ning kingdom was considered a decent force in Pine Prefecture, but compared to these forces from the Divine Central Divine Prefecture, there was still a considerable gap. Coupled with the natural disaster and the depletion of spirit energy, it could be said that the Ning kingdom was in a hopeless situation. Under such circumstances, everyone wanted a piece of the pie. After all, it was a nation, and its domestic wealth was bound to be astonishing. In the main hall of the Ning kingdom's imperial palace, Tuoba Yen was still sitting on the dragon throne. Behind her stood the old woman and the black-robed old man. On both sides of her stood about 30 heavily armored guards with broadswords in their hands. The Golden Guards, these 30 people were the elite Golden Guards selected from the Golden Guards. Each of them had experienced hundreds of battles, and their combat strength could be said to be the strongest in the Ning kingdom. Tuoba Yen sat expressionlessly on the dragon throne. The old woman behind her suddenly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, let's go first." "Go?" Tuoba Yen said indifferently, "Those two sects target is me." "Where should we go?" The old woman said solemnly, "The two of us will risk our lives to ensure that your Majesty leaves safely." "What about the people and the soldiers in the city?" Tuoba Yen chuckled. "Abandon them?" Inside the hall, the 30 elite Golden Guards knelt in unison. "We are willing to die for your Majesty." Tuoba Yen shook her head slightly. "Abandon the people in the city and the soldiers of the Ning kingdom." "We cannot do it." With that, she stood up. "Let's go. Let's go meet these people from the Divine Central Divine Prefecture." By the time she finished speaking, she had already walked out of the hall, followed closely by the 30 Golden Guards. Inside the hall, the old woman and the old man exchanged glances, sighed softly, and followed. Outside the hall, the entire imperial palace had already fallen, for the Dharma realm experts had already made their move. Inside the imperial palace, all the soldiers had retreated to the entrance of the hall. In front of these soldiers were more than 100 experts from the Divine Central Divine Prefecture, including 3 Dharma realm experts. In addition, there were more than 200 people around them, most of whom were native cultivators of the Ning kingdom. The reason why the palace fell so quickly was because of the 10,000 Laws realm powerhouses. Under normal circumstances, Dharma realm experts could not act at will, especially when it came to the destruction of a country. But now that there was no realm protector in Azure province, these people had no scruples at all. In front of the group of experts from the Divine Central Divine Prefecture stood a middle-aged man dressed rather coquettishly, and an outstanding, skinny old man. The middle-aged man was wearing a red robe and had thick makeup on his face. He looked very seductive. The skinny old man was wearing a large red robe. On his red robe, there were some naked men and women. They looked very naked. At this moment, both of them were staring at Tuoba Yen, who was among the soldiers not far away. Their eyes were filled with undisguised greed and lust. The middle-aged man suddenly smiled evilly. "It really is an inner charm body. If it can be developed, tsk tisk," the skinny old man grinned. "Indeed, a rare inner charm body. This old man is willing to die for it, haha." At this moment, the old woman behind Tuoba Yen suddenly stepped forward. Everyone, His Majesty and State Scholar Xian of the Jiang Kingdom look at each other. "Please give him some face." "Xian?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly. "What kind of rubbish is this? Never heard of it. P.S. It's 2019. I'm finally 18. Happy New Year to everyone." Finally, some readers say that I'm still updating my novel even though my family is in the hospital. I'm not a man. I'm the only one in the family who has some income from writing. The hospital fees are unimaginable to ordinary people. Also, my brother is studying at home, and I'm paying for his tuition. I have to make a living too. Sincerely, I hope some readers don't go against me. I also want to thank the readers who have always supported me, such as Drunken Hongchen, Seventh Sister, Licking 100, Xiaozi, and some readers who give me monthly votes every day but don't say much. You guys can be more high profile. Finally, I'm lucky to have met you guys. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the old woman behind Tuoba Yan's face sank. She didn't expect that these people wouldn't even give face to Yixian. It should be known that Yixian was undoubtedly the most famous in Qingzhou. Apart from Great Cloud Empire, Blue Waves Academy could be said to be the strongest force in Qingzhou. Apart from Blue Waves Academy, Yixian's strength was also very frightening. It could be said that Yixian had a certain deterrent force in the entire Qingzhou. However, she didn't expect that these people wouldn't give face at all. Yixian? At this moment, the red-robed old man beside the middle-aged man frowned slightly. The middle-aged man looked at the red-robed old man. Do you know this person, Brother Xianxia? The old man named Xianxia shook his head. I don't know him. I have only heard of him. It is said that he had a conflict with Dark World and Karaki Academy. Karaki Academy even sent experts to Qingzhou. As for the final result, I don't know. Result, apart from Qingzhou, the matter of Karaki Academy didn't spread to the Central Divine Continent. Because they had been suppressed by the Realm Protector, the death of 2 members of the Realm Protector Alliance was undoubtedly a great loss of face for the Realm Protector Alliance. They naturally wouldn't let this matter spread because it would affect the prestige of the Realm Protector Alliance. All along, Realm Protector Alliance couldn't be offended, but now, if people knew that 2 people from Realm Protector Alliance were killed, the prestige of Realm Protector Alliance would be greatly reduced in the hearts of people. Therefore, under the suppression of Realm Protector Alliance, except for a few major forces, no one knew what happened to Karaki Academy. The coquettish middle-aged man suddenly smiled. Brother Xianxia, rest assured. In Qingzhou, except for Great Cloud Empire, the other forces are just small shrimps. Without the Realm Protector, these forces are less than ants to us. Xianxia nodded slightly. That's true. Then, he looked at Tuoba Yan not far away with an obscene smile. This woman has an inner charm physique. This physique is really rare and can't be missed. Moreover, the Ning country's national strength is not weak. After we capture this woman, the Ning country's national treasury and the entire Ning country will be ours. We will have both the people and the wealth, haha. The coquettish middle-aged man chuckled. That's true. I never thought that I would be able to become an emperor after coming to this tiny azure province, haha. With that, he took a step forward. With this step, an invisible pressure suddenly swept towards Tuoba Yan and the others. Behind Tuoba Yan, the old woman and the old man suddenly stepped forward. The old woman raised her hand and struck. Boom, the pressure released by the coquettish middle-aged man instantly dissipated. The middle-aged man's gaze landed on the old woman. He smiled and said, interesting. As he spoke, he turned to look at the 2 old men not far away. You too, since you're here, it's only natural for you to contribute. I'll leave these 2 to you. How about it? The 2 elders looked at each other and nodded. Sure. With that, the 2 of them charged toward the old woman and the old man behind Tuoba Yan. Behind Tuoba Yan, the old woman said in a deep voice, Take care, Your Majesty. As soon as she finished speaking, she and the old man beside her trembled, and they turned into a blur as they shot out. Soon, the 4 Dharma realm experts began fighting in the air. Below, the coquettish middle-aged man and Xianxia walked towards Tuoba Yan. None of the soldiers flinched in front of Tuoba Yan. Although they knew that they were not even comparable to ants before the middle-aged man and the old man, they did not retreat. Behind them was the king of the Ning country, the person they were loyal to. Tuoba Yan was expressionless. That was because she was holding 2 talismans that emitted heat energy in her wide sleeves. The blazing explosion talisman, it was equivalent to a heaven-grade spiritual weapon, but it was a one-time use item. Although it was a one-time use item, its power was extraordinary. If used well, it could even kill a Dharma realm expert. Of course, it would be difficult for her to live, or rather, she did not intend to live. Because she knew very well that living would be more painful than death, the coquettish middle-aged man moved closer and closer, and he didn't conceal the greed in his eyes as he gazed at Tuoba Yan. Tuoba Yan circulated her profound energy, and the pyroblast talismans in her hand shook violently and were about to explode. Meanwhile, a ray of light suddenly descended from the sky. Everyone in the surroundings looked up into the sky in succession. Tuoba Yan looked up as well. The speed of the sword light was extremely fast, like a falling meteor, incomparably swift. It didn't take long for the coquettish middle-aged man's expression to change. Because he noticed that the ray of light was actually targeting him, the middle-aged man's expression instantly turned icy cold, and then he tossed his right hand up lightly. In an instant, a pink ribbon shot into the sky and shot towards the ray of light. The sword arrived in midair. The pink ribbon forcefully blocked the ray of light, but it suddenly shook violently in the next moment. Bang! The pink ribbon was blasted flying back to the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, the ray of light had arrived above him. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted slightly. This time, he didn't choose to resist it head-on, and he flashed backward by over 30 m. He'd just retreated when a young man appeared in front of Tuoba Yin. It was none other than Xian. On the other hand, little demon Tuoba was sizing up the surroundings curiously by Xian's side. Xian pointed the spirit beauty sword at the middle-aged man nearby. "Wait a moment. I'll be right back for your head." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Tuoba Yin. At this moment, Tuoba Yin was looking at him as well. Xian grinned. "Surprised? Surprised?" Tuoba Yin didn't speak, but the pyroblast talisman in her sleeve gradually calmed down. Xian hugged Tuoba Yin lightly. "Leave everything to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the coquettish middle-aged man nearby. Tuoba Yin gazed at Xian's back silently. Meanwhile, little demon Tuoba suddenly walked over to Tuoba Yin and sized him up. "Your surname Tuoba as well?" Tuoba Yin looked at little demon Tuoba and nodded slightly. Little demon Tuoba grinned. "What a coincidence. My surname is also Tuoba." Tuoba Yin was speechless. Not far away, Xian walked towards the coquettish middle-aged man with the spirit beauty sword in his hand. At this moment, the spirit beauty sword was already middle grade. After devouring 8 swords, he did not reach the Divine Union realm. Hence, he looked for the 6th floor master to buy a true grade sword and 3 bright grade superior grade swords for him. He exchanged 2 heaven grade cultivation techniques for these 4 swords. To be honest, he felt his heart ache and was somewhat reluctant to part with 2 heaven grade martial techniques. However, he had no choice. He had to part with them even if he was reluctant. He had to reach the Divine Union realm. Only by reaching the Divine Union realm could he fight against a myriad Dharma realm expert. After devouring close to 11 bright grade superior grade swords and 1 true grade sword, he reached the Divine Union realm. Not only did he reach the Divine Union realm, but the spirit beauty sword also reached middle grade. After breaking through to the Divine Union realm, he wanted to find someone to spar with. He wanted to see if there was still a gap between him and the myriad Dharma realm. Opposite Xian, the coquettish middle-aged man sized up Xian and narrowed his eyes. "Sword master. You." Xian suddenly raised his sword and charged forward. In an instant, a ray of sword light reached the center of the coquettish middle-aged man's brows. The speed of this sword was extraordinarily fast. Even the myriad Dharma realm middle-aged man's expression changed when he saw the speed and power of this sword. The middle-aged man suddenly opened his palm. In an instant, countless tiny pink ribbons flew out from his palm. These pink ribbons instantly wrapped around the spirit beauty sword in Xian's hand. Xian's sword could no longer advance. At this moment, Xian suddenly released his hand and threw a punch at the middle-aged man's head. A sinister look flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He did not dodge. Instead, he clenched his left hand into a fist and punched at Xian's punch. Bam! The moment their fists collided, an explosion was heard. Xian was sent flying. However, the moment Xian was sent flying, Xian's right hand suddenly grabbed the hilt of the spirit beauty sword. With the middle-aged man's strength, the spirit beauty sword broke free from the pink ribbons. At this moment, Xian had already retreated 10 feet away. As soon as he stopped, Xian stomped on the ground with his right foot and dashed forward. When Xian charged at the middle-aged man, the spirit beauty sword in his hand suddenly exploded with a terrifying sword force. When he arrived at a position about 10 feet away from the middle-aged man, he raised his sword and slashed down. One sword to decide life and death. At this moment, the force in his sword grew like a volcano eruption. The power of this sword instantly surpassed the myriad Dharma realm and approached the Dharma defensive realm. When he saw Xian's sword, the middle-aged man was shocked. This was because this sword had greatly exceeded his expectations. This wasn't a power that a divine union realm cultivator could achieve. Not daring to think too much, the middle-aged man hurriedly took half a step back. In the next moment, countless pink ribbons suddenly swept out from his body. These pink ribbons carried a pink air current that instantly drowned Xian and his sword. There was a moment of silence. Boom, those pink ribbons suddenly exploded. Immediately after, a figure retreated rapidly. It was the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man retreated for a full 10 feet without stopping. Along the way, the ground he retreated exploded inch by inch, forming a gully that was 10 feet deep. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they witnessed this scene. A divine union realm cultivator sent a myriad dharma realm cultivator flying. Everyone was in disbelief. On the battlefield, after Xian sent the middle-aged man flying, he didn't stop. The spirit beauty sword in his hand suddenly turned into a sword light and entered the sword case on his back. After a moment of silence, Xian suddenly pointed at the middle-aged man. Hiss, a ray of sword light flashed. It was so fast that even the old man Xianxia couldn't see the trajectory of the sword clearly. The moment the spirit beauty sword flew out, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He put his hands together and was about to attack, but at this moment, hiss, a sword had pierced through his forehead. The battlefield fell silent. Xian walked to the middle-aged man with the sword case on his back. The middle-aged man hadn't died yet, and he stared fixedly at Xian. Xian suddenly punched the middle-aged man's face. Bang, the middle-aged man's head exploded before he could finish speaking, and blood splattered everywhere. Xian sheathed the spirit beauty sword and said indifferently, "I'll kill whoever dares to touch my people." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the man's storage ring and turned to leave. Everyone, Genius 1 second to remember website. Mobile version. A deathly silence filled the area. A divine union realm expert killing a myriad dharma realm expert. Everyone was stunned. After all, there was a world of difference between a myriad dharma realm expert and a divine union realm expert. No one would find it strange if a nether passage realm expert killed a divine union realm expert, because the gap between the two realms wasn't that great. However, the gap between the divine union realm and the myriad dharma realm was enormous, and there was a qualitative difference. But now, a divine union realm expert had killed a myriad dharma realm expert right in front of them. Elder Xianxia of the Joyful Union sect stared fixedly at Xian, a solemn expression in his eyes. In Azure Province, it was extremely difficult for a divine union realm expert to kill a myriad dharma realm expert, or perhaps it was practically impossible. But in the distant divine central continent, it wasn't rare for a divine union realm expert to kill a myriad dharma realm expert. In theory, it was extremely possible for those in the top 10 of the monster rankings to do so. As for those in the top 5, they had a 100% chance of doing so. This meant that Xian was at least at the level of those in the top 10 of the monster rankings. How could such a person be ordinary? But he was truly unwilling to give up now. A good cauldron was simply too important to their sect. Moreover, the Ning kingdom had an enormous amount of wealth. He was truly unwilling to give up just like that. The solemn expression in Xianxia's eyes turned icy cold. The experts from the divine central continent all looked at Xian with unfriendly expressions, and some of them didn't even bother concealing their killing intent. The Ning kingdom's enormous wealth was right in front of them, so how could they give up just like that? Some of the native descendants of the Ning kingdom did indeed intend to retreat. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow, and Xian's prestige in Azure Province was undoubtedly great. News of Xian charging into the Chu Kingdom's imperial palace alone and killing the kings of the Chu Kingdom and the Yu Kingdom had practically spread throughout Azure Province. Who wouldn't fear him? Even Karaki Academy was helpless against Xian. Xianxia spoke abruptly when he saw the intention to retreat. The kingdom of Ning is a kingdom at any rate. How much wealth does it have accumulated? If you give up now, how long do you think you can survive in this Azure Province where the spiritual chi is exhausted? The others in the surroundings exchanged glances when they heard this, and they were slightly hesitant. Xianxia continued, "He's just a divine combination realm cultivator. We have so many people on our side, why should we be afraid of him? Let's join forces to eliminate this person and share the wealth of the Ning nation. Isn't that perfect?" The others in the surroundings were instantly tempted when they heard Xianxia. The wealth of the Ning kingdom, what was the purpose of these people coming here? Naturally, it was for money. In this era of spiritual energy depletion, the most important thing was to stay alive, and to stay alive, one needed spirit stones, a lot of spirit stones. What are you afraid of? Right at this moment, a man suddenly stood out. He stared fixedly at Yixian, who was not far away, and said fiercely, "Isn't it just Yixian? He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. There are so many of us. If we work together to kill him, but..." The man's voice stopped abruptly because a sword had suddenly appeared between his brows. The sword had appeared out of nowhere, and everyone was stunned. Only Xianxia and the other experts of the Dharma realm knew how the sword had appeared. The sword had flown out from the sword box on Yixian's back, and it was too fast. It was so fast that they could only see a blurry trajectory. At this moment, they realized that the sword was a mid-grade truth rank sword, and the sword box on Yixian's back was truth rank as well, a set of divine equipment. Under the gazes of everyone, Yixian walked over to the man who spoke earlier. Yixian grinned, "The wind was too strong earlier, so I didn't hear what you said clearly. Can you say it again?" The man looked at Yixian, and there was a mark on his forehead. "This chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page." Cold sweat flowed down his back. He knew that Yixian was very strong, but he hadn't imagined that Yixian was strong to this extent that he couldn't even fight back. He shouldn't have stood out. At this moment, the man was filled with regret. Not daring to think too much, the man revealed an unnatural smile. "Yi, State Scholar Yi, I'm..." Yixian's sword suddenly stabbed forward. "Qi," the spirit elegant sword instantly pierced between the man's brows, and the man's voice stopped abruptly. The man's eyes were wide open, and they were filled with resentment. Yixian said softly, "Sorry, my hand shook a little. Please forgive me." Don't forgive me? Hit me then." The man's body was trembling from anger. Yixian didn't waste any more time. He drew the spirit elegant sword and turned to walk toward Tuobayan. Behind him, blood spurted out from between the man's brows, and he fell to the ground in an instant. Countless people in the field had expressions of fear. Even Xianxia had a trace of fear in his eyes. Even he had to be wary of Yixian's strength because his strength was similar to that of the coquettish middle-aged man from before. Since Yixian had the ability to kill the coquettish middle-aged man, then Yixian had the ability to kill him as well. That was why he hadn't made a move until now. Wait for someone to come." Yixian walked over to Tuobayan, and Tuobayan gazed at Yixian in silence. Yixian suddenly stretched out his hand and gently stroked Tuobayan's face, and he said softly, "You've lost a lot of weight since we parted that day." Tuobayan gazed at Yixian in silence, but her hands were slowly clenched tightly within her sleeves. Yixian suddenly gazed at a soldier by Tuobayan's side. "Get a chair for my Yan. Don't let her tire herself out." The soldier was stunned, and then he hurriedly turned around and ran over. It didn't take long for a few soldiers to carry a dragon chair over to Tuobayan's back. Yixian wrapped his arms around Tuobayan's shoulders and made her sit on the dragon chair. Tuobayan still remained silent. Meanwhile, Tuobayan suddenly walked over to Tuobayan and grinned, "I'm tired as well. Let's squeeze." As she spoke, she sat down by Tuobayan's side. The dragon chair was very large, and it was entirely capable of seating 2 people. Yixian raised his head and glanced up into the sky. At this moment, the 4 Dharma realm experts were still locked in battle, and both sides were evenly matched. Yixian was just about to attack when a strand of divine sense suddenly pressed down upon him. It was the pressure of Xianxia's divine sense. Yixian gazed at Xianxia, who stood nearby. "Then I'll deal with you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot on the ground. The instant his foot touched the ground, his entire body transformed into a shadow that shot out explosively. At the same time, a strand of sword light instantly arrived before Xianxia. Xianxia, who was aware of Yixian's strength, naturally didn't dare to be careless. At the moment Yixian attacked, a red mirror suddenly appeared in his hand. His profound energy surged into the mirror, and the red mirror trembled slightly. A strand of red light surged out like a blazing flame, instantly drowning Yixian's sword light. Boom, 2 figures retreated repeatedly. It was Yixian and Xianxia. Countless sword lights and flames sputtered between the 2 of them, and the ground around them was a mess. As for the others in the surroundings, they retreated explosively and didn't dare to get too close. As soon as Xian stopped, the spirit gray sword in his hand suddenly flew into the sword case behind him. In the next moment, Xian took a step forward and pointed a finger forward. Swish, a strand of sword light slashed through the battlefield. At the moment the sword light appeared, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He suddenly let go of the red mirror in his right hand, and his left hand formed a strange seal. In an instant, the red mirror before him actually started burning. This chapter isn't finished, please continue. Rise. Meanwhile, Xian's flying sword had arrived, and it directly slashed onto the burning red mirror. Bang, a strand of dark red flame suddenly erupted from the red mirror. However, the flames weren't able to devour Xian's sword light. Conversely, the flames were directly suppressed by Xian's sword light as soon as they appeared. For a time, the sword and mirror were actually in a stalemate, but in next to no time, the spirit gray sword suddenly flew back and directly entered the sword case behind Xian. But in the next moment, it flew out once more, and this time, its speed was even faster than before. This sword slashed onto the red mirror once more. Bang! Along with an explosion, the red mirror was blasted flying, and Xiangyi was blasted flying as well. The red mirror carried Xiangyi along as it flew over 100 m away, yet Xiangyi hadn't stopped when a sword slashed over once more like a bolt of lightning. Xiangyi's expression changed drastically, and he raised the red mirror with both hands and pushed it forward. Bang! The red mirror shook violently and directly cracked apart. At the same time, Xiangyi and the cracked red mirror were blasted over 100 m away once more. As soon as he stopped, the spirit gray sword slashed over once more. Xiangyi was horrified in his heart. At this moment, he had no other choice but to use the red mirror to block it once more. The sword arrived. Bang, the red mirror shook violently, and then it directly exploded apart. The formidable force instantly blasted Xiangyi, who was behind the red mirror, flying over 30 m away. However, he hadn't even stopped when Xian suddenly charged forward swiftly with his sword in hand. This charge directly arrived above Xiangyi, and then he suddenly slashed down with the spirit gray sword in both hands. A single strike to decide life and death. There was no doubt that this strike was meant to kill with a single strike. Sensing the power in Xian's strike, Xiangyi was horrified. He pulled with both hands, and a golden talisman suddenly appeared above his head. Xian's sword happened to slash onto this talisman. Bang! With a loud explosion, Xian's entire body was blasted away. Over 100 m away, Xian had just landed on the ground when the ground beneath his feet cracked open. A smear of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his head to look at Xiangyi, who wasn't far away. At this moment, the golden talisman in front of Xiangyi had already started burning and was slowly disappearing. Xiangyi's heart was bleeding as he watched the golden talisman slowly disappear. He had spent close to 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones to purchase this life-saving golden talisman, 10,000,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. In the past, 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones wasn't considered a lot, but now, 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. The loss was too great. Xiangyi raised his head to look at Xian, who wasn't far away, and said fiercely, "You meddlesome be***starred, this old man will definitely tear you to pieces." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head to look at the distant palace. There, close to 100 cavalrymen were galloping over, and wherever they passed, the ground would directly burn. And the leader was a woman in silver armor. Seeing this scene, Xiangyi was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly laughed out loud. "Xian, although my people haven't arrived yet, there are many who want your Ning kingdom to perish. This cavalryman's momentum is like a rainbow, and one look and you can tell that they are the elites of 100 battles. This Ning kingdom is doomed. P.S. Today, a reader found me and scolded me as soon as he added me. He said that I was shameless and plagiarized the invincible sword realm. He even showed me a screenshot and said that the world prison pagoda appeared in the invincible sword realm. He said that I didn't have a profession to obtain it, so I can't create it. I was stunned for a long time. In the end, I found out that what he saw was a pirated version, and the author of the pirated version was actually not me. I said that the invincible sword realm was written by me, but he didn't believe me. Moreover, he even wanted to report me. What should I do? Waiting online, end of this chapter. Yi Xian's expression instantly turned slightly strange when he heard Xianxia's words. Outside the imperial palace, the cavalrymen marched in an orderly manner, and every single one of them emanated a fierce murderous aura as if they were born to kill. Just their murderous aura was enough to strike fear into the hearts of others. The cavalrymen were similar to the Black Flame army of Great Cloud Empire, but there were also differences because they cultivated the unique murderous aura technique. The greater the murderous intent of the murderous aura technique, the stronger their combat strength would be. Even though there were only 100 of them, the aura and murderous intent they emanated was enough to move even the experts from the Central Divine Prefecture. They weren't weaker than some of the Dao soldiers of the Central Divine Prefecture. The cavalrymen were very swift, and they arrived in front of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. Besides the silver-armored woman in the lead, all the other soldiers knelt on one knee and said in unison, "Greetings, Dean." Their voices were deafening like a bell. "Dean?" Everyone in the surroundings was dumbstruck. Are they Yi Xian's subordinates? Yi Xian felt rather gratified when he sensed the aura and imposing manner of the Dao soldiers of Blue Waves Academy. This was a Dao soldier that he had spent a great deal of effort to forge. He had spent a great deal of effort to forge this Dao soldier, and this Dao soldier did not disappoint him. It could be said that these Dao soldiers weren't the slightest bit weaker than the Black Flame army of Great Cloud Empire. Meanwhile, the silver-armored woman walked over to Yi Xian. She wore a helmet and a mask, so only her eyes could be seen. She was naturally Xianxia, the commander of the cavalrymen. Xianxia sized up Yi Xian. Divine combination realm? Yi Xian nodded. I just arrived. Xianxia nodded slightly. You're the dean, so give the order. Yi Xian grinned and was about to speak, but little demon Tuoba suddenly coughed lightly, and then she walked over to Yi Xian's side with a slightly solemn expression. Little demon Tuoba, Yi Xian suddenly came to his senses and hastily introduced, Little Nine, and everyone else, let me introduce you. This person beside me is called Little Demon Tuoba. She comes from the Central Divine Continent and is ranked 8th on the demon-level geniuses list. Right, she is also the vice dean of our Blue Waves Academy. When you see her, you must show the same respect as when you see me. The cavalrymen were startled, but they quickly regained their senses. They rose to their feet and bowed deeply at Little Demon Tuoba. Greetings, Vice Dean. A satisfied smile instantly arose on the corners of Tuoba's mouth when she saw everyone greet her. She nodded and spoke in a slightly old-fashioned manner, there's no need to be so courteous. At this point, she suddenly looked at Yi Xian and whispered, what should I say next? Yi Xian said seriously, let them kill all the people from the Divine Central Continent. Little Monster Tuoba nodded. Actually, I think so too. Yi Xian, Little Demon Tuoba suddenly pointed angrily at the experts from the Divine Central Continent in the distance. You scoundrels, instead of staying in the Divine Central Continent, you came to Azure Prefecture to commit evil. Do you still have a conscience? Do you still have humanity? I'm telling you, the weather will be cloudy today. At this point, she hastily looked at Yi Xian. What should I say next? Everyone, Yi Xian's face was also full of black lines. Don't say anything else. Let's fight. Little Demon Tuoba shook her head. No, I've read a book. It says that before a battle, momentum is very important. We must overwhelm them with momentum. Just watch me. At this point, she turned to look at the nearby experts from the Divine Central Continent. I'm telling you, what you're doing is wrong, you, cut the F** king crap. At this moment, a man suddenly stepped forward and said fiercely, if you want to fight, let's fight. What's with all the nonsense? There are so many of us, do you think we're afraid of you? You. Right at this moment, Little Demon Tuoba suddenly tossed the hammer in his hand. Bang, the man didn't even have time to react before he was blasted flying. In midair, his body exploded into pieces, and blood sprayed everywhere. Everyone, Little Demon Tuoba glanced coldly at the battlefield, and she was very angry. I'd intended to subdue the enemy without a fight, but now it would seem like all of you trash don't deserve to live. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged forward with her hammer in hand. The blue-tied Dao soldiers charged after her as well. The experts from the divine central continent turned pale when they saw little demon Tuoba and the blue-tide Dao soldiers charge at them, and some even had the intention to retreat. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly spoke angrily from nearby, "We have 600 to 700 people, and they only have 100. Why should we be afraid of them? The weakest equipment these cavalrymen wear is at the light grade. If we kill them, all of us will become rich. Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. As for the experts from the divine central continent, they hesitated for a moment, but in the end, they couldn't resist the temptation of becoming rich, and they charged forward. In terms of numbers, Xianxia's side was at a disadvantage indeed, however, it was only a disadvantage in terms of numbers. In terms of quality, Xianxia's side had an advantage. Especially when they had little demon Tuoba. Although this girl was a little heartless, she was really strong, even he didn't dare say that he could defeat her with absolute certainty. Little demon Tuoba took the lead and charged into the crowd. She swung her hammer wildly, and over a dozen people died on the spot in an instant. No one could withstand a single hit from her hammer. After all, she was a monster in the top 10 of the genius level rankings. As for the blue-tide Dao soldiers, they could be said to be invincible. They charged wildly, and no one could stop them wherever they passed. Not only were the blue-tide Dao soldiers powerful individually, but their equipment was also extremely terrifying. Ordinary experts couldn't harm them at all. The battle had just begun, but the situation was already clear. More than 100 blue-tide Dao soldiers were forcefully suppressing hundreds of experts from the divine central continent. In truth, apart from the blue-tide Dao soldiers' own strength and little demon Tuoba's, there was another reason. The experts from the divine central continent weren't organized, and they scattered as soon as they charged. Moreover, each of them harbored ulterior motives and wanted others to risk their lives while they reaped the benefits. When facing an ordinary army, they were naturally successful in every endeavor because their individual strength far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers, and they could win easily. However, what they encountered now was a team of well-trained Dao soldiers with incomparably powerful individual strength. There was only one thought in the minds of these blue-tide Dao soldiers: kill. Xianxia charged at the front. His target was the blue-tide Dao soldiers, but before he could make a move, Xian charged in front of him with a sword in hand and slashed down viciously. Bam! Xianxia was sent flying nearly 1,000 feet away. As soon as he stopped, a flying sword suddenly flew out from the sword case on Xian's back. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword was in front of him. A flying sword again. Xianxia was horrified. This time, he didn't dare to take the blow head-on. He forcefully dodged to the left, but he was still a little too slow. Rip! An arm flew off, blood spurting out like a fountain. After the elegant spirit sword severed Xianxia's arm, it immediately flew back into the sword case. The sword didn't fly out again because Xianxia had already retreated outside the imperial palace, putting a considerable distance between them. Although the flying sword could reach him at this distance, its power would be greatly reduced. Xianxia stared fixedly at Xian. Aside from resentment, there was also deep fear in his eyes. Xian's flying sword was too terrifying. At this moment, the experts from the divine central continent were beginning to crumble. After witnessing the terror of the blue-tide Dao soldiers, some of the experts from the divine central continent had already begun to flee. They were here to seek wealth, not to throw away their lives. When they saw someone flee, the remaining people immediately lost their will to fight and began to flee as well. Thus, some of the experts from the divine central continent fled, while others died. Xianxia's expression was extremely unsightly. At this moment, Xian suddenly charged forward. Xianxia's expression changed drastically, and he didn't even think about it before drifting back. He retreated 50 to 60 meters, and as soon as he stopped, Xian appeared where he had been standing earlier. The distance between the two of them was still very large. Xian frowned. With his current strength, he could defeat an expert of the myriad Dharma realm, but if Xianxia didn't fight and just kept dodging, then he really couldn't do anything to him. Ignoring Xianxia, Xian turned around. The elegant spirit sword suddenly flew over 30 meters away from the sword case on his back, and the sword pierced through the forehead of an expert from the divine central continent. It didn't take long for almost 200 corpses to appear on the battlefield. The rest of the experts from the divine central continent had fled. As for the disciples of the Ning kingdom, they'd fled when they saw that Xianxia was no match for Xian. They knew that with Yixian around, the Ning kingdom wouldn't perish for the time being. In the air, the 2 myriad Dharma realm experts from the divine central continent stopped as well. There was no point in continuing the battle. However, the 2 of them and Xianxia didn't leave. Yixian couldn't be bothered with the 3 of them. He put away the elegant spirit sword and faced the nearby little monster Tuoba. Little monster, take our brothers and clean up the battlefield. Little monster Tuoba grinned brilliantly. All right. As she spoke, she glanced at the Blue Waves Dao soldiers behind her. Clean up the battlefield. Everyone bowed slightly. If they'd respected little monster Tuoba before because of Yixian, then now, they respected her from the bottom of their hearts. This woman was truly too powerful. It could be said that without little monster Tuoba, it would have been impossible for them to end the battle so quickly. Little monster Tuoba had dealt with most of the stronger experts, and the experts from the divine central continent had been extremely wary of her. 1 strike to kill 1. Who wouldn't be wary? In the Azure Firmament world, only the strong were worthy of respect. Little monster Tuoba was very proactive in cleaning up the battlefield. She'd already fallen in love with the feeling of robbing others. When Yixian arrived in front of Tuoba Yan, the golden insignia guards who'd been blocking Tuoba Yan's path immediately moved aside. Tuoba Yan looked at Yixian and was about to speak when Yixian suddenly took out a glowing scroll and handed it to her. Thunder Rush Incantation, a heaven-grade martial technique. This is for you. A heaven-grade martial technique. Tuoba Yan was stunned. Heaven-grade martial skill. Not only Tuoba Yan, but many people were also stunned. Even the 2 10,000 Dharma realm experts behind Tuoba Yan were taken aback. A heaven-ranked martial skill was extremely rare. It was truly priceless. It should be known that the imperial family of Ming country did not have a heaven-grade martial skill even after so many years, not to mention Ming country. In the entire Qingzhou, only Karaki Academy and Great Cloud Empire had it. But now, Yixian just casually gave it away. This was not ordinary generosity. Tuoba Yan looked straight at Yixian and did not speak. Yixian smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Why?" Tuoba Yan asked. "Why?" Yixian shook his head and smiled. He placed the scroll of heaven-grade martial skill in Tuoba Yan's hand. "There's no why. Just give it to me if you like it. It's that simple." Tuoba Yan looked at Yixian for a long time. Finally, she put away the scroll of heaven-grade martial skill. At this moment, little monster Tuoba had also finished cleaning up the battlefield. She smiled and came to Yixian. "Little Yi, this time's harvest is not bad." Yixian said with a smile, "Tell me about it." Tuoba's smile became brighter and brighter. "There are 2.9 billion gold coins and more than 7 million supreme-grade spirit stones. There are 17 clear-grade weapons and 72 supreme-grade spirit artifacts. There are also a lot of miscellaneous items, but none of them are very valuable. More than 7 million top-grade spirit stones." Yixian nodded slightly. Although this was not as much as what he obtained in Karaki Academy, it was still a lot. Especially at this time, 7 million top-grade spirit stones was really an astonishing wealth. As if thinking of something, Yixian suddenly said, "Little monster, take out 1/3 and distribute it to the brothers." Little monster Tuoba glanced at the Blue Waves Dao soldiers not far behind her and immediately nodded, "Okay." As she spoke, she began to distribute. Those Blue Waves cavalrymen looked at each other in blank dismay. Obviously, they didn't expect that Yixian would allocate a sum of money to them. One should know that in Blue Waves Academy, they actually received military pay every month. Not only that, Blue Waves Academy also spent a huge amount of money to provide them with martial skills, equipment, elixirs, and cultivation resources. Their treatment was already very good. At this time, one of the Blue Waves cavalrymen suddenly stood up. "Dean, we have already taken enough, there is no need for these." Although they were a little tempted, they knew that they couldn't be too greedy. If he was too greedy, he might lose everything in the end. Yixian smiled and said, "All of you have contributed, so these are what you deserve. Not only this time, but for any future missions, if there are any spoils of war, you will get 1/3 of it. The remaining 2/3 will belong to the academy." "Yes, it's decided." That cavalryman still wanted to say something, but little monster Tuoba suddenly threw a storage ring to him. "All of you have contributed previously, so this is what you deserve. There is no need to say anything more." Seeing that Yi Xian had already made up his mind, that Blue Wave's cavalryman didn't say anything else. After putting away the storage ring, over 100 Blue Wave's cavalrymen bowed deeply to Yi Xian, then quietly retreated to the side. At this time, Tuoba Yen suddenly asked, "Can I borrow your Dao soldiers?" Yi Xian looked at Tuoba Yen, and Tuoba Yen said, "There are some experts from the Central Divine Continent in the city, ordinary soldiers can't deal with them." Yi Xian nodded, "Let your people take 50 cavalrymen to the city to clean up. You, little Jiao, the two of you follow me, I have something to discuss with you." Jiang Jiao suddenly pointed at Jiang Ye's group of 3 at the distant palace gate. "What about them?" Jiang Ye's group of 3 hadn't left, but the 3 of them stayed far away and didn't dare to approach. They were truly fearful of Yi Xian's flying sword. The old woman behind Tuoba Yen suddenly said, "It's fine, the 2 of us will just keep an eye on them." Yi Xian nodded, then walked towards the distant imperial palace hall with Tuoba Yen and Jiang Jiao. Little monster Tuoba didn't follow them, instead quietly sneaking out of the palace. Previously, she had heard Tuoba Yen say that there were still many experts from the Central Divine Continent in the city. How could she let go of this opportunity? In the nearby palace hall, Jiang Jiao glanced behind him. "Your friend seems to have left the palace." Yi Xian smiled, "Don't worry about her, even the myriad Dharma realm can't do anything to her. 8th on the demon level list. Let alone in the Azure province, even in the Central Divine Continent, no one would dare to provoke such a figure." Moreover, little monster Tuoba's background was obviously not simple. He wouldn't believe that she didn't have any life-saving trump cards. The doors to the hall closed, leaving only the 3 of them seated around a table. Jiang Jiao and Tuoba Yen looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I want to form another Dao soldier, not an ordinary one, but a super one. I don't need too many people, just 10, but they must be the best. Not only must their individual strength be the best, but the equipment they use must be the best as well." Jiang Jiao said in a low voice, "The best? You want to equip them with truth-grade equipment?" Yi Xian nodded. Tuoba Yan and Jiang Jiao exchanged a glance when they heard this, and there was a trace of shock in their eyes. Truth-grade equipment, the 2 women fell silent. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. In truth, he knew that it was slightly insane. A piece of true-grade equipment was also priceless. After all, the sword box on his back cost nearly 3 billion gold coins. He still owed Drunken Immortal over 20 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Although the things Swordsman used were more expensive, a piece of truth-grade equipment cost at least 15 million supreme-grade spirit stones. 15 million supreme-grade spirit stones. For the current situation, this was a very shocking number. Tuoba Yen glanced at Yi Xian and said in a low voice, "If we want to equip them with truth-grade spirit weapons, even if my Ning country and the Jiang country join forces, it will be difficult. Moreover, even if we do manage to do it, we will probably have to use all the strength of our countries. With the current situation, if we use all the strength of our countries, the gains might not make up for the losses, and the 2 countries might even be forcefully dragged down." Jiang Jiao nodded. King Tuoba is right. Truth-grade equipment is truly too precious. Yi Xian suddenly said, "How about this? I will be responsible for the money, and you 2 can be in charge." The 2 women looked at Yi Xian, and Jiang Jiao frowned slightly. "Where are you going to get so much money?" Yi Xian smiled. "I have my ways. You 2 are responsible for choosing people for me. The Jiang country will choose 5 people, the Ning country will choose 5 people, and the Jiang country will choose 5 people. If there are more, that's fine too. Little Jiao, if you want to choose people, choose from the Dao soldiers, the elites of the Dao soldiers. Yen, you choose the same people. Choose the most outstanding people of your Ning country. After you choose, I will personally test them. Only when I nod my head will they be qualified." Saying this, he placed his hands on the table and softly said, "I want the elites of the elites." Although the Blue Wave's Dao soldiers were not bad, it was still not enough. He needed a sharp knife that could pierce through everything, especially in this chaotic era. He needed a super Dao soldier that could deal with anything, and this Dao soldier, he couldn't build it by himself. He needed the full support of the Ning country and the Jiang country, and also the intoxicated immortal building. Even with the support of these 3 powers, he wasn't completely sure that he could build it. But, he wanted to take a gamble. Currently, even if he found 20 truth-grade swords, he still wouldn't be able to break through to 10,000 Laws realm. Because he had just reached Divine Unity realm, his realm was basically unstable. Even if he could, he didn't dare to break through to 10,000 Laws realm at this time, it was too impatient. Haste makes waste. He still understood the logic of haste. Now, the most important thing for him was to stabilize his realm, then break through to 10,000 Laws realm, and during this period, he just happened to be able to develop the Dao soldiers of Blue Waves Academy and build a super Dao soldier. At this moment, Tuoba Yen suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Are you serious? Yi Xian nodded. This Azure province can't fall into chaos, at least our Jiang country and Ning country can't fall into chaos, and in order to not fall into chaos, we need powerful strength. I alone am far from enough. Tuoba Yen suddenly took out a purple storage ring and placed it in front of Yi Xian. She didn't say anything. This is? Yi Xian asked. Tuoba Yen indifferently said, 30 million top-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Xianxia were dumbfounded. 30 million top-grade spirit stones. Naturally, Yi Xian was somewhat shocked, because this was even more than what he obtained in Karaki Academy. As if knowing what Yi Xian was thinking, Tuoba Yen explained, my Ning country's successive kings will save a private sum of wealth. This wealth will be accumulated from generation to generation, and this wealth can only be used at the Ning country's most critical moment. Yi Xian solemnly said, this is your Ning country's life-saving money. You give it to me. Tuoba Yen glanced at Yi Xian. If not for you, Ning country would have perished long ago. However, you have to promise me, as long as you are alive, Ning country will not perish. Yi Xian nodded, I promise you. Tuoba Yen nodded, no longer saying anything. At the side, Xianxia suddenly said, I will also return to Jiang country and ask my imperial father to take out some top-grade spirit stones, but it may not be too much, the current Jiang country is in a bit of trouble. Yi Xian softly said, okay. Then now, you can go pick people. Leave the rest to me. 15 minutes later, Xianxia and Tuoba Yen left the main hall. Pick people. For the two women, what they needed to do now was to pick people. It was not a simple matter to pick 5 people from each country. Yi Xian did not leave. He waited for almost an hour, and an old man suddenly appeared in the hall. 5th floor head. Yi Xian took out a storage ring and handed it to the 5th floor head. Everything in the storage ring will be exchanged for top-grade spirit stones. The 5th floor master glanced at the storage ring, and his expression changed. Because there was a heaven rank martial skill, close to 10 earth rank high rank martial skills, 2 true rank spirit artifacts, over 30 bright rank spirit artifacts, over 80 supreme rank spirit artifacts, and an assortment of other spirit artifacts. This was a shocking amount of wealth, especially the heaven grade martial skills and truth grade spirit artifacts. They could be sold for an astronomical price. The 5th floor head did not say anything, and took the storage ring and left. After the 5th floor head left, Yi Xian entered the World Prison Pagoda and came to a corner. There, a sword was still trembling, a heaven-grade sword. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said softly, follow me for a year, and I will return your freedom. I will keep my promise. The sword did not respond. Yi Xian turned around and left. Just when Yi Xian was about to reach the door, the heaven-grade sword suddenly trembled and let out a sword cry. Yi Xian stopped. Great Cloud Empire. A woman stood on the city wall with her hands hidden in her sleeves. 2 black phoenix claws were embroidered on her sleeves. This person was Great Cloud Empire's backer, King Lian Wanli. In front of Lian Wanli stood an elder. The elder wore a pink robe that had man and women drawn on it. These men and women were hugging each other and doing indescribable things. The old man looked at Lian Wanli with a trace of fear in his eyes, because he had just exchanged blows with the woman before him. He was defeated in a single move. The old man cupped his fists at Lian Wanli. Miss Lian, I have discussed with you about exterminating Yi Xian, Jiang country, and Ning country. What do you think about it? Exterminate Yi Xian. Lian Wanli blinked. What's there to think about? There's no need to think about it. I support your all-pleasure sect, a great deal. The old man was overjoyed. Really? Lian Wanli nodded seriously. Really, more real than real gold. P.S. After watching the live broadcast, I suddenly realized that I can also be a streamer. Isn't it just singing, wearing revealing clothes and shaking my butt a few times? If I become a star streamer, you guys will come to support me. I'm serious. Because being a streamer makes a lot of money, there are always tycoons who spend tens of thousands. Moreover, I think I can sing and dance. Qingzhou. The spirit energy in Qingzhou was decreasing day by day. Many places had completely dried up and turned into barren lands. Many large and small cities in the Green Province had also become empty cities. All of them fled to places with spiritual qi, hoping to survive. Many cities were empty, but many of them were overcrowded. Moreover, more and more cultivators from the divine central continent had entered Qingzhou to plunder. Qingzhou was now in an extraordinarily chaotic state. Great Cloud Empire. Lian Wanli stood quietly on the city wall of the Great Cloud Empire. Behind her stood a woman in armor with a long sword at her waist. Lian Wanli was dressed in a dark red dress that dragged on the ground. Around the dress were pieces of fiery red scales. Phoenix scales, these scales were extremely lifelike. Lian Wanli looked into the distance. At the end of her line of sight was an endless mountain range, from which many people were desperately rushing towards the imperial capital. Because the imperial capital of the Great Cloud Empire had spirit energy, the gates of the imperial capital of the Great Cloud Empire were not closed, so these people could enter and leave freely. After a long time, Lian Wanli withdrew her gaze. Ozwa, tell me about the situation. Ozwa lowered her head slightly. Your Majesty, 30% of the territory of the Great Cloud Empire has completely lost spirit energy, and the remaining 30% is dissipating at an extremely fast rate. In a month at most, the spirit energy will be completely gone. She paused for a moment before continuing. In addition to this natural disaster, there is also a man-made disaster. Turmoil has broken out everywhere. Coupled with the barbaric invasion and wanton plundering of experts from the divine central continent, Qingzhou is in chaos. Lian Wanli lowered her eyes. After a moment, she asked again, how are the Jiang Kingdom and the Ning Kingdom? Ozwa said solemnly, the situation is slightly better. Yi Xian won a complete victory in the battle of the Ning Kingdom. Now, many experts from the divine central continent do not dare to provoke him lightly. Of course, that is except for the Joyful Union sect and the Joyful sect. These two forces are determined to win over the king of the Ning Kingdom, Tuoba Yan. An inner charm body? Lian Wanli asked. Ozwa shook her head. It's not that simple. That woman not only has an inner charm body, but her bloodline doesn't seem simple either. Bloodline? Lian Wanli looked at Ozwa. Do you know what bloodline is? Ozwa shook his head. I don't know yet. Lian Wanli was about to speak when suddenly, the sound of fighting came from below the city. She turned around and saw a group of people fighting below the city wall. After a moment of silence, Lian Wanli said softly, send out 100 black flame soldiers to patrol the city day and night. If there are any troublemakers, behead them immediately and hang their heads above the city gates. In addition, send 10 imperial guards to patrol the Great Cloud territory. If anyone dares to cause trouble, kill them on the spot. Ozwa was alarmed by Lian Wanli's words. The king's imperial guard was the most mysterious and strongest army in Great Cloud Empire. She was a member of the king's guards. However, she had never known of the existence of others, and the others had never known of her existence. Not only that, she did not know how many people there were in the king's imperial guards. In the entire Great Cloud Empire, Lian Wanli was the only one who knew about this mysterious army, which only obeyed his orders. Meanwhile, Lian Wanli suddenly said, prepare a cloud ship for this king. Ozwa was taken aback, where is His Majesty going? Lian Wanli said with a smile, I promised Union sect to help them eliminate Yi Xian. This king is not a person who goes back on his word. Speaking of this, she seemed to have thought of something and a fox-like smile appeared on her lips. Ozwa lowered her head slightly. She knew that her king must be up to something bad again. Ning country. Outside the capital of the Ning Kingdom, Jiang Yi and 2 experts of the 10,000 Laws realm stood respectfully. In front of the 3 of them stood an old man. The old man wore a pink robe and exuded a pungent fragrance. This person was the vice sect master of Union sect. No one knew his name and only called him Old Man Union. Old Man Union glanced at Xianxia's shoulder. Is that Yi Xian really just a divine unity realm expert? Xianxia nodded, yes, but his battle strength is at least top 10 on the monster list. Top 10 on the monster list. Old Man Yunyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a trace of seriousness in them. Does he have any backing? Xianxia spoke solemnly, supposedly, there is a sword immortal. A sword immortal. Old Man Yunyan suddenly turned to look at Xianxia, is that true? Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, it should be true. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for him to go against Karaki Academy. However, I asked Karaki Academy just now, and the dean said that the sword immortal was heavily injured by them and fled. Now, Karaki Academy is pursuing her. Old Man Yunyan instantly heaved a sigh of relief, that's good. When he spoke up to this point, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, then why hasn't Karaki Academy eliminated Yixian? Xianxia thought for a moment and said, according to my inference, the firmament world has suffered a sudden upheaval, and the spirit energy in it has dried up. So, Karaki Academy has no time to care about Pine Prefecture. Now, they only want to stabilize the situation in the Central Divine Prefecture, so they don't have the energy to care about Yixian. Old Man Yunyan nodded, that makes sense. When he spoke up to this point, he raised his head and gazed at the nearby capital of the Kingdom of Peace, and there was a burning desire in his eyes. That woman doesn't just possess the inner charm physique, her bloodline is the Een spirit bloodline that my joyful union sect dreams of obtaining. That bloodline has to be suppressed with extremely overbearing aphrodisiacs since a young age. Since she was able to survive until now, there's definitely a huge amount of young flames accumulated within her. If I'm able to dual cultivate with her and devour her bloodline. Old Man Yunyan's hands trembled slightly when he spoke up to this point. However, he seemed to have thought of something and gradually calmed down once more. After a short moment of silence, Old Man Yunyan spoke solemnly, the sect master has said that we must obtain this woman. He'll immediately rush over once he's finished dealing with the matters in the Central Divine Prefecture. If he obtains this woman, then the sect master will definitely rise to greater heights. At that time, my joyful union sect's status in the devil path will definitely rise greatly. Xianxia spoke solemnly, be careful of the Merry Gate. They haven't done anything lately, but they definitely won't miss such a rare opportunity. Old Man Yunyan nodded, the sect master will need at least 2 days to arrive in Azure Province. We can't wait that long. Once Great Cloud Empire's King Reliance Wanli arrives, we'll immediately rush into the city, kill Yixian, and capture that woman alive. That sword immortal. Xianxia was somewhat apprehensive. Old Man Yunyan spoke indifferently, it doesn't matter. Even if she escapes Karaki Academy's pursuit, she won't dare appear in front of the sect master. She's just an injured sword immortal. The sect master can destroy her with a flick of his finger. Xianxia nodded, that's true. After saying that, his expression suddenly turned ferocious, if we capture that Yixian, please hand him over to me. This old man will make him wish he was dead. Old Man Yunyan glanced at Xianxia, when the time comes, it's up to you. Ning Empire's imperial capital, World Prison Pagoda. Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground. A sword floated in front of him. The sword was 4 feet long and 2 fingers wide. The sword's entire body emitted a faint cold light. An unknown beast was drawn on the sword hilt. The beast's eyes were wide open and its expression was ferocious. Heaven-grade sword, a true heaven-grade treasure, Yixian held the sword hilt with his right hand. The sword trembled slightly but didn't resist. However, the spiritual energy in his body was depleting at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, the exquisite sword was trembling violently. This was a sign that it sensed danger. Sure enough, this sword wasn't something that the exquisite sword could contend against at the moment. It wasn't something that he could fully control at the moment. Yixian quickly let go of the sword. In this short period of time, the sword had already depleted 1/3 of the profound qi in his body. With his current strength, he could only use this sword 3 times at most. After 3 times, the spiritual energy in his body would definitely be depleted. As though he thought of something, Yixian quickly took out his sword case. Under his signal, the sword went straight into the sword case. The sword case trembled violently for a moment but quickly calmed down. About 15 minutes later, a smile appeared at the corner of Yixian's mouth because he realized that if he used this sword case, he could use the flying sword 5 times. 5 times, with his current strength, coupled with the true grade sword case and the heaven grade sword, as well as his own sword force and sword intent, there was a high chance that he could instantly kill a myriad Dharma realm practitioner. Of course, if the other party was fully on guard, it would be a little difficult. Of course, if one strike didn't work, he would use another. At this moment, Xian suddenly left the prison pagoda. In the main hall, Tuoba Yen walked in and walked up to Xian. "They're here." Xian nodded slightly. "Leave everything to me." With that, he walked out of the main hall. Behind him, Tuoba Yen stared at Xian's back in a daze. After Xian walked out of the main hall, there were 5 people standing in the sky in the distance. All 5 of them were at the myriad Dharma realm, and he knew 2 of them. They were Jiang Yi and Lian Wanli, whom he'd severed an arm earlier. Xian's face instantly sank when he saw Lian Wanli. What does this crazy woman want? In the air, Old Man Concord glanced at Xian and was about to attack when he suddenly looked to the right. "I wonder who's from the joyful sect." As soon as Old Man Concord finished speaking, 3 old men suddenly appeared on the right. All of them were at the myriad Dharma realm. Old Man Concord's gaze descended onto the grey-robed old man in the lead, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Ku Xiaotian, I didn't expect you to come in person." Ku Xiaotian, the Grand Elder of the Joyful Sect, the second-in-command of the Joyful Sect, the old man called Ku Xiaotian grinned. "How could my Joyful Sect let go of such a seductive woman?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Tuoba Yen below, and there was a trace of excitement in his eyes. "She really is an inner seductive body. Even in the divine central continent, it's rare to see one. I didn't expect it to appear in this tiny azure province." Old Man Concord said indifferently, "My Joyful Sect wants this woman." Ku Xiaotian laughed. "My Joyful Sect will never let her go." Old Man Concord was about to speak when the sword box behind Xian shook violently. Then, a sword soared into the sky. Buzz, a sword's cry tore through the sky, resounding through the clouds. In the air, Old Man Concord and Ku Xiaotian's expressions changed drastically, and they both retreated rapidly. Jiang Yi was just a little bit slower, and just that little bit caused his head to fly off. The entire place instantly fell silent. Below, Xian opened his left hand, and the heaven-grade sword appeared in his hand. He took out a silk handkerchief with his right hand and gently wiped the blood off the sword. He shook his head as he wiped. "So the myriad Dharma realm is so weak. I only used 30% of my strength." As he spoke, he looked up at Old Man Concord and the others in the air. "Why did you stop? Come, let's continue the discussion. Everyone." In the sky, Old Man Concord and the others wore grave expressions. The Dharma realm, although Jiang Yi was injured, he was still in the Dharma realm. However, he was instantly killed by Xian. That was an instant kill, and Xian was only in the divine combination realm. At this moment, no one dared to look down on Xian anymore. It would be foolish to look down on him at this moment. In the field, Lian Wanli's expression was calm. She merely glanced at the sword in Xian's hand. A heaven-grade sword, such a treasure was rare even in the Great Cloud Empire. She seemed to have thought of something, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. No one knew what she was planning. At this moment, Old Man Concord and the others also noticed the sword in Xian's hand. Their expressions instantly turned grave when they saw it. A heaven-grade sword, such a treasure was very, very rare even in the central divine continent. For a swordsman to obtain such a treasure, especially a heaven-grade sword, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Old Man Huan glanced coldly at Xian, then looked at Lian Wanli. "Miss Lian, this person's strength is extraordinary. We need to join forces so that we can kill him in one strike and not give him any chances. What do you think?" Lian Wanli nodded seriously. "Okay, I support you." Old Man Concord smiled. "That's good." Then, he looked at Ku Xiaotian on the right. "Let's work together to get rid of Xian first. As for the fate of the seductive woman, let's put it aside for now. What do you think?" Ku Xiaotian glanced at Xian and pondered for a moment before nodding. "Okay." Old Man Concord looked at Xian with a cold expression. "Old man, let's see how monstrous you are." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged toward Xian. Behind him, the 3 10,000 Laws realm experts also rushed down. On the other side, Ku Xiaotian and the others also made their moves. 7 Dharma realm experts. Such a lineup was undoubtedly extremely terrifying in the Qingzhou region. On the other hand, Yi Xian was only at the divine combination realm. Yi Xian's face was expressionless as he lightly tapped the sword in his hand against his palm. When Old Man Concord was several feet above his head, he suddenly raised his sword and slashed upwards. Boom! Along with the sound of an explosion, Old Man Concord was instantly forced back several dozen feet, while Yi Xian was forced back more than 500 feet. With this retreat, he had already retreated into the main hall. However, Ku Xiaotian and the others had already arrived. Boom! An explosion sounded like a clap of thunder. In an instant, the hall that Yi Xian was in collapsed, and in the instant that it collapsed, Yi Xian retreated explosively. But Old Man Concord and the others were even faster, arriving in front of him in an instant. At this time, 8 figures suddenly rushed over from the side, their speed extremely fast. Boom 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 boom, along with the deafening sound of explosions, Old Man Concord and the others had already retreated hundreds of feet away. At this moment, there were 8 people standing in front of Yi Xian. These people were incomparably familiar to Yi Xian, the previous ruler of Jiang country, Jiang Yuetian, Feng Lan, Mo Yuan, the 6th, 7th, and 8th floor masters of Drunken Immortal Inn, as well as the 2 Dharma realm experts who had been guarding Tuoba Yin. 8 Dharma realm experts. Seeing Jiang Yuetian and the others, Old Man Concord's expression instantly turned gloomy. Who are you? Why are you interfering in the matters of my Joyous Union sect and Joyous Gate? Jiang Yuetian said indifferently, we will advance and retreat together with little friend Yi Xian. With one sentence, he made his stand clear. Given the current situation in Qingzhou, for Jiang Yuetian and Drunken Immortal Inn, everyone naturally had to stick together. As for Feng Lan and Mo Yuan, they had already placed their hopes on Yi Xian. Naturally, they didn't want anything to happen to Yi Xian. Moreover, they were now members of Blue Waves Academy. If they didn't take action now, how could they establish themselves in Blue Waves Academy in the future? Thus, after receiving Yi Xian's sound transmission, they immediately rushed over. Yi Xian walked in front of Old Man Concord and the others. Everyone, I, Yi Xian, have no enmity with any of you. I don't want to form a life or death enmity with any of you. Now, if you leave, everything will be fine. How about that? Old Man Concord sneered. Sure. But before that, you have to hand over that seductive woman, otherwise. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned to Jiang Yuetian and the others. Kill, leave no one alive. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already rushed in front of Old Man Concord with his sword in hand. Without any superfluous words, he slashed down with his sword. One sword to decide life and death. This sword strike was a strike with all of his strength, sword force, sword intent, and one sword to decide life and death. Especially now that the sword was a heaven rank sword, this sword could be said to be the strongest sword he had ever used. Sensing the power of Yi Xian's sword, Old Man Concord's complexion changed greatly. He suddenly pulled his hands to both sides and a pink shield suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, a powerful force and aura burst out of his body. Bang! As Yi Xian's sword fell, the pink shield in front of Old Man Concord exploded with a loud bang. The power and aura released by Old Man Concord were also shattered by the sword in an instant. The powerful force instantly sent Old Man Concord flying hundreds of feet away. Just as Old Man Concord stopped, the ground under his feet instantly cracked. Not only that, the powerful force unceasingly fluctuated in all directions through his feet. In an instant, the ground within a radius of 300 meters around him cracked layer by layer. At the same time that Yi Xian forced Old Man Concord back with his sword, he also retreated more than 60 meters. The rest of the people had already started fighting with Jiang Yuetian and the others. However, there was one person who did not make a move, Lian Wanli. From the beginning until the end, she did not make a move. She just stood there and chatted with someone, Little Demon Tuoba. The 2 women were chatting passionately. Old Man Concord wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his internal organs were injured. Not only that, but his arms had also split open. The gashes were so large that his bones could be seen. Old Man Concord turned to look at Lian Wanli, who was chatting passionately nearby. His face was extremely gloomy. Miss Lian, why didn't you make a move? Hearing Old Man Concord's words, Lian Wanli turned to look at him in shock. Why should I make a move? Old Man Concord clenched his fists. Miss Lien, you promised the old man that you would support him with all your strength. Lien Wanli nodded. That's right. However, I didn't say that I would help you. Then, she said very seriously, I did say that I would support you with all my strength, but I only supported you in spirit. I supported you in spirit. Pfft, Old Man Concord was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared resentfully at Lien Wanli. He knew that he had been played by this woman, however, he could not figure out why this woman would play a trick on him. After all, if he destroyed Yixian and got rid of the Ning Kingdom and the Jiang Kingdom, then the Great Cloud Empire would truly become the strongest power in Qingzhou. Moreover, the Great Cloud Empire would become the Concord sect's ally. He really could not figure out why Lien Wanli would do this. In fact, he did not know that Lien Wanli favored Yixian more. Because the powers of the Divine Central Continent wanted to plunder and destroy Qingzhou, and just like her, Yixian wanted to protect this place. Allying with the Concord sect was undoubtedly like asking a tiger for its skin. Old Man Concord wanted to say something, but at this moment, Yixian had already rushed in front of him with a sword in hand and slashed down again. This sword strike was stronger than the previous one. Old Man Concord's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he turned around and fled. He was so fast that he disappeared from Yixian's sight in the blink of an eye. Seeing Old Man Concord flee, Yixian was stunned, ran away. Just like that, on the other side, Ku Xiaotian and the others did not hesitate to turn around and flee after seeing Old Man Concord flee. They were all experts of the Dharma realm. If they wanted to flee, Jiang Tian and the others could do nothing to them. They could only watch helplessly as Ku Xiaotian and the others fled. Yixian could not continue to attack. He had just launched 3 sword strikes, and his current combat strength was less than 20%. Although he had won, Yixian's expression was still solemn. Because he knew that the Concord sect and the Laughing sect would definitely make a comeback, and they might even bring other forces and more experts with them. And the next time they came, it would definitely be a fierce battle. They could not passively take a beating. If this continued, the other party would always have the upper hand. If they could win, they would fight. If they couldn't, they would run. They would be exhausted to death. After a moment of silence, Yixian turned around to face Lien Wanli. Lien Wanli's lips curled into a charming smile. Congratulations on reaching the Divine Union realm. Yixian asked, together? Lien Wanli's smile widened. All right. Yixian nodded. Follow me, let's discuss this in detail. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the hall not far away. On the other hand, Lien Wanli held Little Demon to Oba's little hand and followed them. Along the way, the 2 girls chatted non-stop. Watching Yixian and the others leave, Jiang Tian shook his head and smiled. Little friend Yixian's strength has really improved by leaps and bounds. This kind of cultivation speed is really embarrassing. Feng Lan and Mo Yuan looked at each other with a trace of a smile in their eyes. The more outstanding Yixian was, the better it was for them. As if thinking of something, Feng Lan suddenly said, Brother Mo, please make a trip to the Learning Cliff ruins and collect some talent. It's time to upgrade the 12 golden men. Mo Yuan hesitated for a moment before nodding, all right. Soon, the 2 turned around and left. On the other side, the 6th floor master glanced in the direction that Old Man Concord and the others had escaped to. These people will definitely come back. From now on, send out all the scouts of my drunken immortal house to keep track of their whereabouts. The 7th floor master nodded slightly. I'll handle it personally. Soon, the crowd dispersed. Thousands of miles away from the Ning country's imperial city, Old Man Concord and the others stopped. Seeing that Yixian and the others did not chase after them, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Old Man Concord's face was terrifyingly gloomy. I never thought that Yixian would be so monstrous. Not far away, Ku Xiaotian said in a low voice, this person's strength is too monstrous. It's difficult for us to eliminate him. Old Man Concord was silent for a moment. Call for reinforcements. Ku Xiaotian looked at Old Man Concord. Old Man Concord said coldly, the Divine Central Continent has no lack of monstrous geniuses. Ku Xiaotian shook his head. It's difficult to invite the top 10 monstrous geniuses of the monstrous ranking. Old Man Concord said indifferently, have you heard of the Northern Chill Saintess? Ku Xiaotian Tendo said, of course, this person is the youngest monstrous genius of the divine central continent. Why, can your Joyful Union sect invite her? Old Man Concord said in a low voice, the Northern Chill sect owes the previous sect master of my Joyful Union sect a favor. If my Joyful Union sect uses this favor to invite her, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. At this point, his expression was somewhat ferocious. I don't believe that Xian is more monstrous than the Northern Chill saintess. P.S. Recently, I've been dreaming that I've written books for tens of millions of people, everyone. If I continue to struggle, do you think I'll become famous one day? To be honest, I'm a little uncertain, and a little panicked. In the hall. There were only two people in the hall, Xian and Lian Wanli. Lian Wanli picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip. After a while, she shook her head, it's bitter and bitter. It's an inferior tea. With that, she put down the teacup. Xian smiled, Miss Lian, I feel very close to you this time. What's that saying again? Oh, right, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Lian Wanli sized up Xian, I haven't seen you in a few days, and besides your strength, your eloquence has also improved. Xian wanted to say something, but Lian Wanli said indifferently, let's get straight to the point. Xian nodded and said seriously, tell me what you think. Lian Wanli dipped his finger into the tea, then drew a circle on the table. Because of your master, the entire firmament world has undergone a huge change, especially our Azure province. Our source has been greatly damaged, and the spirit chi in the various places is disappearing at an extremely fast speed. At this point, she pointed to many small dots on the circle. Besides that, there's one more thing. After entering Azure Prefecture, those people from the divine central continent have committed all sorts of crimes and plundered madly. These people are individually strong, and they're scattered, so it's difficult to completely eradicate them. If we want to save Azure Prefecture, we have to start from 2 sides. First, find the spirit vein and restore Azure Prefecture's origin. Second, pacify the people and eliminate the enemy. Xian was slightly surprised because he hadn't expected Lian Wanli to want to save the entire Azure Prefecture. As if she knew what Xian was thinking, Lian Wanli said indifferently, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. In Azure Prefecture, besides my great cloud empire, the strongest person is you, Xian. You have the state of Jiang, the state of Ning, and the drunken immortal pavilion behind you. If we don't do anything, Azure Prefecture will become hell on earth in a month at most. Hell on earth, Xian was silent, and his face was slightly gloomy because Lian Wanli was right. If he hadn't come to the Ning Kingdom would have become a living hell. If those experts from the divine central continent entered the city, they would surely unleash the darkest side of their hearts, human nature. In this chaotic world, many people had lost their humanity. Lian Wanli looked at Xian, waiting for Xian's reply. Her right hand was gripping the teacup tightly. At this time, Xian suddenly shook his head. There was a trace of disappointment in Lian Wanli's eyes when she saw Xian shake his head. She let go of the teacup and was about to leave. However, Xian suddenly said, I think that just relying on me and the Great Cloud Empire isn't enough. We need to unite all the people in Qing province, such as the state of Yu, the state of Chu, and the other countries, as well as the rogue cultivators. Everyone must join hands and work together. Only then can we restore peace to Qing province. He, Xian, had never thought of saving the world. All along, he had only wanted to protect the people around him. But now, he was very clearly aware that if he only thought about protecting himself, then it wouldn't just be selfish, it would be foolish as well. Because if he didn't help others while it was still within his ability, then he would realize one day that no one would help him after everyone else had died. When he thought up to here, a strand of sword intent suddenly surged out from within Xian. Kindness sword intent, Xian was stunned. Because he hadn't released it on his own, but it had come out of him on its own, more and more sword intent filled the hall, and it didn't take long for the entire hall to be covered by it. The sword intent was like a white mist that could be clearly sensed. It was material. Lian Wanli took a deep glance at Xian. If this continues, then Xian will attain the Sword Emperor realm. It didn't take long for the sword intent to drift out of the hall. But right at this moment, Lian Wanli waved her right hand. This chapter isn't finished. Please continue to the next page. Bang, the sword intent that had just spread out of the hall instantly dispersed. It wasn't just the sword intent outside the hall that had dispersed, even the sword intent within the hall had been completely swept away. Yi Xian looked at Lian Wanli, and the latter said indifferently, "You aren't the sword emperor, yet your sword intent is material. I presume it's because of your sword Dao. It's best not to reveal too many of your trump cards before you possess absolute strength." Yi Xian nodded, "I understand." As he spoke, he opened up his palm, and there was a ball of sword intent within it. At this moment, he noticed that the greater his kindness intent was, the stronger this kindness sword intent would be. Now, this kindness sword intent was at least 20% stronger than before. Actually, he was really curious about the malicious intent sword intent now. Because the mysterious woman had told him that the might of the malicious intent sword intent was even stronger. Meanwhile, Lian Wanli suddenly asked in a light voice. "You said that you'd unite everyone in the Azure Prefecture?" Yi Xian withdrew his sword intent and nodded. "Don't underestimate these people. Perhaps they aren't particularly strong, but if they unite, they'll still be a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, if we don't unite them, it's very likely that they'll join the experts of the Divine Central Continent in stirring up trouble. At that time, the situation will become even more difficult to deal with." Lian Wanli nodded slightly. "That makes sense." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. "I've already sent people to search for spirit veins and find out where the quintessence of the Azure Prefecture is. As long as we have enough spirit veins, we can repair the quintessence of the Azure Prefecture." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Roughly how many spirit veins do we need?" Lian Wanli looked directly at Yi Xian. "At least 100 supreme-grade spirit veins." Yi Xian was stunned. 100 supreme-grade spirit veins, he only had one right now. And this one was an extremely rare existence in the entire Azure Prefecture. 100, where could he get them? Lian Wanli suddenly laughed. "I was just kidding." Yi Xian, Lian Wanli suddenly took out a storage ring and placed it on the table. "This thing is for you." With that, she turned and left. After Lian Wanli left, Yi Xian picked up the storage ring. When he saw what was inside, he was stunned. A true rank sword, a total of 3 swords. Yi Xian took the storage ring and walked out of the hall. At this moment, Lian Wanli had already vanished. This woman was actually this generous? Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The 5th floor master. The 5th floor master pointed with a finger, and a storage ring appeared in front of Yi Xian. "Young friend, I've sold all the items you entrusted me with. They're all in this storage ring. There's a total of 650 million supreme-grade spirit stones." 650 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Yi Xian's hand couldn't help but tremble. The 5th floor master smiled. "Don't underestimate a heaven-rank martial technique. This kind of thing is very rare even in the Divine Central Continent." Yi Xian nodded. He took out a storage ring and handed it to the 5th floor master. "These are the supreme-grade spirit stones I owe the Drunken Immortal restaurant." The 5th floor master did not refuse. He immediately put away the storage ring. As if thinking of something, his expression darkened. "Young friend, according to the information the old man received, Blue Billow Continent is in chaos. In a month at most, Blue Billow Continent may become a dead continent. When that time comes, the experts of the Divine Central Continent will most likely come to Azure Continent. Not only that, but the Divine Central Continent itself has also begun to fall into chaos. Many people who can't survive there will most likely come to Azure Continent. And the Realm Defense Alliance should have already abandoned Azure Continent and Blue Billow Continent." At this point, he looked at Yi Xian. "Young friend, if you can't let go of the Jiang Nation, the Ning Nation, and Blue Billow Academy, please make plans early." Yi Xian said solemnly. "This chapter is not finished. Please continue. How did Blue Billow Continent become like this?" The 5th floor master smiled bitterly. Not only did the most powerful forces there not protect Blue Billow Continent, but they also took the initiative to plunder local resources. Compared to the people of the Divine Central Continent, they are even worse. Especially Blue Billow Academy, they are the richest. After plundering the resources, Blue Billow Academy immediately brought their elite disciples back to the Divine Central Continent. At this point, he glanced at Yi Xian. If Young Friend and the Great Cloud Empire are in the same situation, I believe that Azure Continent will become a dead continent in half a month at most. Clearly, he was testing Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry, senior. Although I, Yi Xian, am greedy at times, I still have a bottom line. The fifth floor master nodded slightly. The old man knows Young Friend's character. At this time, Yi Xian handed the storage ring given to him by the fifth floor master. Senior, this storage ring contains 500 million supreme-grade spiritual stones. I would like to ask Senior to purchase a batch of truth-grade spiritual weapons, armors, and weapons. In short, as long as it is suitable, I will accept it. The fifth floor master glanced at Yi Xian and did not ask any questions. After putting away the storage ring, he nodded. The old man will look for Young Friend in 5 days. With that, he turned and left. After the fifth floor master left, Yi Xian returned to the main hall and entered the prison pagoda. He took out the 3 swords given to him by Lian Wanli and devoured them without hesitation. It was not to break through to the next realm, but to stabilize it. After reaching the Divine Unity realm, he found that he still had some shortcomings in the battle with the Dharma realm. The most obvious one was that his realm was a little unstable and he could not use his sword skills with ease. His strength in all aspects had increased too much compared to when he was at the Nether Passage realm, and he did not have the time to adapt to it. Thus, he had not been able to fully display his battle strength when he fought Old Man Concord. Otherwise, he could have killed Old Man Concord directly. What he needed to do now was to stabilize his realm and adapt to the Divine Unity realm. The Divine Central Continent. After Old Man Concord returned to the Divine Central Continent, the entire Joyful Union sect was shocked. Because no one in the Joyful Union sect had expected that Old Man Concord would be heavily injured by Yi Xian, in the end, the Joyful Union sect decided to ask for help because the sect master of the Joyful Union sect could not leave the Divine Central Continent for now. If the Joyful Union sect did not have an expert to stand guard, it was very likely that it would be wiped out in one fell swoop. After all, the Divine Central Continent was in quite a mess right now. Thus, after Old Man Concord recovered from his injuries, he immediately represented the Joyful Union sect and headed to the Frost North sect. The Frost North sect was a first-rate power in the Divine Central Continent. Coupled with its unique geographical location, most powers in the Divine Central Continent would not easily provoke the Frost North sect. Especially now that the Frost North sect had produced a Frost North Holy Maiden, the Frost North sect's prestige in the Divine Central Continent had risen greatly. The Frost North Holy Maiden, she was the most monstrous genius in the Divine Central Continent, and she was now ranked 5th on the genius ranking. This time, Old Man Concord's goal in coming to the Frost North sect was precisely this Frost North Holy Maiden. To ask for the help of the entire Frost North sect for a favor was obviously a fool's dream, but if he only asked for one person's help, then it would not be a problem at all. Old Man Concord stood silently in the Frost North Palace. The air around him was so cold that even he felt a little cold. After an unknown period of time, a beautiful woman appeared not too far away from Old Man Concord. Old Man Concord hurriedly bowed slightly, then took out a jade pendant and handed it to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman took the jade pendant and glanced at it. After a while, she looked at Old Man Concord. "What is it?" Old Man Concord bowed slightly again. "I would like to ask the Frost North Holy Maiden to help my Joyful Union sect kill someone in Azure Province." End of this chapter, Azure Prefecture? The beautiful woman's beautiful brows knit together slightly. That barbaric land? Old Man Concord nodded slightly. Exactly. The beautiful woman spoke indifferently. "According to what I heard, your Joyful Union sect dispatched a large number of disciples to Azure Prefecture. I presume that your Joyful Union sect's gains were great." Old Man Concord smiled bitterly. "What could a barbaric land like Azure Prefecture have? My Joyful Union sect is heading to Azure Prefecture to gather some talents and bring them back to the Central Divine Prefecture to be fostered. That's all." The beautiful woman naturally didn't believe Old Man Concord's nonsense. However, she couldn't be bothered to deal with such trivial matters, so she immediately said, "My Frost North sect naturally recognizes the favor we owe you. However, if you want to invite the Saintess, that will depend on her own opinion, to Azure Prefecture." Meanwhile, an icy cold voice suddenly resounded from the side. Old Man Concord turned around. A young girl around the age of 13 or 14 had suddenly appeared not too far away from him. The young girl wore an icy dress, and her entire body emanated bone-piercing coldness. The Frost North Saintess. Old Man Concord bowed slightly. Greetings, Saintess. Not only was this young girl an extremely monstrous genius, she was also the Frost North Saintess, and the Frost North Saintess was the next sect master of the Frost North sect. Moreover, the status of the Frost North sect in the Devil Path was much higher than that of the Joyful Union sect. The young girl walked over to Old Man Concord. To Azure Prefecture? Old Man Concord hurriedly nodded. Yes. Azure Prefecture. The young girl's hand that was hidden in her sleeve trembled. She lowered her head slightly so that no one could see her expression. Old Man Concord thought that the young girl didn't want to go, so he hurriedly withdrew a spatial ring and passed it to the young girl. This is a small gift that my Joyful Union sect has prepared for Your Highness the Saintess. I hope that Your Highness the Saintess will accept it. The young girl received the spatial ring and saw that there were 50 million top-grade spirit stones within it. 50 million, I can buy Big Brother a mid-grade truth rank sword with that. A slight smile arose on the corners of the young girl's mouth. She put the spatial ring away, and then she looked at Old Man Concord. I'll go with you. Old Man Huan was overjoyed. With the addition of the Northern Chill Saintess, killing Xian wouldn't be difficult at all. As long as they killed Xian, the Acacia sect would be able to obtain the Inner Charm Woman. And as long as they obtained the Inner Charm Woman, the strength of the Acacia sect's sect master would increase greatly. At that time, the status of the Acacia sect in the Devil Path would be greatly improved. Moreover, with the addition of the Northern Chill Holy Maiden, it meant that the Huan sect had the backing of the Frigid North sect, killing two birds with one stone. Just like that, Old Man Huan left with the Northern Chill Holy Girl. Other than the Northern Chill Holy Lady, the Northern Chill sect had also sent two 10,000 Dharma realms and one Dharma defensive realm to follow them. It could be said that the Northern Chill Holy Lady was the future of the Northern Chill clan. They would not let anything happen to her. On the cloud ship, the little girl exuding a cold aura stared ahead. She seemed to be in a daze. In her right hand, she held a small wooden figurine that had already become an ice sculpture. He was eager to return home. Under the little girl's signal, the cloud ship sped up. Ning Country. In the World Prism Pagoda, after an unknown period of time, Xian suddenly took a deep breath. A formless aura rippled around his body, but it quickly disappeared. Comfortable, that was what he was feeling now. His entire body felt extremely comfortable, as if he had thought of something. He suddenly opened his palm. A ray of sword light flashed past, and the Spirit Elegant sword appeared in his hand. At that moment, the Spirit Elegant sword had been upgraded from True Grade Middle Grade to True Grade High Grade. Now, it could be said that the Spirit Elegant sword had reached the bottleneck of the Spirit Elegant sword. If it wanted to upgrade again, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Because now, not only did he have to devour the sword, he also needed the Spirit Elegant sword to transform. If it could not transform, it would be useless no matter how many true grade swords it devoured. As if he had thought of something, this chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. He took out the sword case. Inside the sword case was the Heaven Grade sword. It had to be said that there was still a huge gap between the current Spirit Elegant sword and this Heaven Grade sword. If he devoured this Heaven Grade sword now, not only would he be devoured, the Spirit Elegant sword would definitely be devoured as well. Unfortunately, this Heaven Grade sword did not have a high degree of integration with him. Although he was able to activate the sword now, he had not fully unleashed the true power of the sword. Otherwise, with his current strength and a Heaven rank sword, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill a 10,000 Laws Realm cultivator. He had thought of subduing this sword, but this sword was very arrogant and did not pay any attention to him. Even though it was arrogant, this sword was very trustworthy. After it left the prison pagoda, it could have escaped, but it did not choose to escape. Instead, it chose to stay. The Heaven Grade sword actually had its own consciousness, and it might even be able to come into contact with some so-called Tao. In any case, to him, it was definitely a good thing that this sword did not run away. As for whether he could finally subdue this sword, he did not insist on it. If he could, it would be his fortune. If he couldn't, it would be his fate. A moment later, Xian put away the sword case and sword, and left the prison pagoda. As soon as he left the prison pagoda, the great hall's door suddenly opened, and Xianxia hurriedly ran in. She ran in front of Xian and looked straight at Xian. Something has happened in the Jiang country. Xian frowned. What happened? Xianxia said fiercely, some mysterious people have charged into the Jiang country's hinterland. Wherever they passed, no one was left alive. Two World City has already been slaughtered. At this point, Xianxia slowly clenched her fists, and her eyes were cold. Slaughtered, Xian said in a low voice, come, let's go take a look. Before long, the two of them left the Ning country on a cloud ship. The Ning country was not far from the Jiang country. In less than an hour, the two of them arrived at Two World City. As soon as Xian and Xianxia walked to the city gate, a monstrous smell of blood assaulted their nostrils, causing them to vomit. Xian's face sank, and he led Xianxia into the city. The ground beneath their feet was covered in blood, and it flowed out incessantly like a small stream. The two of them walked along the street, and corpses could be seen everywhere in the city. There were corpses of the elderly and children, and all of them had a single similarity. All of them had a bloody hole in their chests. Xianxia walked over to one of the corpses and inspected it, and then she turned around to look at Xian. Their hearts are gone. Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, let's go and see if there are any survivors. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them continued forward. The further they went, the more shocked they became. Because there were truly too many corpses. The streets on both sides were covered in corpses, and it was a horrifying sight. Xianxia was once the marshal of the Jiang country, and she'd killed many. However, she'd never slaughtered a city like this, yet now, someone had actually slaughtered a city, and they didn't even spare the elderly, women, and children. Xianxia gripped her spear tightly in her right hand, and her expression was rather savage. These were the citizens of the Jiang country. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the city governor's estate. At this moment, it was deathly silent within the estate. Corpses were piled up everywhere, and the air was filled with an extremely dense smell of blood. At the entrance of the estate, Xian stopped and shook his head. There are no survivors. Wait. As he spoke, he suddenly turned around. A man in blood-red clothes was standing over 30 m away from him, and in his right hand was a little girl around the age of 10. The little girl's face was filled with terror, and her tiny hands were clinging tightly to the man's hand as she cried and begged incessantly. The man in blood-red clothes stared fixedly at Xian. The blood sect is handling matters. Unrelated people should get lost. The blood sect. Xianxia stared at the man in blood-red clothes, and her right hand gripped her spear tightly, causing it to tremble. Xian slowly walked towards the man in blood-red clothes, and when the little girl saw Xian, it was as if she had seen her savior. She stretched out her tiny hands towards Xian, and pleaded, brother, save her. This chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. I'm afraid. Xian took out a golden card. Friend, there are 1,000,000 supreme grade spirit stones in this card. How about exchanging it for this little girl's life? 1,000,000 supreme grade spirit stones. In this era where spiritual energy was thin, 1,000,000 supreme grade spirit stones could be said to be a considerable amount of wealth. The man in blood-red clothes glanced at the golden card in Xian's hand, and then looked at Xian with narrowed eyes. 1,000,000 supreme grade spirit stones for the life of this lowly ant? Xian said softly, you're not losing out, are you? The man in blood-red clothes stared straight at Xian. Give me a reason. Xian fell silent. In his body, the spirit elegant sword was already trembling violently, and it could come out at any time. However, he didn't dare to make a move now, because the man in blood-red clothes' right hand was clasping the back of the little girl's neck. Moreover, the man in blood-red clothes wasn't weak, and he was at least at the peak of the Divine Union realm. Moreover, from his aura, he wasn't an ordinary peak of the Divine Union realm. If he made a move, he was confident that he could kill the man in blood-red clothes, but he wasn't confident that he could save the little girl before he killed the man in blood-red clothes. The man in blood-red clothes sized up Xian, and sneered. Your aura isn't weak, so I guess you're not an ordinary person. Of course, this has nothing to do with me. I just want to know why you're willing to spend 1,000,000 supreme grade spirit stones to save a worthless lowly ant. Yi Xian said solemnly, you take the supreme grade spirit stones, and I take the girl. Isn't that good? The man in blood-red clothes grinned. I just want to know the reason, can't I? Yi Xian pondered for a moment, and said softly, there's no reason, I'm just compassionate. That's all. Compassionate? The man in blood-red clothes grinned. Sure, sure. However, 1,000,000 supreme grade spirit stones is too little. I want 5,000,000 supreme grade spirit stones. 5,000,000 supreme grade spirit stones. Xianxia, who was beside Yi Xian, stared at the man in blood-red clothes, and the murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. Yi Xian remained silent, and he didn't say a word. At this moment, the man in blood-red clothes grinned. Not giving? As soon as he said that, he exerted some force in his right hand. In an instant, the little girl's eyes widened, and her face turned pale. She opened her mouth, and a hoarse sound came from her mouth, and she was in extreme pain. Seeing this, Xianxia was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Yi Xian suddenly flicked his finger, and a golden card flew to the man in blood-red clothes. The man caught the card, and there were exactly 5,000,000 supreme grade spirit stones in it. The man in blood-red clothes kept the card, and then he exerted some force with his right hand. Gotcha! The little girl's neck was instantly broken. The man in blood-red clothes threw the little girl's corpse in front of Yi Xian, and looked at Yi Xian. He grinned, I didn't say that I would give her to you alive or dead. What do you think? Yi Xian's hands were trembling violently, and after a moment of silence, he said softly, why? The man in blood-red clothes was about to speak, and at this moment, a pure white sword intent suddenly swept out from Yi Xian's body. Good thought, sword intent. Yi Xian walked towards the man in blood-red clothes, and he clenched his fists, and his expression was unprecedentedly ferocious. So, a person can be so evil. Good people should be treated with kindness, and evil people should be tortured to death. Let them suffer the cruelest punishment in the world. As soon as he said that, boom, the pure white sword intent around Yi Xian instantly turned pitch black. Evil thought, good and evil sword intent. At the same time, above the prison pagoda, the sword in the middle suddenly trembled. P.S. Please vote for me on account of my handsomeness. Otherwise, what use do I have for my peerless looks? End of this chapter. How evil could human nature be? Before this, Yi Xian had seen numerous evil people. Some evil people weren't really evil. Most of the time, they just had different standpoints. For example, fights frequently broke out between clans because of their interests and survival. He understood such things. At this moment, he had a new understanding of evil. Many people in this world weren't fit to be called people. When they did evil, they could be said to be inhumane. Just like this person before him, human nature was extremely kind, but it was actually extremely evil as well. When he saw the seemingly material sword intent that emanated from Yi Xian, the man's expression changed drastically, and there was a trace of terror in his eyes. Material sword intent, you. At this moment, a strand of dark sword light suddenly pierced through the man's left shoulder, and his voice stopped abruptly. At the same time, the powerful force within the strand of dark sword light shook the man to the ground and pushed him back repeatedly. In the end, it nailed him to a wall. The man was just about to struggle free from the strand of sword light, but another 3 strands of black sword light shot over and nailed his feet and right shoulder respectively. The man couldn't move anymore. The man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. At this moment, his eyes were filled with terror because the 4 strands of sword light were corroding him. Moreover, he hadn't been able to fight back since the beginning. Yi Xian didn't attack again. He walked over to the little girl's corpse. At this moment, the little girl's eyes were still wide open, and they were still filled with terror. She was only a child. Yi Xian brushed his right hand past the little girl's eyes. Meanwhile, the man suddenly said, Your Excellency, I'm the grandson of the Blood Sect's Vice Sect Master. Your Excellency, don't bring trouble to yourself and your loved ones. Yi Xian suddenly charged over to the man, and a sword appeared in his hand. It was the Spirit Elegance sword, but at this moment, it was actually dark black. Obviously, the Spirit Elegance sword had been affected by the sword intent of evil thoughts. However, Yi Xian didn't realize that the aura of the Spirit Elegant sword was several times stronger than before. It could be said to be close to a heaven-grade sword. Yi Xian grabbed the man's throat with a ferocious expression. Come, have a taste of being abused. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved the exquisite sword in his hand. In an instant, the flesh on the man's body began to fly off piece by piece. Death by 1,000 cuts. Ah! At first, the man in the blood-red garments was able to endure it for a while. However, gradually, he couldn't endure it any longer, and began to madly shout, "You lowly ant from the Qing province! How dare you treat me like this? My blood sect will definitely wipe out your entire sect. I will exterminate your entire family." Xian ignored him and swung his sword even faster. At this moment, the aura that Xian exuded was extremely evil, punish evil with evil. The man in blood-red clothes roared and howled hysterically. His hands had already been shaved by Xian until only the bones were left, and now, Xian was going for his feet. Tragic, extremely tragic, simply too tragic to look at. However, the rage in Xian's heart was still difficult to quell. A sliver of deep worry appeared in Xianxia's eyes as she looked at the current Xian. This was because the current Xian was completely different from before. The sword intent and aura that exuded from his body made her feel extremely uncomfortable. The current Xian made her feel slightly afraid. Stop! Right at this moment, a furious roar suddenly sounded out from the end of the street. Before the voice could finish, an extremely powerful aura suddenly enveloped Xian. Before Xian could make a move, the evil will sword intent around his body suddenly vibrated. Bang! The aura was instantly dispersed. Meanwhile, Xian and Xianxia, this chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. A black-clothed old man stood not far away. The old man's right hand held a piece of pitch-black cloth. The old man stared fixedly at Xian, his eyes incomparably gloomy. "Who are you? Why did you attack a disciple of my blood sect?" Xianxia suddenly stood out from beside Xian and said angrily, "This is the territory of my Jiang country, yet your blood sect dares to wantonly slaughter here. Moreover, they're all defenseless old, young, women, and children. You." The old man glanced coldly at Xianxia and interrupted her. "They're just ants. Their deaths aren't worth pitying." Xianxia's face turned ashen when she heard this. She was just about to speak when Xian suddenly said, "Why are you wasting your breath on him?" As his voice rang out, the spirit-gray sword in his right hand lightly slashed out fiercely. Hiss! The blood-red clothed man was directly sliced into two by Xian's sword. The old man's face instantly turned savage when he saw this. "How dare you? You!" The old man's voice stopped abruptly because Xian was charging towards him with a sword in hand. Xian's speed was extremely swift, and the sword aura contained within the spirit-gray sword was like a tsunami that pressed down on him to the point it was difficult for him to breathe. The old man's expression changed drastically when he sensed Xian's sword aura. Is this the aura of a divine combination realm cultivator? The old man didn't have the time to think. He pulled with both hands, and the black cloth in his hand suddenly unfurled. Countless streams of black air shot towards Xian like numerous venomous snakes. Xian was just about to attack when the spirit-gray sword in his hand shook violently. In an instant, the black air was actually completely absorbed by the spirit-gray sword. No, to be more precise, it was absorbed by his evil sword intent. When the evil sword intent absorbed the black air, the aura contained within the spirit-gray sword became even more terrifying. Xian didn't think too much about it. He leaped up and slashed down with his sword, a sword of utmost evil. The old man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly formed a hand seal with both hands, and in an instant, a gigantic black energy square shield appeared in front of him. However, the moment this black square shield appeared, it was instantly absorbed by the spirit-gray sword in Xian's hand. "It's over," this was the last thought in the old man's mind. The sword fell, boom, the old man was instantly sent flying hundreds of feet away. In the end, he crashed heavily into a house, and the entire house collapsed. In the ruins, the old man slowly climbed up. However, the moment he did, Xian suddenly appeared in front of him. Fresh blood gushed out of the old man's mouth continuously. He stared at Xian, and as though he wanted to say something, Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. Chi! The old man's entire body was instantly split into two, blood spurted out like a fountain, and when this blood was enveloped by Xian's sword intent, it actually turned dark black. At this moment, a group of cavalry suddenly appeared in front of Xian. They were the Grey Billow Dao soldiers. All the cavalry dismounted and knelt on one knee. and said in unison, "Greetings, Dean." Yi Xian turned to face the Grey Billow Dao soldiers. "Immediately head to various parts of the city. Kill anyone you see from the blood sect on the spot." "Yes." All the Grey Billow Dao soldiers bowed in unison, then flipped onto their horses, turned around, and sprinted towards various parts of the city. Blood sect, Yi Xian's left hand was still tightly clenched, and the spirit grey sword in his right hand was constantly trembling. Xianxia suddenly walked to Yi Xian's side. She glanced at Yi Xian and said softly, "Are you all right?" Yi Xian shook his head slightly. He carried his sword and walked to a nearby noodle shop. He had a deep impression of this place. When he and his sister Yi Ling first came to Two Realms City, they had noodles here. And at this moment there was a fat man lying on the floor of the noodle shop. It was the owner of the noodle shop, dead. Although the population of Two Realms City wasn't high, there were still hundreds of thousands of people, and these hundreds of thousands of people, if this chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page. At least 90% of them had been massacred. Ordinary people really didn't have any power to resist against those at the Divine Combination Realm and Myriad Dharma Realm. They could only be slaughtered. Yi Xian sat on the bench, and he gently placed the spirit grey sword on the table. He remained silent. Xianxia quietly stood beside him, and she also didn't speak. After an unknown period of time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared not far away from Yi Xian and Xianxia. Behind the middle-aged man, there were over 30 people, and all of them were at the peak of the Divine Combination Realm. Apart from that, there was a small shui character on the left side of their chests. Among this group of people, the middle-aged man leading them was the Ghost Sect's Grand Elder, Shueli. Shueli walked in front of Yi Xian and Xianxia. He glanced at Yi Xian and said, "I've heard of you. I heard that you are the most monstrous genius among the younger generation of Green Prefecture besides Anlanxiao." Yi Xian didn't say anything. Shueli glanced at the nearby old man who had been dismembered by Yi Xian's sword. When he saw this corpse, his eyes slightly narrowed. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Yi Xian and said, "My blood sect doesn't want to provoke you. However, this doesn't mean that we're afraid of you. As long as you turn a blind eye to what we've done, my blood sect will definitely not become enemies with you, Yi Xian. What do you think?" Xianxia sneered, "Turn a blind eye? Watch you continue to slaughter the people of my Jiang country." The middle-aged man said indifferently, "They're all lowly people. Why should I care?" "Lowly?" Xianxia's expression was rather sinister. "Could it be that you were born as a Myriad Dharma Realm expert?" The middle-aged man was expressionless. "It seems that you, Yi Xian, are determined to become enemies with my blood sect. Since that's the case..." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly picked up the spirit grey sword on the table, turned around, and took a step forward before slashing down with his sword. When he saw Yi Xian suddenly attack, Shueli frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't dodge, but instead blasted his fist forward. A bloody glow flickered on his fist, the sword and fist collided. Bang, an explosion suddenly resounded. Along with this explosion, Yi Xian and Shueli were pushed back by almost 30 meters. After Shueli stopped, he lowered his head and glanced at his fist. At this moment, his fist had already split open. Especially the back of his fist, there were quite a few cracks. Shueli was slightly shocked in his heart. After all, he was at the peak of the Myriad Dharma realm. However, Yi Xian before him was only at the Divine Combination realm. Shueli raised his head and looked at Yi Xian, who was nearby, with a solemn expression in his eyes. Haha, right at this moment, roaring laughter suddenly resounded from the horizon. A cloud ship slowly descended from the sky, and an old man flew out from it and arrived in the sky above Shueli and Yi Xian. Old Man Concord looked at Shueli and smiled. "Grand Elder Shueli, you still haven't replied to the old man about joining forces with you. So, what's your decision?" Shueli glanced at the nearby Yi Xian, and then he said, "Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, then die." As he spoke, he looked at Old Man Concord and said, "Let's join forces and get rid of this person first. We'll discuss the rest later, alright?" Old Man Concord roared with laughter, "Alright." As he spoke, over 20 people suddenly appeared behind him, and all of them were at the Divine Combination realm. Moreover, there were 3 at the Divine Combination realm, coupled with the blood sect below. Such a lineup was extremely terrifying. Meanwhile, Old Man Concord suddenly smiled and said, Xian, aren't you a very monstrous genius? Let me tell you, the old man, there are many more monstrous geniuses than you in this world. Come and see who the old man has invited for you. As soon as Old Man Concord finished speaking, a young girl in an ice dress walked down slowly from the nearby cloud ship. End of this chapter. As soon as the little girl left the boat, the temperature in the surroundings instantly plummeted, and every single time her feet touched the ground would instantly freeze. Every step she took was covered in ice. Not far away, Xian was struck dumb as soon as the little girl got off the ship. On the other hand, the little girl's gaze descended onto Xian at the first possible moment, and then 2 streams of icy tears slowly flowed down from her eyes when she saw Xian. At this moment, Old Man Concord, who was originally smiling, was stunned. Something's off. Old Man Concord gazed at a beautiful woman behind the little girl, and the latter's beautiful brows were knit together slightly and slightly puzzled. The beautiful woman hesitated for a moment, and then she walked over to the little girl's side and spoke softly, Your Highness. The little girl did not reply. Instead, she walked towards the nearby Xian. She walked a little too quickly. At this time, Old Man Concord suddenly walked in front of the little girl and said with a smile, Your Highness Saintess, the person my Concord sect wants to eliminate is Xian. As he spoke, he pointed at Xian who stood nearby. Eliminate Xian, the little girl was stunned. In the next moment, her eyes suddenly froze while a strand of cold energy swept out from within her. Bang! Old Man Concord was instantly blasted 300 m away without the slightest sign. Old Man Concord had just stopped when his hands were directly frozen. Not only that, but the cold energy was also spreading along his palms towards his body. If this cold energy were to enter his body, he would immediately be frozen into an ice sculpture. Without the slightest hesitation, Old Man Concord's arms shook, and then his palms fell to the ground. There wasn't a single drop of blood because they'd been frozen. He decisively abandoned his palms. Old Man Concord instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the cold energy vanish along with his palms, and then he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly raised his head to look at the little girl. Why? Why? At this moment, everyone here was looking at the little girl. Even the 2 Dharma realm experts behind the little girl were looking at her with bewilderment in their eyes. The little girl didn't answer Old Man Concord, and she just ran over to stand in front of Xian. The expressions of the 2 Dharma realm experts behind the little girl changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and they were just about to attack when the little girl suddenly threw herself into Xian's arms. Big brother! Brother! Old Man Huan was petrified. The 2 10,000 Laws realm experts behind the little girl were also stunned. Brother! The little girl before him was naturally Yi Ling. As soon as Xian was hugged by Yi Ling, a chill instantly swept through his body, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. So cold, a bone-piercing cold. This was Xian's first impression. Sensing Xian's condition, Yi Ling hurriedly let go of Xian and took a few steps back. Seeing that frost had already appeared on Xian's body, she immediately panicked. Brother, I didn't do it on purpose. Meanwhile, a strand of sword intent suddenly swept out from within Xian. Kindness sword will. When the goodwill sword essence appeared, the cold air around him lessened a lot. Not far away, Old Man Huan suddenly looked at the 2 beautiful women behind Yi Ling, his expression extremely gloomy. You two, what is going on? The 2 beautiful women looked at each other, and finally, one of them walked to Yi Ling's side and said softly, Your Highness Saintess, this time we were entrusted by the Huan sect. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Yi Ling suddenly looked at Old Man Huan not far away, her expression extremely cold. You want to kill my brother? Although her voice was calm, it was somewhat chilling. Old Man Huan said in a deep voice, Your Highness Saintess, the Saintess you came to the Northern Chill sect. How could you be Xian's sister? Could it be that you? I am his sister. Yi Ling suddenly walked towards Old Man Huan. She stared coldly at him. If anyone dares to touch a hair on my brother's head, I will destroy his entire family. With that, she suddenly flew into the air, and in an instant, pure white snowflakes suddenly floated down from the sky. In the air, Yi Ling's hands came together, and the snowflakes suddenly stopped, but in the next moment, the snowflakes began to spin at high speed, and in an instant, the ground within a radius of 300 meters cracked, and at the same time, the snowflakes shot down from the sky. Their target was Old Man Huan, heaven-tier martial skill. Seeing this, Old Man Huan's expression changed greatly. At the moment, he did not even have the chance to escape, because the snowflakes had surrounded him from all directions. He could only fight to the death. Old man Huan suddenly slammed his hands towards the ground. Boom, the place where he was instantly collapsed, and in the next instant, a pink blade suddenly shot up from the ground, slashing towards the sky. Wherever the pink blade passed, some of the snowflakes were directly shattered, and it directly slashed towards Yi Ling with irresistible force. Not far away, Yi Xian was about to act, but in the air, Yi Ling suddenly pointed at Old Man Huan. In the air, countless snowflakes suddenly gathered into a snow lotus, and this snow lotus directly smashed into the sharp blade. Boom, an explosion came from the sky, and under everyone's gazes, the pink blade instantly shattered, while the snow lotus remained intact. Moreover, it continued straight down and smashed into Old Man Huan's body. Bang, Old Man Huan explosively retreated 300 meters, and as soon as he stopped, a wave of cold air instantly enveloped his body, and then his entire body was directly frozen, and only his eyes could move. A complete defeat. Not far away, Shueli and the others were horrified. This Old Man Huan was a peak myriad Dharma realm expert. And he was defeated just like that. Moreover, this Frost North sect saintess was actually Yi Xian's younger sister. Something was not right. Shueli glanced at Yi Ling, and she already had the intention to retreat. As for the myriad Dharma realm experts of the Joyful Union sect behind Old Man Huan, they directly turned around and fled. Obviously, to them, if they did not flee now, they would not even have the chance to escape when Yi Xian and the Frost North sect saintess attacked together. In the air, Yi Ling suddenly pointed at the fleeing experts of the Joyful Union sect. Kill them! Kill them! Behind Yi Ling, the two myriad Dharma realm experts were somewhat hesitant. After all, the relationship between the Frost North sect and the Joyful Union sect was quite good. If they killed them again, then the two sects would really become mortal enemies. Their hesitation immediately caused the myriad Dharma realm experts of the Joyful Union sect to disappear into the sky. Seeing this, Yi Ling turned around and glanced at the two, her eyes cold. My brother is still right, everything depends on oneself. Hearing this, the two's expressions changed greatly, and they hurriedly knelt on one knee. Please calm down, Your Highness Saintess, we. The two were already anxious and sweating profusely. Although they were both in the myriad Dharma realm, in the sect, Yi Ling's current status was really above everything else. To put it bluntly, she was the hope for the complete rise of the Frost North sect. How terrifying was it to be able to kill a myriad Dharma realm expert at the age of 14? Yi Ling waved her hand. I don't need you two anymore. I will advance and retreat together with my brother. After saying this, she looked at Shueli below. The latter's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly bowed deeply. Your Highness Saintess, this is a misunderstanding. The Blood sect has no intention of becoming enemies with the Frost North sect. Yi Ling said coldly, but you want to become enemies with my brother. If you become enemies with my brother, then you become enemies with me. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly took a step forward. With this step, a cold current suddenly poured down from the sky. At this moment, the temperature in the area plummeted again, and everyone felt as if they were in an ice house. At the same time, countless snowflakes suddenly appeared above Shueli and the others. Each snowflake was like a sharp blade, making people shudder. Seeing this scene, Shueli was horrified. Retreat, retreat immediately. This time, he had brought most of the elite disciples of the Blood sect. If they all died here, it would undoubtedly be a great blow to the Blood sect's vitality. At this moment, with Yi Xian and the others here, together with Yi Ling and the Frost North sect, it could be said that the Blood sect had no chance at all. We must flee. After receiving Shueli's order, the experts of the Blood sect behind him instantly retreated while Yi Ling's snowflakes had already shot down from the sky. In an instant, heart-wrenching screams instantly resounded in the area. The Blood sect's Divine Unity stage experts were actually unable to resist the snowflakes at all. Even Yi Xian was a little shocked at this moment. Because Yi Ling was so powerful that even he was a little unfamiliar with her, Shueli's expression instantly turned ferocious when he saw the miserable deaths of his own sect's disciples. He suddenly raised his head to look at Yi Ling in the sky. In the next moment, he transformed into a bloody shadow that shot explosively towards Yi Ling. Obviously, he couldn't care less at this moment. At the moment Shueli attacked, Yi Xian suddenly leaped up and slashed his sword down towards Shueli. At this moment, the spirit elegant sword in his hand was still dark black, and this slash directly caused space to tremble slightly. One sword to decide life and death. After adding the evil will sword intent, the power of his sword had exceeded any of his previous attacks. Shueli, who was originally charging towards Yiling, suddenly stopped. When he saw the power of Yixian's sword, his pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. A Divine Unity stage expert was actually able to display such a terrifying sword attack. Shueli didn't dare to think too much about it. The profound chi in his body surged, and he suddenly turned around and slapped out with his palm. In the center of his palm, a blood-red energy palm print vibrated out. At this moment, Yixian's sword arrived. Boom, the blood-red energy palm print instantly shattered, and Shueli was instantly blasted hundreds of meters away. As soon as he landed on the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked. At the same time, blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth, and his entire right arm had been chopped off by Yixian's sword. Although he didn't die, he was seriously injured and had completely lost the ability to fight. At this moment, a group of cavalry suddenly charged in from all directions. Blue Wave's Dao soldiers. After hundreds of cavalry joined the battlefield, the blood sect disciples immediately either fled or died. Yixian suddenly said, "Don't let a single one of them go." After killing all the blood sect disciples, hang their heads on the city gates of Two Realm City to console the souls of the hundreds of thousands of people in Two Realm City. Not far away, Shueli glared at Yixian with an incomparably ferocious expression. "My blood sect will not let." Before he finished speaking, Yixian suddenly rushed in front of him and slashed horizontally with his sword. Shueli's head directly flew off. Yixian sheathed the spirit elegant sword, turned around, and walked in front of Yiling. Then, he took her little hand and said, "Let's go. Brother will take you to eat noodles." Eat noodles. Yixian pulled Yiling towards the noodle stall in the distance. Yiling's body was still cold, but it was blocked by Yixian's goodwill sword essence. Therefore, when Yixian held her hand, he was not too affected. At the noodle stall, Yixian placed a stool behind Yiling. Seeing that there was blood on the stool, he used his sleeve to wipe it 3 times before letting Yiling sit down. As for himself, he hurriedly ran to the stove and started a fire. Cook it himself. Fortunately, there were still various ingredients. Otherwise, they might not be able to eat the noodles. As for Yiling, she sat quietly on the stool that had already been frozen. She looked at Yixian, who was busy not far away, with a faint smile on her face. Her heart was incomparably satisfied and blissful. At this moment, she did not look like the northern chill saintess at all. She was just an ordinary little girl. On the other side, Xianxia glanced at Yixian and Yiling with a trace of envy in his eyes. Yixian's kindness towards Yiling was not the slightest bit fake, nor was there any benefit involved. It was pure kindness. This kind of kindness was the most genuine and purest. As someone who was born in the royal family, she had never received such kindness. In the royal family, there was only mutual deceit and mutual destruction. After a while, Yixian brought a bowl of noodles to Yiling. However, the bowl of noodles was instantly frozen. It was frozen solid. The expressions of the siblings froze. But soon, the siblings laughed again. Yiling got up and gently hugged Yixian. She said softly, "Brother, I missed you." Yixian's body stiffened. After a while, he gently hugged Yiling brother too. The brother and sister hugged each other tightly. On the other side, the Grey Wave's Dao soldiers had already killed all the disciples of the Blood Sect. All the heads of the disciples of the Blood Sect were hung on the city gates of Two Realm City. What happened in Two World City was undoubtedly a great shock to the experts from the Divine Central Continent. 10,000 Dharma Realm cultivator and more than 30 Divine Combination Realm cultivators were all killed. At this moment, all the experts from the Central Divine Prefecture recognized a person, and it was Yixian. After what happened in Two World City, some of the experts from the Divine Central Continent who had wanted to come to the Kingdom of Jiang had given up on the idea. In the city, an old woman in a hemp robe suddenly brought 3 heads to Yiling and Yixian. The siblings looked at the old woman, and the old woman threw the heads on the ground. These 3 heads belonged to the 3 Dharma Realm experts who had escaped from the Hehuan sect. The old woman walked in front of Yiling and said softly, "Xiao Linger, you said before that you must rely on yourself for everything. This point is not wrong. But I want to tell you that no matter what happens, the Frigid North sect will always be your strongest shield. Yiling glanced at the three heads and didn't say anything. Yixian suddenly cupped his fists at the old woman. Senior, my younger sister is still young. Please forgive her for her inappropriate words. As he spoke, he looked at Yiling with a stern expression. Linger, Brother Xingjing once told you that we must never repay kindness with evil. The frigid North sect not only cured your typhoid, but also gave you the ability you have today. We siblings must remember this kindness for the rest of our lives. Yiling nodded slightly and said softly, I understand, brother. As she spoke, she looked at the old woman in front of her. Granny Lung, the frigid North sect has treated me extremely well. I won't throw a tantrum in the future. The old woman's expression softened. She smiled and said, we're all family. There's no problem. As she spoke, she looked at Yixian, who was standing next to Yiling. After sizing up Yixian, she said, you're Xiao Linger's brother, Yixian? Yixian nodded. Yes. The old woman nodded. I've heard of you before, but I'm surprised to see you in person. Not only are you talented and powerful, but you're also a very good person. It's Xiao Linger's fortune to have you as her brother, and it's also the frigid North sect's fortune. Obviously, she approved of Yixian. The old man had seen Yixian fight with Shueli. He had become a sword master at such a young age. His talent was not much worse than Yiling's. Why would the frigid North sect deliberately target such a monstrous genius? Most importantly, he was Yiling's brother. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was half a member of the frigid North sect. For the frigid North sect, taking Yiling in was undoubtedly a very profitable deal. It was like buying one and getting one free. Hearing that the old woman approved of Yixian, Yiling was overjoyed. She actually had feelings for the frigid North sect. After she came to the frigid North sect, the people there treated her very well. At this moment, the old woman looked at Yiling Xiao Linger, it's over. We should go back. Go back? Yiling was stunned. She shook her head and held Yixian's arm tightly. I'll go with you, brother. The old woman smiled bitterly. You haven't completely subdued the relic in your body. To do so, you must return to the frigid North sect. We need to help you with the frigid North formation. Otherwise, if the relic backfires, you'll be in danger. Relic? Yixian looked at the old woman in confusion. The old woman nodded. The number 1 relic in the frigid North sect hasn't been recognized by anyone for almost 100 years. And Xiao Linger has the highest chance. If she can get the relic's recognition, Xiao Linger's strength will go through a great transformation again. It'll be very beneficial for her. Besides. Speaking of this, her expression gradually became serious. Her physique is a bit beyond our imagination. Anyway, we must let her return to the frigid North sect. But Yiling hugged Yixian tightly and would not let go. Seeing this, the old woman smiled bitterly. Although Yiling could easily kill a Dharma realm cultivator, she was still a child. Helpless, the old woman could only look at Yixian, hoping that Yixian could help persuade her. Yixian thought for a long time. In the end, she turned to Yiling and said with a smile, Senior said that if you can subdue the relic in your body, your strength will become even stronger, right? Yiling nodded. Yes. Yixian gently rubbed Yiling's little head. The stronger you are, the better you can help Big Brother. Yiling looked up at Yixian. But I want to stay with you. Yixian smiled. Once I'm done here, I'll immediately go to the Divine Central Continent to find you, okay? Yiling lowered her head and did not speak. The old woman's smile became even more bitter. Yixian was about to speak when Yiling suddenly looked up at him. One day. I'll stay with Big Brother for one day. I'll go back after one day. Her eyes were full of pleading and a little nervous, afraid that Yixian would not agree. How could Yixian not agree? He gently rubbed Yiling's little head and said with a smile, okay. One day, the old woman heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Yiling's words. Just like that, Yixian brought Yiling back to the imperial capital of the kingdom of Jiang. On that day, he did nothing but go shopping and play with Yiling. At night, Yixian and Yiling sat on the top of a mountain. A bright moon hung in the sky, and the sky was filled with stars. Yiling snuggled up to Yixian and held Yixian's arm tightly with her little hands. Big brother, why are your eyes closed? I'm cultivating a peerless divine technique, so I can't open my eyes for now. A peerless divine technique? Is it powerful? Is it as powerful as my wintry North Sect's 10,000-mile freeze? That's a heaven-grade martial technique. It might not be as powerful as yours, it's okay. I'll teach you the next time you come to the wintry North Sect. Oh, right, the wintry North Sect has a lot of good stuff. I heard from the sect leader that I'll be the sect leader of the wintry North Sect in the future, which means that all those things are mine. Well, you can take whatever you want. I'll give them all to you. Yi Xian, in the dark, Granny Lung's expression was a little ugly. Big brother, I want to hear a story. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and there was a temple on the mountain. In the temple. After daybreak. Only Yi Xian was left on the mountain. Yi Xian sat on the mountain and looked into the distance in a daze. He only stood up when it was noon. There was a storage ring in his hand. In the storage ring, there were 3 low-grade swords, 2 middle-grade swords, and 1 superior-grade sword. There was also a heaven-grade sword, Yi Xian took out the heaven-grade sword. The sword was about 4 feet and 5 inches long. The blade was thin, and it was emitting a lightning glow. Force, this sword had its own lightning force. On the hilt of the sword, there were 2 small black words, Heavenly Thunder. Heavenly Thunder sword. Looking at the swords in front of him, Yi Xian had mixed feelings. These were left behind by Yi Ling. He did not know how Yi Ling had collected these swords. After a long time, Yi Xian put away the swords. The Divine Central Continent. With that, he turned and left. Blue Waves Academy. Yi Xian returned to Blue Waves Academy. When Mo Yunqi and Bai Zai saw Yi Xian in front of the Blue Waves Palace, Missouri Yunqi rushed up and gave Yi Xian a big hug. Bai Zai pursed his lips. How sentimental. Xianxia glanced at Yi Xian and continued to nibble on the chicken drumstick in his hand. Feeling Mo Yunqi, Bai Zai, and Xianxia in front of him, Yi Xian grinned. It's great that everyone is here. Family. In his heart, Mo Yunqi and the others were no longer just friends, but family. The path of the sword was lonely. If there were no friends or brothers along the way, what was the point of reaching the peak? If there were a few friends and brothers, even if the path of the sword couldn't reach the peak, so what? Yi Xian was about to speak, when Mo Yunqi suddenly smiled mysteriously. Bandit Yi, don't speak for now. Come. With that, Mo Yunqi and the others led Yi Xian into the Blue Waves Palace. The inside of the palace was pitch black. Just as he was about to use his sword intent to sense the surroundings, the hall suddenly lit up and the entire palace was illuminated. In front of Yi Xian was a huge table. On the table were more than a dozen dishes. However, these dishes were extremely ugly, and some of them were so black that it was impossible to tell what they were. In the center of all the dishes was a large plate, and on the plate was a longevity peach the size of a watermelon. Longevity peach. Mo Yunqi walked in front of Yi Xian and grinned. Bandit Yi, happy birthday. Birthday? Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. Because ever since he and his sister could remember, they had never celebrated their birthday. P.S. If I don't have your company, even if I have millions of years, what's the point? Although sometimes you scold me for being weak. Scold me for being thick-skinned, shameless, ugly. But, I still love you all. It's 3 p.m. today. It's really not easy to write 3 p.m. in the hospital. Everyone, praise me. I can't guarantee that I can write 3 p.m. every day, but I will try my best. I can only try my best. Birthday. Back then, in the Yi family, he and his sister could not even have enough food and clothing, let alone a birthday celebration. To him, it was already a blessing to be able to survive with his sister. Usually, when he and his sister could eat a bowl of noodles, it was the happiest time. In front of Yi Xian, Mo Yunqi patted Yi Xian's shoulder. What are you thinking about? Yi Xian collected his thoughts, smiled and said, how did you know that today is my birthday? Mo Yunqi looked at Xianxia, who was not far away. Sister Ji said it. Xianxia. Yi Xian turned to look at Xianxia, who was expressionless, nibbling on the chicken leg, and did not say anything. Come, let's eat. Mo Yunqi suddenly pulled Yi Xian to sit down. He placed a dish in front of Yi Xian, and smiled. This is a plate of stir-fried potatoes that I personally made. Come and try it. Yi Xian looked down at the plate in front of him, his expression stiff. how is this a damn potato? This is clearly mud. Yixian thought for a moment, then said seriously, actually, I may not be hungry. Mo Yunqi's face darkened. This is our painstaking effort, Bandit Yi, you can't not give us face. Yixian was a little helpless. He picked up a piece of chopsticks and put it in his mouth. After a moment, his mouth began to twitch, but very quickly, Yixian's expression returned to normal. He picked up a few pieces and ate while saying, delicious. Really delicious. Mo Yunqi was stunned, then said with some excitement, really? Yixian nodded seriously, more real than real gold. Bai Zai's face was full of disbelief. He walked to Yixian's side, picked up a piece. After taking a bite, he blinked, then looked at Mo Yunqi, delicious. Mo Yunqi laughed, and patted Bai Zai's shoulder. I already said, what can stump me, Mo Yunqi? Nothing. With that, he picked up a piece for himself. The next moment, he ran to the door and started vomiting. Not only Mo Yunqi, but Yixian and Bai Zai also started to vomit crazily. A moment later, the three of them gulped down water. At this moment, Xianxia walked over to Yixian with a braised fish. She just looked at Yixian. Clearly, she had made this and wanted Yixian to try it. Yixian faced the plate in front of him. On the plate, a fish was twitching, alive. Yixian's expression froze. His heart was racing. At the side, Mo Yunqi kindly reminded, Big Sister Ji, this fish seems to be alive. Xianxia shot a glance at Mo Yunqi, his expression somewhat unfriendly. The latter's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, No, I saw wrongly. This fish is dead. Although Xianxia was usually taciturn, in the entire Blue Waves Academy, there was no one who wasn't afraid of her. Because if she was angry, she was truly terrifying. She could chase you for 3 days and 3 nights. At the side, Bai Zai's brain was clearly short-circuited. He looked at the fish on the plate. It's clearly alive. And it's still moving. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly drew her blade and slashed at Bai Zai. The latter's expression changed drastically, and he blocked with his arms. Bang! The two of them retreated rapidly, and this time, they retreated for over 30 meters, but the next moment, Xianxia rushed forward again and slashed down with her blade. Seeing Bai Zai being chased by Xianxia, Yixian and Mo Yunqi laughed heartily. After a quarter of an hour, the 4 of them sat around the table. Yixian took out a blade. When this blade appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of Xianxia, who was opposite Yixian. True grade middle grade blade. The blade was about 3 feet long, and the blade was rather thin. It was shaped like a willow leaf, and the blade was extremely thin. Moreover, it emitted a cold blade light. Before Yixian could speak, Xianxia stretched out his hand. His meaning was self-evident. Yixian shook his head and smiled, and he passed the blade to Xianxia. Xianxia put the blade away, and her eyes were filled with undisguised fondness. Yixian faced Bai Zai and Mo Yunqi, but Mo Yunqi suddenly shook his head. The 2 of us don't want it. Yixian didn't understand and asked, why? Mo Yunqi smiled bitterly. The 2 of us can't always rely on you. If we do, we'll only become more and more useless in the long run. If we want equipment, we'll fight for it ourselves. Actually, there was another reason that he didn't say, and that was that they didn't want the relationship between them and Yixian to change. It was normal for brothers to help each other, but if it was always Yixian who helped them, the relationship between them might change over time. Even if there was only a small possibility, they didn't want it to become a reality. Yixian was silent for a long time, and in the end, he nodded slightly. Fine. I respect your choice. Mo Yunqi grinned. Come eat. Eat. Everyone's expression instantly froze. A moment later, Yixian left the hall. Inside the hall, Bai Zai glanced at Yixian who was leaving, and said softly, Did you feel it? Bandit Yi is getting stronger and stronger. Bai Zai was silent. Xianxia was still gnawing on the drumstick. Mo Yunqi shook his head and smiled. He can already kill 10,000 Dharma realm, and none of the 3 of us can do it. Then work hard. Bai Zai suddenly stood up and slapped the table, and the entire table instantly shattered. Mo Yunqi looked at Bai Zai in shock. Bai Zai clenched his fists. I'm now at the peak of divine unity realm, and the demonic beast bloodline in my body is getting stronger and stronger. Give me another half a year, and I can kill a 10,000 Dharma realm with one punch. half a year? Mo Yunqi looked at Bai Zhe with disdain. I'll give you 10 years. Half a year? After waiting for you for half a year, Bandit Yi can already kill law-controlling realm. Bai Zhe, Mo Yunqi stood up. I'm going to cultivate. With that, he turned and left. Back mountain of Blue Waves Academy. Xianxia brought 10 people to the back of Yixian. She walked to Yixian's side. The people you want, King Tuoba, and I have chosen them. Yixian turned around, and in front of him stood 10 people. 5 of them were picked from Blue Waves Academy, and the other 5 were picked from Ning Country's Golden Guards by Tuoba Yan, and they were all top elites. All 10 of them were at the peak of Divine Unity Realm, and their combat strength was top-notch. Seeing Yixian, 5 Blue Waves Academy soldiers hurriedly bowed to Yixian. Greetings, Dean. As for the 5 Golden Guards, they only bowed slightly to Yixian, but their expressions were filled with respect. Yixian walked to the front of the 10 people, and in an instant, a powerful sword aura was suddenly emitted from the Lingxiu sword in his hand. This aura instantly forced the 10 people in front of him to retreat, but very quickly, the 5 Blue Waves Academy soldiers stabbed their spears into the ground. With their spears plunged into the ground, the 5 of them forcefully blocked Yixian's attack. However, the 5 Golden Guards were still forced to retreat rapidly. They only came to a stop after retreating a few dozen feet. There was still a certain gap between the 5 Golden Guards and the Blue Waves Academy soldiers. At this moment, the 5 Golden Guards' expressions were rather ugly. Being defeated by the Blue Waves Academy soldiers like this, it was clearly very embarrassing. Yixian withdrew his sword aura, and walked to the front of the 5 Golden Guards. I'll give you a chance. If you don't pass, then go back to where you came from. With that, he turned to Xianxia. Let Miss Lu train the 10 of them alone. Xianxia nodded. Leave this matter to me. Yixian flicked his finger, and a storage ring flew to Xianxia. Inside this storage ring, there is a supreme-grade spirit vein. This spirit vein should be placed in Blue Waves Academy. Hearing this, Xianxia was delighted. It should be known that if this supreme-grade spirit vein was placed in Blue Waves Academy, it would not only benefit Blue Waves Academy, but also the entire imperial capital of Jiang Country. It could be said that with this supreme-grade spirit vein, Jiang Country would not be too chaotic for the time being. Because with sufficient spiritual qi, the morale of the people would be stable. Soon, Xianxia led the 10 people away. Yixian raised his head to look at the sky. Right now, he was already somewhat impatient to go to the Central Divine Continent. At this moment, a figure suddenly landed behind Yixian, and Yixian turned around in surprise. It was none other than Lian Wanli. Lian Wanli walked over to Yixian's side, lightly combed her beautiful hair behind her ear, and said softly, "You repelled the Blood Sect and the Joyful Union Sect. Now, many people from the Central Divine Continent don't dare to come to the state of Jiang. As for my Great Cloud Realm, I've killed over 300 experts from the Central Divine Continent, including 6 in the Myriad Dharma Realm." As she spoke, she turned to look at Yixian. The situation in Azure Prefecture has stabilized for the time being. Now, there are only 2 problems left. First, the origin of Azure Prefecture's local spirit vein. Azure Prefecture's origin has been greatly damaged, and if we want to repair it, we must use spirit veins, not supreme-grade spirit veins, but better ones. And Azure Prefecture doesn't have such spirit veins. Go to the Central Divine Continent? Yixian asked. Lian Wanli nodded. We must go to the Central Divine Continent. Of course, the urgent matter at hand is not to go to the Central Divine Continent, but to resist the experts from the Central Divine Continent and Blue Waves Prefecture. I've already received intelligence that Blue Waves Prefecture has become a wasteland. Those people who were in Blue Waves Prefecture have already rushed to our Azure Prefecture. In addition, the conflicts between the various forces of the Blue Firmament world are intensifying. I fear that the Realm Defense Alliance will find it difficult to suppress them. Why? Yixian was puzzled. Even the Realm Defense Alliance will find it difficult to suppress them? Lian Wanli nodded slightly. As far as I know, the Realm Defense Alliance seems to have encountered trouble. It seems that a monster beast is specifically looking for trouble with them. At this point, she looked at Yixian. Do you know what that monster beast is called? Yixian shook his head. How would I know? Yixian. Lian Wanli stared straight at Yixian. That monster beast says that its name is Yixian. Yixian was stunned. Yixian? Yi Xian? What the hell? Lian Wanli just stared at Yi Xian, no one knew what she was thinking. Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this moment, he seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed. Yi Xian, monster beast, it can't be that god from the second floor, right? Cold sweat dripped down from Yi Xian's forehead. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Because it couldn't be such a coincidence, however, he couldn't understand why this god from the second floor would fight with the Realm Defense Alliance. It was fine if they were fighting, but why did he tell others that it was called Yi Xian? Wasn't this inviting trouble for him? At this moment, an armored woman suddenly appeared beside Lian Wanli. The armored woman knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, we have received intelligence that in at most 2 days, the experts from Blue Waves Prefecture will arrive at Myriad Mountain. Lian Wanli suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. This time, Green Prefecture has suffered heavy losses. We can't let these people enter Green Prefecture, otherwise, who knows how many people will die in Green Prefecture. As she spoke, she pointed to the sky. Bring your people and follow me to Myriad Mountain. We will save the world, save Blue Firmament World, save billions of lives. Yi Xian was silent and didn't say anything. Lian Wanli retracted her jade-like hand and said indifferently, they came from Blue Waves Prefecture, and all of them are filthy rich. Yi Xian suddenly asked, you just said to save the world? Save Green Prefecture? Save billions of lives? Lian Wanli nodded. Yi Xian said seriously, save the world, save Green Prefecture, save billions of lives. I, Yi Xian, am duty-bound. Lian Wanli asked, not for wealth? Yi Xian said angrily, am I that kind of person? On the mountain, Lian Wanli gazed at Yi Xian silently. You're exactly that kind of person. Her tone was firm, and she didn't give him any face at all. Yi Xian's face darkened. Miss Lian, looks like you don't know me well enough. But it doesn't matter. I'm not interested in you anyway. At this moment, Lian Wanli, who was right in front of him, suddenly rushed forward and slapped his palm towards him. It was as fast as lightning. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. He took a step forward and slammed his fist against Lian Wanli's palm. However, his expression changed drastically because this punch felt like it had hit a piece of cotton. It was soft. Yi Xian was just about to withdraw his fist when Lian Wanli suddenly grabbed his wrist. In the next moment, Lian Wanli pulled his wrist towards herself. At the same time, she struck her knee against Yi Xian's abdomen. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated over 300 meters. Yi Xian said angrily, are you crazy? Lian Wanli glanced at Yi Xian and said indifferently, my hands are itchy. I want to hit someone. Hearing this, Yi Xian was enraged. His figure trembled, and he shot towards Lian Wanli. Lian Wanli was expressionless. She tapped the ground lightly with the tip of her foot, and her figure floated forward. Her figure was slightly blurry and strange. Because her figure was slightly distorted, and it wasn't just her, even the space around her was slightly distorted, Yi Xian arrived and punched. This punch was enhanced with battle intent, however, in the next moment, bang, Yi Xian retreated rapidly, and this time, he retreated over 300 meters. After Yi Xian stopped, he didn't attack again, and his expression was rather solemn. Lian Wanli placed her right hand behind her back and said indifferently, attack. Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. He pressed his fingers together and pointed forward. A ray of sword light flashed and slashed towards Lian Wanli. Lian Wanli didn't dodge at all. When the sword light was half a zhang away from her, it suddenly stopped and started to distort. No, it wasn't the sword light that was distorting, it was the space, and the sword light was being restricted by space. Just like that, the wisp of sword light became more and more distorted and finally disappeared. Yi Xian was silent. Lian Wanli walked in front of Yi Xian. The 10,000 Dharma realm is divided into the pseudo 10,000 Dharma realm and the true 10,000 Dharma realm. The so-called pseudo 10,000 Dharma realm is just reaching the 10,000 Dharma realm, but without truly comprehending the mysteries of the 10,000 Dharma realm. The secret of the 10,000 laws realm was the use of space. Only those who have reached the 10,000 Dharma realm can truly grasp the mysteries of space and use them. As she spoke, she looked directly at Yi Xian. There are very few Dharma realm experts in the Azure province who can do this, but there are many in the Central Divine Prefecture. It's very likely that we'll encounter such a powerhouse on this trip to Wanqiao Mountain. If you still look down on the Dharma realm, you'll definitely suffer a great loss. Yi Xian was silent for a long time. Finally, he nodded. I understand. The Lian Wanli before him was undoubtedly the true 10,000 Dharma realm. Although he hadn't fought to the death with Lian Wanli just now, he could already feel the terror of the true 10,000 Dharma realm from their two exchanges. The path of the sword Daoyi could never be taken lightly. At this time, Lian Wanli added, the trip to Wanqiao Mountain will take a day and a half. Make some arrangements, then set off immediately. With that, she and the armored woman turned and left. When Yi Xian returned to Blue Wave Hall, he called Xianxia, Mo Yunqi, and the others over. All the core members of Blue Wave Academy were present in the hall. 2 hours later, Yi Xian left Blue Wave Hall. He only brought 3 people with him, Xianxia, Mo Yunqi, and Bai Zai. He didn't bring the Blue Wave Dao soldiers because there were still many mercenaries and sects in the Central Divine Prefecture. These Blue Wave Dao soldiers had to remain in Azure Province to intimidate these mercenaries and sections. On the cloud ship, Yi Xian stood at the bow of the ship. He leaned against the pole with both hands, deep in thought. Save Azure Province, he never thought he would one day accomplish such a magnificent feat. Because he never thought of himself as a hero. In fact, he didn't even think of himself as a good person, but now, he actually wanted to save Azure Province. Even he found it hard to believe. When did he become so great? However, he really had no choice but to go. The state of Jiang was his country, his home. Here, there were his friends, his brothers, and the students of his academy. The incident in Two Realm City made him realize how evil a person could be. There was no limit to the evil of human nature, and now, these experts from Blue Wave Prefecture were no longer humans. They were all wolves, bloodthirsty wolves. If these people were allowed to step into Azure Province, the country of Jiang, and the country of Ning, one could imagine how terrifying it would be. In the world of martial artists, the strong rarely showed mercy to the weak. Most of the time, it was the strong who bullied and plundered the weak. Yi Xian didn't want to be a savior, nor had he ever wanted to be one. He only wanted everyone around him to be safe and sound. In other words, not even the Heavenly Emperor could touch my people. At this moment, a fragrant wind blew over, and a woman appeared next to Yi Xian. Lian Wanli. Lian Wanli looked down at the cloud ship and said softly, "Look at these great rivers and mountains. How beautiful. But under such beautiful scenery are countless corpses and blood." As she spoke up to this point, she suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Before this, I always felt that Qingzhou had become like this because of that sword strike from your master. But later, I felt that I was wrong. Azure Province became like this because of human nature. Good people can become evil, and bad people can become even more evil. Good and evil. Yi Xian was a little dazed. His sword Dao was the good and evil sword Dao, but what was good? What was evil? Yi Xian stood at the bow of the ship, as if he was meditating. Lian Wanli glanced at Yi Xian, then turned and left. She knew that Yi Xian might have comprehended something. The cloud ship continued forward, getting closer and closer to Myriad Mountain. Blood sect of the Divine Central Continent. 30 or so people stood in a gloomy hall, and the smell of blood was extremely strong. A black-robed middle-aged man sat at the head of the hall. He was the sect master of the blood sect, Shuiyu. Below him, an old man had a ferocious expression as he recounted what had happened in Azure Province. My blood sect's grand elder was killed, and more than 30 elite disciples were slaughtered. Their heads were hung on the city walls of Two World City by Yi Xian, and their corpses were hunted by wild dogs and vultures. At this point, he looked at Shuiyu. The young sect master was also beheaded by Yi Xian in Two World City. The hall fell silent. Shuiyu was expressionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a moment of silence, an old man suddenly said angrily, "This Yi Xian has gone too far. He doesn't respect our blood sect at all." As he spoke, he looked at Shuiyu. "Sect master, we must take revenge." Most of the people present nodded in agreement. Shuiyu glanced at the old man who spoke. "Do you know anything about Yi Xian?" The old man was slightly taken aback. He shook his head. "How could I know about the barbarians of Azure Province?" Shuiyu suddenly interrupted the old man. "Barbarians? The barbarians you speak of can already kill 10,000 Dharma realm cultivators at the Divine Unity realm. Furthermore, he's a sword master who's not even 20 years old. The old man's face was filled with shock. Shuayu slowly closed his eyes. We must take revenge. However, we can't fight him head-on like this. We have to borrow his strength. I'll personally go to the Devil Sect. Before that, no one is allowed to step into Azure Province to look for Yixian. After saying that, he disappeared. The Joyful Union Sect. At this moment, the Joyful Union Sect was just like the Blood Sect. The entire sect was furious after learning that several 10,000 Dharma realm cultivators had been killed. At this moment, the Joyful Union Hall was extremely lively. Everyone was discussing how to punish Yixian and avenge Old Man Joyful and the others. The Joyful Union Sect's sect master was a middle-aged man called Li Yuan. From the beginning until now, he hadn't said a single word. He only listened quietly. In the hall, the voices gradually quieted down. Many people looked at Li Yuan. Because at this moment, they realized that no matter what they said, they needed the person in front of them to agree. Seeing that everyone had stopped, Li Yuan opened his eyes and said indifferently, 2 points. First, Yixian destroyed Azure Province's Karaki Academy and forced the Dark World to retreat from Azure Province. Second, he's still alive and the Frigid North Sect hasn't given us any explanation. Everyone looked at each other. At this moment, they realized that things weren't that simple. Li Yuan glanced at everyone. Karaki Academy is much stronger than our Joyful Union Sect. However, even they can't do anything to Yixian. Do you think he's that simple? An old man suddenly said, Are we just going to let this matter go? Li Yuan looked at the old man. If we continue to target him, the Joyful Union Sect may be completely destroyed. The old man was silent. Li Yuan slowly closed his eyes. Pass down my order. All disciples of the Joyful Union Sect are not allowed to step into Azure Province. As for revenge, I will personally investigate this person and decide whether or not to take revenge. With that, he stood up and disappeared from the hall. On the cloud ship. Standing at the bow of the ship, Yixian was still thinking about one question. Good and evil, his sword principle was the good and evil sword principle. Comprehending the good and evil sword intent was just the beginning, his sword Dao and sword intent still had a very, very long way to go. As for good and evil, he didn't have an accurate concept of what was good and what was evil. Because many times, a good person could also be evil, and a bad person might not be really evil. Just like that, Yixian stood for a day and a night. On the second day, the cloud ship had entered a mountain range. During this time, Lian Wanli and the others didn't disturb Yixian. About 2 hours later, the cloud ship stopped. Lian Wanli led Ozwa to the cloud ship. Behind them were Imo Yunqi and the other two, as well as little monster Tuoba. This girl was the last to chase after them. In front of them were 2 towering mountains that pierced the clouds. The 2 mountains were separated by about 300 meters and just happened to be a passageway. Beyond the 2 mountains was a boundless ocean. This was the only passageway from the Divine Central Continent and Azure Wave Province to Azure Province. The passageway between the 2 mountains was called Azure Province Path. Once one entered this path, they would reach Azure Province. Lian Wanli stood at the very front. Today, she wore a black phoenix robe and a black phoenix coronet on her head. Her brows were slightly thick, and she looked somewhat cold and solemn. At this moment, a man in black suddenly swept over from the distance. He was extremely fast, arriving in front of Lian Wanli in the blink of an eye. He knelt on one knee. My king, the experts of the Divine Central Continent from Azure Wave Province are about to enter Azure Province Path. Lian Wanli said indifferently, How many? The man in black said, Among them, there are 16 in the Myriad Dharma realm, 321 at the peak of the Divine Unity realm, 6 first-rate mercenary groups, and countless disciples of aristocratic families and independent cultivators. Besides that, we've also discovered 7 experts on the demon-level genius rankings. They are ranked 26th, 17th, 15th, 13th, 10th, and 4th. 4th? Little monster Tuoba suddenly looked at the man in black in astonishment. The man in black nodded. Absolutely. Little monster Tuoba blinked when she heard this, and then she looked up at the sky. The weather today isn't good. It's not suitable for battle. Lian Wanli nodded. This king thinks, that's reasonable. Retreat. With that, she turned around and left. The crowd was speechless. Retreat, Mo Yunqi and the others were dumbfounded. They're retreating for real. Your Majesty. At this moment, the armored woman beside Lian Wanli suddenly said, if we retreat, these people will go deep into the hinterland of Qingzhou. At that time, Qingzhou will be covered with corpses. Lian Wanli stopped moving. She slowly closed her eyes and didn't speak. Everyone was silent. This was a barrier. If they abandoned this barrier, it meant that those people would enter the land of Qingzhou. Given the madness of these people, the entire Qingzhou would immediately become purgatory on earth. Whether it was Great Cloud Empire, Jiang Country, or Ning Country, none of them would be spared. Everyone was looking at Lian Wanli, waiting for her reply. After a while, Lian Wanli turned to look at the distant Qingzhou path. Many cloud ships could be vaguely seen on the sea surface outside the two mountains. They're here. A moment later, Lian Wanli suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian on the cloud ship not far away. At this moment, Yi Xian on the cloud ship moved. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian walked down from the cloud ship. He walked to Lian Wanli's side and faced the distant Qingzhou path. You're here? Lian Wanli nodded and asked, have you thought it through? Yi Xian nodded. Good and evil, his understanding was that regardless of whether it was good or evil, he would protect those who should be protected with his life. Those who should be killed, he would kill with his life. It was that simple. Sword Dao, Sword Dao. There was really no need to make it too complicated and mysterious. Everything should be simple. After thinking it through, Yi Xian found that there were no changes in his sword intent and sword principle. However, he didn't care. With his mind connected, his sword was unstoppable. Without the doubts in his heart, his sword would be more decisive and faster. In fact, he didn't realize that his sword intent had changed, it had become more substantial. At this moment, the cloud ships outside the two mountains had stopped. Soon, some people got off the cloud ships and went straight to Yi Xian's group. After those people got off the cloud ship, they all started cheering. They who came from Kanglan province could be said to have made a lot of money. Each of them was overflowing with wealth. Now, the Azure province would be the next place they would plunder. All of them were cheering excitedly as they ran. In the crowd far away, a man ran extremely fast. As he ran, he sang excitedly, Qingzhou is good, Qingzhou is wonderful, Qingzhou's girls are beautiful. Master is here, once master is here, the girls call. Haha. Brothers, Qingzhou is right in front of us. After entering Qingzhou, you can choose any girl you want, haha. The man suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. When he saw Xianxia and the other two women beside Yi Xian, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, brothers, these three girls look pretty good. We can quench our thirst first, haha. At this moment, a sword suddenly pierced through the man's forehead. The sword flew out from the back of the man's head and blood splattered everywhere. The sword made a circle in the air before flying back to Yi Xian. Those people stopped in front of Yi Xian and his companions. Some of their eyes were filled with vigilance. At this moment, a young man suddenly stood out and stared at Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian said indifferently, Qingzhou does not welcome you. Go back. The young man's lips curled into a sinister smile. Go back? What if I don't? A sword instantly pierced through the young man's forehead. The young man's eyes were wide open as he looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Yi Xian opened his palm and the elegant spirit sword flew back into his hand. He faced the young man in the distance. I'll send you off. The young man fell straight to the ground. Beside Yi Xian, Lian Wanli glanced at him with a trace of a smile in her eyes. She liked this temper. In the distance, the group of people stopped. There were a total of 600 to 700 people. Among them, the majority were at the Divine Unity realm and the weakest was at the Ethereal Opening realm. Furthermore, there were more than 10 at the Myriad Law realm. It had to be said that such a lineup was extremely terrifying. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared not far away from Yi Xian's group. The old man glanced at Yi Xian and Lian Wanli with a trace of fear in his eyes. After a moment of silence, the old man looked at Xian. You are? Xian said indifferently, Qingzhou, Xian. Xian, the old man and the people behind him looked at each other. They had never heard of him. The old man said in a deep voice, You are from Qingzhou? Xian nodded. Hearing this, the old man narrowed his eyes. You are trying to stop us from entering Qingzhou? Xian nodded again. The old man's expression gradually turned cold. I'm afraid you won't have enough people. Xian held the spirit-elegant sword in his hand and slowly walked towards the old man. Let's try. The old man did not waste any more words. He immediately extended his right hand and clawed at Xian from a distance. In an instant, a giant energy claw that was hundreds of feet long suddenly appeared above Xian's head out of thin air, and then fell heavily. Xian leaped and slashed down with his sword. Boom, the giant claw suddenly exploded. In the next moment, Xian had already arrived above the old man's head. At the same time, a ray of sword light slashed down towards the old man's head. The old man's expression changed drastically. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched towards the sky. On the fist, a powerful force condensed in an instant, and then suddenly exploded. Boom, along with a deafening explosion, the old man was instantly blasted hundreds of meters away. As soon as he stopped, a flying sword slashed across the battlefield. The old man didn't see the flying sword, but he could feel it. When he felt the power within the flying sword, the old man was horrified. He suddenly took out a black shield and placed it in front of him. The profound energy within his body surged madly into the shield. As the profound energy surged, the shield instantly emitted a dazzling black light. At this moment, the sword had just arrived. A sword directly pierced into the black shield, causing it to tremble violently before exploding with a loud bang. The sword pierced straight into the black shield. Hiss, the old man's head flew into the air. Everyone present was dumbfounded. A divine combination realm expert killing a Dharma realm expert, Xian walked to the old man's corpse. He looked up at the hundreds of people in front of him and pointed the sword in his hand towards the ground. Everyone, I, Xian, have taken care of Qingzhou. Can you give me some face and don't attack? The hundreds of people looked at Xian. No one spoke, but no one retreated either. Moreover, everyone's eyes were cold, and some people's eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. At this moment, a man walked out. He looked at Xian with a gloomy expression. Your Excellency, are you trying to block our path to wealth? Xian sighed in a low voice, I have no choice. I am the Dean of Blue Waves Academy, and I am also a citizen of Jiang Country. Jiang Country has helped me time and time again. In addition, I am a kingdom scholar of Ning Country, and I have promised the king of Ning Country to protect Ning Country. If you come to Qingzhou, I am afraid that Jiang Country and Ning Country will be plunged into misery and suffering. Sigh, it's not easy for me either. Really, it's not easy for everyone. Let's understand each other and everything will be peaceful. Bull*T. At this moment, not far from the right of Xian, a man suddenly said angrily, Understand each other? We came from thousands of miles away, and you want us to go back just because of a sentence from you? You. Xian suddenly loosened his grip, and the exquisite sword in his hand suddenly flew out. The voice of the man who spoke earlier stopped abruptly, because a sword had already pierced through the space between his eyebrows. He was unable to retaliate at all. In front of Xian, the eyes of the few hundred people were filled with killing intent, but there was also a hint of graveness. Xian gently waved his right hand, and the exquisite sword flew back into his hand. He held the exquisite sword and pointed it at the few hundred people in front of him. Who else is unconvinced? Come out. Who else was unconvinced? The scene was incomparably quiet. Not far away, Lian Wanli looked at Xian with a smile in his eyes. A good man should be like this. Little Demon Tuoba nodded his head, as expected of my friend. Not bad at all. Everyone, not far away, among the few hundred people in front of Xian, a man in a black robe walked out. The man sized up Xian, if you want to scare us off with your strength alone. Forgive my bluntness, but you're not qualified. With that, the man narrowed his eyes, and his right hand, which was hidden in his sleeve, slowly clenched. As long as Xian spoke, he would immediately attack and catch Xian off guard. However, Xian did not say anything. He raised his sword and charged directly at the man, seeing that the man was slightly stunned. He did not even say a word. Fight directly? Did he have to be so direct? Without thinking too much, the man suddenly opened his arms, and two short sabers suddenly appeared. The next moment, he charged directly at Xianxia. Everywhere he passed by, saber gleams sputtered, and the ground was a mess. It was incomparably terrifying. The distance between them grew closer and closer. When they were less than 3 m away, Xianxia suddenly stabbed forward with his sword, and a cold light flashed at the tip of his sword. Meanwhile, the man's saber slashed ferociously. Every single time they descended, a strand of saber chi would slash down. In less than half a breath of time, he'd already swung his saber 100 times. The 100 strands of saber chi practically overlapped as they slashed down, and the formidable pressure they emanated caused some of the people in the surroundings to feel suffocated. The saber master, he was borrowing the momentum of the attack, as soon as the saber and sword collided. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded abruptly. In an instant, both Xianxia and the man retreated explosively by over 100 m. As soon as they stopped moving, the man suddenly joined his sabers together, and then he suddenly slashed at Xianxia from afar. Hiss! A strand of white saber chi flashed, and everywhere it passed, the ground split open and was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Xianxia suddenly pressed his fingers together and pointed forward. A sword suddenly flew out from the sword chest behind him, and it was swift like a bolt of lightning. Hiss! The man's saber chi was instantly slashed into pieces, but the sword didn't stop. It continued forward and slashed at the man. The man's pupils constricted slightly when he witnessed this scene, and he suddenly tossed the saber in his hand. However, the saber had only just come into contact with Xianxia's sword when it instantly shattered. At this moment, the man had retreated into the crowd, but Xianxia's sword didn't stop. The expressions of those people changed drastically when they saw the sword slash towards them, and they retreated in succession. In the end, the sword only stopped after it killed 5 people. However, just as the sword was about to fly back, a hand suddenly grabbed it. It was a man. Taba stared fixedly at the man from afar. The 4th on the demon-level genius rankings, Xiahou Zhao. Xiahou Zhao raised his head to look at Xianxia. Someone asked me to tell you something. Young Missin isn't worthy of trash like you. Xianxia shook his head and chuckled, and his smile was slightly savage. What the fuck does the matter between me and Xiaoan have to do with all of you? I'll like whoever I want to like. Let me tell you, I want Xiaoan to be worthy of me. In Qingzhou, Xianxia, will King protect her. As soon as he finished speaking, the Lingxiu sword in his hand suddenly turned dark. P.S. There was a patient in the hospital today. He was very young, in his 20s. I took a glance, and it was a fantasy book. It wasn't mine. So, I chatted with him for a while. Because I'm more familiar with him, we chatted very enthusiastically. We talked about all sorts of very popular novels, and also about the authors. Finally, we talked about a very handsome author, Green Phoenix Peak. I asked him if he had read Green Phoenix's book. He said he had read Invincible Sword Realm, and that it was written very trashy, and the author was an idiot. Before I left, I kicked a pair of his shoes under the opposite bed. Did I go too far? Evil thoughts. The world was divided into yin and yang, and all things reinforced and restrained each other. Humans were also divided into good and evil. Humans were born with good nature, but in fact, they were also accompanied by evil. For a powerful person, a good thought could bring prosperity to the world, but an evil thought would naturally lead to the destruction of all things. For Xianxia, if you were good to him, he would be good, but if you were evil to him, he would be 10 times, no, 100 times more evil than you. He would treat people how they treated him. Xianxia would never repay kindness with evil, but he would never repay evil with good. The moment the evil thought's sword intent appeared, the sword in Xiahou Zhao's hand suddenly trembled violently, then instantly turned dark, and Xiahou Zhao's hand began to disappear. Xiahou Zhao's expression changed drastically, and he quickly released his right hand. The sword instantly flew back into the sword box behind Xianxia. Xiahou Zhao's expression was extremely solemn. At this moment, a layer of skin had disappeared from his right palm. If he had been a little slower, his entire hand would have disappeared. What kind of sword intent was this? Xiahou Zhao raised his head to look at Xianxia in the distance, but Yi Xian had suddenly disappeared. Xiahou Zhao narrowed his eyes, and in his gaze, a ray of sword light was getting closer and closer to him. It was a swift sword. Only a few people in the crowd could clearly see the sword's trajectory. Xiahou Zhao tilted his body slightly, and directly dodged the sword. After the sword passed, Yi Xian was already more than a dozen feet behind Xiahou Zhao. He dodged it. Yi Xian's face was expressionless, but his heart was slightly on guard. No enemy could be taken lightly or carelessly, not to mention that the person in front of him was an existence ranked 4th on the demon-level geniuses list. How could this kind of person be an idiot? Xiahou Zhao turned to look at Yi Xian with a cold expression. The number 1 genius of Qingzhou? Humph, you really are a frog in a well, ignorant. At this point, Xiahou Zhao's expression changed slightly because a flying sword was slashing towards him from afar. The speed was so fast that it had completely exceeded the scope of the divine combination stage. It should be said that even some of the 10,000 law stage couldn't possess such speed. This sword had far surpassed the average Dharma realm expert. Xiahou Zhao only took a step to the right. This step was enough to dodge the lightning-fast flying sword. It was extremely easy. This is the number 1 genius of the Qingzhou? At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly walked out. He looked at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with mockery. So the number 1 genius of the Green Province is such trash. You, in the distance, Yi Xian casually pointed out, and a wisp of sword light shot out. Chi, the middle-aged man's voice stopped abruptly because a sword had pierced through his throat. The middle-aged man hugged the sword tightly with both hands. His eyes were filled with terror as blood spurted out from his throat like a fountain. Yi Xian turned to face the middle-aged man. I hate people who talk. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and the sword in the middle-aged man's throat flew back and landed firmly in his palm. As he held the sword, Yi Xian didn't waste any words. He turned around and charged towards Xiahou Zhao, who was in the distance. There was a trace of seriousness in Xiahou Zhao's eyes when he saw Yi Xian charging towards him. Even though he'd easily dodged 2 attacks from Yi Xian, it hadn't been easy at all. Yi Xian's strength had slightly exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had arrived in front of Xiahou Zhao with his sword in hand. He raised his sword and stabbed. A powerful sword aura instantly enveloped Xiahou Zhao. As soon as the sword aura was unleashed, the ground where both of them stood instantly cracked. Xiahou Zhao was expressionless, and he didn't dodge. Without any suspense, Yi Xian's sword pierced through the space between Xiahou Zhao's eyebrows. Chi, a tearing sound resounded. It was the sound of the air being torn apart. It's fake. Yi Xian's reaction was extremely fast. He turned around and slashed with his sword, but Xiahou Zhao was half a beat too slow, and a fist had already smashed against his chest. Bang! Yi Xian's figure shook violently, yet he wasn't blasted flying. Xiahou Zhao's expression instantly turned grim when he witnessed this scene, and he flashed backwards. This flash had directly flashed over 30 m away. Moreover, the clothes in front of his chest had split apart, and there was a deep mark on his chest. Xiahou Zhao's expression was rather savage as he raised his head to look at Yi Xian. There was a strand of white energy at Yi Xian's stomach, and it was exactly that strand of white energy that had forcefully blocked that punch of his. Sword intent, 2 forms of sword intent. Xiahou Zhao slowly clenched his right fist. After a moment of silence, his figure suddenly soared into the sky. A strand of destructive pressure suddenly appeared in midair, and as soon as this pressure appeared, the ground in an area of 300 m actually trembled violently. Countless people in the surroundings were horrified, and they retreated explosively. The expressions of Mo Yunqi and the others instantly became solemn when they witnessed this scene. Lian Wanli suddenly said in a light voice, a heaven-rank martial technique. In the distant sky, the pressure emanating from Xiahou Zhao was still rising madly. At this moment, his tightly clenched right fist was emanating a strand of fiery red light, and strand after strand of formidable pressure was ceaselessly pouring out from his right hand. The might of the heavens and the earth, a heaven-rank martial technique possessed the might of the heavens and the earth. On the ground below, the spirit gray sword in Yi Xian's hand had transformed into the heavenly lightning that Yi Ling had given him. At the moment he grasped the heaven-rank sword, the sword aura contained within his sword instantly rose explosively. This aura was like a torrent that shot into the sky, and it forcefully blocked the aura emanated by Xiahou Zhao. In midair, Xiahou Zhao's expression was savage. His figure spun, and then he suddenly punched downwards. borrowing the heavens punch, world crumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura within Xiahou Zhao's fist actually instantly rose explosively, and it had increased by at least 5 times or more. On the other hand, Yi Xian's sword aura was instantly suppressed. At the same time, a destructive force swept down from the sky, and it seemed as if it intended to destroy the ground. Under this formidable force and pressure, Yi Xian was like a small boat amidst a tempestuous storm, and he could be swallowed at any moment. Under the gazes of everyone, Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and his entire body transformed into a black ray of light that shot into the sky, deciding life and death with a single strike. At the moment that Yi Xian executed deciding life and death with a single strike, the sword aura contained within his sword instantly rose explosively, and the formidable sword aura directly suppressed the aura emanated by Xiahou Zhao. Moreover, everywhere the sword light passed, everything was torn apart like a hot knife through butter. This strike could be said to be his strongest strike. Especially when it was enhanced by the evil sword intent, the might of this strike was sufficient to destroy the heavens and the earth. Rumble, an explosion suddenly resounded in the sky, and then countless rays of sword light and fist radiance shot wildly in all directions. The surrounding people were greatly shocked, and they hurriedly retreated once more. This time, they retreated hundreds of meters away. As for where Yi Xian and Xiahou Zhao stood, they had already been engulfed by the countless rays of sword light and airwaves. However, explosions still rang out amidst the sword light and airwaves. Clearly, the two of them were still engaged in an intense battle. This went on for an unknown amount of time. The sword radiance and the airwaves gradually dispersed. Yi Xian and Xiahou Zhao showed up in everyone's sight. At this moment, the two of them were over 60 meters apart. Yi Xian held the Heaven's Thunder Sword and pointed it diagonally at the ground. The Heaven's Thunder Sword was pitch black, and fresh blood continuously dripped from its tip. Meanwhile, Xiahou Zhao stood opposite Yi Xian. At this moment, he had lost his right arm. When they saw that Xiahou Zhao had lost his right arm, the expressions of the people behind him sank. Without a doubt, Xiahou Zhao had lost. Xiahou Zhao glared at Yi Xian. "I didn't lose to you. I lost to the heaven-grade sword in your hand." Yi Xian waved the sword in his hand proudly. "This sword was given to me by my younger sister. Who can you blame for not having a heaven-grade treasure? Of course, you can blame yourself. Who asked you not to have a younger sister?" Xiahou Zhao was speechless. Holding the Heaven's Thunder Sword in his hand, Yi Xian felt very happy. In fact, as long as it was given to him by Yi Ling, he would like it. It was really good to have a younger sister. Of course, please don't be like little demon to Oba. With such a younger sister, I'm afraid I'll be toyed to death. Xiahou Zhao looked at Yi Xian deeply. "I underestimated you. The Sidu clan also underestimated you. But don't worry, when I return, they won't underestimate you anymore. You." At this moment, the Heaven's Thunder Sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly turned into a sword light and shot out. Xiahou Zhao's expression changed drastically. He wanted to use his right hand to block it, but he was shocked to find that his right hand was gone. Because of this pause, the sword instantly pierced through the space between his eyebrows. Pissed, a stream of blood spurted out from the space between Xiahou Zhao's eyebrows. Yi Xian walked slowly to Xiahou Zhao. "Return? You still want to return? You're really thinking too much." As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and the storage ring on Xiahou Zhao's finger instantly flew into his hand. After receiving Xiahou Zhao's storage ring, Yi Xian was stunned. In the storage ring, there was a truth-grade superior-grade spear. Apart from that, there were almost 100 million supreme-grade spirit stones, so rich. That was the first thought that appeared in Yi Xian's mind at this moment. The 100 million supreme-grade spirit stones were definitely looted by Xiahou Zhao from Azure Wave Province, and the high-grade superior-grade spear was definitely the same. When he thought up to this point, he gazed at the hundreds of people before him. All of them probably possessed more than half of the Azure Wave Province's wealth. If they were allowed to enter Azure Province, then it was obvious how horrifying the consequences would be for the Jiang Kingdom and Ning Kingdom. At this moment, the eyes of all the hundreds of people were filled with fear. Yi Xian had killed Xiahou Zhao, who was ranked at the 4th position on the demon-level genius rankings, so it meant that his strength had risen to the 4th position. Fear, no one wasn't afraid, but none of them were willing to retreat just like that. They'd arrived at Azure Province, and so long as they could enter Azure Province, then women, money. They could get anything they wanted. If they retreated now, then they would lose a lot. Right at this moment, a hunchbacked old man suddenly stood out. The law control realm. This wasn't the myriad dharma realm anymore, it was the law control realm. The hunchbacked old man walked over to Xian, and then he glanced at Xian with an extremely gentle expression. The old man is the Grand Elder of the Dark Darkness sect in the Central Divine Prefecture. Even though my Dark Darkness sect isn't a first-rate power, it has over a dozen myriad Dharma realm experts, and while there aren't many at the law control realm, there are still a few. When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Xian and spoke in a slightly apologetic tone. The old man didn't mean to threaten you. Really, he didn't mean to threaten you at all. Don't think too much about it. Xian thought for a moment, and then he smiled and said, I understand. Right, do you know of Karaki Academy? The old man nodded. Of course. Xian smiled and said, I annihilated Karaki Academy. Right, I don't have any backing. Really, I don't have any backing at all. I killed over a dozen myriad Dharma realm experts and a few law control realm experts of Azure Waves Academy. Oh my, what's with that expression, senior? Believe me, it's true. I, Xian, don't have any backing. I did it all by myself. After he heard Xian, the old man just gazed at Xian with a very calm expression. Xian had a smile on his face, and he seemed very amiable. After a short while passed, the old man grinned, sorry for the disturbance. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. In the end, he didn't choose to attack. He'd heard about Karaki Academy's actions against Xian in the Central Divine Prefecture, and Karaki Academy's main academy was even stronger than his sect. However, Karaki Academy had been destroyed, but Xian was still here. That was sufficient to explain a great deal. He'd reached the law control realm, so he was very clearly aware that there were many people that couldn't be offended. Once he did, then it wouldn't just bring harm to himself, it might bring harm to his sect as well. However, he didn't leave, he just watched from the shadows. Obviously, he wasn't willing to give up. At this moment, not a single one of them dared to step forward when they saw Old Man Tuoba step back. None of them wanted to stand out, however, none of them left. Obviously, they weren't willing to leave just like that. As far as they were concerned, Pine Prefecture was a treasure trove. The treasure was right before their eyes, so none of them were willing to leave just like that. As for Xian, he was clearly aware of that as well. So, he didn't infuriate all of them. Because he would definitely be unable to defeat all of them if they attacked him together. Moreover, every single one of them had ulterior motives, and they didn't trust each other, so, he just had to deal with the one who stood out. Meanwhile, a man suddenly stepped forward. He glanced at Xian with an icy cold gaze. Everyone, there are so many of us. Meanwhile, a ray of light flashed. Hiss, the man's voice stopped abruptly, and then his head flew into the air. It flew for over 10 m before it rolled on the ground. Some of the others couldn't help but take a step back when they witnessed this scene, and their eyes were filled with fear when they gazed at Xian again. All of them were from Darkwave Province, and every single one of them could be said to be ruthless. However, this fellow before them seemed to be even more ruthless. He'd behead them at the slightest provocation. No one stood up, and no one spoke. Xian didn't say anything. He gently wiped the blood off the firmament thunder sword, his face expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. The situation was in a stalemate. At this moment, a man walked out, but he was still very far from Xian. He looked at Xian and said, Brother, I have no ill intentions. I just want to say a few words. Xian nodded. Go ahead. The man spoke in a low voice, Brother, you're sufficiently strong. Even in the Central Divine Prefecture's younger generation, there are probably very few who can rival you in a one-on-one battle. However, brother, have you thought about it? Most of the people here are disciples of aristocratic families, mercenaries, and some disciples of sects. When he spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment and said, Brother, your actions are undoubtedly cutting off everyone's path to wealth, and you'll offend many powers. As for those people in the Azure Province, they might not be grateful to you. With that, he immediately retreated into the crowd. He was still very afraid of Yi Xian's flying sword. It was an arduous and thankless task. Yi Xian shook his head. If everything had to be done with an objective, then it would be too meaningless. For example, if everyone only thought about their own interests and disregarded the righteousness of the country when the country was facing a calamity, then could such people still be considered human? People could be selfish at many times, but there were also times when they couldn't. I'm grateful. Suddenly, Lian Wanli walked over to Yi Xian's side, and she gazed at Yi Xian with a smile on her face. High Scholar Yi, my Grand Cloud Empire will definitely remember this kindness for standing up for Pine Prefecture. It isn't just my Grand Cloud Empire, all of Pine Prefecture will remember this. A middle-aged man suddenly spoke from the crowd. Why would we fear them if we joined forces? We. Lian Wanli suddenly made a grabbing motion from afar. The eyes of the middle-aged man who'd spoken earlier suddenly opened wide while the veins on his neck bulged up. A moment later, his head was separated from his neck, and a bloody head had appeared in Lian Wanli's hand. Everyone in the surroundings was astounded when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian was also shocked, and he asked, What martial technique is this? Lian Wanli replied indifferently, head-lifting technique. She looked at Yi Xian, do you want to learn it? It's very exciting to grab a head. Yi Xian was speechless. Suddenly, someone spoke from the crowd, everyone, if we don't join forces, we'll definitely be defeated one by one. Let's join forces. As soon as the voice resounded, a dozen people charged out from the crowd and went straight for Yi Xian and Lian Wanli. Seeing that someone dared to attack, the others wanted to join as well. Suddenly, 7 flying swords flew out of Yi Xian's sword box. Hiss! 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 Amongst the dozen-plus people that had just charged out, 7 of them were instantly beheaded by the flying swords, whereas, the remaining few hurriedly stopped and had terrified expressions on their faces. But at this moment, the surrounding people were ready to attack. Even though Yi Xian was very formidable, they had the advantage in numbers. Meanwhile, Yi Xian walked towards them with his sword in hand. Who else wants to attack? Who else? No one dared to attack anymore. Don't be arrogant. Right at this moment, a black-clothed old man suddenly appeared not too far away from Yi Xian. Yi Xian recognized this person. It was that black-clothed old man who followed in Xianxia all those years ago. However, this black-clothed old man wasn't from the Yin clan. The black-clothed old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, others might be afraid of you, but my Situ clan doesn't take you seriously. Since no one wants to stand out, then allow my Situ clan to do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around to look at the hundreds of people behind him. Everyone, my Situ clan will deal with Yi Xian and the others. All of you can just head to Azure Prefecture. Of course, I have a small request, and that is, after entering Azure Prefecture, please take care of State of Jiang and Blue Waves Academy. No one responded to the old man, because they clearly didn't believe the black-clothed old man at this moment. The black-clothed old man was obviously aware of this. He immediately waved his right hand, and 10 old men suddenly appeared behind him. 10,000 law realm experts. The black-clothed old man coldly looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, don't you have a sword immortal behind you? Old man, let me tell you, Karaki Academy is useless and afraid of the sword immortal behind you, but my Situ clan is not. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said angrily, not afraid of your ancestor. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped and slashed his sword at the black-clothed old man. At this moment, Yi Xian was undoubtedly very angry. He finally understood why the mysterious woman was so angry. Not to mention the mysterious woman, even he would be angry if someone came to cause trouble for him every few days. The problem was, this mysterious woman wanted to destroy the world. She really wanted to destroy the world, and she even had the ability to do so. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that every time the mysterious woman attacked, the world pagoda within him would become more and more unstable. He didn't want to be played to death by the world pagoda. The black-clothed old man grunted coldly when he saw Yi Xian attack, and then he raised his hand and waved it. A powerful force surged out like a torrent. Bang! This powerful force forcefully pushed Yi Xian over 30 m back. The black-clothed old man didn't continue attacking, and he turned around to glance at the hundreds of others. Everyone, Yi Xian intends to obstruct all of your path to wealth. Don't all of you have any other thoughts? All of them exchanged glances, and the fear in their eyes gradually vanished and was replaced by killing intent. Meanwhile, a black-clothed man suddenly stepped forward. He gazed at Xian and spoke fiercely, "Everyone, if we're really obstructed by Xian here, then wouldn't we become the laughingstock of the entire sky dimension?" A laughingstock, the expressions of all of them grew even colder. Most of them were reputable figures. If Xian really obstructed them here, then they would definitely be too ashamed to return to the Central Divine Prefecture. Meanwhile, the black-clothed man said, "Everyone, why don't we join forces and eliminate Xian before we share the wealth of the prefecture?" Share the wealth of the prefecture. All of them seemed as if they'd been injected with stimulants when they heard this, and their blood instantly seethed. A cold smile curled up on the corners of the black-clothed old man's mouth when he witnessed this scene, and then he gazed at Xian. "Xian, this old man thought that you were a great figure just now, but I never imagined that you would actually be so stupid. You actually intend to go against the entire Central Divine Prefecture for the sake of some ants. You're truly foolish to the extreme." When he spoke up to this point, he walked over to stand not too far away from Xian, and the cold smile on the corners of his mouth had transformed into ridicule. "Xian, do you know why the world protectors have withdrawn from Pine Prefecture? Because the sects, clans, and world protectors of the Central Divine Prefecture are prepared to sacrifice Azure Prefecture and Azure Wave Prefecture to alleviate the internal strife of the Central Divine Prefecture. Yet you overestimate your ability and actually intend to protect Pine Prefecture. Tell me, aren't you stupid?" Stupid? Xian was quite dazed. Indeed, if he didn't care about anything, then he would definitely be able to protect himself. He could head to the Central Divine Prefecture to find his younger sister, and then cultivate properly. His future would be bright, but what about Azure Wave Academy? What about the Jiang Kingdom? What about the Ning Kingdom? If Elder Ji hadn't lent a hand to save him that day, then his younger sister, Yi Ling, would have probably perished a long time ago. If Elder Ji hadn't risked his life to save him in the imperial capital, then he, Mo Yunqi, and Yi Ling would have perished a long time ago. Moreover, Elder Ji had entrusted Azure Wave Academy to him before he died. So, he intended to abandon Azure Wave Academy now that calamity had arrived. Moreover, the Jiang Kingdom's imperial family had helped him a lot. Moreover, Ning Kingdom. Tuoba Fu had asked him to take care of Ning Kingdom as well, and the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. For him, Xian, the Drunken Immortal Restaurant had not hesitated to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Dark World and Karaki Academy. After a moment, Xian suddenly shook his head and smiled. As expected, it's easy for people to bear grudges, but difficult to remember kindness. This is the deep-rooted bad habit of humans. At this point, he faced the swords in his hands. "I, Xian, am not saving Azure Prefecture, but myself. As a person, one should never forget one's original intentions, let alone one's roots." As he thought of this, above the prison pagoda, the three swords suddenly trembled, and the entire prison pagoda shook. At the same time, boom, a milky white sword intent suddenly swept out of Xian's body and filled Xian's surroundings. But in next, half of the sword intent gradually turned pitch black. At this moment, half of Xian's sword intent was snow white, and the other half was dark. It was incomparably strange. When he saw this, the black-clothed old man in front of Xian was stunned. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he was slightly exasperated. Not good, his sword heart has broken through, and he might directly advance to the Sword Emperor realm. Kill him, quickly kill him. The Sword Emperor. What was the Sword Emperor? A sword master was capable of borrowing the force of the wind and the force of the earth. On the other hand, the Sword Emperor was capable of borrowing the force of space and the force of the heavens. Once Xian attained the Sword Emperor realm, it meant that he would be able to borrow the force of the heavens and the earth. In theory, the Sword Emperor realm and the Dharma realm were actually at the same realm. A true Dharma realm expert could utilize space and the energy of space with his own cultivation. The Sword Emperor realm was the same, but the difference was that he had to use his sword as a medium. There was a qualitative gap between the Divine Combination realm and the Dharma realm, and it was the same for sword masters and sword emperors. Once Xian attained the Sword Emperor realm, it meant that he'd attained the Dharma realm. Xian's current combat strength was already sufficient to kill a Dharma realm expert. Once he attained the Sword Emperor realm, how terrifying would he be with the heaven rank sword in his hand? At this moment, the black-clothed old man was truly slightly terrified. The Dharma realm experts charged at Xian when they heard the black-clothed old man. It wasn't just them, the surrounding experts from the Central Divine Prefecture attacked as well. The Sword Emperor, there were young sword masters in the Central Divine Prefecture, and they weren't very rare. However, they'd never heard of such a young Sword Emperor. Once Yixian attained the Sword Emperor realm, then who amongst them would be able to resist Yixian? They had to eliminate this obstruction. Yixian didn't attack. He just stood there with a calm expression, and his body emanated a black and white sword intent. However, Imo Yunqi's group of 3 were already standing in front of him. Imo Yunqi's face was slightly pale as he gazed at the 10 Dharma realm experts that charged at the front. I'm fucking panicking. Does Bandagi have to gain enlightenment in the middle of a fight? They couldn't defeat them. They knew very well that they weren't a match for 10 Dharma realm experts, but none of them fled. Right at this moment, Lian Wanli suddenly appeared in front of Yixian's group. In her hand was an azure dragon saber. The saber was very long, and it dragged along the ground. As she gazed at the 10 Dharma realm experts that were charging at her, Lian Wanli suddenly strode forward, and then she held the saber in one hand and swiftly slashed it forward. Bang! The leader of the 10,000 Laws realm was sent flying hundreds of feet away by the saber. As soon as he stopped, his body cracked open and blood splattered everywhere. Instant kill. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The few Dharma realm experts who were charging towards Yixian also stopped abruptly at this moment. The 9 of them looked at Lian Wanli in horror, their eyes filled with deep fear. The remaining mercenaries of the Divine Central Continent were filled with terror, killing a 10,000 Laws realm cultivator in seconds, and with such ease. This was too terrifying. Even Ozwa behind Wanli was stunned, to say nothing of the experts from the Central Divine Prefecture. She knew that her king was very strong, but she never knew how strong Lian Wanli was. This was because Lian Wanli rarely fought, or rather, he rarely fought seriously. Lian Wanli looked at the crowd in front of her and pointed at the old man in black with her left hand. Forgive me for being blunt, but you are all a bunch of trash. If we were to fight one-on-one, which one of you would be able to withstand a strike from this king? The expressions of the old man and the others instantly became unsightly when they heard this. They'd thought that Yixian was the most monstrous genius, but now it would seem like this woman was probably even more monstrous than Yixian. Aren't there a little too many monstrous geniuses in Pine Prefecture? After a short moment, the old man spoke in a low voice. Your king reliance of the Great Cloud Empire. And this old man is from the Situ clan from the upper dimension. My Situ clan's only target is Yixian. If you don't interfere, then my Situ clan will owe you a favor, alright? Lian Wanli shook her head. No. The old man's face turned gloomy when he heard this. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble for the Great Cloud Empire? Lian Wanli turned around and glanced at Yixian. Smiling, he said, actually, I didn't like this guy at first. He had a glib tongue, and his skin was thicker than the corner of the city wall. Furthermore, he was a bit of a chauvinist. He's petty, vengeful, and shameless. But this chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Speaking of this, the smile on her face became wider. This time, Pine Prefecture is in trouble, and everyone is in danger. Many clans and sects choose to protect themselves and even take advantage of the chaos to make money. However, he chose to stand up and protect Pine Prefecture. I suddenly realized that if you peel off his outer skin, you'll find that he's actually a good man with iron bones. The old man stared at Lian Wanli. Do you know that you'll become enemies with the Situ clan by helping him? Lian Wanli looked at the old man and said with a smile, let's become enemies. Who's afraid of who? Then, she pointed at Yixian who was not far away. Now that I'm here, no one can touch a single hair of his. As soon as she finished speaking, the azure dragon saber in her hand suddenly trembled violently, and a dragon's roar reverberated from it. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the old man and the others turned ugly. Are the people of Pine Prefecture not afraid of death? The old man stared fixedly at Lian Wanli. Alright, then I'll allow you to witness the strength of my Situ clan. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden talisman suddenly appeared between his fingers. In the next moment, the golden talisman shot into the sky. It's time to call for help. Meanwhile, Ozwa walked over to Lian Wanli's side and said softly, my king, the Situ clan is a power in the upper worlds of the Central Divine Prefecture. It's a true Super 8 clan. Lian Wanli spoke indifferently, the Realm Defense Alliance is here, so I'll fight to the end. Uzwa glanced at Lian Wanli but didn't say anything. Meanwhile, little Tuoba suddenly walked over to Lian Wanli's side and said softly, "Big sister Lian, have you fallen for little Yi?" Lian Wanli blinked, and then he shook his head repeatedly. "No, no. How could I fall for someone with such thick skin? It's too thick. It's thicker than the walls of my home." Little Tuoba asked another question. "Then do you hate him?" Lian Wanli thought for a moment and said, "He has thick skin." Little Tuoba couldn't wrap her head around that answer. What sort of answer is that? Little Tuoba refused to give up, and she wanted to ask something else. Meanwhile, Lian Wanli leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Even if a woman likes someone, she can't say it out loud. She has to be reserved. Otherwise, if a man thinks that you like him, then he'll be fearless and not take you seriously. Understand?" Little Tuoba blinked and seemed to be lost in thought. Lian Wanli turned around to glance at Yixian, and she recalled the scenes that had occurred in the imperial palace of the Great Cloud Empire. Her ears suddenly felt slightly hot, and her face flushed slightly red. In the next moment, she suddenly turned around and slashed with her saber. Bang! Over 30 m away, a few people were instantly slashed into two by the Azure Dragon saber. Everyone here was stunned. Has she gone mad? The black-clothed old man was quite stunned as well. Why did she suddenly attack? Lian Wanli gestured with her right hand, and the Azure Dragon saber flew back into her grasp. She glanced coldly at the corpses that she'd sliced up and said, "They're too ugly and truly an eyesore." The others were speechless. The black-clothed old man glanced at Lian Wanli. At this moment, besides fear, there was also a trace of fear in his eyes, because he noticed that the woman before him was actually at the true Dharma realm. The true Dharma realm. He was naturally aware of the difference between the pseudo-Dharma realm and the true Dharma realm, but how old was the woman before him? Everyone in the world said that the most monstrous genius in Pine Prefecture was Yixian. Actually, the most monstrous genius in Pine Prefecture was this woman before him. The black-clothed old man took a deep and long glance at Lian Wanli, and then he turned to look at Yixian who stood nearby. Yixian had to die no matter what, and Lanqiao, the bloodline of the martial god, the Situ clan had to obtain this woman. The Situ clan couldn't allow any mistakes in this regard, so, even if they knew that the person behind Yixian might not be simple, the Situ clan still chose to eliminate him. The more monstrous Yixian was, the more worried the Situ clan was. Because the Situ clan was afraid that he would obtain the clan's acknowledgement, that was why he'd come here personally this time. Not far away, Yixian was standing quietly. Comprehension? It wasn't so much comprehension as introspection. This chapter isn't over. Please continue to the next page. Self. No one in the mortal world dared to say that their Tao heart had always been the same. Even Yixian had been lost and even taken the wrong path. The stronger a person was, the more likely it was that he would lose his nature and forget his original intentions. It was easy to hold a grudge, but difficult to remember a favor. It was easy to become bad, but difficult to become good. The greatest enemy in a person's life is not others, but oneself. When he thought up to here, the two strands of sword intent on Yixian's body suddenly vanished. The gazes of everyone here shot towards Yixian. The black-clothed old man stared fixedly at Yixian while he clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, his heart was in his throat. Once Yixian attained the Sword Emperor realm, then it was very likely that the clan would acknowledge Yixian. Such a young Sword Emperor would have a limitless future. Even ancient clans and extraordinary powers like the clan and Situ clan didn't dare underestimate such a monstrous genius. Most importantly, Lanqiao seemed to be interested in Yixian as well. Under such circumstances, the Situ clan's hopes had undoubtedly become even slimmer. Killing intent appeared in the black-clothed old man's eyes when he thought up to here. Right at this moment, he suddenly raised his head. An invisible pressure suddenly smashed down from the sky, and many people retreated explosively. Under everyone's gaze, two old men walked out from a space, the law control realm. The black-clothed old man's expression instantly eased up when he saw them. They're finally here. They're the two revered elders of the Situ clan. The black-clothed old man walked over to them and bowed slightly, and then he pointed at Yixian and Lian Wanli. Both of them gazed at Yixian, and then one of them slapped his palm towards Yixian from afar as soon as he saw Yixian. As soon as Yixian threw his palm out, the space where he was instantly distorted. Meanwhile, Lian Wanli suddenly appeared in front of Yixian, and the saber in her hand slashed down swiftly. Hiss, the sound of space being torn apart resounded. In an instant, the space where Yi Xian resided returned to normal. The gaze of the old man descended onto Lian Wanli, the law realm. Lian Wanli remained silent. The old man was just about to attack when Yi Xian, who stood behind Lian Wanli, suddenly raised his head to look at the old man. There's no enmity between me and the Situ clan, nor do I want to become enmity with it. Is the Situ clan bent on killing me? The old man looked at Yi Xian. It's okay if we don't start a feud. If you castrate yourself with a knife and swear that you'll never see Missin again and cut off all ties between you and Missin, the Situ family will let you and the people around you go. What do you say? The old man smirked. Of course, if you're unwilling, you can call the sword celestial behind you out. Don't worry, my Situ clan will not bully you with numbers. Old man, fight her one-on-one. Yi Xian shook his head and was about to speak when a woman in a plain dress suddenly appeared in front of the old man. She raised her head to look into the depths of the starry sky and frowned. What kind of trash is this? How dare you peep at me? Scram. In the distant starry sky, an aura suddenly receded like a tide, and it completely disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. At this moment, the old man in front of the woman in a plain dress suddenly said, "You're that sword celestial? Come, old man, I will fight you one-on-one. Let this old man have a taste of your strength." The woman in a plain dress retracted her gaze and looked at the old man. She just stared at the old man. Yi Xian was stunned, and his face instantly turned pale. He lamented in his heart, "It's over. This world is hopeless." P.S. I went to talk to him again today, and I recommended him to read The Only Sword. I told him that in order to read this book, I stayed up all night, and I didn't even go to work. He went to read it, and he said it was barely okay. I was delighted, and in the end, I asked him to download Zongheng, but he said that Zongheng would charge for it, and he wanted to read the pirated version. At noon, I went to get lunch for my dad, and he asked me to bring him a bowl of noodles. I swear to God, too much salt has nothing to do with me. I said it was the boss's fault. He kept scolding the boss. I'm grateful to all my friends who read the original version. End of this chapter. The plain-dressed woman stood in the air. Her hair reached her waist and she wore a plain dress that was spotless. Her right hand was behind her back, and between her fingers, a black and a white object was gently twirling. She just stood in the air without any fluctuation of aura. At that moment, Yi Xian was full of doubts because the mysterious woman had said that he had to walk his own path in the future. She would not come out to help him anymore. But now, she had come out. That was not the most important question. The most important question was whether she would continue to destroy the world. Lian Wanli's expression also became serious. He had seen the terror of the mysterious woman in Karaki Academy. She was no longer a human, she was more powerful than a god. Lian Wanli's eyes were filled with respect and yearning. A woman should be strong, just like the person in front of him. One wrong thought and she could destroy the world. Mo Yunqi and the others were excited at that moment because they had seen the plain-dressed woman fight before. She was so strong that she had no friends. Of course, if they knew that the plain-dressed woman had almost destroyed the world with a single sword strike, they would not be so excited. In the air, the moment the plain-dressed woman appeared, the expression of the old man in front of her instantly became serious. Because he did not see how the plain-dressed woman had appeared, not simple, that was what the old man was thinking at the moment, and he completely stopped underestimating Lin Fan. The old man floated backward and retreated 100 meters. When he stopped, a black chain suddenly appeared in his hand. At the end of the chain was a giant black anchor. The old man stared fixedly at the woman in the plain dress. Profound chi gushed out of his body in an unending stream. This profound chi madly flowed into the iron chain in his hand. In an instant, a formless pressure surged out of his body like a tidal wave. Below, countless people retreated rapidly. A powerhouse at the spell-controlling realm could be said to be truly capable of destroying the world. Not far away, the plain-dressed woman did not even look at the old man. She raised her head and her gaze pierced through the layers of space and reached the depths of the starry sky. She did not know what she saw, but she frowned slightly. At the same time, she slowly clenched her right hand. Meanwhile, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from the old man who stood in front of the woman in a plain dress, and then the black anchor in the old man's hand suddenly trembled violently. Strands of energy that could obliterate the world surged out incessantly from it, and the entire ground cracked inch by inch. Countless people below were horrified, and they retreated explosively once more. The old man stared at the woman in the plain dress with a sinister expression. "Swordsman, why aren't you taking out your sword?" Sword immortal? He was naturally not afraid of sword immortals because there were also sword immortals among the Sidhu family's consecrators. He often sparred with sword immortals and won more than he lost. One should know that he was no ordinary imperial law realm, but a half-step imperial law realm. Hearing the old man's words, the woman in the plain dress suddenly retracted her gaze. She looked at the old man in front of her. The old man gripped the black chain tightly in his right hand and roared, "Why aren't you drawing your sword? Are you looking down on the old man?" The woman in the plain dress had an indifferent expression as she quietly looked at the old man. The old man was instantly infuriated when he saw the woman's gaze. This was disdain. No, this was disregard. The old man's expression was ferocious. "Woman, you'll pay the price for looking down on me." As his voice fell, he suddenly smashed the iron chain in his hand towards the woman in the plain dress. The iron chain trembled as it flew out, and the huge black anchor flew out. If this chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. It was earth-shattering. Everywhere it passed, the air was instantly shattered. Even the space trembled. This might, this power, already possessed the might of heaven and earth. However, the woman in the plain dress still did not move. The power that the old man emitted instantly disappeared when it arrived in front of the woman in the plain dress. When the huge black anchor broke through the air and arrived in front of her, she narrowed her eyes slightly. In her eyes, a sword light flashed, the huge black anchor directly cracked, and in the next moment, a ray of sword light pierced through the old man's forehead. The old man's body stiffened, everyone was dumbfounded. Blood kept flowing out of the old man's forehead. He looked at the mysterious woman in front of him in a daze. You're not a sword immortal. You're a great sword immortal." Great sword immortal, although there was only one more word than sword immortal, there was a world of difference. Great sword immortal was equivalent to a true imperial law realm. This kind of expert could be said to be at the top of the firmament world. After hearing the old man's words, countless people were instantly stunned. Great sword immortal, after all, there were probably no more than 5 great sword immortals in the entire firmament world. At the very least, there were no more than 5 that were known, yet now, there was one. The woman glanced at the old man, and her face was still emotionless and indifferent. On the other side, the eyes of the black-clothed old man and the other old man at the true imperial law realm were filled with fear. The Sidhu clan had a great sword immortal, but they didn't have a great sword immortal. Even a renowned clan like the Sidhu clan would absolutely not dare to underestimate an expert at such a level. Meanwhile, Xianxia arrived behind the woman in a plain dress. He was about to speak when the woman suddenly shook her head. "Your world is probably finished." Xianxia was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, "Say. Senior, don't. I think. Even though there are many bad people in this world, there are many good people as well. The myriad of living beings in this world are very innocent as well. Don't do anything rash." At this moment, he really was slightly panicking. This world had his friends and brothers, and his friends and brothers had their own clans. If the mysterious woman before him destroyed this world with a single strike of her sword, everyone would be finished. Sometimes, Xianxia would like to kill a lot of people, such as the hundreds of people in front of him. He would like to kill all of them. However, he really could not kill all the people in the world. The woman turned around and glanced at Xianxia. "Do anything rash? You're afraid that I'll destroy this world with another strike?" Xianxia smiled embarrassedly. "Senior, you're so kind. I don't think you'll do that," the woman in a plain dress said indifferently. "What if I insist on destroying this world with a single strike?" "Why? Are you going to stop me?" Xianxia shook his head. "Firstly, I'm indebted to you. I'm not someone who returns kindness with enmity. Secondly, if it wasn't for you, I would have died many times over." "Stop you? I'm not qualified, and I don't have the strength. However, if I had the strength, I would definitely stop you, senior." The woman in a plain dress looked at him for a long time. In the end, she nodded slightly and her expression softened slightly. "A swordsman should stand tall and have a backbone. Even if you're facing someone 10,000 times stronger than you can't lose your beliefs and principles." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression relaxed slightly. It seemed that this world wouldn't be destroyed for the time being. "Su, this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page," the woman in a plain dress suddenly said. "Do you really think that sword strike of mine at Karaki Academy was going to destroy this world?" Yi Xian frowned. "Senior, did you have other intentions with that sword strike?" The woman in a plain dress raised her head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. After a while, she said softly, "I once told you that someone is spying on your world from the depths of the starry sky. That person's aura has already permeated this world and he has laid down an invisible formation. That sword strike of mine directly damaged the formation. However, I didn't dare to use my full strength. If I did, forget this world, even your universe would be destroyed." Yi Xian, the woman in a plain dress, retracted her gaze and looked at Yi Xian. "The reason why I came out this time is because that person is actually looking for me." "And then?" Yi Xian subconsciously asked. The woman in a plain dress said calmly, "I glanced at him once and he scrammed." Yi Xian, the woman in a plain dress, once again looked into the depths of the starry sky. After a while, she retracted her gaze and looked at Yi Xian. When a person's strength reaches a certain level, they no longer have any so-called humanity. In their eyes, there's only the great Tao and only immortality. Everything else is like an ant. In my eyes, apart from one person, everything else is also like an ant. Do you understand?" Yi Xian nodded. "Senior, don't worry. I won't overly rely on you." The woman in a plain dress nodded. "You've obtained the recognition of this pagoda. It's an opportunity. This pagoda is not an ordinary object. If it has 9 Tao laws, even I wouldn't dare to underestimate its power. However, you must remember that this thing is also a dangerous thing. Apart from those imprisoned in the pagoda, there are many experts pursuing this thing. Once they find out that this pagoda is with you, with my current situation, it'll be difficult for me to protect you." Yi Xian nodded. "I understand." The woman in a plain dress suddenly pointed at the Sidhu family's Dharma controlling realm expert not far away. "Kill him." Yi Xian was stunned. The woman in a plain dress said, "If you can't kill him, I'll forcefully separate you from this pagoda and kill all your enemies in this world. I'll let you enjoy a lifetime of glory in this world. As for me, I'll leave with this pagoda and we'll never be able to meet again. If you kill him, this pagoda will be left to you. However, I'll still leave and you'll have to face everything after that." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Why?" "Senior, I really don't understand." The woman in a plain dress said indifferently, "If you want to cultivate and walk to the peak of the world, then you'll have to walk all the paths by yourself. The path of cultivation can only be walked by yourself." Yi Xian was silent. He understood what the woman in a plain dress meant. The woman in a plain dress meant very simple. If he chose the first option, then he wouldn't have any trouble. Not only would there be no trouble, but he would also reach the peak of this world in an instant. However, if he chose the second option, it meant that he would have to rely on himself to fight, to struggle, to work hard. One was a shortcut, the other was countless detours. Yi Xian was silent for a long time. In the end, he faced the Dharma controlling realm expert not far away. "I choose the second option." As soon as he said that, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from his body. Sword Sovereign, next to Yi Xian, the woman in a plain dress had a hint of gratification in her eyes. She said softly, "The way of the sword is like life, there's no shortcut. If you choose the first option, the feelings of the past will naturally return to dust, dust to dust. Since you choose the second option, then, we'll meet again in the clouds." As she spoke, she lowered her head and glanced at her right hand. At that moment, her right hand had already begun to gradually become illusory. This wisp of clone should also disappear. End of this chapter. People could only rely on themselves, that was what Yi Xian thought. If the mysterious woman did everything for him, then what was the point of his life? Yi Xian walked towards the Dharma Defensive Realm elder not far away. Dharma Defensive Realm, he had once fought with the Left Academy emissary of Karaki College. That time, the other party suppressed his realm and he was still defeated. Of course, the current him could not be compared to him back then. Battle Dharma Defensive Realm, Yi Xian gripped the spirit elegant sword tightly in his hand. It would be a lie to say that he did not feel pressured when facing such an expert. However, no matter how pressured he was, he had to fight. Seeing Yi Xian walk over, the Dharma Defensive Realm elder slowly clenched his right hand. He had no confidence in fighting the mysterious woman, but he was confident in fighting Xian. Even though Xian had become the Sword Emperor, he was still confident. Xian walked to a few dozen feet in front of the elder and pointed the spirit elegant sword at him. "Don't waste time, let's decide life and death with one sword." His voice fell. Boom, a monstrous sword aura suddenly vibrated from the spirit elegant sword in his hand, and the powerful sword aura surged in all directions like waves. Heaven and Earth Sword Aura. The current him could already gather heaven and earth and space aura with his sword. Although he had not reached the Dharma realm, the aura of this sword had already reached the Dharma realm. Without wasting any time, Xian charged at the old man with his sword in hand. There was only determination in Xian's heart. "Either you die, or I die." Sensing the power in Xian's sword, the elder's expression instantly turned serious. At this moment, he realized that he had greatly underestimated Xian. Not daring to think too much, the elder leaped and opened and pulled with both hands. The space in front of him suddenly distorted, and along with it, Xian's sword, realm suppression. At this moment, the spirit elegant sword in Xian's hand suddenly turned dark, evil sword aura. The moment the evil thought's sword intent appeared, the distorted space instantly became illusory. Sensing this, the elder's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. "How is this possible? How can you shake space?" At this moment, Xian's sword pierced through the old man's forehead and arrived a few inches away, but the sword could no longer pierce through. This was because the old man's two hands were tightly gripping the blade of the exquisite spirit sword, but in the next moment, a sword suddenly slashed out from the sword case on Xian's back. At the same time, Xian held his sword with both hands and spun it forward. A tearing sound resounded as the old man retreated 300 m, but one of his arms had been chopped off completely by Xian's sword strike. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. Xian could actually defeat someone in the Dharma defensive realm, not to mention the spectators. Even Xian was slightly stunned at this moment. "I can actually defeat someone in the Dharma defensive realm," as if she knew what Xian was thinking. The woman suddenly spoke indifferently. "There are many things that you'll never know how outstanding you are if you don't do them." "Outstanding?" The old man with one arm suddenly spoke fiercely. "Let me see how outstanding you and your disciple are." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his palm, and a golden talisman shot into the sky. "He's calling for help, he's calling for help again." Xian fell silent, but flames of rage were burning in his heart. Since the Azure Prefecture until now, he'd gone through Karaki Academy and the Dark World, then the Joyful Union sect and the Laughing sect, and now the Sidhu clan. These powers and people had wanted him dead more than once. There was no end to it. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly walked over to Xian's side. "You're only fighting others now, fighting yourself. One day, you'll fight the heavens, fight fate, and fight reincarnation." Xian laughed bitterly. "Living like that is so tiring." This chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page. The woman turned around to look at Xian. "Then you choose the first option, and I'll deal with all the enemies in this world for you." Xian shook his head. "Why?" asked the woman. Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "I hope to be able to see you one day, and I hope I'm strong enough at that time." The woman gazed at Xian for a long time. In the end, a wisp of a smile arose on the corners of her mouth, and this smile was sufficient to make everything in the world pale in comparison. Unfortunately, Xian was still unable to see her face. Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "I've always been unaware of your name, Senior." The woman shook her head. "Others have given me some nicknames, but I don't like any of them. Moreover, only a single person in this world can call me by my real name. If you're able to leave this world in the future, then you'll know my name when we meet again." Xian nodded. "I'll work hard." The woman suddenly took a step forward. At this moment, she was extremely close to Xian, and she placed her right hand lightly on Xian's face while a trace of an indescribable expression appeared in her eyes. "I really envy your younger sister." "Envy Ling Xian was stunned, and he was just about to speak when a formidable aura suddenly assaulted them from the sky. "Someone's here." Xian raised his head and looked over. An expanse of space had suddenly been torn apart, and then a middle-aged man walked out from within that space. The middle-aged man wore a robe embroidered with dragons, had long hair that hung loosely on his shoulders, and had a domineering aura that emanated a dignified aura. It was the current patriarch of the Situ clan, Situ Huang. All the experts of the Situ clan hurriedly bowed when they saw Situ Huang, patriarch. Situ Huang nodded slightly, and then he gazed at the woman in a simple dress who stood not too far away. His brows instantly knit together when he saw her. Because he was actually unable to discern her strength, at this moment, Situ Huang's expression gradually became slightly solemn. He'd originally intended to attack, but he temporarily discarded that thought. Situ Huang gazed at the woman and spoke in a low voice, "I know a little about all the famous sword immortals in the sky dimension, but I've never met you. Could it be that you're not from the sky dimension? Or..." Right at this moment, Situ Huang's expression changed drastically because the woman in a simple dress had suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, an ethereal sort of energy had arrived at the center of his forehead. Everyone here was stunned when they witnessed this scene. Even Situ Huang's eyes were filled with disbelief, because he hadn't even seen when the woman in a simple dress had attacked. She wasn't a sword immortal at all, nor was she a great sword immortal. She was an existence that surpassed sword immortals. In an instant, Situ Huang's face turned ghastly pale. He knew that the Situ clan had caused trouble this time. At this moment, he'd cursed Karaki Academy and the World Protector's entire family in his heart. Karaki Academy and the World Protector had concealed the truth. Even though he was extremely shocked, Situ Huang quickly calmed down, and he gazed at the woman in a simple dress. "My Situ clan has offended you. My Situ clan." Meanwhile, the woman in a simple dress raised her sword and stabbed it forward. Hiss, the sword instantly pierced through the center of Situ Huang's forehead. All the experts of the Situ clan were dumbstruck. It was especially so for the black-clothed old man. At this moment, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. Meanwhile, the woman gazed at Xianxia who stood nearby. "Even though the pagoda within you is being suppressed by those three swords, countless years have passed, and the strength of those existences within the pagoda is ceaselessly recovering. Coupled with the fact that the owners of the other two swords and my main body are quite far away from this dimension, it's difficult for me to take care of them. Therefore, some existences within the pagoda are gradually awakening. Coupled with the fact that I've attacked too many times, the pagoda can't bear the burden, and the pagoda's seal can collapse at any time." As she spoke, she slowly walked in front of Xianxia. "I'll turn this clone into a wisp of sword chi to suppress this pagoda. However, it won't take long, at most a year. Within a year, you must find the Tao Law as soon as possible and obtain the true inheritance of this pagoda. Otherwise, you'll definitely die." Clone, Xianxia's mind went blank. The mysterious woman in front of him was actually just a clone. If a clone was already so powerful, then what about her main body? This chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. The woman in a simple dress suddenly held Xianxia's cheeks with both hands, and her voice was soft. "Remember, no one can help you forever. I'll wait for you above the clouds." As her voice fell, she gradually became illusory. Xianxia was stunned, and he hurriedly tried to grab the woman in a simple dress. However, he grabbed nothing, because the woman in a simple dress had already become completely illusory. Just like that, the woman in a simple dress became more and more illusory. Xianxia said softly, "Did I harm you?" The woman in a simple dress smiled and said, "It's just a clone. This clone's task is to come to this world to find you. Since I've found you, there's no point in me existing. The reason why I've stayed in the pagoda for so long is because I want to spend more time with you. Unfortunately, this pagoda isn't stable, and I must suppress it. Otherwise, this pagoda will collapse, and with the power of this clone, it'll be difficult to protect you. Remember, you must find me. Because my main body is too far away from this world, I can't contact her, and I don't dare to contact her forcefully, for fear of breaking the pagoda's seal. So, my main body doesn't know that I've found you, and she might still be looking for you in the endless starry sky." As she said that, she raised her head and looked into the starry sky. She said softly, "I've already contacted the clone closest to this world. If she receives my message, she'll definitely rush over immediately. I hope she can make it in time." As she spoke, the woman in a simple dress completely disappeared, and a ray of sword light quietly appeared in the sky above the prison pagoda in Xianxia's body. This ray of sword light directly entered the rightmost sword. In an instant, that sword violently trembled, and the entire prison pagoda was directly enveloped by a ray of sword light. At this moment, a hysterical roar suddenly rang out from within the pagoda. Damned woman, damned, damned. If I leave this pagoda, I'll definitely tear you and the pagoda master into 1,000 pieces, grind your bones into dust, and nail your souls to the god-punishing pillar to burn for eternity. In the sky above the prison pagoda, the rightmost sword suddenly sank slightly. Boom, the entire prison pagoda shook again, and the voice within the pagoda became weaker and weaker. After a while, it completely disappeared. However, outside the prison pagoda, Xian seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and his entire body slowly fell from the sky. At this moment, the sky in the distance suddenly split open, and within that split space stood a middle-aged man. Supremacy Lu of the Realm Defense Alliance. At this moment, Supremacy Lu was staring at the place where the woman in a simple dress had stood. His heart relaxed. She's finally disappeared. As he said that, he suddenly looked at the falling Xian. He originally wanted to attack, but as if he had thought of something, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes, and so he stopped. A moment later, Supremacy Lu turned his head and said coldly, "Send out the Firmament World's bounty." Xian has violated the rules of the Firmament World, and everyone in the Firmament World has the right to kill him. Anyone who kills him will receive a heaven-grade treasure, a heaven-grade martial skill, a heaven-grade cultivation method, and 100 million supreme-grade spirit stones. 5 supreme-grade spirit veins. As he said that, he looked at Situ Huang's corpse, then quickly said, "However, no one from the Realm Defense Alliance is allowed to attack him." Not long later, Xian's name spread throughout the entire Firmament World. This was because on the Firmament World's bounty list, Xian was ranked second, and his strength was the weakest in the entire Firmament World's bounty list. Divine Unity Realm. Even if he was ranked 10th, he was still at the 10,000 Dharma realm. Moreover, he was a Saber Emperor. P.S. Today, there are 2 updates. I know I am guilty, so I have decided to use a different method to make it up to everyone. Explode. I want to explode. How is it? Excited? Excited? Excited. As long as everyone follows my WeChat account, directly search for my WeChat account, Green Phoenix Peak, click follow, and you will be able to see my exploding photos today. In the past, many people have always questioned my looks. But when you see my photos, you will realize that you know nothing about my handsomeness. Follow WeChat account, Green Phoenix Peak. Shine your eyes, light up a different life for you. Serious warning, sister, be careful. If you see the Green Phoenix, how can I rest easy? End of this chapter. In the air, Supreme Lord Lu stared at the descending Xian. There were many times when he wanted to kill this disaster himself. There were 2 reasons why he wanted to kill Xian. The first was because of the plain-dressed woman. In the Firmament World, the Realm Defense Alliance did not allow anyone to challenge its authority, but the plain-dressed woman had killed several people from the Realm Defense Alliance. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation for the Realm Defense Alliance. Although they had sealed off the news, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Some of the super factions of the Divine Central Continent had already learned of this matter, which had a great impact on the Realm Defense Alliance's prestige. Before this, no faction in the Firmament World had dared to recklessly attack the Realm Defense Alliance. Even some of the super clans, such as the Yin family, did not dare to rashly make an enemy of the Realm Defense Alliance. But now, several people from the Realm Defense Alliance had been killed, but the Realm Defense Alliance had not retaliated. This made the Realm Defense Alliance no longer so sacred and inviolable in the hearts of some of the super factions and sects. Just like now, many factions in the Divine Central Continent had begun to pay lip service to the Realm Defense Alliance. And all of this was because of the plain-dressed woman and Xian. They naturally did not dare to touch the plain-dressed woman. But they were not afraid of Xian at all. Especially now that the plain-dressed woman had left. The second reason, and also the most important one, was that Xian was too monstrous. Moreover, Xian wanted to protect Azure Prefecture, so they had no choice but to get rid of Xian. Because they had withdrawn from Azure Prefecture, they wanted to abandon Azure Prefecture and Azure Wave Prefecture, weaken the spirit energy of the 2 prefectures, and obtain their source energy to protect the Divine Central Continent. Only by devouring the source energy of Azure Prefecture and Azure Wave Prefecture could the Divine Central Continent slowly recover, but Xian wanted to protect Azure Prefecture. Although he wanted to personally take action, he did not dare to, because he knew that a strong cultivator like the plain-clothed woman couldn't really die. And now, with the strength of the Azure Firmament World's Realm Protecting Alliance, they couldn't do anything to her. Luckily, the plainclothed woman had already left. Even so, he did not dare to take the risk. The only way was to get someone else to do the dirty work. To get someone else to target Yixian, there were plenty of experts in the Middle Earth region. Below, Yixian was slowly falling. Lian Wanli suddenly flew up and caught Yixian before landing on the ground. At this moment, Yixian's face was incomparably pale and his body was twitching as if he was suffering from some great pain. The nearby experts of the Central Divine Prefecture instantly became restless when they witnessed this scene. Lian Wanli took out a purple pill and fed it to Yixian, but he didn't get better. She frowned slightly. After killing Yixian, there will be a heaven-ranked cultivation technique, heaven-ranked martial technique, heaven-ranked treasure, and 100 million supreme-grade spirit stones. At this moment, someone in the crowd not far away suddenly roared. Following that, a beam of red light shot up into the sky. A huge light screen appeared in the sky. On the light screen, there were 10 blood-red names, from top to bottom. And the second person happened to be Yixian, Song World's Wanted List. This was the Song World's Wanted List. It had been created by the Realm Protector to hunt down and kill those who violated the rules of the Song World. It could be said that once one was on this list, it meant that the entire Song World could no longer tolerate him. Now that Yixian was on this list, it meant that Yixian had definitely committed a crime. And now, killing Yixian was justice, and it was to get rid of evil. The wanted list. Lian Wanli raised her head and glanced at the sky. She slowly clenched her fists, and there was a trace of seriousness in her eyes. Big trouble. Yixian's consciousness was actually slightly clear at this moment, but he still couldn't control his brain and body because the backlash was too painful. He knew that the woman in the plain dress had left without getting rid of the Realm Protector Alliance. He would be in big trouble, but there was nothing he could do about it, because this was his choice. He had chosen to walk his own path in the future. No matter what he encountered, he had to face it by himself. Actually, he really wanted to make a new choice. Yixian bit the tip of his tongue to prevent himself from falling asleep. In his current situation, if he fell asleep, he would probably never wake up again. The experts from the Divine Central Continent instantly grew bolder when they saw the woman in the plain dress leave. The wealth of Azure Prefecture was truly too tempting, and they were truly unwilling to leave now. Avenge the Patriarch. At this moment, a 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouse from the Sidhu clan not far away suddenly roared. In the next moment, he directly charged towards Yixian. Meanwhile, Lian Wanli held the Azure Dragon Saber in her hand and slashed forward, and a strand of saber energy tore through the sky. Bang! The Dharma realm expert was instantly pushed almost 300 m back. Everyone looked at Lian Wanli. Lian Wanli glanced coldly at the hundreds of people in front of her. Let me see who dares. Everyone, let's attack together. Meanwhile, a Dharma realm expert spoke abruptly. Kill them, get the bounty, and obtain the treasures of Azure Prefecture, and we won't have to worry about cultivation resources for the rest of our lives. The hundreds of people were ready to move. They gazed at Yixian and Lian Wanli with killing intent and fanaticism in their eyes. Killing these two stumbling blocks would allow them to obtain wealth that they couldn't use in a lifetime. The armored woman by Lian Wanli's side hurriedly said, "My king, the Realm Defense Alliance is targeting Yixian, and he's dead for sure. My king, please avoid them for now." Lian Wanli looked at the armored woman and spoke coldly, "You mean we should ignore him?" The armored woman spoke in a low voice, "The Realm Defense Alliance isn't targeting the Great Cloud Empire. If my king insists on protecting him, then I'm afraid it will implicate the Great Cloud Empire and you." Lian Wanli glanced coldly at the armored woman. "I know you're thinking for my sake, but if I ignore him now, then he'll die for sure." The armored woman still wanted to say something, but Lian Wanli waved his hand. "It's this king who invited him to form an alliance with us to resist the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent. If I abandon him for the sake of self-preservation, then even I will look down on myself." As she spoke, she looked coldly at the nearby experts of the Divine Central Continent. "No one can touch him before I die." Seeing that Lian Wanli had made up his mind, the armored woman said nothing more. It was fine to admonish him, but if he went too far, then that was not the way of a minister. Upon hearing Lian Wanli's words, the expressions of the Sidhu clan's 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouses instantly turned ferocious. Among them, the black-clothed old man suddenly stood out. Everyone, if we joined forces, wouldn't it be easy to kill her and Yixian? If anyone dares to act fearfully at this moment, then what glory, splendor, and wealth do we have? Let's attack together. As soon as he finished speaking, he and the 7 Dharma realm experts beside him charged at Yixian and Lian Wanli. Behind them were hundreds of experts of the divine central continent who were on the verge of madness. If such a formation worked together, even a true defensive Dharma realm cultivator could be easily killed. Mo Yunqi and the other 2 walked in front of Yixian. Looking at the crowd charging at them, the 3 of them were expressionless, as though they were facing death with equanimity. Little demon Tuoba also stepped forward. She clenched her left fist and gripped the small hammer tightly in her right hand. She was not afraid, but rather excited. She had never fought in such a big group fight before. As for whether she could win or not, she had never thought about it. At this time, Lian Wanli suddenly looked at them. The few of you, return to Great Cloud territory immediately and gather the Blue Billow Dao soldiers, Black Flame soldiers and King's Imperial Guards of Great Cloud Empire. Don't let them enter Azure Province. Azwa was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, My king, there isn't enough time. Lian Wanli said calmly, This king will buy you some time. The voice faded. In the next moment, she held Yixian in her arms as she turned around and flashed towards the boundless mountain range in the distance. When he saw Lian Wanli flee with Yixian in his arms, the black-clothed old man at the front was stunned, and then he glanced at Mo Yunqi and the others with killing intent in his eyes. An old man by his side suddenly said, That fellow, Yixian, is heavily injured. Kill Yixian and that woman first, otherwise, there'll be no end to the troubles in the future. The black-clothed old man suddenly returned to his senses when he heard this. If Yixian recovers, then it would be difficult to kill him. In next to no time, a few hundred experts of the Situ clan led them in pursuit of Lian Wanli and Yixian. Mo Yunqi and Baizhe were about to pursue them when Azwa stopped them. With your strength, you'll only be a burden if you go over. Listen to my king. Immediately return and gather the forces here. Don't allow them to enter the hinterlands of Azure Province. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and transformed into a shadow that vanished on the spot. Mo Yunqi turned around and glanced at the direction Yixian and Lian Wanli had vanished towards, and there was a trace of worry in his eyes. Baizhe spoke in a low voice, Listen to Miss Lian. Mo Yunqi nodded, All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Xianxia. Xianxia didn't speak, and his figure just flashed towards the cloud vessel in the distance. Mo Yunqi and Baizhe were stunned, and then they hurriedly followed after him. But it wasn't long before Mo Yunqi suddenly stopped, and then he turned around to gaze at Taba who stood on the spot without moving. Little demon, what about you? Taba shook his head, All of you return. I'm returning to the Central Divine Prefecture. Mo Yunqi didn't say anything when he heard this, and he just turned around and dashed towards the cloud vessel with Baizhe. Taba glanced at the mountain range in the distance, and numerous explosions resounded incessantly from there. A short while later, Taba withdrew his gaze, and then he ran swiftly towards the distant Pine State path while he muttered, Little Yi, hold on. I'll go get my father, my uncle, and my big brother to help. But I'll lose face if I go back now. I don't want to go back. As she spoke, she actually started crying, and she cried as she ran. The Central Divine Prefecture. The news of Yixian's appearance on the Firmament World's wanted list had swiftly spread throughout the entire Central Divine Prefecture. His cultivation was so low, yet the rewards were so high. Many people weren't just curious about Yixian, they were extremely tempted. Some people from the Central Divine Prefecture had already made a move and were rushing towards Pine State. On a certain mountain, a woman was chasing something with a group of people, and she was eating a flatbread as she ran. That woman was Lu Banzwang. Suddenly, a ray of light shot into the sky above Lu Banzwang and the others, and it didn't take long for a row of blood-red names to appear in the sky. When he saw the second name on the list, Lu Banzwang was instantly stunned. Beside Lu Banzwang was her brother, Lu Kuang. When he saw Yixian's name, his expression instantly darkened, and he looked at Lu Banzwang. Don't do anything stupid. Lu Banzwang withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Lu Kuang's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly stopped Lu Banzwang. Girl, don't go crazy. That's the Firmament World's wanted list. If you help him, you'll become the enemy of the entire firmament world. Do you want to destroy our Lu family? Lu Banzwang was silent for a moment, and then she said, from now on, I'm no longer a member of the Lu family. After saying that, she turned to leave. Lu Kuang hurriedly pulled her back and roared, are you crazy? Lu Banzwang looked straight at Lu Kuang. Brother, if your brother is being hunted, what will you do? Lu Kuang took a deep breath, and then he said solemnly, girl, that's the firmament world's wanted list. It's issued by the Realm Protection Alliance, the Realm Protection Alliance. Lu Banzwang said softly, it's precisely because it's issued by the Realm Protection Alliance that I have to go. After saying that, she turned to leave. Behind her, Lu Kuang roared, you'll be expelled from the family. Lu Banzwang didn't even turn her head. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Ling family. A man snuck out of the Ling family's mansion. When he saw that no one had noticed him, he sprinted away. However, before he could leave the alley, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing the middle-aged man, the man's expression froze, but he quickly recovered and smiled. Dad, what are you doing? This man was precisely Ling Han. The middle-aged man said in a low voice, are you going to the Azure Prefecture? Azure Province? Ling Han's expression was blank. What Qing Province? What am I going to do in Qingzhou? The middle-aged man continued to stare at Ling Han, and did not speak. Finally, Ling Han smiled sheepishly. Father, I'm just going out for a drink, really. The middle-aged man shook his head. I know a little about the matter between you and that Yi Xian, Dao Yi. Since he can make all of you willingly call him Big Brother, he must not be an ordinary person. I will not stop you from associating with such a person. But... Ling Han pursed his lips. Father, just say the but directly. The middle-aged man sighed, kid, do you know that this is the firmament world's wanted order? Once this order appears, it means that he is an enemy of the Realm Protection Alliance. It could even be said that they were enemies of the firmament world. Our Ling family isn't weak in the Central Divine Prefecture, but if we make an enemy out of the Realm Defense Alliance, we'll be overestimating ourselves. Ling Han was silent. The middle-aged man continued, now that the firmament world is in chaos, the world protectors have withdrawn from the Azure Water Province and the Azure Province, it is clear that they are abandoning these two provinces. That Yi Xian has allied with some people to protect the Azure Province. Do you think the World Protectors Alliance will let him go? Ling Han smiled bitterly. Father, he and I are brothers. The middle-aged man said, you and I are father and son. And the Ling family, will you feel at ease if you implicate the Ling family? Ling Han was silent for a long time. In the end, he looked at the middle-aged man, and said, Father, Brother Yi has offended the Dark Realm and the Karaki Academy, but he is still alive. Do you think he is an ordinary person? Moreover, according to my knowledge, he has already attained the Sword Emperor realm. Does our Central Divine Continent have a Sword Emperor less than 20 years old? The middle-aged man was silent. Ling Han continued, Father, I am a member of the Ling clan, and will never forget the Ling clan. I'm talking about camaraderie, and you're talking about benefits. It's fine, I'll talk from the perspective of benefits. Although Brother Yi is being targeted by the Realm Protection Alliance, from another point of view, this also proves that he is extraordinary. Otherwise, the Realm Protection Alliance would have directly killed him instead of issuing a wanted order. When he spoke up to hear, he walked over to the middle-aged man and said, Moreover, Brother Yi is already the Sword Emperor. How could such a young Sword Emperor be ordinary in the future? The middle-aged man looked at Ling Han. What are you trying to say? Ling Han said in a low voice, the Ling clan removed my name, so I am no longer a member of the Ling clan. My actions in going to Qing province to provide support have nothing to do with the Ling clan, but my heart is still with the Ling clan. If Brother Yi and I can get through this, it would be a great thing for the Ling family to get to know a future Sword Celestial, or even a great Sword Celestial. The middle-aged man said coldly, what if we can't? Ling Han broke into a grin, and said, I will only be sacrificed. And not implicate the family. What nonsense are you spouting? The middle-aged man said angrily, what do you mean by sacrificing yourself? You. The old man thinks it's possible. At this time an old man suddenly appeared on the scene. Behind the old man, there were two more people, both of whom were people with real power in the Ling clan. And the old man in the lead was the Ling clan's great elder, who had great power. The old man looked at Ling Han. If you leave this place, I will remove your name from the Ling clan. If you are in trouble in the future, the Ling clan will not help you. Do you have no regrets? Ling Han shook his head. No regrets. The old man nodded. Go. Ling Han turned and ran, while the middle-aged man panicked and wanted to stop Ling Han, but was stopped by the old man. The middle-aged man glared at the old man. Great elder, he's not your son, is he? The great elder shook his head. You should know his temper. If you don't let him go, he won't. If you don't let him go, he won't leave the matter at that. Moreover, what he said before might not be unreasonable. Xian was able to survive after offending the Dark Realm and Karaki Academy. This person is not ordinary, and is worth befriending. The middle-aged man shook his head. That's the Realm Protection Alliance, it's not the same. Why doesn't the Realm Protection Alliance dare to kill him directly? The great elder asked. Because he is not ordinary, why can't the Ling clan take a gamble? With the friendship between Ling Han and him, if Xian becomes a great sword celestial in the future, or even beyond, it will be a great thing for the Ling clan, isn't it? The middle-aged man was silent for a long time, and finally, he shook his head and sighed. He is my son. The great elder said softly, but he is also a member of the Ling clan, and seeking benefits for the Ling clan is his duty. Moreover, he has made up his mind, and you can't stop him. The middle-aged man looked at the end of the alley, and said softly, he's grown up. In front of the city gate, Lu Banzwing stood quietly, and beside her was Ling Han, Gan Wuwei, Lin Yunxian, and the others, 7 people. The bandit mercenary group and Xian had a total of 9 people, and now there were 7 people here, which meant that there was still one person missing. Beside Lu Banzwing, Ling Han suddenly said, Big sister, have you contacted Yi Li yet? Lu Banzwing said calmly, wait for another 15 minutes, if he doesn't come, we'll leave. Ling Han nodded, okay. Lu Banzwing looked at everyone present. I think Big Sister already knows the whole story. This time, when we go to Qing province, we won't be facing ordinary great beasts, we'll be facing countless elites of the Azure Firmament world. If there are any difficulties, you can choose not to go, and no one will blame you. Since you're brothers, you'll understand. Not far away, Gan Wuwei shook his head. Of course, if Brother Yi is in trouble, we'll leave. To be honest, this is not the right thing to do, and now that he is in trouble again, we can't just sit back and watch no matter what. Otherwise, what kind of brothers are we? Of course, if there are any difficulties, you can choose not to go, as Big Sister said, we're all brothers, we'll understand. Lin Yunxian suddenly said, those who came, I think there won't be any problems. But this Yi Li, I'm afraid he's in trouble. As she said this, she looked at Lu Banzwing. Big sister, Yi Li usually doesn't like to talk, but at this critical moment, if he's not in trouble, he'll definitely stand up. I think he's in trouble, big sister, let's contact him and ask him. Lu Banzwing thought for a moment, then nodded. She crushed a voice-transmitting talisman, but there was no response. After 15 minutes, there was still no response, so Lu Banzwing said, let's go to Qing province. After saying this, everyone left, heading straight for Qing province. Blood sect. After knowing that Xian was on the Firmament World's wanted list, the whole blood sect was in an uproar. Inside the palace, the people of blood sect were all extremely excited. That Xian is actually on the wanted list. Humph, the heavens want him dead. Xian, the blood sect, must pay with his blood, charge into Qing province, capture Xian alive, and wash away the shame of our blood sect. Inside the palace, everyone spoke one after another, it was very lively. However, blood sect master, Shui Yu, didn't say a word. An old man walked to Shui Yu's side and softly said, Sect master doesn't seem happy? Shui Yu slightly shook his head, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Xian is only at the Divine Combination realm. To the Realm Defense Alliance, he's not even an ant. Why didn't the Realm Defense Alliance directly kill him and instead offered such a high reward? Are they afraid of something? The old man said in a deep voice, Sect master, forgive me for being blunt, but no matter what, our blood sect should enter Qing province and get a share. As he said this, he glanced at the people in the palace. Sect master should know that they want to go to Qing province. Right now, Qing province is a place for us cultivators to get rich, and for our blood sect, it's an excellent place to cultivate. Some of the disciples who went to Kanglan province before came back with a great increase in their cultivation. Many of the disciples in the sect are envious. Sect master previously ordered us not to let our disciples go to Qing province. Many people are already resentful towards Qing province. Shuiyu glanced at the blood sect disciples below. Their eyes were filled with excitement. These disciples didn't have much desire for revenge, they just wanted to go to Qing province to get rich and cultivate. Next to Shuiyu, the old man continued, "Sect master, the Qing prefecture doesn't have any realm protectors. For our sect, no, for the entire Devil Dao, it's an excellent place to practice cultivation. If we don't go there and miss this golden opportunity, it'll be a disaster for our sect." As he said this, he slightly paused, then continued, "Almost all the Devil Dao forces are going." Shuiyu glanced at the old man. "Elder Mo also wants to go?" The old man nodded. "If there's enough blood, my blood transformation art will definitely reach a higher level." Shuiyu pondered for a moment, then stood up, "To Qing province." The palace instantly erupted. Not only the blood sect, but countless families and sects of Qing province, especially the Devil Dao forces, also invaded Qing province. Because Qing province without a boundary protector was a dreamlike place for them to cultivate. In a few days at most, Qing province would become hell on earth. As for the frigid North sect, the entire sect was concealing the matter of Qing province. Obviously, they didn't want Yiling to know Yixian's current situation. Qing province. Somewhere in a mountain range, Lian Wanli was sprinting along with Yixian. Behind her and Yixian were more than a dozen Dharma realm cultivators and hundreds of experts. She wasn't afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight, even if they were in the Dharma controlling realm. However, there were too many people, and Yixian hadn't recovered yet, so she had no choice but to escape with Yixian. After an unknown period of time, she suddenly stopped, because in front of her was a towering mountain wall that pierced through the clouds. There was nowhere to run. Lian Wanli glanced at the people in front of her, then looked down at Yixian. "I admire you very much, but there are so many of them, I can't beat them. Hand over Yixian." At this moment, the black-clothed old man suddenly said coldly, "If you hand over Yixian, we can let you go." Lian Wanli's eyes lit up. "You mean it?" The black-clothed old man looked coldly at Lian Wanli. "Of course." Lian Wanli didn't waste her breath and directly tossed Yixian towards the black-clothed old man. Everyone present was stunned. Is she really going to hand him over? The black-clothed old man was stunned as well. Obviously, he hadn't expected Lian Wanli to hand him over just like that. He instinctively wanted to catch it, but at this moment, the expression of an old man in the Dharma realm nearby changed drastically. "Watch out." As soon as he finished speaking, Yixian, who was flying towards the black-clothed old man, suddenly stopped, and a figure charged towards him. It was Lian Wanli with the azure dragon saber in hand. The black-clothed old man's expression instantly changed when he saw this. At this moment, he didn't have time to think, and he suddenly punched forward with his right hand. At this moment, Lian Wanli's saber arrived. Hiss! Under the gazes of countless people, the black-clothed old man was directly slashed from the top of his head to the bottom. The black-clothed old man's body instantly split apart, and blood and internal organs sprayed all over the ground. Lian Wanli put away the azure dragon saber, turned around, and walked over to Yixian's side. She waved her hand, and a dragon throne appeared in front of her. She sat on the dragon throne with the azure dragon saber in her hand as she looked at the hundreds of people in front of her. "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." As soon as she finished speaking, she took out a purple comb and gently combed her slightly messy hair. P.S. I recommend a novel called Medical Style Martial God. Don't miss it if you like urban novels. Many readers say that I rarely interact with readers. Today, I'll interact with everyone. Yes, everyone can talk to me about how handsome I am. If you think I'm so handsome that you can't describe it with words, then you can keep quiet. I understand. Genius in a second. Remember this site's address. Mobile version. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone was looking at Lian Wanli, who was combing her hair on the dragon throne. This was a classic example of fighting but not messing up one's hair. Of course, the main point wasn't the combing, but the fact that Lian Wanli had just instantly killed a Dharma realm expert. It was an instant kill, not a victory. Lian Wanli didn't look old, but her strength. She might even be a monstrous genius that was even more monstrous than Xian. There was no one here who wasn't fearful. However, Xian was right before them, and no one wanted to give up. Killing Xian would make them rich instantly, and they would at least be able to save 100 years of hard work. Besides that, killing Xian would allow them to gain fame. Presently, Xian was famous in the firmament world, so killing him would definitely cause their fame to rise explosively and make their names known throughout the firmament world. Even then, some people still retreated. After they witnessed Lian Wanli's terrifying strength, they decisively chose to retreat. After all, Lian Wanli wasn't the only one in front of them, there was also Xian. If Xian was allowed to recover, then how terrifying would their strengths be? So, some people decisively chose to leave. However, there were only a few, and there were less than 10 of them. The rest were accumulating strength and were ready to attack at any moment. Nearby, after Lian Wanli finished combing her hair, she carried Xian and placed him on the dragon throne, and then she held the azure dragon's saber in her hand as she turned around and walked towards the hundreds of people. The eyes of the hundreds of people were filled with extreme fear when they witnessed this scene, and some of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. Lian Wanli didn't attack right away, and she suddenly stopped. She gazed at the hundreds of people and asked, "Xian is on the World Protector rankings, right?" A Dharma Realm expert from the Situ clan said in a low voice, "Since you know that Xian is on the World Protector rankings, then you should be aware that Xian has violated the rules of the world. So long as he's from the firmament world, then everyone has the right to kill him. If you insist on protecting him, then you're going against the entire firmament world." Lian Wanli thought for a moment and said, "Then should I hand him over to all of you?" Everyone was stunned. Lian Wanli shook his head again. "No, no. With such a high reward from the Realm Protection Alliance, if I hand him over to them, I will instantly become rich." The spectators revealed strange expressions when they heard this. In the beginning, they thought that Lian Wanli intended to protect Xian, but now it would seem like he intends to take everything for himself. The few myriad law realm experts from the Situ clan were also a little dumbfounded. Wasn't this woman going to protect Xian? Lian Wanli looked at the crowd and said, "Let me tell you, this Xian is mine. No one can take him away from me. We can't let her take it all for herself." At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Take it all." Everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly agreed. Lian Wanli looked at the crowd coldly. "This Xian is in my hands. Why can't I take it for myself? Everyone who sees it has a share." Someone suddenly said, "Why did everyone come to Qing province with great difficulty?" Naturally, it was for money. This Xian is priceless, and any heaven-ranked treasure would be enough for us to eat for a lifetime if we were to obtain it. Yes. We can't let this woman take it all for herself. Everyone who sees it has a share. Could this woman be deliberately stalling for time? How could that be? This woman isn't stupid. Why would she go against the entire Azure world and the Realm Defense Alliance for Xian? No one noticed that Xian's fingers, who was lying on the dragon throne, trembled slightly. Lian Wanli held the azure dragon saber with an expressionless face. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, an old man walked out. "Miss, everyone came from afar to seek wealth. How about this? You take the big share and we take the small share. How about this?" Although some people were a little unhappy, they didn't dare to say anything. Who told her to be so powerful? Lian Wanli pondered slightly as if he was considering it. Seeing this scene, the old man, "This chapter is not finished, please continue." The old man was delighted and felt that there was a chance. He immediately said, "Miss, you are a genius. We are not willing to be enemies with you. As long as you are willing to share this Xian with us." Lian Wanli suddenly shook his head. "It's not impossible to share, but there are too many people. If we divide the spoils, how much can one person get? I have a suggestion. The Dharma realm can stay, and everyone can hand over this Xian to the Realm Defense Alliance. Then, we can divide the bounty." Hearing this, the expressions of those who weren't in the Dharma realm turned extremely ugly. As for those in the Dharma realm, they seemed to be thinking about it. At this moment, a grey-robed old man from the Situ clan suddenly walked out and looked coldly at Lian Wanli. "I think you want to divide us." Divide? The spectators instantly became slightly vigilant when they heard this. because they noticed that the situation was slightly off. Lian Wanli said indifferently, "Divide? Are you willing to share the bounty with these ants?" "In any case, I don't want to." The gray-robed old man stared at Lian Wanli. "If you don't want to divide us, that's fine. So long as you kill this Xian, the Situ clan is willing to stand on your side. In any case, the Realm Defense Alliance wants dead people, not alive ones. How about it? Kill Xian." Everyone was looking at Lian Wanli. Lian Wanli nodded, and then she pointed at Xian who sat on the dragon throne. "He's right there. Go kill him yourself." "Go kill him." The gray-robed old man's expression was slightly unsightly because he wasn't sure of Lian Wanli's true intentions. If Lian Wanli intended to protect Xian, then he had no doubt that Lian Wanli would attack him. But if he didn't go over, then how would he know Lian Wanli's true intentions? Presently, the enmity between Xian and the Situ clan could be said to be in a stalemate. At this moment, Xian was at his weakest. So, if he didn't kill Xian now, then he would probably have even fewer chances in the future. When he thought up to here, the gray-robed old man glanced at the others around him. They nodded slightly, and then they walked towards Xian who sat on the dragon throne. 8 experts at the Dharma realm, even though they were walking towards Xian, their gazes were constantly locked onto Lian Wanli, and all of them were extremely vigilant. On the other hand, Lian Wanli held the azure dragon's saber in her hand and didn't have any intention of attacking. In next to no time, the 8 of them arrived before the dragon throne. The gray-robed old man turned around to glance at Lian Wanli, but Lian Wanli still didn't attack. The gray-robed old man relaxed when he saw this scene, and he relaxed his vigilance. Because it was too late. Even if Lian Wanli attacked now, the others around him were sufficient to resist Lian Wanli, whereas he only needed less than half a breath of time to kill Xian. Right at this moment, Xian, who was lying on the dragon throne, suddenly opened his eyes. Hiss, hiss, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes like 2 bolts of lightning. This sudden and unexpected event caused the gray-robed old man's expression to instantly change violently. All his attention was originally on Lian Wanli, so he'd utterly not expected that Xian would suddenly attack. Under such circumstances, he could only rely on his instincts to cover his vital points with his arms. Hiss, hiss, 2 rays of light directly chopped off his arms, and he seized this opportunity to retreat with the hope of pulling apart the distance between him and Xian. However, a flying sword was even swifter than him, and it instantly pierced through the space between his brows. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone's gazes moved from Lian Wanli to the nearby dragon throne. Xian sat on the dragon throne with his eyes closed, and his entire body emanated a strand of dark black sword insight. Xian had awoken. Everyone was extremely vigilant. On the other hand, those experts at the Dharma realm who stood before Xian had retreated successively as well, and they pulled apart the distance between them and Xian. The Sword Emperor. Presently, Xian was the Sword Emperor, and he was able to gather the energy of the heavens and the earth and gather the energy of space. From a certain perspective, Xian was actually equivalent to the Dharma realm. If there wasn't a gap between their realms, then no one in the same realm of cultivation would be a match for Xian. This chapter isn't finished. Please continue to the next page. Meanwhile, a voice resounded from within the crowd. This person's sword insight is rather chaotic, and his aura is low. Obviously, he hasn't fully recovered from his injuries. If we still don't join forces now, then we'll only be slowly played to death by them while suspecting each other and being fearful of each other. Lian Wanli looked towards the center of the crowd, and her brows knit together slightly. Because she didn't see the person who spoke those words. Meanwhile, the voice resounded once more, attack together. No matter how monstrous their geniuses are, they'll definitely die. Situ clan, if all of you don't take the lead, then I'm afraid we'll never have the chance to avenge the Situ clan. The 7 experts from the Situ clan exchanged glances when they heard this, and then they charged directly at Xian in the next moment. When they saw someone take the lead, the remaining experts instantly stopped holding back and charged over in succession. Lian Wanli walked over to Xian with the azure dragon's saber in her hand, and her face was expressionless as she gazed at the group that charged at her. The 7 experts at the 10,000 Dharma realm charged at the forefront, and the aura they released was like a torrent that pressed down on Xian and Lian Wanli. The aura arrived before the person arrived. Lian Wanli tilted her head slightly and asked, "How long will it take?" 2 hours. Xian replied. "Wait for your death." After she finished speaking, Lian Wanli turned around and left. Yi Xian hurriedly said again, 1 hour. Lian Wanli turned around again, and with the azure dragon saber in her hand, she suddenly slashed forward vertically. Azure Dragon Break. As soon as she finished speaking, a 300 m long azure saber energy suddenly slashed down from the sky, and within the saber energy, the soul of an azure dragon roared with its head raised. As soon as the saber energy appeared, the aura released by the 7 experts at the 10,000 Dharma realm instantly vanished. At the same time, the powerful saber energy directly shook the 7 people in front of her and pushed them over 300 m back. It should be said that the 7 of them took the initiative to retreat after they noticed the saber energy, retreat for now. At that moment, the 7 of them practically made this decision at the same time. As for the others who charged over, they didn't have the ability to react, and the saber energy descended, boom, in an instant, the ground instantly cracked, and nearly a dozen people were instantly swallowed by the saber energy, and on the ground, there was a gully that was tens of feet deep. The power of one saber was so terrifying, and at this moment, there was a sudden change, and an afterimage flashed in the field, Law Imperial Realm. Lian Wanli's eyes narrowed slightly, and with one hand, she slashed forward with the saber. The saber fell, but was blocked by a finger. That finger blocked the blade, not the back of the saber. True Law Imperial Realm. Lian Wanli's pupils shrank slightly, and her right hand suddenly pressed down. The afterimage instantly retreated a distance of several feet, but the next moment, the person took a step forward, and with both hands holding the azure dragon saber in her hand, an afterimage suddenly appeared behind her without warning. True Law Imperial Realm. 2 True Law Imperial Realm. Moreover, they were top assassins. At this critical moment, Lian Wanli's right hand decisively abandoned the azure dragon saber, and her left hand turned around and swept horizontally. The moment she made her move, a cold light slashed down from her left shoulder. Pissed, Lian Wanli's left arm instantly flew out, and she took the opportunity to dodge to the side. In the process, blood spurted out from her left shoulder in a beautiful arc. After Lian Wanli stopped, she glanced at her left shoulder, and there was nothing there. She was stunned. At this moment, not far away, the 2 True Law Imperial Realm experts were about to attack Yi Xian, but a dragon's roar came from the side. The 2 turned to look at Lian Wanli, and with the azure dragon saber in her right hand, Lian Wanli walked in front of Yi Xian, and turned to look at the 2 True Law Imperial Realm experts not far away. We agreed to buy him an hour, so an hour, not a breath less. Blood flowed from her left shoulder. End of this chapter. Lian Wanli held the azure dragon saber in her right hand while the tip of the saber touched the ground, and the faint roar of a dragon resounded from the blade. She just stood before Yi Xian and refused to budge an inch. An old man stood before Lian Wanli. The old man had white hair, a face covered in wrinkles, and eyes that were sharp like an eagle's. Not too far away from the old man was a black-cloaked man who floated in midair. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly, and his aura was completely absent. It was as if he didn't exist, a true defense realm expert, not to mention Pine Prefecture. Such an expert was a top-rate expert even in the Central Divine Prefecture. The white-haired old man sized up Lian Wanli and said indifferently, "They say that the #1 genius of Pine Prefecture is that Xianxia. Actually, you aren't inferior to her, but you've concealed your strength too deeply. If we hadn't joined forces, it would be extremely difficult to sever an arm of yours." Lian Wanli glanced at the white-haired old man and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that 2 true defensive Dharma realms would be deployed. Looks like you're a little afraid." The white-haired old man said indifferently, "He attained the Sword Emperor realm at such a young age. My Sidhu clan isn't afraid of such natural talent. However, it's better to eliminate him now just in case." The Sidhu clan. Lian Wanli glanced at the white-haired old man, and then she turned to look at the black-cloaked man by the white-haired old man's side. "I presume you're from the dark dimension since you're able to conceal your aura to such an extent." All this while, this king thought that your dark world had completely disappeared. "I never thought that you were waiting for an opportunity to make a move and prepare to kill Yi Xian." The black-cloaked man said, "Miss Lian, I know you're not simple, and we've never thought of becoming enemies with you. Our only target is Yi Xian. We won't stop you if you leave. But don't blame us for being merciless if you continue meddling in our business." All for Yi Xian. Lian Wanli turned to look at Yi Xian. "I wouldn't have allied with you if I knew you had so many enemies. This king has suffered a great loss this time." After saying that, she turned to look at the man in black and the white-haired old man. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of love. This king and him. Oh, this king has nothing to do with him, nothing to do with him. As she spoke to this point, she seemed to have flown into a rage out of humiliation. Immediately, she raised the azure dragon blade and charged towards the white-haired old man and his companion. The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes. I gave you face, but you refused. With that, he waved his sleeves forward. Boom, the entire ground was lifted up in an instant, and like a wave, it instantly drowned out everything within 10,000 miles. Meanwhile, a saber suddenly tore through the air from the uprooted ground, and a strand of saber chi slashed towards the white-haired old man before the saber even arrived. The white-haired old man's face was as cold as frost. When the saber chi arrived above his head, he reached out with his right hand and swung it up and down. In an instant, the space in front of him rippled like a wave, and the saber chi that stretched for thousands of miles instantly twisted and folded before disappearing. True defense realm. The true defense realm could use space, but it could not physically change space. On the other hand, the true defense realm could distort all things in space, but it could not change the structure of space. As for the true defense realm, it was no longer just able to distort space, but could also change the structure of space. There were 3 realms, and each realm had a fundamental difference, and this difference was often difficult to overcome. The higher one went, the harder it was to challenge those of a higher realm. At this moment, Lian Wanli's saber chi was directly twisted, and then the old man changed the structure of space, using space to directly erase it. After the saber chi disappeared, Lian Wanli suddenly appeared above the old man's head. The old man was expressionless as he punched out. It was a very simple punch, but it contained a mysterious law of divine ability. The space where Lian Wanli was suddenly trembled, and the next moment, she was directly sent flying. This time, she flew directly in front of Xianxia. As soon as she landed, the ground under her feet shook violently, and the ground within a radius of hundreds of feet cracked. It was extremely terrifying, but the next moment, Lian Wanli suddenly disappeared from where she was. The next moment, a long saber pierced through the air and appeared in front of the white-haired old man. On the long saber's blade, there was an angry green dragon roaring. The white-haired old man was expressionless as he took a step forward, and his right hand pointed forward with a finger. In his opinion, this finger would definitely be able to block the saber. The saber fell, bang, the white-haired old man was instantly forced back more than 10 feet. When he stopped, the ground behind him instantly collapsed into a deep pit that was dozens of feet deep. At the same time, his 2 fingers had already been shattered. The white-haired old man's face was extremely gloomy. He lifted his head to look at Lian Wanli, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. I have underestimated you. However, you have successfully angered the old man. Don't worry, the old man will not kill you. Later, the old man will make you wish you were dead. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward swiftly. As he charged, numerous seemingly corporeal afterimages appeared behind him. His speed was swift to the limit. The corners of Lian Wanli's mouth curled up slightly into a savage smile as she stood before Xianxia. She suddenly leaped up and swiftly slashed down with the saber in her hand. Slash! Bang! A monstrous aura surged out from the azure dragon saber. At the same time, a green dragon suddenly struggled free from the saber and transformed into a ray of light that slashed down. Meanwhile, the old man arrived before her. Bang! An explosion that shook the heavens resounded, and then the 2 figures retreated explosively. The white-haired old man stopped after moving over 30 m back, whereas Lian Wanli was forcefully pushed over 100 m back. She'd just stopped when a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of her mouth. On the other hand, blood was still flowing from her left shoulder. At this moment, she was in an extremely bad state. The injury on her left shoulder and the injury she suffered right now could be said to have worsened her injuries. She was at the true 10,000 transformation realm, but even she was unable to surmount a realm of cultivation to kill a true imperial law realm expert. Of course, if the old man and the black-haired old man hadn't joined forces and severed her arm at the beginning, then she might have given it a try. However, her chances of winning weren't great. In the distance, the white-haired old man glanced at his body. The clothes on his chest had split open, and there was a saber mark there. It wasn't deep, and it had just broken through his skin, the white-haired old man's expression was extremely gloomy when he witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, the black-cloaked figure suddenly said, "Let's join forces to prevent any unexpected events from occurring." The white-haired old man hesitated for a moment before he nodded. Obviously, he didn't want any unexpected events to occur. At this moment, Yi Xian's greatest backer was gone, so it was the best time to kill Yi Xian. In next to no time, both of them charged directly at Lian Wanli and Yi Xian. This time, both of them didn't hold back at all, and they sought to kill with a single strike. They intended to kill Lian Wanli first, and then kill Yi Xian. In the distance, Lian Wanli raised the azure dragon saber and was about to charge out when a hand suddenly pulled her back. Lian Wanli turned her head, and Yi Xian had already stood up. He pulled Lian Wanli behind him and made her sit on the dragon throne. Lian Wanli looked straight at Yi Xian. "This king's arm is gone. It's very uncomfortable." Yi Xian said softly, "I'll kill them to vent your anger." With that, he turned to face the black-cloaked figure and the white-haired old man. 1 against 2, impossible. Yi Xian was extremely clear about this. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to defeat the two of them. It would be difficult for him to even fight one of them. The two of them were getting closer and closer. At this moment, a black Xiao Ta suddenly appeared between Yi Xian's brows. At the moment the black Xiao Ta appeared, Yi Xian's features instantly twisted. Prison pagoda. The mysterious woman had once told him not to activate the prison pagoda rashly, especially when he didn't have any Dao laws. But at this moment, he had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. If he fought with his life on the line, he might have a chance, but if he didn't, he wouldn't have a chance at all. At the moment the prison pagoda appeared, the heavens and the earth suddenly darkened, and a ghastly aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, everyone felt as if they'd fallen into purgatory. At the same time, a pitch-black prisoner character appeared above everyone's heads. P.S. The entire area was out of electricity due to the heavy snow. I ran over 10 kilometers with my computer, and finally found electricity. I don't know if you guys believe me. If you don't, I'll think of another. The Pagoda of Hell, it could be said to be his greatest trump card, but he hadn't dared to use it until now. Because he'd tried once in the past, and he'd almost killed himself that time. But now, he had no choice but to use it, because at this moment, he had no other choice. It was still the same. If he fought with his life on the line, he might be able to survive, but if he didn't, he would definitely lose his life. As for exactly how strong the Pagoda of Hell was, he had no idea because he didn't understand it at all. After the pagoda appeared, the expressions of the two true Imperial Magic Realm experts before Yi Xian instantly changed. The white-haired old man looked at Yi Xian with slight terror, or to be more precise, at the black Xiao Ta that had appeared between Yi Xian's brows. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What is that? It wasn't just the white-haired old man, everyone here was shocked as well. This was because everyone felt extremely uncomfortable after the appearance of this black tower. At this moment, Yi Xian felt like he was about to explode, and it was extremely painful. Moreover, he felt like something was flowing out of his body. Besides that, his soul was actually faintly discernible as if it was about to be separated from his body. Hold on, Yi Xian bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to remain clear-headed. If he didn't hold on now, then he would really be finished. The black-clothed person by the white-haired old man's side suddenly said, "What is he going to do?" The white-haired old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. He seems to be about to take out some sort of powerful treasure. "Do we attack?" asked the black-cloaked person. The white-haired old man shook his head. "Let's wait for now. Since that thing was able to cause the heavens and earth to change color before it even appeared, it's definitely extraordinary. Let him take it out and let us see exactly what it is." When he spoke up to hear, a trace of greed flashed through his eyes. Because it was very likely that the treasure that Yi Xian was about to take out was an extraordinary treasure that was above the heaven grade, the white-haired old man was quite excited when he thought up to hear. The people behind the white-haired old man and the black-clothed person didn't leave. Even though they were slightly fearful, they weren't very afraid. Because in front of them, there were two true defensive Dharma realm experts. With these two experts at the front, they were naturally fearless. Just like that, everyone was waiting for Yi Xian to take out that divine item. Under everyone's gaze, the black Xiao Ta between Yi Xian's eyebrows gradually came out. At this moment, Yi Xian's facial features were distorted to an appalling degree. Even if Yi Ling were here, he wouldn't be able to recognize him immediately. That was because his facial features had been twisted to the point of being deformed. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. What exactly was this Xian going to bring out? Everyone was curious. About a quarter of an hour later, the black Xiao Ta suddenly flashed out between Xian's eyebrows. Everyone looked at the black Xiao Ta, their eyes filled with curiosity. Lil Pagoda floated quietly in the air. Right at this moment, Xian, who was not far away, suddenly pointed angrily at the white-haired old man and the others and roared, "Kill them all!" Just as everyone was still in a state of shock, the black pagoda suddenly shook violently. Above everyone's heads, the black prisoner character suddenly released a black beam of light. This black beam of light directly enveloped everyone. At this moment, no one was able to move, not a single one of them could move. Even the white-haired old man and the black-clothed person who were at the true imperial magic realm were the same. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page, because no matter how they resisted, it was of no use. Under the black beam of light, they didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Moreover, they were all normal in all aspects, including Xianxia and their own strength. However, they were unable to resist. That was what terrified them the most. The white-haired old man stared at Xian and was practically roaring hysterically, "What is this? What is this?" Xian hadn't even answered when the black Xiao Ta suddenly trembled, and then everyone here vanished. When they appeared again, they were within a black Xiao Ta, the first level of the pagoda of prisons. Everyone looked around with terror, and it was the same for the white-haired old man. He wanted to resist, but he was unable to. At this moment, the prisoner character above everyone's head suddenly turned blood red. The moment it turned blood red, everyone's body started to rot inch by inch. Ah! Numerous shrill cries resounded incessantly. The white-haired old man released his aura and strength madly, but it was of no use. Just like that, everyone gradually rotted away until they died. This was the most terrifying scene because they were watching themselves die. Shrill cries resounded incessantly within the pagoda of prisons. This continued for around 15 minutes before the pagoda of prisons was completely empty, and only a few hundred spatial rings remained. Obviously, the pagoda of prisons only targeted living beings and not those that didn't. Outside the pagoda of prisons, after sensing that everyone in the pagoda had disappeared, Xian relaxed and collapsed. On the ground, Xian lay silently. After around 15 minutes, his limbs suddenly began to twitch. At the same time, all the blood vessels in his body were violently trembling, as if they were about to burst out of his skin. It was an extremely shocking sight. Nearby, Lian Wanli quickly walked over to Xian. Seeing Xian's current appearance, she frowned. Backlash? She had naturally seen everything that had happened just now. The treasure that Xian had taken out had taken everyone away, even the true imperial law realm. This sort of divine item definitely surpassed heaven rank. And Xian was only at the divine unity realm. With his current realm, it was impossible for him to control this sort of divine item. If he forcefully used it, he would definitely suffer a backlash. After a moment of silence, Lian Wanli put away the azure dragon saber, picked up Xian, and turned to leave. Around 15 minutes later, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. Supreme Lu. At this moment, Supreme Lu's face was terrifyingly gloomy. When Xian had taken out the pagoda of prisons, he hadn't been there because someone had been spying on him. So, he had gone to chase after them, but he hadn't caught anyone, and when he returned, everyone had disappeared. Someone was secretly helping Xian. Supreme Lu glanced around coldly. Under the circumstances that the Realm Defense Alliance wanted Xian dead, there was still someone who dared to secretly help Xian. This was undoubtedly a blatant challenge to the Realm Defense Alliance's authority. However, since the other party dared to go against them for Xian, it was definitely not an ordinary force. Supreme Lu fell silent for a long time before he said solemnly, "Xian. Pass down the order to investigate Xian again. Starting from Qingqing, his parents and all his relatives must be investigated. Besides that, announce to the world that both Xian and Lian Wanli have perished. Without them, the will of the people in Pine Prefecture will definitely disperse. Even if no one from the Central Divine Prefecture enters Pine Prefecture will still fall into chaos. Supreme Lu." A voice resounded from the sky. Supreme Lu glanced at the surroundings again, and his expression was slightly gloomy. His expression was slightly gloomy. Because it was absolutely not an ordinary force that was able to make a few hundred people vanish without a trace. Besides that, where exactly are Xian and Lian Wanli? However, he didn't have the time to pay attention to them right now because he had something more important to attend to. It was to head to Azure Wave Prefecture and seize the quintessence of Azure Wave Prefecture. Because the time had come, Supreme Lu turned around and left. After he left, a shadow suddenly appeared here, and it glanced at the surroundings before vanishing without a trace. Presently, Pine Prefecture could be said to be the paradise for countless cultivators of the Central Divine Prefecture. Because they could do everything they wanted to do in the past but didn't dare to do here, countless cloud vessels from the Central Divine Prefecture had entered Pine Prefecture, and numerous people were rushing over every single day. It was especially so for the Devil Dao. Practically all the sects, powers, and clans of the Devil Dao had rushed over here. Because Pine Prefecture was completely unrestrained, so it was undoubtedly a dreamland for them to cultivate in the Devil Dao. They didn't have to sneakily cultivate all sorts of vicious techniques here, didn't have to worry about the displeasure of the various powers, and didn't have to worry about being targeted by the Realm Defense Alliance. They could do as they pleased here, and it was definitely a superb place to cultivate for those who cultivated in the Devil Dao, because many who cultivated in the Devil Dao emphasized on doing as they pleased. On the other hand, the news of Xian and Lian Wanli's death swiftly spread throughout Pine Prefecture thanks to the Realm Defense Alliance's intentional promotion. At the moment they found out about their deaths, the entire prefecture instantly seethed with excitement. After all, the reason Pine Prefecture was able to maintain its current stability was mainly because of them. So long as Yixian was present, then the Jiang Kingdom, Ning Kingdom, and the surrounding kingdoms wouldn't dare to act rashly. So long as Lian Wanli was present, then the Great Cloud Empire wouldn't dare to act rashly. It could be said that the two of them had played a crucial role in stabilizing Pine Prefecture, but now, both of them were gone. For a time, Pine Prefecture was in an uproar, and countless people began to make all sorts of plans, especially in the Great Cloud Empire. Some of its vassals had already declared themselves kings. Pine Prefecture itself began to fall into chaos, and with the addition of some cultivators from the Divine Central Continent who had entered Pine Prefecture first, Pine Prefecture could be said to be growing more and more chaotic. Once most of the experts from the Divine Central Continent entered Pine Prefecture, it would truly become a living hell on Earth. Somewhere in the boundless sea, a cloud ship was flying swiftly, and the people on it were all disciples of the Joyful Union sect. There were over 100 of them. They were all the elites of the Joyful Union sect. In a private room on the cloud ship, the sect master of the Joyful Union sect stood silently by the window. Behind him stood an old man. After a long time, the sect master of the Joyful Union sect suddenly said, "It should be true. 2 true law realm experts and hundreds of experts, there's no way that Yixian could have survived." Moreover, this news has spread rapidly throughout Pine Prefecture and the Divine Central Continent, so it must be the work of the Realm Defense Alliance. Since it's their doing, it should be confirmed. So, asked the old man. The sect master of the Joyful Union sect raised the corner of his mouth and sneered, "Enter Pine Prefecture and capture everyone from Blue Waves Academy alive. Leave the women, kill all the men, and hang their heads above the city gates of the Jiang Kingdom's imperial capital. The enmity of my Joyful Union sect will naturally be repaid 100-fold. The old man smiled faintly. "That's how it should be." A moment later, a voice suddenly came from the cloud ship. "Yixian is dead. Yixian is dead. Haha." Soon, loud and excited laughter came from the cloud ship. End of this chapter. After an unknown amount of time, Yixian vaguely heard the sound of flowing water. His head felt heavy, as if it was filled with lead. Just like this, his consciousness began to blur again. He clenched his fists tightly and instinctively bit the tip of his tongue. The intense pain made him slightly clearer. At this moment, he also sensed his current location. Not far away from him was a waterfall. It was not large, only a few dozen feet wide and 60 feet tall. The water poured down into a small pool below, splashing everywhere. Next to the pool, a woman was sitting on a rock. The woman was leaning over the pool, her jade-white feet in the water. She gently swayed, allowing the water to slowly crash against them. In the mountains, there was the occasional sound of birds chirping, the sound of flowing water, the sound of birds, the pure and refined woman, peace, at this moment, Xian's heart had never been so peaceful before. A moment later, he wanted to get up, but he found that he could not move at all. Xian smiled bitterly. This backlash, at this moment, in front of the pond not far away, the woman seemed to have sensed something. She turned her head to look at Xian. The next moment, the tip of her right foot tapped the surface of the water lightly. The water rippled, and her whole body floated up like a wisp of smoke. In the air, she tapped the surface of the water lightly again and floated towards Xian. She was like a goddess who had descended from the heavens, pure and beautiful. Soon, the woman landed next to Xian. She looked down at him and blinked her pretty eyes. "You're awake?" Xian nodded. "Miss Lian. We're still alive." "That's great." Lian Wanli's right hand lightly brushed her hair behind her ear and she smiled. "That treasure of yours is really powerful. It killed 2 true Imperial Law Realm cultivators and hundreds of experts at once." "What kind of treasure is that? How is it so powerful?" At this point, she seemed to think of something and she smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I asked too much." Xian smiled. "I don't know what the World Prison Pagoda is either. It was left to me by my mother. This pagoda has its own space." "That's right, that Sword Celestial sister used to live in this pagoda, but she has already left." Seeing that Xian wasn't hiding anything, Lian Wanli's smile suddenly brightened. She didn't know why, but she felt a little happy at this moment. She even temporarily forgot about her broken arm. She didn't ask again, because it was enough. Xian suddenly said, "Miss Lian, you could have left earlier." Lian Wanli looked at Xian. "Leave? If I leave, you'll die." Xian said softly, "If you don't leave, you might die too." Lian Wanli shook her head. She sat beside Xian and raised her head to look at the setting sun in the distant horizon. She said softly, "The Azure province is in chaos. Many people are calculating their own interests, but they have never thought about the future of the Azure province. However, you are willing to stand out at this critical moment. Not for your own benefit, but for the sake of protecting the Azure province." When she spoke up to this point, she withdrew her gaze and gazed at Xian. She said with a smile, "You were very handsome when you resisted those experts from the Central Divine Prefecture. I suddenly realized that no matter how formidable a person is, if that person has no bottom line, doesn't feel pity for all living beings in the world, and only knows how to cultivate, seek the grand Tao, and seek immortality, then such a person can't be considered a person anymore. I look down upon such a person. Moreover, a person's strength can't be measured by strength sometimes." "Then how should it be measured?" asked Xian. Lian Wanli fell silent for a moment, and then she shook her head. "I don't know. However, I feel that you're very strong when you faced those experts from the Central Divine Prefecture by yourself and said that I, Xian, will protect the Azure province." When she spoke up to hear, she gazed at Qin Shi. "This chapter isn't finished. Please continue to the next page." There was a smile in Xian's eyes. "I feel that a man can't be handsome or rich, but he can't be without backbone, and he can't be without responsibility." Xian said seriously, "Miss Lian, I have all these qualities that you speak of. I'm finished. Am I too outstanding?" Lian Wanli suddenly pinched Xian's cheek, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "You're too shameless." Xian was speechless. At this moment, Lian Wanli took out a purple medicinal pill and fed it to Xian. "Heal your injuries first. I'll stand guard for you." Xian nodded. His top priority right now was to heal his injuries because the matter wasn't over yet. Moreover, he could only rely on himself for everything now. Healing. Xian calmed his heart and carefully sensed everything within his body. What he feared the most wasn't the backlash, but the irreparable side effects of activating the prison pagoda. This was what he was most worried about at the moment. After carefully inspecting his body, he breathed a sigh of relief because he discovered that he was completely fine. No, Xian's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly looked inside the prison pagoda, and he was soon dumbfounded. A moment later, Xian smiled bitterly. This was because he discovered that all the top-grade spirit stones that he had obtained earlier had disappeared. Not only had all his top-grade spirit stones disappeared, but even the top-grade spirit stones in the prison pagoda storage rings had disappeared. Everything in those storage rings was still there, but there weren't any top-grade spirit stones in those storage rings. Needless to say, they had all been swallowed by the prison pagoda, spirit chi. It was clear that after activating the prison pagoda once, the prison pagoda needed a large amount of spirit chi for some reason. However, this was far too much. He originally had several tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones, and there were at least several tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones in those storage rings in the prison pagoda. All of them had been swallowed. Fortunately, he was fine. This was already a great fortune. Xian tried to contact the prison pagoda, but he discovered that there was no movement from the prison pagoda. Not only that, but his main body couldn't enter the prison pagoda, and he couldn't take out all the things in the prison pagoda. It's closed. Xian was dumbfounded. Xian was unwilling to give up, so he tried again, but he still couldn't enter the prison pagoda, and he couldn't even move the prison pagoda. Finally, he confirmed that the prison pagoda was really closed. Without the prison pagoda, it was equivalent to losing an ultimate trump card. After a moment of silence, Xian suddenly turned to look at Lian Wanli, who was lighting a fire not far away. "Miss Lian, please give me a piece of spirit stone." Lian Wanli pointed a finger, and a spirit stone flew in front of Xian. Then, she continued to light the fire, not far away. As soon as Xian got his hands on the spirit stone, it disappeared without a trace, gone. Xian's expression froze. After a quarter of an hour, Xian concluded. First, the prison pagoda was really closed. Second, the prison pagoda required a large amount of spirit energy. Third, if he wanted to reopen the prison pagoda, he might first need to provide it with enough spirit energy. Fourth, it was unknown how many supreme-grade spirit stones the prison pagoda needed. If it wasn't a lot, then it would be fine. If it needed hundreds of millions of supreme-grade spirit stones, where would he find so many supreme-grade spirit stones? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Most importantly, he didn't know if activating the prison pagoda would affect the existences imprisoned in the prison pagoda. After a long time, Xian sighed and stopped thinking about these problems. The most important thing now was to, this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page, to heal his injuries. After taking the elixir given by Lian Wanli, a wave of extremely pure spirit energy slowly spread throughout his body. Under the nourishment of this pure spirit energy, his body began to slowly recover. Night fell slowly, and the surroundings were quiet. Under the starry sky, Xian and Lian Wanli sat opposite each other. In front of them was a bonfire, and above the bonfire was a wild rabbit. It was golden and fragrant. The two did not immediately return to the Great Cloud Empire because their injuries had not fully recovered. Lian Wanli suddenly said, "I've received news that a large number of experts from the Central Divine Prefecture have entered Azure Province. They have come with ill intentions." Xian said softly, "Then let's make sure they don't return." Lian Wanli looked at Xian, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. "Good." Sensing Lian Wanli's smile, Xian was a little taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Lian Wanli was actually very good-looking. Her appearance was not particularly stunning, but upon closer inspection, one would find that she was very, very pleasing to the eye. The more one looked at her, the more interesting she became. At this moment, Lian Wanli suddenly asked, "Are you looking at me?" Xian was taken aback, then nodded. "Do I look good?" Lian Wanli asked again. Xian nodded again. "You look good." Lian Wanli's expression suddenly became a little sad. "How can I look good without an arm?" Xian said softly, "I'm sorry." It could be said that Lian Wanli had lost her arm because of him. Lian Wanli said with a smile, "It's not your fault." As she spoke, she lay on the ground, looked up at the starry sky, and said softly, "Have a good rest. After tonight, we'll go back tomorrow morning." "If you go back, what are you going to do?" Xian lay down as well. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "Punish evil with evil." Ning Kingdom. Before daybreak, countless cloud ships suddenly entered the Ning Kingdom's territory and headed straight for the imperial capital. Among them were the Joyful Sect, the Joyful Union Sect, and the Blood Sect. These three sects had a blood feud with Xian. This time, they naturally came for revenge. In addition, the Joyful Union Sect and the Joyful Union Sect were determined to capture Tuoba Yen, in a small pavilion in the Ning Kingdom's imperial palace. Tuoba Yen was dressed in white. She stood quietly in front of a memorial tablet. There were only 3 words on the memorial tablet: Husband Yi Xian. The moment she learned that Yi Xian had fallen, she set up this memorial tablet. She had been standing here for a day and a night. At daybreak, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Your Majesty, several cloud ships have entered the Ning Kingdom's imperial capital. Your Majesty, please retreat immediately. Tuoba Yen walked in front of the memorial tablet. She gently stroked the memorial tablet and said softly, Don't worry, I will only have one man in my life, and that is you. After saying that, she turned and left. And in her sleeves were 2 pyroblast talismans, Great Ning Kingdom's imperial capital. 3 cloud ships stopped. Soon, nearly 300 people jumped off the cloud ships. They were all disciples of the Blood Sect, the Joyful Union Sect, and the Joyful Union Sect. The leader of the Blood Sect, Shui Yu, looked around and said with some greed, Fresh blood. After a moment, his expression suddenly became ferocious. Slaughter the city. P.S. There is something that has been hidden from everyone for a long time. Actually, I am end of this chapter. Slaughter the city. When the Blood Sect's master, Shui Yu, spoke these words, the disciples of the Blood Sect instantly seethed with excitement. The Devil Dao. Even though the Devil Dao faction was able to survive in the Central Divine Prefecture, they were still ostracized. Moreover, they didn't dare to take some extreme actions for fear of incurring public wrath. So, the Devil Dao faction was rather restrained in the Central Divine Prefecture, and it was difficult for them to display their might. But now that they were in Pine Prefecture, they had no worries at all. There were no world protectors here, and there were no powers that could resist them here. They could do whatever they wanted here. The strong could be willful to the weak without any reason. Weakness was the original sin. Kill. The disciples of the Blood Sect charged into the city and started a massacre. They practically killed anyone they saw. There were troops in the city as well, but they were utterly useless before these cultivators. As for the Joyful Union Sect and the Joyful Sect, they didn't participate in the massacre and headed straight for the Ning Kingdom's imperial palace instead. They were determined to obtain the inner charm physique, in front of the Ning Kingdom's imperial palace. Tens of thousands of soldiers had gathered here, and all of them were waiting in battle formation. Behind these soldiers was Tuoba Yen, and there were 2 more Dharma realm experts behind him. Under the gazes of countless people, the sect masters of the Joyful Union Sect and the Joyful Sect led their disciples to the entrance of the imperial palace. The moment they saw Tuoba Yen, the eyes of the Joyful Union sect masters and the Joyful Gate sect masters blazed. Meanwhile, Tuoba Yen suddenly said, Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, countless arrows shot like a storm towards the members of the Joyful Union Sect and the Joyful Sect. The Joyful Union Sect's sect master laughed coldly. He waved his right hand, and a powerful force surged out from his palm. In an instant, all the arrows were actually destroyed by this force. The faces of the Ning Kingdom's soldiers instantly turned ghastly pale when they saw this. A law-controlling realm expert, ordinary soldiers were completely defenseless in front of such a powerhouse, because a powerhouse in the spell-defensive realm had far exceeded the scope of ordinary warriors. The Joyful Union sect master ignored the soldiers and looked at Tuoba Yen who stood nearby. No one can protect you this time. Also, don't even think about committing suicide. If you dare to do so, this sect leader will wash the entire Ning country's imperial palace with blood and let them accompany you in death. Tuoba Yen remained expressionless. Even if I surrender obediently, you won't let them go. There is no need to say anything more. My Ning Empire is weak, so we must die today. But, the people of my Ning Empire, even if we die, we must die with integrity. As her voice fell, the 2 pyroblast talismans in her sleeve suddenly trembled and were about to ignite and detonate. At this moment, 2 hands suddenly pressed down on her shoulders. In an instant, her whole body was unable to move. Tuoba Yen turned around and saw the 2 myriad Dharma realm experts behind her pressing down on her. When Tuoba Yen looked over, the 2 of them lowered their heads slightly. The old man lowered his head slightly and said softly, I'm sorry. Sorry. Tuoba Yen was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Aunt Jiang, Elder Rua, you. The old man was just about to speak when the old woman suddenly said, the Double Happiness sect has already agreed to return to the Central Divine Prefecture with them once the matter at the Pine Prefecture is resolved. Your Majesty, the Pine Prefecture is finished, and so is the Ning Empire. We have no choice but to find another way out. I hope your Majesty can understand. Tuoba Yen laughed with self-ridicule. I've imagined countless people would betray me, but I never imagined that it would be the two of you. Because the two of them had watched her grow up, and they could be said to be her closest relatives. However, she hadn't expected that the newest traitor to her would be the person closest to her. The old woman didn't look at Tuoba Yen, and she just lowered her head slightly. Every man for himself, and the heavens and earth destroy him. What a good every man for himself, heaven and earth destroy him. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded. When they heard this voice, everyone was instantly stunned. They all turned their heads to look and saw a man slowly walking over. The man wore a long robe, held a sword in his hand, and carried a sword chest on his back. Yi Xian, everyone was stunned when they saw Yi Xian. Didn't he perish? Tuoba Yen, she stared at Yi Xian while clenching her fists tightly. She just stared at him. Yi Xian walked towards Tuoba Yen, and the soldiers in front of Tuoba Yen hurriedly moved aside. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, even though he was from the Jiang Kingdom, he was a state scholar of the Ning Kingdom. Moreover, even a blind man could discern that the relationship between Yi Xian and Tuoba Yen wasn't ordinary. On the other side, the members of the Double Happiness sect and Laughing sect were staring fixedly at Yi Xian as well, the youngest sword emperor of the Central Divine Prefecture. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Yi Xian was still alive. 2 true Defiance Law Realm experts, over a dozen Law Realm experts, and hundreds of top-rate experts had actually been unable to kill Yi Xian. When they thought up to this point, the expressions of the leaders of the Double Happiness sect and Laughing sect turned extremely unsightly. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to arrive in front of Tuoba Yen, who was still being held tightly by the old man and woman. Moreover, they had no intention of letting go. Conversely, they held him even tighter. Tuoba Yen asked, when did they arrive? Almost 15 minutes ago. Yi Xian grinned, I'd intended to make an appearance at the most critical moment and save the damsel in distress. However, I couldn't bear to watch them bully you like this. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword chest on his back trembled violently, and then a sword suddenly flew out. Hiss, the arm of the old man who held Tuoba Yen was instantly severed. The old woman's expression changed drastically, and she pulled Tuoba Yen towards her with the intention of using him as a shield. However, a sword suddenly pierced through the center of his forehead. The old woman retreated repeatedly until she stood before the threshold of the hall. She stared blankly at Yi Xian in the distance, so fast, everyone in the surroundings was dumbstruck. An instant kill of a 10,000 Dharma realm expert. Yi Xian could actually instantly kill a 10,000 Dharma realm expert. Nearby, the members of the Double Happiness sect and Laughing sect had extremely solemn expressions. Defeating a 10,000 Dharma realm expert wasn't scary. What was scary was an instant kill. Tuoba Yen glanced at the old woman with a rather complicated expression, but he didn't say anything. On the other side, the old man turned around and fled without a second thought. Just as Yi Xian was about to make a move, Tuoba Yen suddenly shook his head. Forget it. Yi Xian turned to face Tuoba Yen. Tuoba Yen said softly, although they betrayed me this time, they've helped me countless times in the past. Let him go. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Yi Xian nodded, I'll listen to you. With that, he turned around and walked towards the members of the Double Happiness sect and Laughing sect. Seeing Yi Xian walk over, the sect master of the Double Happiness sect narrowed his eyes. Yi Xian, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, otherwise. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, a sword slashed down from above the sect master of the Double Happiness sect's head. One sword to decide life and death. Not only that, but the sword in his hand had also turned pitch black, which was the result of the evil sword intent. Not only that, but he also borrowed the power of heaven and earth. The power of this sword caused everyone's expression to change. Sensing the power of Yi Xian's sword, the sect master of the Double Happiness sect's expression instantly turned solemn. He didn't dare to be careless. He made a gesture with both hands, and the space above his head distorted. Spatial distortion. This was a special ability unique to those at the law-dominating realm, and he wasn't a true law-dominating realm expert. Therefore, he couldn't change the structure of space, and could only distort it. There was a world of difference between changing and distorting. However, this distortion couldn't distort Yi Xian's sword. Yi Xian's sword fell straight down, boom, under everyone's gaze, a figure flew out. This figure was the sect master of the Double Happiness sect. The sect master of the Double Happiness sect flew out dozens of feet, and as soon as he stopped, Yi Xian appeared above his head again. Another sword slashed down, one sword to decide life and death again. At this moment, the sect master of the Double Happiness sect's face instantly turned pale. Boom, under everyone's gaze, the sect master of the Double Happiness sect flew out again, and this time, before he could stop, a sword suddenly pierced between his eyebrows, nailing him to the ground. The scene instantly fell silent, dead. A law-dominating realm expert died just like that, 3 swords. Although Yi Xian only used 3 swords, in fact, these 3 swords were not simple. Because first, he used the evil sword intent and the power of heaven and earth. In addition, he also used the powerful sword technique of one sword to decide life and death. Most importantly, his sword was a heaven-level sword. After reaching the sword emperor level, he was equivalent to the law-dominating realm. With a powerful sword technique, sword intent, and a heaven-level sword, he was completely capable of killing a law-dominating realm expert, because at this moment, the power of his sword, the simple distortion of space, was useless against him. Only a true law-dominating realm expert who could change the structure of space could use this kind of divine ability to dissolve the power of his sword, and the sect master of the Double Happiness sect in front of him was not a true law-dominating realm expert. After killing the sect master of the Double Happiness sect with 3 swords, Yi Xian turned to look at the sect master of the Laughing sect not far away. The latter's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Retreat." With that, he turned and left with the people of the Laughing sect. In fact, he already had the intention to retreat. Because there were 2 true law-dominating realm experts among the people who went to kill Yi Xian. However, those people were gone, but Yi Xian was still alive. This matter was already abnormal. Now that he saw Yi Xian's terrifying strength, he had no more thoughts of fighting. This kind of genius, if there was no super force or super expert behind him, who would believe it, leave decisively. The sect master of the Double Happiness sect did not hesitate, but Yi Xian did not have the intention to give up. He was most annoyed by this kind of thing. If he did not kill the enemy, then a few days later, the enemy would come back for revenge. Since they were already enemies, he should kill them all, and not leave any future troubles. The moment the sect master of the Laughing sect turned around, from the sword sheath behind Yi Xian, a sword soared into the sky, directly slashing at the sect master of the Laughing sect. Seeing that Yi Xian did not give up, the sect master's expression instantly became ferocious. He suddenly turned around, and his right foot forcefully stomped. Boom, the whole ground trembled violently, and a powerful force vibrated out of his body. At the same time, his hands formed a strange hand seal, and then he pressed it forward, angrily shouting, "Earth Defense Seal." As his voice fell, the ground under his feet suddenly gathered a powerful force, and then with his body as a medium, it slanted out from his hands. This force instantly condensed into a golden round shield in front of him. At this time, Yi Xian's flying sword directly slashed at this golden round shield. Boom, the round shield instantly cracked, and not only that, when it came into contact with Yi Xian's sword intent, this golden round shield began to quickly dissipate. Evil Thought's sword intent. Perceiving this scene, the sect master of the Laughing sect's complexion changed, and he was about to retreat, but at this time, Yi Xian had already arrived above his head. A sword slashed down, the sect master of the Laughing sect's pupils shrank, and he suddenly put his hands together. This time, he actually forcibly stopped Yi Xian's sword, but his legs directly bent, and he almost knelt on the ground. At this time, from the sword sheath on Yi Xian's back, another sword flew out. Chi! In front of everyone's eyes, a ray of sword light pierced through the sect master of the Laughing sect's eyebrows. The scene became quiet. Yi Xian waved his right hand, and the storage rings worn by the sect master of the Acacia sect and the sect master of the Laughing sect suddenly flew into his hand, and after a glance, he was suddenly stunned. The 2 of them added up to more than 70 million top-quality spirit stones. As if discovering something, Yi Xian hurriedly spread his hands, and from the 2 storage rings, 2 colorful scrolls suddenly flew out and then steadily landed in his hands. In the left hand, Yin Yang Scripture, Volume 1. In the right hand, Yin Yang Scripture, Volume 2. Out of curiosity, Yi Xian opened one of the scrolls, and saw a line of large words, the way of yin and yang, the way of heaven and earth, the union of men and women. Below it, there were some vivid illustrations, but some of them were not suitable for children. At this time, Tuoba Yen walked over and asked, "What is this?" Yi Xian hurriedly closed it, and his expression was extremely serious. "I am a pure person." As he spoke, he put away the 2 scrolls without batting an eyelid. Genius 1 second to remember website. Mobile version. Tuoba Yen took a glance at Yi Xian and did not speak. The disciples of Joyful Gate and Joyful Union sect turned and fled. Scared, at this moment, they were truly scared, because the strength displayed by Yi Xian was too terrifying. Flee. Everyone only had one thought in their mind, and that was to flee. At this moment, 100 cavalrymen suddenly rushed over from the distant city gate. Blue Wave's Dao soldiers, this cavalry was like a torrent, and everywhere they passed, they were unstoppable. A Blue Wave's Dao soldier rushed in front of Yi Xian and jumped. After landing, he knelt on one knee and said excitedly, "Greetings, Dean." The moment they learned that Yi Xian had died, everyone in Blue Wave's academy felt as though they were struck by lightning, and their minds went blank, because Yi Xian had always been the backbone and soul of Blue Wave's academy. Without Yi Xian, where would Blue Wave's academy go? At that moment, everyone in Blue Wave's academy was at a loss. After learning that Yi Xian was still alive, no one could understand the feelings of the students and Dao soldiers of Blue Wave's academy. Yi Xian supported the cavalrymen in front of him. "Pass down my order, don't let any of them go." The cavalryman cupped his fists. "Understood." After that, he turned and jumped onto the black flame horse. Then, he charged towards the disciples of Joyful Union sect and Joyful Gate. The disciples of Joyful Union sect and Joyful Gate were not weaklings, but at this moment, they were defeated in front of the 100 Blue Wave's Dao soldiers. Of course, besides the strength of the Blue Wave's Dao soldiers, there was another reason. At this moment, the disciples of Joyful Union sect and Joyful Gate were already scared out of their wits and had no desire to continue fighting. Many of them did not resist and only wanted to flee. Precisely because of this, the 200+ disciples were defeated instantly. Otherwise, if both sides fought to the death, it was obviously impossible for the Blue Wave's Dao soldiers to win so easily. Sensing the fighting strength of the Blue Wave's Dao soldiers, Yi Xian was rather gratified because these Blue Wave's Dao soldiers had become much stronger. Clearly, the money he gave was not spent in vain. Seeing that the outcome was decided, Yi Xian turned around and walked out of the palace with his sword in hand. However, Tuoba Yen followed them. Yi Xian stopped and faced Tuoba Yen. "Go and rest for a while. Leave the rest to me." Tuoba Yen glanced at Yi Xian and whispered, "Be careful." With that, she turned around and left. After leaving the palace, Yi Xian walked alone on the street. Corpses could be seen everywhere on the streets. In troubled times, human lives were as cheap as grass. Yi Xian walked slowly. From a young age until now, especially after his mother left, he understood something: one must rely on oneself. At that time, he had worked very hard, because his hard work could change the fate of himself and his sister. Sister Sword Immortal had said something to him before she left, and it had left a deep impression on him. Some people, the more powerful they were, the more inhumane they became. That was because they had lived for far too long. They no longer had any respect for life. In their eyes, there were only the strong and the weak. The weak are prey to the strong. This was like a human eating pork. Would they consider the pig's feelings? No. Most of the time, the strong would not show any mercy to the weak. As the plain-dressed woman had said, the more a cultivator cultivated, the less humane they would be. Through the sword eye, Yi Xian scanned the surroundings and saw corpses everywhere. If he wasn't strong enough, he might end up like this one day in the future, a corpse lying on the street. At this moment, a scream suddenly sounded from afar. Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and looked up. Not far away, at the corner of the street, a man in black was dissecting the corpse of a man who was still breathing. He was very skilled and quickly pulled out a red heart. Seeing the heart, the man in black grinned. The 171st, at this point, he suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian, his eyes lit up. The 172nd, before he finished speaking, his head suddenly flew off. As for Yi Xian, he had unknowingly appeared behind him. On the spirit elegant sword in his hand, a smear of blood slowly dripped down. When the blood dripped down, the man in black's head also fell to the ground. Xian waved his right hand and the storage ring on the man's finger flew into his hand. He walked to the man lying on the ground. At this moment, the man had completely lost all signs of life. After a moment of silence, Xian turned around and left. Not long after, the blood sect disciples in the city died one after another. Every one of them died in the same way, which was having their heads cut off. In front of the Ning country city gate, the blood sect master, Shui Yu, had a gloomy expression and a cold aura exuded from his body. At this moment, a man in black suddenly appeared in front of Shui Yu. The man in black said in a deep voice, "Sect master, I have received news that Xian did not die. He is returned to the Ning country." The Acacia sect master and the Laughing sect master were both killed by him. Shui Yu looked at the man in black fiercely. "He killed them alone?" The man in black nodded, his voice trembling. "Yes, this person has reached the Sword Emperor realm and holds a heaven-grade sword in his hand. Even a Dharma-controlling realm expert would find it difficult to contend against him." Shui Yu still wanted to say something, but at this moment, another man in black suddenly rushed over from afar. "Sect master, this is bad. That Xian is already rushing over here. At most, he will arrive here in 10 breaths. Retreat." Shui Yu did not hesitate and turned to leave. "Sect master, there are still many disciples in the city," the man in black suddenly said. Shui Yu said fiercely, "There's no time to care. Leave as much as you can." After saying this, his figure trembled and disappeared not far away. At this moment, he really panicked. One must know that the people who went to kill Xian were 2 Dharma-controlling realm experts, more than a dozen Dharma realm experts, and hundreds of experts, yet now, there was no news of those people, but Xian was still alive. Most importantly, Xian could kill Dharma-controlling realm experts. In other words, Xian had the ability to kill him now. Flee. Shui Yu fled very quickly, and it didn't take long for him to completely vanish into the horizon. However, the disciples of the blood sect weren't as fast as him, and they'd just escaped the city gates when a ray of light descended in front of them. It was Xian. The dozens of disciples of the blood sect had fearful expressions as they gazed at Xian. The other experts of the divine central continent might not know much about Xian, but the disciples of the blood sect were no strangers to Xian. Because it was Xian who had hung the heads of over 30 elite disciples of the blood sect outside the capital of the kingdom of Jiang. Meanwhile, an elder of the blood sect walked forward, and he glanced at Xian. "We're willing to leave right now and never step foot into Pine Prefecture again." Meanwhile, a sword suddenly flew out from the sword chest on Xian's back, and it flashed like a bolt of lightning. Hiss, the elder's head flew into the air, the expressions of all the disciples of the blood sect changed drastically, and they fled in all directions. Xian shook his head. "Leave? Sorry, I'm too late." As soon as he finished speaking, he gestured with his hands, and then a few flying swords suddenly flew out from the sword chest on his back. Hiss. Hiss. Hiss, the disciples of the blood sect fell successively in the surroundings. A slaughter, it was a complete slaughter. Not a single one of the fleeing disciples of the blood sect was able to resist Xian's flying swords. In less than 15 minutes, all the disciples of the blood sect had fallen to the ground, and they died in the same way. Their heads had been chopped off. In a short period of time, the ground had been dyed red with blood. Xian pressed his fingers together and gestured lightly, and then the flying swords instantly flew back into the sword chest on his back. Meanwhile, over 100 Darkwave Dao soldiers arrived in front of Xian, and then all the cavalrymen dismounted and knelt on one knee. Xian put the Spirit Beauty sword away, wiped off the blood on his face, and then pointed at the city wall. "Hang the heads of everyone on the city wall of the imperial capital. Send my order to the entire Pine Prefecture. I, Xian, have been very poor lately, and I welcome all of you to continue invading me." As he spoke, he put away the rings of everyone here, turned around, and left. It wasn't long before news of the incident at the kingdom of Ning had spread swiftly, and Xian's words had spread as well. When they heard these words, some experts from the Central Divine Prefecture were instantly infuriated. How arrogant! Xian was undoubtedly too arrogant. This was a blatant challenge to the people of the Divine Central Continent. Some of the experts from the Central Divine Prefecture were infuriated. How could they tolerate Yi Xian's provocation? Therefore, some people with decent strength had come to the kingdom of Ning in groups. In fact, they had come mostly because of the bounty. The bounty offered by the Realm Defense Alliance was too tempting. Killing Yi Xian was much more profitable than robbing several kingdoms. Brave men were bound to be motivated by generous rewards. Therefore, even though they knew that Yi Xian wasn't simple, they had still rushed over. Among these people, some were confident in their own strength, while others had been blinded by the bounty. However, there were also many who were fearful, especially the cultivators of the Central Divine Prefecture who had originally been in the kingdom of Ning and the kingdom of Jiang. They'd withdrawn from these two kingdoms because Yi Xian had killed the sect masters of the Joyful Union sect and the Joyful Gate, and he'd even killed over 200 disciples of the two sections. Such strength was absolutely not something that an ordinary person could go against. To put it simply, most of the experts who had come to the kingdom of Ning were very confident in themselves. Of course, there were definitely some who were hot-headed. In the imperial palace of the Ning kingdom, Yi Xian didn't return to the kingdom of Jiang first, because he had more important things to do now, and that was to restore the prison pagoda as soon as possible. This time, his harvest was no less than 100 million top-grade spirit stones. He'd obtained 70 to 80 million from the sect masters of the Joyful Union sect and the Joyful Gate alone, and the rest of the disciples added up to tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones. To him, this was undoubtedly a considerable amount of wealth. In addition, there were many other treasures, such as spirit weapons, cultivation methods, and martial arts techniques. These were also a considerable amount of wealth and could be sold for at least tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones. In the room, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the bed and began to frantically devour top-grade spirit stones for the prison pagoda. However, the prison pagoda was like a bottomless pit. After devouring tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones, there was still no movement. Soon, in less than a quarter of an hour, more than 100 million top-grade spirit stones had been devoured cleanly. However, there was still no movement from the prison pagoda. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression stiffened for a long time. In the end, he fell back with a look of despair on his face. "Big brother, you can't play me like this. I can't afford to raise you." The prison pagoda had already devoured nearly 200 million supreme-grade spirit stones, but it hadn't moved at all. 200 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Even some of the first-rate clans and sects of the divine central continent might not be able to produce such a sum. That wasn't the most important problem. Most importantly, he didn't know how much the prison pagoda was going to devour. A bottomless pit. It really was a bottomless pit. Yi Xian already wanted to give up on this thing. If this went on, he probably wouldn't even be able to afford to eat dirt. It was even more terrifying than raising a Dao soldier. After a long while, Yi Xian left the room and came to a cultivation room. This was to Obayan's personal cultivation room, and it was very quiet. Yi Xian sat down cross-legged and took out his sword case and sword. Mixed. At this moment, he felt that he was a bit mixed. This was because he was somewhat confused about his sword intent, sword Dao cultivation, sword Dao state of mind, and sword techniques. This kind of vagueness meant that he hadn't truly grasped it. What he needed to do now was to calm down and properly get to know himself. Sword intent. He decided to start with his sword intent. His current sword intent was divided into the good thought sword intent and the evil thought sword intent. The good thought sword intent focused on defense, while the evil thought sword intent focused on offense. The good thought sword intent wasn't very lethal, but it could be turned into a shield to protect oneself. A shield formed from the good thought sword intent was equivalent to a truth upper-grade spirit artifact. It could be said that even a Dharma realm expert would find it difficult to easily break through his good thought sword intent. The problem was that his current enemies were either Dharma realms, Dharma defensive realms, or true Dharma defensive realms. Therefore, if his good thought sword intent didn't improve, it would become more and more useless. However, he didn't have a way to improve it. In any case, he only knew that his sword intent would be stronger when he wanted to do something good. Evil thought sword intent, compared to the good will sword will, he preferred the evil will sword will, because the evil will sword will focused on offense and was extremely lethal. It could be said that the evil will sword will could increase his combat power by at least 30%. Without the evil will sword will, it would be impossible for him to kill someone in the Dharma defensive realm. In addition, the evil thought sword intent had a certain corrosive nature. Most things that came into contact with it would be annihilated. Even those of the Dharma-controlling realm could barely withstand it. Apart from sword intent, there was also sword momentum. He was the sword emperor now, and he knew how to utilize the energy of the heavens and the earth. Of course, as far as he was concerned, he was only utilizing a small portion of the energy of the heavens and the earth. If he was really able to utilize the energy of the entire heavens and the earth, then this strike of his would probably be able to instantly annihilate a true imperial law realm expert. He had only just touched the threshold and was still far away from completely comprehending the power of heaven and earth. Next was the sword. Right now, he had 2 heaven-grade swords and 7 truth-grade swords. Among them, one was a superior-grade truth-grade sword, which was also known as the Spirit Elegance sword. The rest were middle-grade truth-grade and low-grade truth-grade. Apart from that, there was also a true-grade sword sheath. And for him, to be able to kill a Dharma defensive realm cultivator in 3 strikes, these 2 heaven-class swords played a huge role. It could be said that these 2 heaven-grade swords had increased his combat power by at least 30%. Next, it was the sword technique, one sword to decide life and death. At the moment, he only knew this sword skill, and this sword skill was the key to him being able to kill Dharma defensive realm experts. Without this sword skill, it would be difficult for him to easily kill a Dharma defensive realm expert with just his sword intent and sword momentum, as well as the heaven-class swords. Thinking of this, Xianxia was suddenly shocked, because he realized that his true strength was actually somewhat lacking. First of all, the heaven-class swords had increased his combat power by at least 30%, and the heaven-class swords were considered external objects. Without them, it meant that he had lost 30% of his combat power. In other words, to a certain extent, he was still relying on these external objects. Because without the heaven-class swords, he could only rely on the Spirit Elegance sword. This chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. It would also be difficult for him to easily kill a Dharma defensive realm expert. Divine weapons were good, but if a country relied on it, then it would not be a good thing. And sword intent, sword momentum, sword technique, and the heart of the sword Tao were his true foundation. Other than that, his greatest trump card was undoubtedly the World Prison Pagoda. Once he activated the World Prison Pagoda, he could even easily kill a true Dharma defensive realm expert. However, there were 2 fatal problems. First, once he activated it, he would be heavily injured and unconscious. At that time, he would not be able to resist at all. Second, after that, the primordial pagoda would close, and he would need a large number of Supreme Spirit Stones to recover. As for how much, it was still unknown. Third, activating the World Prison Pagoda might cause the seal within the pagoda to loosen. The last one was very, very fatal. He was not particularly clear about what exactly was locked within the pagoda, but he was very clear about one thing, and that was that these people were not easy to deal with. Now that the mysterious woman was not here, if the seal loosened, he would definitely not be able to survive. Therefore, this ultimate trump card, he did not dare to use it carelessly. Of course, if he was really going to die, he would not care so much. He would drag as many people as he could down with him to the grave. Collecting his thoughts, Xianxia picked up a sword in front of him with his right hand. The next moment, a powerful force vibrated out from his sword. Sword force, this was his own. In the blink of an eye, the force within the sword suddenly skyrocketed. In an instant, the surrounding ground began to crack, and the entire cultivation room began to shake violently. Force of heaven and earth, this was borrowing force, the force of heaven and earth. At that moment, the 2 forces merged, and its power multiplied. After a moment of silence, the sword in Xianxia's hand suddenly flew out. One sword to determine life and death, 3 forces, one's own sword force, the force of heaven and earth, and the force of sword skill. Wherever the sword passed, the space trembled, and the surrounding cultivation room began to crumble inch by inch. Then, it continued to shatter, until it was reduced to dust. This sword had already surpassed a heaven-level martial skill. After a moment, Xianxia waved his right hand, and the sword flew back into his hand. At that moment, the cultivation room that he was in, which could accommodate 1,000 people, had turned into dust. However, he shook his head, because he felt that this sword strike could become even stronger. If he could perfectly merge the 3 forces, the power of this sword could increase by a lot. Most importantly, he had not added the evil thought's sword essence. Practice. Continue practicing. Yi Xian was about to attack again when a voice resounded from the side. Are you going to destroy my palace? Yi Xian turned his head and looked over. It was Tuo Bayan. At this moment, Tuo Bayan was not wearing a dragon robe. Instead, she wore a simple light yellow dress that revealed her shoulders and a V-shape in the middle, revealing a touch of snow white. If it was just a little lower, it would be a boundless spring scenery. It had to be said that Tuo Bayan was extremely beautiful. Her features were picturesque, and her skin was whiter than snow. Especially since she had been in a high position for a long time, she carried the dignified aura of a king, and it was extremely easy to arouse the desire of men to conquer her. Tuo Bayan walked over to Yi Xian, and Yi Xian instantly smelled a delicate fragrance. This fragrance was not just the smell of perfume, but there was also a trace of body fragrance. Coupled with her clothes, it was obvious that Tuo Bayan had just taken a bath. Yi Xian was slightly restless, but he quickly suppressed it. As a swordsman, he still had that bit of willpower. Tuo Bayan glanced around. Did you do this? Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, I was too focused on cultivating and forgot where this place is. Tuo Bayan's expression was rather gloomy. You were still so weak when I met you that day, but now that we meet again, I'm no longer a match for you. Yi Xian smiled. I was almost killed by you that day. Hearing that, Tuo Bayan seemed to have thought of something. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. She blushed. Due to the problem with her physique, she needed strong aphrodisiacs to suppress the awakening of her physique since she was young. But she did not expect that one day, sensing the change in Tuo Bayan's emotions, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of some embarrassing scenes, and the restlessness in his body rose again. In an instant, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Tuo Bayan glanced at Yi Xian. Clearly, she had also sensed the change in Yi Xian's emotions at this moment. She sighed softly and gently pulled the ribbon on her chest. In an instant, her clothes fell to the ground, and her beautiful body, as fair as jade, was exposed in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was taken aback. What are you doing? Tuo Bayan glanced at Yi Xian. You've saved my Ning kingdom twice. I have nothing to repay you. If you like this body, you can have it. Hearing that, the restlessness in Yi Xian's body instantly disappeared without a trace. He sneered. Body? I came to save your Ning kingdom. Do you think I came for your body? Tuo Bayan looked at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian shook his head. Lord Tuoba, you underestimate me, Yi Xian. Forget it. Since I'm such a person in your heart, I don't want to say anything more. Take care. With that, he put away his sword and turned to leave. Tuo Bayan was stunned. She wanted to say something, but Yi Xian had already disappeared not far away. She hurriedly changed into a long dress and chased after him, but Yi Xian was nowhere to be seen. Tuo Bayan was stunned on the spot and did not recover for a long time. After Yi Xian left the palace, he did not stay in the Ning kingdom. Instead, he went out of the city and prepared to find a place to cultivate. Now, he wanted to perfectly integrate his evil will sword intent, sword momentum, sword technique, and one sword to decide life and death. Simply put, he wanted to do these things to the limit. After leaving the city, he glanced around and was about to head toward the mountain range in the distance when an old man suddenly appeared in front of him. Dharma controlling realm, the old man stared coldly at Yi Xian. My Sidhu clan has 10 myriad Dharma realms, 1 true Dharma controlling realm, and my clan leader. Where are they now? Yi Xian was silent. The old man said in a deep voice, Did you kill them? Yi Xian sneered. Do you think I can kill them? The old man frowned. The sword immortal behind you? Yi Xian said indifferently, Do you think a sword immortal can kill them? And it was done without a sound. Hearing this, the old man's frown deepened. If it's not you, then who is it? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't dare to say. You won't believe me even if I do. The old man stared at Yi Xian. If you don't say it, my Sidhu clan will fight you to the death. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I'll die if I say it, I'll die if I don't say it. I won't say it. Hearing this, the old man narrowed his eyes. Is it the Realm Defense Alliance? Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. What Realm Defense Alliance? I don't know. I don't know anything. I didn't say anything. Towards the end, he was already speaking incoherently, and his face was full of fear. P.S. Today is the third update. Let me tell my brothers in advance that there might not be an outbreak on the 15th because I'm still in the hospital and there are many things I have to deal with. I hope you can understand. Also, although there is no outbreak on the 15th, take it as me taking a leave this time, and I will make up for it in the future. In terms of updates, it has been 3 to 4 years since the Sword Domain. I have been updating on time every day without fail, and there will be an outbreak every month. I have never taken a leave between updating and outbreak. This time, there is really no other way. I really hope you can understand. If you really don't understand, then just scold me a little. If you don't use any vulgarities, then just scold me. If you really can't vent your anger, then come to the 17th floor of the first inpatient department of Guizhou Jinyi Medical College. We just had a wave, finally, I'm really sorry, and some friends, you can scold me, but don't involve your family. Thank you. End of this chapter. When he saw Yi Xian's expression, the old man's expression gradually turned ugly. It was very likely that the Realm Defense Alliance had done this, but why would the Realm Defense Alliance do this? The old man looked at Yi Xian again. They have no reason to do this. Are you deliberately misleading the old man? Yi Xian said nothing. He turned to leave, but the old man stood in front of him and did not let him go. The old man stared at Yi Xian. You don't want my Situ family to retaliate against you, do you? Yi Xian was expressionless. 4 things. First, why did Green Province's Karaki Academy disappear without a trace, and why did its headquarters disappear without a trace? Second, why did the Situ family patriarch, a dozen or so Dharma realm experts, and hundreds of experts from the Divine Central Continent disappear for no reason? Third, why did the Realm Defense Alliance put me on the wanted list after these people disappeared? Fourth, why didn't they kill me directly, but put me on the wanted list instead? Think about it yourself. With that, he turned to leave. The old man clenched his fists tightly, his face gloomy. The first thing Yi Xian mentioned was rumored to be the doing of the Sword Immortal behind Yi Xian. However, according to the Situ family's investigation, Karaki Academy's headquarters had paid a large fine to the Realm Defense Alliance. Since then, Karaki Academy's headquarters had not recovered and could only rely on the Yin family to survive. If it was the doing of the people behind Yi Xian, why did Karaki Academy's headquarters pay such a large fine to the Realm Defense Alliance? As for the second thing, the Situ family had sent a true defensive Dharma realm expert and a super assassin from the Dark World. In addition, the Situ family also had 10 Dharma realm experts and hundreds of experts from the Divine Central Continent. This lineup was extremely terrifying even in the Divine Central Continent. However, all of these people had disappeared without a trace. This was not something a Sword Immortal could do. And to kill so many people so easily, it must be a super force. The Realm Defense Alliance could definitely do it. Yi Xian's last 2 questions were, why did the Realm Protection Alliance put Yi Xian on the wanted list after these people disappeared? With the strength of the Realm Protection Alliance, wouldn't it be easy for them to kill Yi Xian? Why do they want to arrest him? Unnecessary action? It was obvious that the Realm Protecting Alliance was trying to frame Yi Xian and wanted Yi Xian to be the scapegoat. Thinking of this, the old man was suddenly enlightened. All the problems were solved, it was all the Realm Defense Alliance's doing. As for the purpose, he immediately thought of countless reasons, such as weakening the various forces of the Divine Central Continent, because the Realm Defense Alliance had never wanted the various forces of the Divine Central Continent to be too strong. This was a well-known fact, and Yi Xian was a scapegoat pushed out by the Realm Protection Alliance. Thinking of this, the old man's expression became incomparably ferocious. Old man, I was wondering how Tsu Yi Xian could annihilate so many experts of my Situ clan. So it was your Realm Protection Alliance behind this. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He had to report this matter to the Situ clan as soon as possible. Cultivation. In the boundless mountain range, Yi Xian crazily performed one sword to decide life and death. He wanted to cultivate this sword skill to the extreme. Cultivation, Swordsman. Swordsman. Apart from relying on comprehension, cultivation was also indispensable. Right now, he was madly practicing this move. This sword was only practiced for instant killing. It was fine if the sword was not drawn, but once it was drawn, it would definitely kill. While Xian was madly cultivating, more and more cultivators of the divine central continent entered Azure province. Not only that, but there were also many aristocratic families and sections. After many people returned from Kanglan province, their strength had not only skyrocketed, but they were also extremely wealthy. However, it was worth mentioning that ever since the old man from the Sidu clan who had spoken to Xian had returned to the divine central continent, not a single top force from the divine central continent had entered Azure province. The divine central continent was divided into the upper realm and the lower realm. There were more forces in the lower realm and they were mixed, but the most famous ones were the one sect, one lineage, one sword, 3 sects, and 6 clans. The one sect was the mystic sect, the number one force in the lower realm of the divine central continent. It was also a rather mysterious force because no one knew the location of the mystic sect's headquarters. They only knew that more than 6 people who had ranked first on the martial roll of honor claimed to be from the mystic sect. After the mystic sect was the one lineage, which was the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. It was a force from the demon realm and its true strength did not decline. After the one lineage was the one sword, which was the firmament sword sect, the largest swordsman sect in the firmament world. After them were the 3 sects, the devil sect, the mystic sound sect, and the icy north sect. Of these 3 sects, the devil sect was the strongest because it had many demonic path forces attached to it, such as the blood sect, the ghost sect, and the joyful union sect. Although many demonic path forces had entered Azure province this time, the devil sect had not made any moves. Not only did the devil sect not make any moves, but none of the sect, one lineage, 3 sects, and 6 clans had invaded Azure province. Things were very strange. The Realm Defense Alliance. The headquarters of the Realm Defense Alliance was located on Realm Guard Mountain. The mountain was 30 kilometers tall, and if one looked down from the peak, they would be able to see the entire mountain range. Exalt Lu sat silently within the Realm Defense Palace. An old man in embroidered robe sat before him, and the old man's body was slightly bowed as he spoke. After a long time, the old man stopped. Exalt Lu looked at the old man and said in a low voice, "Even the energy of the upper realm is unable to find out the origins of that woman in a plain dress?" The old man shook his head. "I don't have any leads. My Realm Defense Alliance has already investigated all the Sword Immortals, Grand Sword Immortals, and even the swordsmen who are above Grand Sword Immortals. However, there is no such person. It's like she had appeared out of thin air in my firmament world." Exalt Lu frowned deeply when he heard this. The woman in a plain dress, the Realm Defense Alliance had never given up on investigating this woman because she was truly too great of a threat to the Realm Defense Alliance. Moreover, he firmly believed that the woman who followed Yi Xian hadn't truly perished. However, after investigating for so long, there was no clue at all. In front of Exalt Lu, the old man said in a low voice, "This woman is too mysterious. Why don't we not provoke her?" Exalt Lu looked at the old man indifferently. "She was the one who first killed several true defensive Dharma realm experts of my Realm Defense Alliance. She was the one who wanted to make life difficult for my Realm Defense Alliance." The old man was silent. In fact, from his point of view, it was not a big deal to suffer this loss, because the mysterious woman was too terrifying. Exalt Lu slowly closed his eyes. "The higher-ups have already given the order. No matter what, we must investigate this woman's origins to prevent her from ruining our Realm Defense Alliance's plans. Send down the order to activate the star web and put a bounty on this person's head in all the heavenly star realms. Since we can't find her origins in the firmament world, then we'll look for her outside the firmament world." The old man smiled bitterly. "Exalt Lu, this old man doesn't understand. Why must we look for her?" Exalt Lu said softly, "She destroyed thousands of years of Exalt Lu's hard work with a single sword strike. If Exalt Lu's true body wasn't in this realm, how could she be so arrogant? Exalt Lu has already given the order to search for this person. When his true body returns, all the grudges will be settled." Hearing this, the old man smiled slightly. "Understood." Exalt Lu seemed to have thought of something. He opened his eyes and looked at the old man. The 3 sects and 6 families still haven't made a move? The old man nodded. Not even the devil sect. This matter is quite strange. Lord Lu sneered, you are all old foxes. Pass down my order, whoever kills Xian will be rewarded with 2 scrolls of a heaven-level cultivation method, 2 heaven-level martial techniques, 2 heaven-level spirit weapons, 500 million top-tier spirit stones, 20 jade spirit veins, and a realm protection token. I don't believe they won't be tempted. Realm guard token, the old man's face changed slightly. This realm guard token wasn't a super treasure, but it had one use. It could ask the Realm Defense Alliance to help once. Ask the Realm Defense Alliance to help once, this use was even more precious than a heaven-class supreme treasure. Soon, the news of the Realm Defense Alliance's reward spread throughout the firmament world. In an instant, the entire firmament world was in an uproar. This time, the name Xian really spread throughout the firmament world. Whether it was a human or a ghost, a demon or a demon, they all remembered this name and wanted his head. At this moment, many people entered Qingzhou not for the riches of Qingzhou, but for Xian's head. There was a saying in Qingzhou, kill Xian, rich third generation. It was worth mentioning that the drunken immortal Yin had completely withdrawn from Qingzhou. In the vast mountain range, Xian, who was cultivating, suddenly stopped. He turned around and saw an old man standing not far away. 5th floor master. At this moment, 5th floor master was already at the Dharma defensive realm. 5th floor master walked in front of Xian. He waved his right hand and a table appeared in front of the two. On the table, there was a wine pot and 2 wine cups. 5th floor master filled the wine cups and drank a cup first. He smiled bitterly, little friend, I'm sorry. Drunken immortal Yin has completely withdrawn from Qingzhou. I won't be able to help you in the future. Xian picked up the wine cup and drank it. Then, he smiled and said, I understand. 5th floor master laughed, little friend, you have a good personality. After saying that, he turned around and left. But after a few steps, he stopped again, oh right. Now, I will have to call you Dean. Xian was stunned, why? 5th floor master laughed and said, because the old man has already withdrawn from Drunken Immortal Inn and joined Blue Waves Academy. Haha. After saying that, he disappeared at the end of the horizon. In the same place, Xian didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, Xian turned around and raised his finger. 10 feet away, a leaf fell silently. And in the sky above the leaf, a sword was floating. Now, the speed of his flying sword was at least 2 times faster than before. Especially, if the distance of the flying sword was within 10 feet, the speed could be even faster. It was so fast that he could only feel the blurry trajectory of the flying sword. Flying sword, one sword to determine life and death, one sword to determine life and death was taught to him by the mysterious woman. As for the flying sword, it was self-taught. This time, the biggest gain was that he strengthened the flying sword. Because when he activated the flying sword, he added sword intent and sword force. The effect was somewhat unexpected. Now, if he activated the flying sword, even if he was in the Dharma defensive realm, he had 90% confidence that he could kill the opponent within 10 feet, and this flying sword, he gave it a name, 1 kill within 10 feet. Just when Xian was about to leave, an old man suddenly appeared not far away from Xian. The old man wore a loose robe and had a head full of white hair. His face was deeply wrinkled and crisscrossed. He looked incomparably old. However, his aura was unfathomable like an ocean. The old man glanced at Xian and spoke indifferently. The old man is the previous patriarch of the Situ clan, Situ Ming. Xian's expression was calm, what do you need? Situ Ming stared at Xian for a long time before he said, the old man wants to meet the sword immortal behind you. Xian shook his head, I can't. Situ Ming asked, why? Xian's face instantly turned icy cold. He was heavily injured by the Realm Defense Alliance and is currently recuperating. Situ Ming fell silent for a long time before he said, were all the members of my Situ clan really slaughtered by the Realm Defense Alliance? Xian shook his head, no. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Situ Ming stood in front of Xian instead. Xian cupped his fists, I can't afford to offend the Realm Defense Alliance. Please spare me. Situ Ming spoke in a low voice, do you think the Realm Defense Alliance will let you go? Yi Xian remained silent. Sita Ming continued, since they want to make you a scapegoat, they will absolutely not let you go. Since that's the case, why don't you fight them to the death? Yi Xian spoke indifferently, I can't. Sita Ming took a step forward and looked Yi Xian in the eyes, my Sita clan will help you. Yi Xian was speechless. The Sita clan wants to destroy the Realm Defense Alliance. Yi Xian was slightly dazed. Sita Ming stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you're a smart man, and you should be able to see the current situation clearly. The Realm Defense Alliance has put a huge bounty on your life. Even though they want to use you to cause conflict between the various powers of the Central Divine Prefecture, do you think they'll let you go? Do you think they'll let you go? Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly, and his face was livid. When he saw Yi Xian like this, Sita Ming hurriedly said, they definitely won't let you go. Since you're going to die either way, why not fight the Realm Defense Alliance? If you fight, you might be able to survive. Yi Xian shook his head. I can't. Sita Ming said, the old man said that my Sita clan will help you. It isn't just my Sita clan, there are other powers that you don't know about that will help you from the shadows as well. Yi Xian looked up at Sita Ming. Why should I believe you? Sita Ming said indifferently, do you have a better choice? No, you don't. The sword immortal behind you is clearly unable to resist the Realm Defense Alliance. Only by joining forces with us will you have a chance at survival. Yi Xian fell silent as if he was considering it. Sita Ming continued. Only death awaits you if you don't have our help. Yi Xian said in a low voice, how will you help me? Sita Ming looked up and said coldly, the Realm Defense Alliance wants to destroy Azure Prefecture, so we won't let them. We'll protect Azure Prefecture. Yi Xian laughed coldly. Didn't you say that destroying Azure Prefecture and Azure Wave Prefecture was to protect the Central Divine Prefecture? Sita Ming said in a low voice, we thought so as well. That's why we supported the Realm Defense Alliance. But later on, we realized that the Realm Defense Alliance isn't protecting the Central Divine Prefecture at all, but the quintessence of Azure Prefecture and Azure Wave Prefecture. The old man doesn't know what they want the quintessence for, but it's definitely not something good. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why don't they just take it by force? Why did you have to make it so troublesome? Sita Ming sneered, the origin of the Azure province is hidden deep underground and has the ability to protect itself. If it doesn't come out on its own, even experts above the Dharma control realm won't be able to find it. However, if enough blood seeped into the ground, it would automatically escape from the ground because it hated the smell of blood. However, this required a lot of fresh blood. Apart from that, the Realm Defense Alliance clearly wants to be a prostitute while also maintaining their chastity. You have to know that in the hearts of the people of Azure Firmament World, they still represent justice. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then he shook his head and sighed. Who knows how many experts from the Central Divine Prefecture have come to Azure Province? How could Azure Province be so easily defended? Sita Ming glanced at Yi Xian. The top forces of the Divine Central Continent won't come. As for the other forces, if they have true Imperial Law Realm experts, we'll help you deal with them. However, you'll have to deal with the rest on your own. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. He naturally understood that the Situ clan and the powers behind the Situ clan clearly didn't want to fight the Realm Defense Alliance head-on. So, they'd asked him to come here. To put it bluntly, they wanted to use him to deal with the Realm Defense Alliance. Yi Xian lowered his head slightly with a calm expression, and no one knew what he was thinking. Sita Ming frowned when he saw that Yi Xian still hadn't given him an answer, and he spoke coldly, if you're still afraid now, then only death awaits you. You might have a chance to live if you work together with us. Yi Xian slowly clenched his fists while a slightly solemn expression appeared on his face. He seemed to be struggling with himself. A short while later, he took a deep breath and said, all right, I'll work together with all of you. Sita Ming instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Because they didn't want to go head-on against the Realm Defense Alliance for now, but they didn't want the Realm Defense Alliance to continue acting as they pleased. So, the only way was to find someone to keep the Realm Defense Alliance busy. Yi Xian just happened to be a suitable person to do that. The Realm Defense Alliance wanted to use Yi Xian to make them kill each other, so why couldn't they use Yi Xian to go against the Realm Defense Alliance? When he thought up to here, he glanced at Yi Xian and laughed coldly in his heart. Because Yi Xian just happened to be a suitable pawn. Meanwhile, Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. According to my knowledge, a large number of cultivators from the Central Divine Prefecture have entered Pine Prefecture, and their overall strength is much greater than the cultivators of Pine Prefecture. So, it's very difficult to stop them from plundering and plundering. Sitaming gazed at Yi Xian and said, "You can join forces with all the cultivators of Pine Prefecture. So long as you join forces, then those fellows won't be able to do as they please." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "I need money." Sitaming frowned when he heard this. Yi Xian spoke indifferently, "Who's our enemy?" "The Realm Defense Alliance. Since we're going against them, then we have to be prepared to sacrifice something. Otherwise, we can only wait for death." Sitaming fell silent for a long time before he said, "How much do you need?" "Not much." Yi Xian said, 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Sitaming's face instantly turned icy cold. 1 billion top-grade spirit stones? Not much? Are you sure it's not much? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Let me tell you something. Were you aware that the firmament world was covered by a mysterious grand formation?" There was a trace of shock in Sitaming's eyes when he heard this. "How did you know?" Yi Xian was slightly stunned because Sitaming was clearly aware of this. Yi Xian restrained his thoughts and continued, "Then do you know that the Realm Defense Alliance plan is about to be completed? If you wait for it to be completed, then not to mention taking revenge, your Situ clan might not even be able to survive. If you don't join forces now, then you can only wait to be slaughtered in the future." He paused for a moment when he spoke up to this point, and then he continued, "Think about what happened to Karaki Academy. Think about it. It was first greatly weakened, and then it was oppressed. Now, think about it again. Don't you think that your Situ clan and Karaki Academy are enemies? Yes, your Situ clan has been greatly weakened. If that happens again..." Haha. Sitaming fell silent. Yi Xian didn't say anything else. Sometimes, talking too much would only spoil things. A short while later, Sitaming said, "I'll give you an answer within a day at most." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders and went on with his cultivation. After Sitaming left, he returned to the Central Divine Prefecture and went to Karaki Academy. Of course, he wouldn't completely trust Yi Xian, and there were some things that he had to verify himself. As soon as Sitaming arrived at Karaki Academy, an old man appeared before him. It was the dean of Karaki Academy, Li Qing. Sitaming cupped his fists. "Dean Li, this old man is Sitaming from the Situ clan. I have a question." "The Situ clan," Li Qing glanced at Sitaming. "Speak." Sitaming glanced at the surroundings, and then he waved his right hand. The surroundings were instantly sealed off by a mysterious force, and then he gazed at Li Qing. "The old man wants to know exactly what happened to Karaki Academy." Karaki Academy, Li Qing's expression was slightly unsightly when he heard this. Because that incident could be said to be the greatest loss Karaki Academy had suffered in 100 years, Sitaming cupped his fists once more when he saw Li Qing remain silent. "Please tell me the truth, Dean Li." Li Qing shook his head. The old man doesn't want to say much about Yi Xian. However, the old man still wants to remind you to be careful of the Realm Defense Alliance. They're the ones who eat you up without spitting out the bones. When he spoke up to this point, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression instantly turned extremely gloomy. He naturally hated Yi Xian, but he hated the Realm Defense Alliance even more. Because Karaki Academy had been slaughtered by the Realm Defense Alliance, and it had no choice but to attach itself to another power. As for the matter with Yi Xian, it was because Karaki Academy was not as skilled as Yi Xian and lost. However, he would never forget the Realm Defense Alliance's backstabbing and adding insult to injury, so, compared to Yi Xian, he hated the Realm Defense Alliance even more. Sitaming fell silent for a moment, and then he nodded, "I understand." With that, he turned and left. The next day, Sitaming went to find Yi Xian again. In the bamboo forest, Sitaming pointed a finger, and a spatial ring landed in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian picked up the spatial ring, and after scanning it with his divine sense, his hand instantly trembled. There were 1 billion top-grade spirit stones in the spatial ring. Yi Xian suddenly felt that everything in the world was still beautiful, At this moment, Situ Ming stared at Yi Xian. We will support you with all our strength, but if you can't meet our requirements, we will abandon you at any time and find someone else, understand? Yi Xian put away the spatial ring without batting an eyelid, and nodded, I understand. However, I have one last question. Situ Ming said, ask. Yi Xian said solemnly, now, we're going to fight the Realm Defense Alliance to the death. Are you really prepared? Situ Ming sneered, when they slaughtered a dozen of my Situ family members, it was already a fight to the death. Don't worry, it's not just my Situ family that wants to deal with them, as for who else, I can't tell you for now. Yi Xian nodded, alright, I'll gather all the cultivators of the Azure province now. As long as you support me with all your strength, I, Yi Xian, will not let the Azure province become a second Kanglan province. Situ Ming looked at Yi Xian, then let's wait and see. Yi Xian said seriously, I will do my best. With that, he turned and left. Behind Yi Xian, Situ Ming slowly closed his eyes, and said softly, I hope this chess piece won't disappoint. Realm Defense Alliance. As he spoke, his expression gradually became ferocious. This was because the Situ family head who had died in the Myriad Mound Mountain was his son. After Yi Xian left the dense forest, he went straight to the imperial capital of the Ning Kingdom. Along the way, he was grinning from ear to ear, 1 billion top-grade spirit stones, 1 billion, with this amount of wealth, he could do many things. For example, repairing the Prism Pagoda, recruiting soldiers. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the city wall of the Ning Kingdom. There, 100 Blue Waves cavalrymen were standing there, waiting for him. Seeing Yi Xian, all the Blue Waves cavalrymen bowed their heads, greetings, Dean. Yi Xian waved his hand, returned to the Jiang Kingdom. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave with everyone, a woman suddenly rode a horse, galloping from the city. Tuoba Yan arrived in front of Yi Xian, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian's figure trembled, and he appeared on the back of a black flame horse. In the next moment, more than 100 people were already dozens of feet away. In the same place, Tuoba Yan was stunned. P.S. Last night, I dreamed that I won 5 million. Ning country and Jiang country weren't far, so Yi Xian didn't take the cloud ship. In just a few hours, Yi Xian returned to Blue Waves Academy with 100 cavalrymen. After returning to Blue Waves Academy, Yi Xian immediately went to look for Lu Jioga and the others. Lu Jioga, Mo Yuan, Feng Lan, Jian Shuchu, Mo Yunqi, Bai Zai, and the others were all present in Blue Waves Palace. All of them were looking at Yi Xian, waiting for Yi Xian's reply. Yi Xian said, I think all of you already understand the current situation in Azure Province, so you should also understand the current situation of me, Yi Xian. Yes, I have indeed clashed with Realm Defense Alliance. Clashed, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed slightly. Realm Defense Alliance, they were the enforcers of Azure Firmament World. Mo Yunqi smiled bitterly, Bandit Yi, isn't the enemy you found a little too strong? Yi Xian shrugged, it can't be helped. It's easy to attract hatred when a person is too handsome. Mo Yunqi gave Yi Xian a thumbs up, your skin is so thick that even if everyone from Realm Defense Alliance joins forces, it will be difficult to penetrate. Everyone in the palace laughed when they heard this. The atmosphere was much more cheerful. After a while, Lu Jioga looked at Yi Xian, tell me what you think. Yi Xian nodded, Azure Province is very chaotic now, and more cultivators from the Divine Central Continent are entering Azure Province. Our Blue Waves Academy alone can't protect Azure Province. We can only join forces with all the aristocratic families, sects, and independent cultivators in Azure Province. Only by working together can we resist these cultivators from the Divine Central Continent. How will true Imperial Realm experts deal with them? Lu Jioga suddenly asked. This question hit the nail on the head. Yi Xian waved his hand and said heroically, it's fine, I will deal with experts like true Imperial Realm experts. I, Yi Xian, have many people behind me, many people. Everyone. Lu Jioga glanced at Yi Xian and said, then it shouldn't be a big problem. I'll handle the matter of gathering the cultivators of the sects and aristocratic families in Azure Province. Yi Xian nodded. I'm relieved that you're in charge. Other than that, there is another problem. The Blue Waves Dao soldiers are not strong enough. They must reach the level of 10,000 Laws Realm. Are you crazy? On the side, Mo Yunqi could not help but say, 10,000 Laws Realm. Banda Yi, do you know what this means? Yi Xian said softly, Old Mo, old Bai, the current situation in Qingzhou, our situation is actually desperate. Mo Yunqi shook his head, I know, but it is very difficult to make every blue billow Dao soldier reach the standard of 10,000 laws realm. Yi Xian asked, what if we have enough money? He had enough money, Lu Jioga gazed at Yi Xian, because of what happened in Pine Prefecture. Blue Billow Academy's current income is barely enough to cover its expenses. We don't have any extra money to nurture this Dao soldier. Yi Xian suddenly withdrew a spatial ring and placed it on the table, 500 million top-grade spirit stones. Is that enough? 500 million, the others exchanged glances and were slightly dazed. Did Yi Xian rob an extraordinary sect? Lu Jioga fell silent for a moment, and then she withdrew a spatial ring and placed it on the table. Within this spatial ring are the true rank spirit artifacts that you asked the 5th Pavilion Master of the Immortal Indulgence in to purchase. There are a total of 31 of them. The Blue Billow Dao soldiers have been annihilating the cultivators of the Central Divine Prefecture, and they've obtained a total of 41 true rank spirit artifacts. If you include these 500 million top-grade spirit stones, then you can barely gather 100 true rank spirit artifacts. But remember, it's an artifact, not a set. When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at Yi Xian. It's extraordinarily difficult for you to nurture an extraordinary Dao soldier. Understand? It's not really difficult. Jian Chuchu suddenly opened her mouth. Everyone looked at Jian Chuchu. Everyone looked at Jian Chuchu. Jian Chuchu giggled, we can use battle to nurture battle. Don't many people come to the Central Divine Prefecture? They've come to rob us, so why can't we rob them? That's right. Mo Yunqi suddenly smiled and said, we can rob them in return. The Blue Billow Dao soldiers can't always be nurtured by Banda Yi. Now that their strength is so formidable, they can completely nurture themselves. Yi Xian looked at Lu Jioga, and the latter pondered for a moment before nodding, all right. Yi Xian nodded slightly. In this way, the pressure on him had indeed lessened greatly. After the meeting was adjourned, Yi Xian returned to his room. Yi Xian withdrew a spatial ring, and within it were the remaining 500 million top-grade spirit stones. I have to repair the prison pagoda. With this pagoda, I can feel more at ease. After all, Sword Immortal's sister isn't here now, so I have to have a trump card. Moreover, there are still several hundred spatial rings in the prison pagoda. Although the top-grade spirit stones in these spatial rings have been devoured, the items are still there. After all, these people had all been plundered from the Blue Billow province, so how could their items be trash? Not only that, but there are also 2 treasures of the true defensive Dharma realm. If the prison pagoda is restored, I will become rich again. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was a little excited. Devour. Soon, Yi Xian began to feed the top-grade spirit stones to the prison pagoda. Just like this, the prison pagoda began to devour the top-grade spirit stones in his spatial ring. 15 minutes later, 100 million top-grade spirit stones were gone. There was no movement in the prison pagoda. 30 minutes later, another 100 million top-grade spirit stones were gone. There was still no movement in the prison pagoda. Before long, there were only 100 million top-grade spirit stones left in the spatial ring. At this moment, Yi Xian was a little panicked. A moment later, all the top-grade spirit stones in his spatial ring were devoured cleanly, but there was still no movement in the prison pagoda. Inside the room, after a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly slammed the table in front of him and said angrily, what do you want? What do you want? 700 million top-grade spirit stones. Brother, are you a pig? How can you eat so much? 700 million top-grade spirit stones. Yi Xian's heart was bleeding. With the current situation of the Green Province, 700 million top-grade spirit stones, even some first-rate forces may not necessarily be able to take out. After all, the Ning country's countless years of accumulation only had a few tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones, but now, the prison pagoda had devoured 700 million top-grade spirit stones, and most importantly, there was still no movement. He couldn't afford it. This time, Yi Xian really felt that he couldn't afford it. Because he didn't know how many more top-grade spirit stones this pagoda needed to devour. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Yi Xian calmed down and said, come in. The door opened, and a woman walked in. The person was Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was still in her silver armor, still so valiant and heroic. Xianxia walked in front of Yi Xian, she sized up Yi Xian, sword sovereign? Yi Xian nodded. Xianxia nodded slightly. Your improvement speed is not much slower than Shaoan. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. At this moment, Xianxia said, follow me. Then, she turned and left. Yi Xian followed Xianxia to the back mountain of Blue Waves Academy. In front of a waterfall, stood 10 people, all wearing dark golden armor, holding a dark golden spear in their hands. The 10 people's aura was sharp, their eyes like knives, their bodies exuded a cold killing intent. Seeing Yi Xian, the 10 people hurriedly knelt on one knee. Greetings, Dean. Beside Yi Xian, Xianxia said solemnly, the 10 of them are all peak divine unity realm. If the 10 of them join hands, they can easily kill 10,000 laws realm. Easily kill 10,000 laws realm. Yi Xian shook his head, not enough. Hearing this, Xianxia turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, I need each of them to have the strength to kill 10,000 laws realm. The 10 people looked up at Yi Xian, somewhat in disbelief. Yi Xian said indifferently, no confidence? The 10 people were silent. Yi Xian said softly, now, Azure Province is in chaos, the fate of Azure Province, the fate of Jiang State, the fate of Blue Waves Academy, our own fate, these are all unknown. We must be strong enough, and only strong enough, can survive in this chaotic world. The 10 people cupped their fists in unison, we pledge our lives to follow Dean. Yi Xian nodded, in 2 days, I will find a group of opponents for you to practice with. Finished speaking, he turned and left. Xianxia looked at everyone, continued to cultivate. Finished speaking, she turned and followed after Yi Xian. On Xiao Dao, Xianxia followed beside Yi Xian, equipment, money, medicinal pills. Yi Xian spread out his hands, sell me to Realm Protection Alliance. Xianxia glared at Yi Xian, what are you talking about if you don't have money? Do you think it is so easy to forge a group of Super Dao soldiers? Yi Xian smiled bitterly, no, he was really poor, so poor that he wanted to surrender to Realm Protection Alliance. Because Realm Protection Alliance put a bounty on his head, even he was tempted, it was really a lot. Xianxia was about to speak, at this time, Mo Yunqi suddenly ran over, Bandit Yi, there is a large number of experts outside the Imperial City, more than 100, it seems they are looking for you. What? Yi Xian jumped up, only 100? How much money can there be? This is infuriating. Forget it, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Finished speaking, he turned and left, heading straight out of the Imperial City. In the same place, Mo Yunqi was stunned, then he looked at Xianxia, he doesn't seem nervous at all, instead, he seems a little excited. Xianxia glanced at the back of Yi Xian in the distance, he is already so poor that he has gone crazy. Yi Xian's speed was very fast, in a short while, he arrived outside the Imperial City of Jiang Country, and in the city behind him, there were 100 Blue Billow Dao soldiers. These 100 Blue Billow Dao soldiers were already waiting in formation, ready to charge at any time. Outside the city, over 100 people came in a formidable array, every one of them was at least at the Nether Passage realm, amongst them, there were also myriad Dharma realm, and there were a few more obscure auras. The 100 people stopped when they were over 30 m away from Yi Xian. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian, he was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, damn it, why are all of you so late? After speaking, he directly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's expression changed greatly, he was just about to attack. In the blink of an eye, a sword was already at the center of his brows, everyone present was stunned. In front of Yi Xian, the middle-aged man broke out in cold sweat, I am from the Azure Forest sect. Azure Forest sect? Yi Xian was stunned, then said with some excitement, good, quick, call people now, call everyone from the Azure Forest sect here. As he spoke, he pointed at everyone present with his sword, call people too, all of you, hurry up and call people. If you don't call people, it means you are not giving me, Yi Xian face, I will beat you to death. Everyone, Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Arrogant, too arrogant, everyone stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Damn it. We haven't even made a move yet. Not only did this fellow attack as soon as he arrived, he even wants us to call for reinforcements. Who exactly is causing trouble for whom? Even though the middle-aged man who stood before Yi Xian forced himself to remain calm, cold sweat flowed down his face without end. He knew that he'd severely underestimated Yi Xian's strength. Because he was at the Dharma realm earlier, he hadn't even been able to react before a sword was pressed against his forehead. At this moment, his mind gradually cleared up, and he finally understood why the Realm Defense Alliance had spent so much money on Yi Xian, but Yi Xian was still alive. He was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, "Call for reinforcements." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before he said, "I admit defeat. I'm willing to leave the kingdom of Jiang immediately." What nonsense are you talking about?" Yi Xian suddenly said angrily, "You came all the way here, yet you're leaving before the battle has even begun? Are you looking down on me? Are you looking down on me?" As he spoke, he suddenly slashed down with his sword. Hiss, the middle-aged man's arm instantly flew into the air, blood sprayed out like a fountain, everyone was stunned. Is he a fucking madman? Many people couldn't help but take a step back. At this moment, the middle-aged man in front of Yi Xian was ghastly pale, and his eyes were filled with terror. Why does this fellow before me seem so abnormal? Meanwhile, Yi Xian's sword was pressed against the middle-aged man's neck. "I'll give you one last chance. Come, call for reinforcements. Call for reinforcements from whatever sector from." The middle-aged man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Are you really going to fight to the death?" Yi Xian suddenly slashed with his sword. Hiss, the middle-aged man's body was directly split into two, and blood sprayed all over the ground. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they retreated repeatedly. Yi Xian took out a silk handkerchief and wiped the blood off his sword. "You're a bad guy, but you're still so damn long-winded. I look down on you." As he spoke, he looked up at the 100 people in front of him and roared, "What the F***ck are you looking at? Aren't you here to kill me, Yi Xian? Do it." Everyone had a look of fear on their faces. Who was the one bullying who? Some of them already had thoughts of retreating. At this time, an old man suddenly walked out. The spell defensive state. The old man stared at Yi Xian. "Don't be fooled by him. No matter how monstrous Yi Xian is, he's just one person. We have more than 100 people here. Why should we be afraid of him?" Yi Xian quickly nodded. "That makes sense, very much so. However, a friendly reminder. I can basically kill an ordinary 10,000 Dharma state in a second. I can also kill an ordinary spell defensive state in a second. Really, I'm not joking. If you want to kill me, this number of people is still not enough. I sincerely suggest that you call more people. Otherwise, you won't live to see tomorrow's sun because of your wrong assessment of me." In front of Yi Xian, the old man said ferociously, "Yi Xian, who are you trying to scare? Do you think this old man is scared? You." At this time, Yi Xian stomped his right foot, and 10 feet away, hiss, the head of the old man who spoke flew off, blood spurted out like a pillar, and it was extremely bloody. 10 feet, one kill. Seeing the old man killed in a second, everyone in the field was shocked and retreated. Yi Xian put away the storage ring on the old man's hand, and shook his head and sighed, "What's wrong with this world? When I tell the truth, no one believes me." As he spoke, he looked up at the people in front of him. "If you don't call for help, then I'm going to do it." After saying that, he had already rushed out. Move, as he said. The moment Yi Xian rushed out, the complexion of the 100 people instantly changed, and at this time, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Kill Yi Xian, the rich third generation. Kill." Before the voice fell, the head of the person who spoke flew off. In the crowd, flying swords crisscrossed, and heads flew off one after another. Seeing Yi Xian like a god of death, many people completely lost the will to fight, and turned around to escape. However, Yi Xian's flying sword was faster than them. In a short while, there were less than 20 people left in the field, and these 20 people didn't fight at all, and they were frantically running away. Yi Xian didn't chase, because the Blue Wave's cavalry in the city had already chased after them. Yi Xian carried the bloody sword and walked to the side. In front of him lay a man. At this moment, this man was still twitching, and he wasn't completely dead. Yi Xian's face was expressionless, and the sword in his hand fell. The sword instantly submerged into the man's head, and after the man's body twitched violently, he no longer breathed. Cruel, for Yi Xian, in this chaotic world, if people didn't be cruel, they wouldn't live long. Especially when dealing with enemies, being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself and the people around you. Yi Xian put away his sword, and collected all the storage rings of the corpses. He used his divine sense to scan, and there were more than 80 storage rings, and a total of 190 million top-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were also many miscellaneous things in the storage rings. There were more than 10 true-level spiritual weapons, and there were more than 30 bright-level spiritual weapons. In short, the harvest was not small. Especially these true-level spiritual weapons, they could reduce a large part of the expenses of Blue Waves Academy, because these weapons could be used by Blue Waves Academy soldiers and students. As for the other things, it was not a big problem to sell them for tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones. In other words, this time's income was close to 200 million top-grade spirit stones. In fact, this was a very large amount of wealth. But for him it was not enough, far from enough. He didn't give these 200 million top-grade spirit stones to Lu Jioge. Instead, he prepared to continue devouring them, and use them to restore the prison pagoda. Because now, he was the strongest person in Blue Waves Academy, he must not fall, and this prison pagoda was his strongest trump card, and he must restore it. At this time, those Blue Waves cavalrymen returned. Among them, there were more than 20 cavalrymen holding bloody skulls in their hands. A Blue Waves cavalryman dismounted, and came in front of Yi Xian, and handed over more than 20 storage rings with both hands. Yi Xian shook his head, "Give them to the brothers." After speaking, he turned around and walked towards the city, and when he reached the entrance, he suddenly stopped, and then said, "Dispose of these corpses. Also, pass down the order, all Blue Waves Academy is to enter emergency state, and say that I am seriously injured, and I am currently recuperating." As his voice faded, he had already entered the city. Outside the city, 100 Blue Waves cavalrymen deeply bowed to Yi Xian, then turned around and left. Inside the room, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, and continued to devour. After a long while, his storage ring was completely empty. Yi Xian didn't speak for a long time. 900 million best quality spirit stones. Up until now, this prison pagoda had already devoured 900 million best quality spirit stones, but there was still no movement. Bottomless pit, it might really be a bottomless pit. Yi Xian was somewhat hesitant. Hesitant whether he should continue to let this pagoda devour, because if this pagoda needed to devour 10 billion best quality spirit stones to recover, where would he go to find so many best quality spirit stones? He couldn't even snatch them. Should he really give up? Yi Xian was somewhat at a loss, because if he continued like this, he might forcibly collapse. At this time, the prison pagoda within his body suddenly trembled. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. After being dumbfounded, he hastily sensed the prison pagoda within his body, but there was still no movement from the prison pagoda. But he was sure, just a moment ago, the prison pagoda moved. Obviously, this might be some kind of hint. Inside the room, Yi Xian was silent for a long time, but in the end, he still decided to try again. He didn't want to give up just like this. After all, he had already spent 900 million best quality spirit stones, and with this prison pagoda, it was equivalent to having another means of self-protection. The problem was that he didn't have any more best quality spirit stones. He was poor. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. He had just obtained 200 million best quality spirit stones, and they were all gone in the blink of an eye. The speed at which he was spending money. Even he felt that it was a bit terrifying. Moreover, after spending 200 million, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. It only made a small splash, and then there was nothing left. Although the prison pagoda had given him some reaction, he was still a bit panicked, because he still didn't know how many more best quality spirit stones he would need. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and an old man walked in. "Situ Ming." Yi Xian gathered his thoughts and said in a low voice, "Knocking on a door shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Situ Ming sneered, "I'm here to give you a heads up. The top 3 mercenary groups in the Divine Central Continent have already arrived, and they've joined forces. Their target is you." Yi Xian asked, "There's a true Imperial Magic Realm?" For him now, only a true Imperial Magic Realm powerhouse could pose a fatal threat to him. Of course, even a true Imperial Magic Realm powerhouse like Wanli could pose a great threat to him. Situ Ming said indifferently, "What do you think?" Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head, "If I can't beat them, I have to run." Situ Ming was slightly angry, "You're a swordsman after all. Why are you so scared?" Yi Xian spread his hands, true imperial magic realm. I can't beat them. Situming stared at Yi Xian, don't worry. If a true imperial magic realm powerhouse makes a move, we'll take care of it ourselves. However, the rest is up to you. Yi Xian nodded, then there's no problem. Situming said coldly, no problem? You'd better not underestimate them. Those 3 mercenary groups are not to be trifled with, especially the Netherworld mercenary group, which is ranked first. They're incredibly mysterious, and even we can't find out the true origins of some of their members. In terms of strength, their boss is ranked 3rd on the monster ranking. At this point, he paused slightly, then said, also, although some people aren't on the monster ranking, it doesn't mean they're not strong. It's just because they haven't fought on the monster ranking. Take yourself for example. Although you haven't fought on the monster ranking, no one dares to say you're weak. Do you understand? Yi Xian nodded slightly, I understand. Don't worry, I won't underestimate them. At this point, he hesitated, then said, there's something else. I need some equipment, pills, martial arts techniques. Situming stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian sighed heavily, I know you think I'm greedy, but think about it. Can I fight the entire Central Divine region by myself? If I don't nurture some people, how can I fight them? They'll exhaust me to death. Otherwise, you can send some people to fight with me. I, Yi Xian, am willing to be your pawn, At this point, he said seriously, if you really think it's difficult, it's fine. I'll take the disciples of Blue Waves Academy and leave Qingzhou. If there's no other way, I'll surrender. In any case, the Realm Defense Alliance and I haven't reached the point where one of us has to die yet. Situming stared at Yi Xian for a long time, then finally turned to leave. When he reached the door, he suddenly said, I'll give you an answer tomorrow. With that, he disappeared. P.S. Reader Bootlicker Army Xiaoyaozi, you asked me in a private message yesterday how to cure erectile dysfunction. I'm just a writer, I really don't know how to cure this disease. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Insatiable greed, to Yi Xian, of course he had to be greedy now, because the Situ clan and the other forces were also using him as a pawn to deal with the Realm Defense Alliance. At a time like this, he naturally had to fight for more benefits. Because if he missed this opportunity, he might not get another one. He had to be sincere to his friends, but he had to be ruthless to his enemies. This time, Yi Xian did not cultivate. Instead, he took a bath and slept peacefully. Just as the sky brightened, Situming came again. This time, Situming brought over 50 pieces of truth-grade equipment, all of which were high-grade truth-grade. In addition, there were also some top-grade elixirs, all of which were cultivation elixirs suitable for Divine Unity Realm cultivators. After Situming put down the storage ring, he turned around and left without saying a word. Yi Xian was not angry. Instead, he was extremely happy as he held the storage ring. Because this time, the Blue Waves Academy's Blue Waves Dao soldiers could all be equipped with truth-grade equipment. Truth-grade equipment, even in the Divine Central Continent, only the Dao soldiers of some of the top forces would have such a configuration. Simply put, this configuration of 100 Blue Waves Dao soldiers was considered top-notch even in the Divine Central Continent. After a moment of excitement, Yi Xian put away the storage ring and entered his personal cultivation room. This time, he was not practicing the life and death sword, but the soul-setting sword. This sword skill was left to him by the mysterious woman. It was not that he had forgotten it, but when he was studying the soul-setting sword, he felt that he was lacking in many aspects. At that time, he was only at the Nether Passage realm, which was too low. Not only was his cultivation low, but his attainments in the Sword Dao were also low. Now that he had reached the Divine Unity realm, his Sword Dao had improved a lot, so he wanted to give it a try. After Situming left the Blue Waves Academy, his figure trembled and shot into the clouds. After a long time, Situming came to a stop. Thick clouds surrounded him. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the clouds on the left. This kid is too greedy. He should be taught a lesson. Otherwise, if he keeps asking for more and more, he will treat us like a treasury and let him take whatever he wants. A voice sounded out from the layer of clouds on the right. It's indeed like that. Moreover, he's an extremely monstrous genius. He attained the Sword Emperor realm at such a young age, and such natural talent is rare even in the central prefecture. If we help him like this, it will be like nurturing a tiger. Situming glanced at the two of them. Gentlemen, forgive the old man for being blunt, but if we don't want to pay any price, then we'd better disband as soon as possible. One must know that our enemy is the Realm Defense Alliance. As for Yixian, if we don't use him, then who else in Pine Prefecture do you think can resist these cultivators from the Central Divine Prefecture? Unless the two of you are willing to show yourselves and face the Realm Defense Alliance head-on. Silence fell on both sides. Situming continued. He isn't to the extent of being greedy. Just as he said, it's utterly impossible for him to go against the Central Divine Prefecture by himself. As for the spirit stones and equipment, as far as we're concerned, we'll each bear a bit of the cost, so it won't hurt or itch. Besides, if we don't need him in the future, we can always take him back, can't we? After a moment of silence, a voice rang out from the clouds on the right. I'm afraid of nurturing a tiger. Situming glanced to the right. Who do you think is more terrifying, Yixian, or the Realm Defense Alliance? Of course it's the latter, said the voice. Situming nodded. The most important thing for us right now is to deal with the Realm Defense Alliance. Not only do we have to secretly investigate the Realm Defense Alliance's scheme, but we also have to contact more forces to join us. At this point, he looked up at the sky and said softly, those clans in the upper realm, those old farts in the lower realm, and those who were once suppressed by the Realm Defense Alliance, they will join us because no one wants to be suppressed forever, and even more so, they don't want the Realm Defense Alliance to weaken them bit by bit. As for this Yixian, we'll just get rid of him when we grow stronger in the future. For now, let's satisfy him first and let him restrain the Realm Defense Alliance. With that, Situming turned and disappeared. Within the cultivation room, Yixian held his sword tightly against his forehead. There was not the slightest aura around him. Soul-setting sword, this sword skill was a little special. It was special in that it targeted the soul. It was extremely lethal to the soul. It could be said that it was a natural counter to soul bodies. As for ordinary people, it might not be as good as his Tenjong kill and life-setting sword. Because if he drew his sword, he would definitely kill. Separating the soul? That was too troublesome. Cultivating this soul-setting sword was completely a backup move in case he encountered a cultivator who specialized in the soul in the future. While Yixian was frantically cultivating, the situation in Azure Province was gradually changing. Because after Yixian and Lian Wanli returned, the cultivators from the Divine Central Continent could no longer plunder as unbridled as before. Lian Wanli stood guard in the Great Cloud Realm, while Yixian stood guard outside the Great Cloud Realm. Some remote lands and some remote countries had already been robbed clean. To put it simply, for the cultivators from the Divine Central Continent, only the Great Cloud Realm and Yixian were left for them to fight over. The Great Cloud Realm and Blue Waves Academy were the two richest places in Azure Province. Especially Blue Waves Academy, because they had Yixian. Killing Yixian would make them rich instantly, and they would also have the Realm Protector token. Such a shocking bounty would definitely tempt some people. Not only was there a bounty, but once they killed Yixian, they could enter the Jiang, Ning, and Tang empires to do whatever they wanted. Moreover, there was Blue Waves Academy. The current Blue Waves Academy had a lot of assets and a supreme-grade spirit vein. It could be said that there were too many people who wanted Yixian dead. On a plain in the Jiang Empire, 3 mercenary groups were hurrying toward the capital of the Jiang Empire. There were 10 great mercenary groups in the Central Divine Prefecture, and these 3 mercenary groups were the top 3 in the Central Divine Prefecture. They were the Underworld Mercenary Group, the Monarch Mercenary Group, and the Wild Lion Mercenary Group. The 3 mercenary groups, excluding their respective leaders, had a total of 30 members. The Wild Lion Mercenary Group was on the left. There were only 12 people in the Wild Lion Mercenary Group, all of whom were at the peak of the Divine Union realm. Their auras were powerful, and several of them had already surpassed the Divine Union realm. The 12 of them were all wearing black armor, and there were flowing lights on the surface of the armor. On their waists, each of them had a long, dark saber. The saber was about a meter long, and every saber emitted a frost-like glow. Behind the 12 of them was a black round shield. The round shield seemed to be forged from some kind of scale, and its edge was as sharp as a blade. High-grade truth rank, all 12 of them were equipped with high-grade truth rank equipment. Apart from that, the 12 of them were riding black flame horses. However, these black flame horses were much larger than the ones ridden by the Blue Waves Path soldiers. The leader of the Wild Lion mercenary group was a fatty called Wild Lion. He was huge, weighing at least 150 kilograms. He wasn't wearing a shirt, and all his fat was exposed to the air. On his chest was a tattoo of a ferocious lion, on the right was the Monarch mercenary group. There were only 10 of them, and their auras were stronger than the Wild Lion mercenary group. The 10 of them were dressed in golden armor and wielded golden spears. Each of them carried a golden longbow on their back, and small golden arrows were tied to their arms. All of them were high-grade truth rank. Each of them was riding a demonic beast, but it wasn't a black flame horse. These demonic beasts were shaped like wolves, and they had long limbs. They were extremely muscular, and every time they landed, they would leave a deep footprint in the ground. Gale wolves, they were a type of extremely fast demonic beast. When they ran, they were faster than the wind, even faster than the black flame horses. The leader of the Monarch mercenary group was a white-robed man. He was very young, only in his 20s, and his surname was Wang, King. This name was very famous in the Divine Central Continent, because he was ranked 3rd on the monster rankings, King, born to be a king. This was his catchphrase. Between the Wild Lion mercenary group and the Monarch mercenary group was the Netherworld mercenary group, which was ranked 1st in the Divine Central Continent. There weren't many of them, only 9 of them, including the leader. However, they were extremely famous in the Divine Central Continent, and even some of the peak factions didn't dare to provoke them lightly. There were even rumors that the Realm Defense Alliance had tried to recruit this mercenary group. There were both men and women among the 9, and they all wore plain clothes with bamboo hats on their heads and a gray-white cloak on their backs. The 9 of them didn't have any auras, and it was impossible to tell how strong they were. Beneath them was a horse, an ordinary horse. The leader of the Netherworld mercenary group was a woman. Her name was unknown, and her face was hidden behind a veil. The 3 mercenary groups headed straight for the capital of the country of Jiang, and their target was Yixian. When they were less than 100 kilometers away from the capital, the leader of the Netherworld mercenary group suddenly stopped, and the 9 people behind her stopped as well. The Wild Lion mercenary group and the Monarch mercenary group also stopped and looked at the leader of the Netherworld mercenary group. The leader of the Netherworld mercenary group stretched out her right hand, and a scroll fell from the clouds in the sky. Soon, the scroll landed firmly in her hand. The woman opened the scroll, and it was filled with Yixian's information. It was so detailed that it made one's scalp go numb. Even what Yixian ate in a day was clearly recorded. A moment later, the woman put away the scroll and looked in the direction of the capital. 19 years old, Sword Emperor, with 2 heaven-grade swords. Sword skill unknown, at least heaven grade, with an 80% chance of being above heaven grade. 2 forms of sword intent, one offensive and one defensive. At this point, she frowned slightly. The Monarch mercenary group looked at the woman. Is there a problem? The woman put away the scroll. This person's strength isn't enough for such a high bounty. There must be a trap. The Monarch mercenary group frowned slightly. The Realm Defense Alliance is plotting something? The woman didn't say anything, but Mad Lion suddenly said, "Who cares what he's plotting? Let's get rid of him first." In any case, the Realm Defense Alliance won't go back on their word. The woman ignored Mad Lion and looked into the distance. Not only her, but everyone else also looked into the distance. There, a man walked over with a sword box on his back and a sword in his hand. The man walked in front of the woman and smiled. "Let me introduce myself. I am Yixian." Yixian, the woman and the others looked at Yixian, but they didn't say anything. On the other side, Mad Lion clenched his fists, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Yixian took another step forward and said seriously, "Do you know why the Realm Defense Alliance is offering such a high bounty on me?" Mad Lion suddenly grinned. "I don't care about that." As he said this, he was about to attack. The woman suddenly said, "Let him speak." Mad Lion glanced at the woman, but the woman didn't even look at him. Mad Lion hesitated, but in the end, he didn't attack. Obviously, he was a little afraid. However, when he looked at Yixian, the killing intent in his eyes became even thicker. Yi Xian ignored Mad Lion and continued, with the Realm Defense Alliance's strength, why would they need to go through so much trouble to kill me? Any true Imperial Law Realm powerhouse would be enough to deal with me. But, why didn't they do so? As he said this, he turned to the woman and the others. Do you know why? The woman looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. The king suddenly said, don't tell me they're trying to train you. Yi Xian was stunned, then quickly shook his head. I didn't say anything. I, Yi Xian, have nothing to do with the Realm Defense Alliance. As he said this, he pointed his sword at the woman and the others. Don't say anything. I, Yi Xian, will wait for you outside the city. Let's fight to the death. After saying this, he turned and left. Everyone, hearing Yi Xian's words, the king and Mad Lion glanced at each other before turning to look at the Netherworld mercenary group woman. The woman looked at the departing figure of Yi Xian without saying a word, as if she was trying to see through Yi Xian. Soon, Yi Xian disappeared from everyone's sight. Next to the woman, the king said solemnly, this matter is indeed strange. That bounty is enough to kill a true Imperial Law Realm expert. However, it is used to kill a Divine Unity Realm expert. This is extremely strange. Moreover, if the Realm Protection Alliance really wanted to kill him, they could have done it themselves. There was no need to do this. You should know that the people on the wanted list are all hiding, not daring to show their faces. However, this Yi Xian has never been hiding. He is right here in the city, but the Realm Defense Alliance doesn't want to do it themselves. Why do they have to do this? Saying this, he looked at the woman beside him, what do you think? The woman did not speak. Mad Lion frowned and suddenly said, could it be that this Yi Xian is really a member of the Realm Protection Alliance? And the Realm Protection Alliance is doing this to train him? After thinking about it, the king said solemnly, it's not impossible. With how monstrous this person is, it's impossible that he doesn't have a force behind him. After all, Karaki Academy and Dark World have been targeting him. But now, Karaki Academy's strength has been greatly damaged and Dark World has disappeared. In addition, the Situ family had once sent a true Imperial Law Realm expert to kill him. The matter of Myriad Mound Mountain? Mad Lion asked. The king nodded, at that time, hundreds of experts and 2 true Imperial Law Realm experts. However, the 2 true Imperial Law Realm experts and hundreds of people all disappeared, but this Yi Xian is still alive. He definitely has a force behind him. Perhaps, it's the Realm Protection Alliance. Of course, even if it's not the Realm Protection Alliance, it must be a super force. Mad Lion's frown deepened, are we going back just like that? The king looked at the veiled woman. Mad Lion also looked at the veiled woman. After a moment of silence, the veiled woman said, wait for the Realm Protection Alliance to make a move. If they continue to increase the bounty, then there's a big problem. King continued. Guangshi nodded in agreement. It's better to wait. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss if we were to be used as cannon fodder. The veiled woman slowly closed her eyes. Continue the investigation. Yi Xian returned to Blue Waves Academy. Along the way, his expression was solemn. This time, he left the city to see if he could get rid of these 3 mercenary groups. However, when he saw these 3 mercenary groups, he immediately changed his mind. This was because the strength of these 3 mercenary groups had exceeded his expectations. The strength of each of these 3 mercenary groups was above the Blue Waves cavalry. Especially the veiled woman in the middle and the 9 people behind her. They were somewhat unfathomable. These 9 people could be 10,000 Law's realm. As for the 3 people in the lead, except for the veiled woman, the other 2 were in the Dharma realm, and it was very likely that they were in the real Dharma realm. Other than that, the veiled woman's strength was truly unfathomable. There was no way he could defeat 30 people by himself, and if he added in the Blue Waves Dao soldiers, even if he won in the end, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. And this matter also reminded him that those who dared to look for him, Yi Xian, were definitely not ordinary people. He must not lower his guard. Recollecting his thoughts, Yi Xian quickly arrived at the back mountain of Blue Waves Academy. In a training area, 100 Blue Waves cavalrymen were quietly standing. The leader was Xianxia. When they saw Yi Xian, all the Blue Waves cavalrymen saluted one after another. Yi Xian nodded his head. He walked in front of Xianxia and softly said, after going out, "Be careful." Xianxia nodded his head, understood. After speaking, she turned around and looked at the cavalrymen behind her. "Let's go." Xianxia led the 100 Blue Waves cavalrymen and rushed down the mountain. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Sweep. Now, Blue Waves cavalrymen had a mission every day. That was to go out and sweep. And every time they came back from a sweep, they would have a lot of harvest. Now, Blue Waves cavalrymen already had the ability to stand on their own feet. He didn't need to spend money to support them. Not only Blue Waves cavalrymen, but the entire Blue Waves Academy had its own income. It could be said that now, even without him, Blue Waves Academy could operate on its own. Of course, now, whether it was him or Blue Waves Academy, they still had the biggest enemy, Realm Defense Alliance. In fact, when Realm Defense Alliance targeted him like this, he was somewhat confused at the beginning because he didn't have anything to do with Realm Defense Alliance. But later, he suddenly thought of something. The mysterious woman had killed several people of Realm Defense Alliance, and the reason why Realm Defense Alliance didn't dare to openly kill him was probably because of this mysterious woman. In addition, this Realm Defense Alliance had given up Azure Province. Their purpose was definitely not pure. And Situ clan and other forces might have discovered something, so they wanted to use him to restrain Realm Defense Alliance, and whether it was Situ clan and other forces or Realm Defense Alliance, he couldn't resist them now. Now, the urgent matter was to develop his own strength. Repair Prison Pagoda and search for Dao laws. Thinking of this, Yi Xian left Blue Waves Academy, Central Divine Continent, Realm Defense Palace. High Lord Lu's expression was extremely gloomy. In front of him was a black-robed old man. A moment later, High Lord Lu looked at the black-robed old man in front of him. 1 sect, 1 lineage, 1 sword, 3 sects, and 6 clans didn't enter Azure Province? The black-robed old man nodded. Not a single one. And after ordinary cultivators of the Central Divine Continent entered Azure Province, most of them were killed by Yi Xian and Lian Wanli. Azure Province's situation is considered stable now, and the origin of Azure Province shows no signs of appearing. High Lord Lu narrowed his eyes. Yi Xian, at this point, he seemed to think of something and frowned deeply. Could it be that the forces of the Central Divine Continent discovered something? The black-robed old man shook his head. I don't know. In short, such a high bounty, but they aren't tempted at all. This in itself is abnormal. High Lord Lu was silent. The black-robed old man suddenly said, "Why don't we do it ourselves?" High Lord Lu shook his head. If we do it ourselves, even a fool will know that something is wrong. At that time, the forces of the Central Divine Continent and the Lower Realm will most likely join forces. Moreover, our Realm Defense Alliance has always upheld justice. If we destroy Azure Province with our own hands, the reputation of our Realm Defense Alliance will surely plummet. The black-robed old man nodded. That's true. After a moment of silence, High Lord Lu seemed to have thought of something, and his expression gradually turned ferocious. This Yi Xian. If it weren't for him, Azure Province would have been bathed in rivers of blood. At this point, he looked at the black-robed old man. Have you found out where that mysterious woman came from? The black-robed old man said in a low voice, "We have some news. It's said that someone has seen this person in the Endless Star Field. Our people are already on their way. We'll know if it's true or not." High Lord Lu nodded. Let's find this person first. When the Lord's main body returns, we'll destroy this Yi Xian as well. The black-robed old man glanced at High Lord Lu and said nothing. He finally understood, this High Lord Lu didn't dare to touch Yi Xian because he was afraid that the mysterious woman would appear. It should be known that the Realm Defense Alliance had sent a true Imperial Law Realm expert, but he was instantly killed. Moreover, it was by a strand of hair. It could be said that as long as the mysterious woman didn't die and the Lord's main body didn't return, the Realm Defense Alliance wouldn't dare to touch Yi Xian. Because right now, the Realm Defense Alliance couldn't beat the mysterious woman. High Lord Lu suddenly said, "I'll make a trip to the Devil Sect." This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. If the entire Azure Province becomes a cultivation ground for the Devil Sect, I don't believe they won't be tempted. With that, he disappeared from the hall. The vast star river was boundless. A woman crossed the starry sky. The woman wore a plain dress, her long hair reaching her waist, her hands behind her back. On her fingertips, there were two objects, one black and one white. The woman was expressionless, her eyes indifferent, without a trace of emotion. Just like this, after crossing countless star fields, the woman suddenly stopped. She listened attentively and heard something. Her brows furrowed slightly. The next moment, her right foot gently stomped. Boom! In an instant, the space around her trembled violently, as if there was a great earthquake. And around her, countless stars began to collapse and be annihilated inch by inch. After an unknown amount of time, she stretched out her jade-like hand and gently pinched. A ray of white light suddenly appeared between her thumb and index finger. She released her thumb and index finger, and the white light trembled slightly, then turned into a figure in front of her. Yixian, this figure was none other than Yixian. Seeing Yixian, the woman was slightly stunned. The next moment, she took a step forward, and her jade-like hand gently brushed the white light that had transformed into Yixian. Gradually, the woman's jade-like hand began to tremble, and her gaze became a little dazed. After an unknown amount of time, her eyes suddenly turned cold. Avatar annihilated. Information is incomplete. Something must have happened. When she spoke up to this point, her expression became slightly ferocious. If anything happens to you, then I'll definitely bury all living beings with you. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand lightly. In an instant, a ray of light flashed, and everywhere it passed, everything started to be annihilated. 15 minutes later, this star field had become a pitch-black hole. The woman continued traversing through space. After an unknown amount of time, she stopped. There was a dark golden palace floating not too far away from her. The palace gave off a grand aura, and there were two enormous beasts that were the size of small mountains crouching on both sides of the palace. The beasts were shaped like oxen, and they only had a single horn. Their eyes were like bloody mouths that seemed ready to devour someone. There was a statue of a man at the top of the palace. The man was robust, and he looked ahead with an indifferent gaze. His right hand was behind his back, and he seemed to look down upon the world. There were 3 large golden words at the top of the palace, Spirit Void Star Palace. The woman in the plain dress appeared directly at the entrance of the palace. The moment she appeared, the 2 giant beasts on both sides of the palace suddenly stood up. A monstrous pressure directly pressed down on the woman in the plain dress. In an instant, the space in front of them became illusory, as if it was about to collapse. The woman glanced at the 2 enormous beasts and pointed, "Kneel." As soon as she spoke, thump, the 2 enormous beasts knelt down and trembled. The plain-dressed woman waved her hand and the door of the palace instantly shattered. A white-haired old man appeared in front of the plain-dressed woman. The white-haired old man stared at the plain-dressed woman with fear in his eyes. "May I ask who you are?" The woman waved her right hand, and a figure appeared before the white-haired old man. It was Yixian. The woman walked slowly towards the white-haired old man. "Find this person." When she spoke up to this point, she gently pointed with her finger, and an illusory sword suddenly appeared above the palace. The woman walked over to the white-haired old man and looked him in the eye. "If you dare to say no, then all of you will die. P.S. The Azure Phoenix waved her hand. "Give me your monthly votes. If you dare to say no, I'll beg you again tomorrow." End of this chapter. The woman's voice was calm, but it sent chills down everyone's spine. The white-haired old man stared at the woman. His right hand was already clenched, and a force condensed in his hand like a volcano that was about to erupt. The woman ignored the white-haired old man and walked straight into the palace. At this moment, the white-haired old man suddenly said, "I would like to ask for your guidance." The woman stopped, her face expressionless. "This is your life's mistake." As soon as she finished speaking, she continued to walk into the palace, and a sword flew towards the white-haired old man. The old man's expression was ferocious. He turned around and punched. The punch was thrown. The space in front of the white-haired old man directly formed a strange vortex. At the same time, a violent force constantly vibrated out of this strange vortex. In an instant, the entire starry sky began to tremble. It was incomparably shocking. The sword arrived. The strange vortex was directly torn apart, and at the same time, the sword directly pierced the white-haired old man's forehead. The white-haired old man was horrified. He wanted to separate his soul, but it couldn't. Not only that, but his face was aging at an extremely fast speed. In less than 10 breaths, the white-haired old man had turned into dust. He couldn't even reincarnate because his soul mark had been completely erased. The starry sky suddenly quieted down. About an hour later, countless experts suddenly flew out of the palace and then fled in all directions. They were all looking for one person, Xian. In the divine central continent, the Devil sect suddenly announced that they would enter the Azure province to avenge the All-Pleasure sect and the Blood sect. Not only the Devil sect, but the Ghost sect also announced that they would enter the Azure province to seek justice for the Blood sect and All-Pleasure sect. This time, the Devil sect and the Ghost sect did not send people to the Azure province. Instead, they brought their entire sect to the Azure province. Moreover, their goal was very clear. They had come for Xian. At the same time, the Realm Defense Alliance issued a bounty. Anyone who killed a student of the Blue Waves Academy would receive 3 million top-grade spirit stones, and anyone who killed Xian would receive 1.5 billion top-grade spirit stones. For a time, countless forces and experts began to stir. Xian himself was walking out of a smithy at this moment. After walking out of the smithy, Xian left the city and arrived in front of a bamboo forest. Just as he arrived in front of the bamboo forest, a man wearing golden armor blocked his way. Xian faced the dense forest. "Please come out and meet me." Soon, the veiled woman, Mad Lion, and King walked out. The three of them looked at Xian without saying a word. Xian cupped his fists and faced Wild Lion. "I presume this is the Wild Lion mercenary group's leader, Wild Lion." Mad Lion glanced at Xian. "You've heard of me before?" Xian nodded and said with a smile, "Naturally, rumor has it that you were able to kill a 10,000 law realm expert when you just reached the Divine Unity realm." "It's not a rumor," Mad Lion said calmly. Xian gave him a thumbs up. "I admire you." Mad Lion sized up Xian. "You're not bad yourself. Such a young sword emperor. There's no one in the Divine Central Continent so far." Xian smiled and then faced King. "You must be King, ranked 3rd on the monstrous geniuses list. If there's time, I'd like to seek guidance from you. I have no ill intentions. I just want to exchange pointers." King nodded slightly. "Anytime." Xian cupped his fists and then faced the veiled woman. The latter was looking at him. Xian smiled and said, "How should I address you, sir?" The information on these people was naturally given to him by the Sidhu family. However, the Sidhu family did not have any information on this veiled woman. Moreover, this veiled woman's true strength was also unknown. The veiled woman just looked at him and did not speak. Xian was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, "The three of you have come this time to talk. A straightforward person will not resort to insinuations. The three of you have brought everyone to Azure Province because you want to take Xian's head and exchange it for the bounty, am I right?" Mad Lion nodded and was very honest. "Yes." Xian smiled and said, "Then, what is your attitude now?" Mad Lion did not speak. Because after discussing and investigating for an entire night, they felt that there was something strange about this matter. Xian had risen too quickly. Moreover, he had offended Karaki Academy and Dark World, but what was the result? Dark World had completely disappeared, and Karaki Academy had become a third-rate force. Not only that, but Karaki Academy had also been punished by Dark World. This was no longer a secret. The strangest thing was that the Realm Defense Alliance could have killed Xian, but they had not done anything to Xian. Instead, they had issued a warrant for his arrest. There was definitely something fishy going on. King suddenly said, "What about you? Why did you come here?" Xian said, "Have the others withdraw." King looked at Xian and then waved his hand. Soon, the mercenaries around him retreated. Xian walked in front of the three and said with a Xianxia sound transmission, "Next, we need to use Xianxia sound transmission. Don't let outsiders know. My purpose for coming here is to cooperate with you." King frowned. "Cooperate?" Xian nodded, "Yes, now that the Azure world's spiritual energy is thin and chaotic, if we cooperate at this time, there will be many benefits." King stared at Xian, "You are wanted by the Realm Defense Alliance." Cooperating with you is the same as not giving face to the Realm Defense Alliance. Xian shook his head and said with a smile, "You don't need to trick me. I can tell you very frankly, I, Xian, am the next Realm Defense Alliance High Lord that the Realm Defense Alliance has carefully cultivated." As soon as these words came out, Wild Lion and King's faces changed, but the veiled woman's expression was as calm as ever. Wild Lion and King exchanged a glance. Finally, Wild Lion looked at Xian. "Why should we believe you?" Xian retorted, "Why don't you believe me?" King stared at Xian. "The Realm Defense Alliance is targeting you. Is it really just to train you?" Xian nodded. "Otherwise, why do you think they put me on the wanted list?" "I didn't hide, they could have directly come and killed me." "But they didn't, why?" "Because the current High Lord Lu is my master." Master. As soon as these words came out, Wild Lion and the others were stunned. Master? Who didn't know High Lord Lu? He was one of the most famous super masters in the Azure world. And this person was actually Xian's master? Xian said again, "You should have investigated me. Do you know why I was ordinary before the age of 18, but after leaving Azure City, Xian's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and I had all kinds of fortuitous encounters? Because behind me is High Lord Lu, the entire Realm Defense Alliance." Saying this, he waved his right hand, and 2 heaven-grade swords and hundreds of true-grade spirit weapons appeared in front of him. Xian said, "Do you see? If I didn't have the support of a powerful force, how could I have so many treasures?" Saying this, he put away all the things, and then said, "Wanqiu Mountain, 2 true defensive law realm, 10,000 law realm, hundreds of experts disappeared. Do you know who did it? My Realm Defense Alliance did it. The Sidhu family and Dark World didn't know life from death and wanted to kill me. How could my Realm Defense Alliance sit back and watch? We directly exterminated them." Mad Lion and King looked at each other again, and there was a trace of shock in their eyes. In fact, they had also guessed some of it, but hearing Xian's words at this moment, they were still shocked. Because what the Realm Defense Alliance did was too extreme, Xian said again. "Azure Province suddenly changed, and my master used this opportunity to train me. At the same time, he also wanted to eliminate some forces with bad intentions, such as those who entered Azure Province and wantonly slaughtered people. These people offended heaven and reason, wantonly slaughtered people. Do you think my Realm Defense Alliance really doesn't care? No." Saying this, he pointed to himself. "In fact, we have always been in charge, otherwise, do you think I have nothing better to do than to protect Azure Province? No, this is just my task. If I can protect Azure Province, my task will be completed, and I will be qualified. In the future, when my master leaves, the Realm Defense Alliance will be mine." Mad Lion said solemnly, "Since this is your training, why did you come to us to cooperate?" Xian smiled and said, "Even though this is training, it doesn't mean that I can't live without my own people. I came to cooperate with all of you to protect Azure Province. Of course, all of you won't be protecting it for nothing. If we join forces, we'll definitely be able to annihilate those cultivators and powers from the Central Divine Prefecture, and we'll definitely be able to obtain a huge amount of wealth. Besides that, if I return to the Realm Defense Alliance in the future, I'll be able to make things easier for all of you. If there are people in the Realm Defense Alliance, then I don't have to explain the benefits of staying in the Central Divine Prefecture. I'm sure all of you understand." Mad Lion glanced at Xian, and then he turned to look at King and the Veiled Woman. The Veiled Woman still didn't speak. King hesitated for a moment before he said, "To be honest, I still don't really trust you." Xian smiled, "I understand, and I won't force you. In any case, my brothers have arrived at Azure Province, and they'll be arriving at my academy soon. All of them are from the Central Divine Prefecture. So, it would definitely be a huge loss for all of you if you miss this opportunity." When he spoke up to this point, he cupped his fists to the 3 of them. "Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. Mad Lion and King were slightly hesitant and conflicted behind Xian. Because this really was an opportunity for them. If they worked together, then they wouldn't just be able to get rich, they would even be able to form a connection with the Realm Defense Alliance. Most importantly, if Xian became the exalt of the Realm Defense Alliance in the future, then they. Moreover, with Yi Xian's natural talent and the terrifying combat strength he'd revealed, it was entirely possible for him to become the Exalt of the Realm Defense Alliance in the future. Even if he couldn't become an Exalt, he would definitely become a core figure. At that time, they would definitely be able to obtain a huge amount of benefits. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped in the distance. He turned around and took out a command token. The words Protector were inscribed on the front of the command token, and the word Xian was inscribed on the back of the command token. Yi Xian waved the command token in his hand and said, I hope that all of you will keep the fact that I, Yi Xian, am the young Exalt of the Realm Defense Alliance a secret. Otherwise, don't blame my Realm Defense Alliance for being merciless. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Brother Yi, wait. At this moment, Mad Lion's voice came from behind Yi Xian. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Yi Xian stopped and turned around with a calm expression. What is it? Mad Lion and King exchanged a glance. In the end, Mad Lion said, Brother Yi, we've just received news that the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect have invaded Azure Prefecture, and their target is you. Yi Xian sneered, the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect are really stupid. Mad Lion frowned slightly, you want to make a move against them? Yi Xian said indifferently, what do you think? Mad Lion said solemnly, then why don't we just make a move? Yi Xian said, we'll attack without a good reason. But if they invade Azure Prefecture, then we'll have a good reason to attack. Mad Lion glanced at Yi Xian, it's your Realm Defense Alliance that said to abandon Azure Prefecture and protect the Central Divine Prefecture. Yi Xian had a pitiful expression, you actually believe that nonsense, Mad Lion. Meanwhile, King suddenly said, Brother Yi, what practical benefits can we obtain if we work with you? Yi Xian said, or rather, what can you do for me? Effort and gain are proportional. What do you think? When he spoke up to this point, he smiled slightly, let me give you a friendly reminder. The Central Divine Prefecture is about to undergo great changes. Azure Prefecture and Azure Prefecture are in chaos now, but once Azure Prefecture is over, the Central Divine Prefecture might fall into chaos as well. Although my Realm Defense Alliance has the intention to protect the Azure Prefecture, there are some forces with ulterior motives that keep harming this world. If you're willing to work with me, then come to the capital of my state of Jiang. If you're unwilling, then it's fine. I, Yi Xian, won't force you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He left decisively without the slightest hesitation. Mad Lion and King glanced at each other, and then they looked at the veiled woman who stood by their side. Mad Lion said solemnly, what do you mean? The veiled woman glanced at the end of the horizon and said indifferently, try to work with him. If it's profitable, then stay. If it's not, then leave. King nodded, that's fine. Mad Lion nodded in agreement. The veiled woman slowly closed her eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yi Xian returned to Blue Waves Academy. He took out the World Protection Token and was about to throw it away, but as if he thought of something, he put it away again. This Realm Protection Token was naturally not real. He had just spent a gold coin to forge it at the smithy. It might be useful if he kept it. This was because not many people in the Azure Firmament world had seen the real Boundary Protection Token, and not many people dared to make a fake one. After putting away the Realm Protector Medallion, he arrived at the back of the mountain. As soon as he arrived, Situming appeared in front of him. Situming glanced at Yi Xian. How did you do it? Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, those mercenary groups? Situming nodded. Yi Xian said with smile, they came here for money, just give them money. Situming spoke indifferently, Yi Xian, there's something I need to make clear to you. From today onwards, we'll give you 500 million extreme-grade spirit stones every month at most. Obviously, they were afraid that Yi Xian would keep asking for more. On the other hand, Yi Xian was stunned. 500 million extreme-grade spirit stones every month? This happiness has come too suddenly. Yi Xian's expression remained unchanged. 500 million is too little. Situming's eyelids twitched, and he had a slightly hostile expression on his face. Yi Xian continued, I presume you're already aware that the Ghost Sect and Devil Sect have launched a large-scale invasion of Pine Prefecture. It can be said that the Realm Defense Alliance has been driven to desperation. Just think about it. If I don't stop the Ghost Sect and Blood Sect, then Pine Prefecture will become hell on earth in 3 days at most. At that time, the Realm Defense Alliance will be able to obtain the quintessence of Pine Prefecture with ease. The consequences will be unimaginable once they obtain it. When he spoke up to hear, he sighed softly. It's not that I'm greedy. Just think about it. So many cultivators of the Central Divine Prefecture have entered Pine Prefecture. Especially at this moment, when formidable powers like the Ghost Sect and Devil Sect have invaded Pine Prefecture. How should I deal with such a situation? You can't openly help me, so I can only keep spending money to find helpers. What do you think? Sitaming gazed coldly at Xian. You're asking for a few $100 million right off the bat. Do you think we're very rich? Xian thought for a moment and said, it can't be helped. We're all in a difficult situation. But if we continue to argue about money, then all of us can only wait for death. Sitaming fell silent. Xian suddenly said, how about this? You give me 800 million extreme-grade spirit stones every month, but I guarantee that Pine Prefecture will absolutely not fall. Of course, the precondition is that all of you help me stop experts at the True Defiance realm and provide me with constant information. I'll deal with the rest myself. Sitaming fell silent for a moment, and then he said, all right. Xian nodded, and then he stretched out his right hand. His intentions were self-evident. The corners of Sitaming's mouth twitched. He glanced coldly at Xian, and then he flicked his finger. A spatial ring fell into Xian's hand. Xian put the spatial ring away and said, how long will it take for the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect to enter Pine Prefecture? Sitaming replied, 3 days at most. Xian nodded, I understand. I'll eliminate all the cultivators of the Central Divine Prefecture in the next 3 days. Sitaming spoke indifferently, you seem to be too confident. Xian smiled, you don't have to worry about that. Right, let me remind you that the Realm Defense Alliance is probably going to be driven to desperation. You and the others should prepare as soon as possible. Sitaming spoke coldly, you don't have to worry about that. We'll deal with the True Defiance realm, but the rest is up to you. He turned around and left once he finished speaking. Xian remained silent for a moment before he turned around and left. It didn't take long for him to arrive at Ashwave Hall. At this moment, Lu Jioga was in the hall dealing with some matters. Lu Jioga and the others were in charge of Ashwave Academy right now. Lu Jioga gazed at Xian when he saw Xian enter. Xian asked, how many cultivators of the Central Divine Prefecture are in Pine Prefecture now? Lu Jioga replied, more than 100,000. However, there aren't many who are truly formidable. Xian nodded, investigate their whereabouts. Tell the Ashwave Dao soldiers to prepare. Lu Jioga glanced at Xian, are we going to make a move? Xian nodded, we'll do it right away. Lu Jioga asked, True Defiance realm? Xian smiled, I'll deal with it. He turned around and left once he finished speaking. Lu Jioga remained silent for a moment before he continued with his work. Xian immediately started devouring top-grade spirit stones after he returned to his room. He naturally wouldn't place all his hopes on the Situ family. His own strength was the way to go. After devouring 100 million top-grade spirit stones, Xian was about to devour more when the prison pagoda within him suddenly shook violently. Boom, Xian felt like he'd been struck in the head, and he felt dizzy for an entire hour before he recovered. When he came back to his senses, he was stunned. Because the prison pagoda had been restored, Xian hurriedly entered the prison pagoda. There were a few hundred spatial rings on the first floor of the pagoda. Xian found the spatial rings of 2 True Defiance realm experts. Xian was overjoyed when he saw the contents of the spatial rings. One of the spatial rings actually contained a heaven-rank treasure. It was a set of armor. The armor was completely black, and a demonic beast was painted on its front. It was shaped like a rock with 3 legs and a pair of folded wings. Its gaze was sharp as a blade as it looked ahead. On the back of the armor were pieces of dark black scales. These scales were layered on top of each other, and a faint light was emitting from between the scales. It was no ordinary treasure. Apart from the armor, there were more than 20 true rank spiritual weapons in the spatial ring, and they were all high-grade spiritual weapons. Not only that, there were also 6 high-grade earth rank martial skills, as well as some miscellaneous items. According to his estimations, besides the heaven rank treasure, the rest were worth at least 200 million to 300 million top-grade spirit stones. Xian put the spatial ring away and looked at the other spatial ring. There were very few things in the spatial ring, but they were very good. A heaven rank cultivation technique, escape, just one word. Xian looked through it, and the more he looked, the more shocked he was. Now, he finally understood why the assassins from the dark world were so terrifying. If this cultivation technique was cultivated successfully, it could allow one to escape into space and become one with space. Moreover, one could utilize space to conceal one's aura. Even a true Defiance Realm expert wouldn't be able to notice it easily. After all, it was a heaven-rank cultivation technique. Good stuff. Xian's smile was almost crooked. Besides the heaven-rank cultivation technique, there were 18 superior-grade truth-rank spirit weapons and various miscellaneous items. Apart from that, there were also a few hundred spatial rings. For the first time, Xian didn't feel that he was poor. An hour later, Xian finished cleaning up. This time's harvest was the most he had ever gotten. A heaven rank armor, a heaven rank cultivation technique, 79 superior grade truth rank spirit weapons, 97 superior grade truth rank spirit weapons, 127 inferior grade truth rank spirit weapons, bright rank, suddenly rich, truly suddenly rich. Inside the prison pagoda, Xian laughed crazily. This time's harvest was too much. He could now arm the Blue Waves Dao soldiers to the teeth, and if he sold these things, he could get at least a few billion top-grade spirit stones. However, he didn't plan to sell the armor and the heaven-rank cultivation technique. He was going to wear the armor and cultivate the cultivation technique, especially this cultivation technique, escape. If he successfully cultivated it, he could use it to harm others. Thinking about this, Xian laughed even louder. Cultivate. Xian immediately started cultivating. This cultivation technique wasn't difficult. The only difficulty was that it required a large amount of spirit energy or top-grade spirit stones. And he had 800 million top-grade spirit stones, and his comprehension wasn't low. In fact, it was quite high. Adding on the fact that he had reached Sword Emperor and had a certain understanding of space, he cultivated very quickly. In just one night, he could enter space. However, his aura couldn't be completely concealed, it was only the entry level. However, this was enough to make Xian very excited. As if thinking of something, Xian suddenly left the prison pagoda and went to Imo Yunqi's room. At this moment, Imo Yunqi was meditating and cultivating. Suddenly, bang, the table in front of Imo Yunqi shattered. Imo Yunqi jumped out of his bed and looked around warily. Who is it? There was no movement. Imo Yunqi frowned. He was still very cautious. Just as he was about to put on his shoes and go out, he found that one of his shoes was missing. Stealing shoes? Imo Yunqi blinked. He was a little confused. In Baizai's room, Baizai was sleeping. Suddenly, the sole of a shoe hit his face. Baizai woke up with a start. There was a shoe print on his face. Baizai was stunned. Then, he looked at the shoe in his arms. In the next moment, he was furious. Imo Yunqi, are you asking for a beating? Saying that, he jumped out of bed and went straight to Imo Yunqi's room. P.S. Today, I saw an advertisement on the street, pay a lot to get a child. As long as you go, I will give you 2 million as a deposit. Brothers, wait for my news. If I don't update tomorrow, please bless me. Not long after Baizai rushed into Imo Yunqi's room, the sounds of fighting came from the mountain. Soon, Baizai chased Imo Yunqi all over the mountain. Baizai. Are you crazy? I didn't hit you, Imo Yunqi, don't run if you have the guts, I'll run. Come and chase me. Meanwhile, the culprit, Xian, came to the 5th floor master's room. Inside the room, Xian and the 5th floor master sat facing each other. Xian took out a storage ring and placed it in front of the 5th floor master. Auction them all. The 5th floor master scanned the storage ring with his divine sense. When he saw the items in the storage ring, his expression changed slightly. So many. As he said this, he looked at Xian with a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Xian nodded. Sell these items in batches. Don't gather them all together. The fifth floor master said, "You don't want to attract attention?" Yi Xian nodded. "That should be fine, right?" The fifth floor master smiled. "Of course. The old man will personally make a trip to the divine central continent. These are all practical items and will sell well." Yi Xian smiled. "That's for the best. By the way, senior, how many supreme-grade spirit stones would it normally cost to hire a true defensive magic realm expert?" The fifth floor master thought for a moment and then said, "About 200 million, 200 million, Yi Xian was stunned and blurted out, "So cheap?" The fifth floor master smiled bitterly. "It's not cheap. 200 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Even in the divine central continent, a second-rate force would find it difficult to take out so many." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, the reason why he felt that it was cheap now was because he had obtained the hundreds of storage rings and the treasures of the two true defensive spell realm powerhouses. Without these treasures, he would actually be very poor himself. The fifth floor master suddenly asked, "You want to hire a true defensive magic realm expert?" Yi Xian nodded. "Senior, after you go to the central divine prefecture, please help me look around. Price isn't a problem, but they must be strong enough." The fifth floor master hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "If your strength hasn't attained the true control Dharma realm, then I'm afraid it's easier to invite them than to send them away." Yi Xian nodded. "This is also a problem." The fifth floor master said in a low voice, "How about this? I'll go sell these treasures first. As for hiring a true defensive Dharma realm expert, I'll look around first. If there's someone suitable, we'll hire him. What do you think?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "That would be for the best." The fifth floor master smiled, "Let's not waste any more time. Old man, let's go now." With that, he got up and left. In the room, Yi Xian took a sip of tea. At this moment, Lu Jioge came to the door. "Everything is ready." Yi Xian nodded and put down the teacup. "Let's go." With that, he got up and walked out of the room. An hour later, Yi Xian led 100 Blue Wave Dao soldiers out of the city. At this moment, the 100 Blue Wave Dao soldiers behind him had completely changed. All of them were equipped with high-grade truth-grade equipment, and they were armed to the teeth. Even in the divine central continent, this cavalry was considered the best of the best. Mo Yunqi, Bai Zai, and Jian Chuchu stood beside Yi Xian. Jian Chuchu had reached the Swordmaster realm now, so she didn't feel any pressure when fighting against Dharma realm experts. Bai Zai and Mo Yunqi were also strong enough to fight against Dharma realm experts. Coupled with the top-notch equipment that Yi Xian had given them, both of them had the strength to kill Dharma realm experts. Behind them, over 100 Blue Wave Dao soldiers had the strength to easily kill Dharma realm experts. Not to mention Dharma realm experts, even if all 100 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Xian. Because these 100 Blue Wave Dao soldiers attacked. This chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page. Moreover, these Blue Wave Dao soldiers had already cultivated the murderous aura technique to the extreme. Once the murderous aura appeared, their combat strength would increase by at least 30% to 40%. It could be said that if they used the murderous aura technique, every 5 Blue Wave Dao soldiers could kill one Dharma realm expert. And if all 100 of them joined forces, they could easily kill a Dharma defending realm expert. Under Yi Xian's crazy feeding, these Blue Wave Dao soldiers had matured. More than 100 people left the city in a grandiose manner, but before long, a group of people blocked their way. This group of people was Mad Lion and the others. Mad Lion and King glanced at the people behind Yi Xian. Both of them were shocked because the strength of these Blue Wave Dao soldiers had exceeded their expectations. Especially their equipment, they were actually all high-grade truth-grade equipment, the same as the mercenaries behind them. The problem was, there were more than 100 people, 100 sets of high-grade truth-grade equipment. Mad Lion and the others were extremely shocked at this moment. At this moment, if they still had some doubts about Yi Xian's identity before, then those doubts had practically vanished now. Because Yi Xian's strength alone couldn't possibly be so wealthy. Not to mention Yi Xian, even ordinary forces couldn't be so wealthy. There was definitely someone behind Yi Xian. This was the conclusion Mad Lion and King came to. Mad Lion cupped his fists. "Brother Yi, we've thought it through and are willing to cooperate with you." Yi Xian smiled. You're most welcome. He pointed to the right as he spoke. 3 of you, let's go to a small city a few hundred kilometers away. There are more than 100 cultivators from the divine central continent there, and they have at least 50 million top-grade spirit stones. Which one of you is willing to go? Mad Lion laughed. Then let my Mad Lion mercenary group go. Xian nodded. If there's any danger, remember to notify me via voice transmission. Mad Lion cupped his fists. Brother Yi, see you later. With that, Mad Lion left with the Mad Lion mercenary group behind him. Xian rode the black flame horse up to the king and the veiled woman. He pointed to the left. There's a nation called the Yu Nation over there. There are at least several thousand cultivators from the divine central continent in the Yu Nation right now, and they have at least 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Are you two interested? 100 million top-grade spirit stones. The king looked at the veiled woman, but she didn't speak. The king turned to look at Xian. I'll go. With that, he turned and led the dozen or so people behind him away. Only the veiled woman and the 8 people behind her remained. Xian faced the veiled woman. She raised her lily-white hand and gestured to the people behind her. The 9 people behind her bowed slightly and retreated. Xian tilted his head. Mo Yunqi understood and turned to leave with the Blue Waves Dao soldiers, Witzard, and the others. Only the 2 of them remained. The veiled woman looked straight at Xian. If your plan is just to deal with these cultivators from the divine central continent, then there's no need for us to work together. Xian asked, do you think the meat is too small? The veiled woman nodded. Too small. Xian smiled. As far as I know, there are at least 100,000 cultivators from the divine central continent in Azure province. Moreover, the number is still increasing. The veiled woman shook her head. It's still too small. Xian frowned slightly. Your appetite seems to be a little too big. The veiled woman looked at Xian. If you have ability, your appetite will naturally be big. Ability? Xian smiled. How big? The veiled woman did not speak. She suddenly opened her hand and twirled it. In an instant, dense blood-red threads appeared around Xian. These threads were like a blood net that enveloped Xian's entire body. In the next moment, these blood-red threads contracted and were about to crush Xian to pieces. Xian's face was expressionless. Just as the blood-red threads were about to touch his body, a sword intent suddenly surged out of his body. Malevolent thoughts, this chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Sword intent. With the appearance of the malevolent thoughts sword intent, the blood-red threads began to corrode and then were annihilated. At this moment, the veiled woman made a light seal with her hand, and Xian slashed forward with his sword. Boom! Xian instantly retreated over 30 meters. As soon as he stopped, the ground beneath his feet collapsed and spread for nearly 1,000 meters. Xian looked up at the veiled woman. A trace of blood slowly seeped out of the corner of his mouth, and there was an obvious blood-red sword mark on the veiled woman's palm. Law-controlling realm. Xian was a little shocked. The veiled woman in front of him was not at the law-controlling realm, but the law-controlling realm. Moreover, she was more powerful than any law-controlling realm expert he had seen before. The veiled woman looked at the sword mark on her hand, and then looked up at Xian. Not bad. Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. What is your purpose? The veiled woman walked in front of Xian. In this chaotic world, of course, it is to seek wealth. Xian smiled. If I stay here, I will get endless wealth. Moreover, the Devil Sect and the Ghost Sect are already on their way to Qingzhou. If I take over these 2 sects, I will have enough resources for half a lifetime. The veiled woman looked Xian in the eye. The Devil Sect has more than 10 true magical realm experts. The Ghost Sect is not weak either. Do you think you can take them down with your current strength? Xian said seriously. I have someone behind me. The veiled woman didn't speak. Xian smiled. Think about it. Once you've made up your mind, you can come to me at any time. I welcome you here at any time. Even if you don't want to cooperate, it's fine. We can't do business together. The veiled woman wanted to say more, but Xian shook his head. There's no need to say more. If you want to cooperate, stay. If you don't, you can leave at any time. With that, he turned around and left. The veiled woman suddenly said, "You are not a member of the Realm Defense Alliance at all." Yi Xian stopped. After a short pause, he said with a smile, "Anyway, I have someone behind me. If you want to get rich, then follow me. I will guarantee you at least 100 million supreme-grade spirit stones a month." The veiled woman said, "Give me 300 million a month." Yi Xian asked, "What can you give me?" The veiled woman said indifferently, "I will take care of the Devil Sect, the Ghost Sect, and the Dharma Realm experts from the Divine Central Continent. You deal with those above and below you." Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Deal. Go into hiding and wait for my notice." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger, and a spatial ring flew over to the veiled woman. "Use it for now." The veiled woman glanced at it, and there were 100 million supreme-grade spirit stones within it. She put the spatial ring away, turned around, and left. But right at this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of the veiled woman. The veiled woman stopped, and the black figure said in a low voice, "Young miss, why didn't you kill him? Once he's dead, my Devil Sect will be able to swiftly take control of the entire Pine Prefecture." The veiled woman glanced at the black figure and said, "Would I hold back if I could kill him? He didn't use his full strength just now. If I continue to attack, I will only alert him and arouse his suspicion. In this way, it's better to stay by his side and figure out his ability so that I can give him a lethal blow at the critical moment." The black-clothed man nodded. "Young miss is very considerate." The veiled woman said, "Tell my father to be careful of the person behind him." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure shook and vanished. The black-clothed man turned around and left as well. Around 10 minutes later, the space where the veiled woman had been standing suddenly trembled, and then a figure appeared there. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian spoke softly, "Fortunately, I was cautious, otherwise, I would have been tricked." "Right, young miss." When he spoke up to this point, he seemed to have thought of something, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up slightly as he revealed a naughty smile. End of this chapter. Yi Xian led Mo Yunqi and the others as they dashed through the mountain range. They were swift like the wind, and everywhere they passed was a sea of flames. Clean up. Yi Xian's objective this time was to clean up the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent from the neighboring countries of Jiang Country. These people were like malignant tumors. Only by cleaning them up would he be able to resist the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect that were about to enter Azure Prefecture. 2 hours later, Yi Xian led Mo Yunqi and the others to a small city at the border of Jiang Country. At this moment, there weren't many people left in the city, and it was extremely desolate. The spiritual energy in Azure Prefecture was decreasing, and the living environment was worsening. Coupled with the barbaric invasion of the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent, many empty cities had appeared even in Jiang Country. Some cities were empty because people ran away, and some were empty because of people. Outside the city, Yi Xian looked up at the city wall. There were corpses hanging above the city gate, and there were at least a few hundred of them. These people were hanging on the city wall, and some of them were still bleeding. Obviously, they had just been hung there. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings turned icy cold when they witnessed this scene. Mo Yunqi, who stood by Yi Xian's side, said in a low voice, "Military advisor Lu sent a voice transmission. There are hundreds of cultivators from the Divine Central Continent gathered in the city. They've already occupied the city and are using it as a stronghold. They go out to plunder every day." Yi Xian nodded. "Is an hour enough?" Mo Yunqi chuckled, "You underestimate us." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, "Brothers, charge." As soon as he finished speaking, over 100 people charged into the city. Meanwhile, a man ran out of the city gate with quick steps, and he was furious, "Who are all of you?" Before he could finish speaking, a flying dagger had pierced through the man's forehead. Over 100 cavalrymen charged into the city like a torrent, and it didn't take long for the sounds of fighting and shrill cries to resound from within the city. Outside the city, Yi Xian leaned against the side of the city gate with his arms crossed and a strand of grass in his mouth. He seemed slightly sloppy. In less than half an hour, Mo Yunqi led 100 Blue Waves cavalrymen out of the city. And in an open space in the city, there were already several hundred corpses piled up. And at this moment, these several hundred corpses were burning. Outside the city, Mo Yunqi took out a storage ring and handed it to Xian. There are over 90 million supreme-grade spirit stones and some miscellaneous items. The total value is around 40 million. Saying this, he shook his head slightly. These people are really rich. Who knows how many people they've robbed? Xian put away the storage ring and asked in a soft voice, "Is there anyone else in the city?" Mo Yunqi nodded. "There are some, but not many. We've already made arrangements." Xian nodded. "Let's go." Soon, more than 100 people turned around and left. On the way, beside Xian, Mo Yunqi suddenly said, "Bandit Yi, I heard that the Kanglan province has already become the Deaf province. Do you think this Azure province will be the same as the Kanglan province?" Xian said, "Do you want Qingzhou to become like that?" Mo Yunqi shook his head. "No matter what, this is our home after all." Speaking up to here, he hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Earlier in the city, I saw many corpses, and most of them belong to the people of the city. If our imperial capital falls one day, I'm afraid that our state of Jiang and our Blue Waves Academy will." Xian chuckled. "It's nothing. Think about it. Because if they don't die, then we die." Mo Yunqi was silent for a while, then grinned. "That's true. If they don't die, then we die. Fuck them. Haha." Soon, the group disappeared at the end of the horizon. While Xian and the others were frantically cleaning up, within the Great Cloud territory, a mysterious army was also frantically cleaning up the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent. At first, these cultivators from the Divine Central Continent began to resist, but gradually, they began to flee, because they found that they couldn't beat them at all. Even some Dharma-controlling realm experts died inexplicably and miserably, and their corpses were hung on the city walls as a warning to the public. At this moment, these cultivators from the Divine Central Continent suddenly realized that Xian and Lian Wanli were countless times stronger than they'd imagined, especially on Yi. Xian's side, besides his own Blue Waves Dao soldiers, there were 2 other mercenary groups assisting him. These 2 mercenary groups worked extremely hard because it was truly too profitable. 2 days later, these cultivators from the Divine Central Continent started to retreat towards Myriad Mounds Mountain. Because no matter where they hid in Qingzhou, someone would come looking for them. The roles of the hunter and the hunted had changed. In less than 2 days, Xian and Lian Wanli had practically driven all the cultivators from the Divine Central Continent back to Myriad Mounds Mountain. Even if some remained, they were terrified out of their wits and didn't dare come out at all. Qingzhou gradually started to stabilize, but the spirit energy was still slowly decreasing. Blue Waves Academy, within the prison pagoda. Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, and a spatial ring floated in front of him. Inside the spatial ring was his harvest from the past 2 days. There were more than 600 million supreme-grade spirit stones, and in addition to his original 700 million, he now had 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones on him alone. If he sold all the things he'd given to the 5th floor master, he would have several billion supreme-grade spirit stones at the very least. Even some first-rate forces of the Divine Central Continent couldn't compare to his current wealth. He was too rich. Xian put away the spatial ring and began to cultivate. This time, he wasn't cultivating his sword skills or comprehending the way of the sword, but comprehending his realm. The Dharma realm. His current goal was the Dharma realm, and the Dharma realm couldn't be reached just by devouring swords. After reaching the Divine Unity realm, any realm required comprehension. Of course, he also needed to devour swords. Both were indispensable. Right now, he naturally didn't have to worry about swords. He already had many swords on him, and he even had 2 heaven-grade swords. As for comprehension, it wasn't difficult for him, because he had already reached the Sword Emperor realm and had a certain understanding of space itself. It could be said that he was just short of time. Space. Xian didn't have a deep understanding of space, and he hadn't studied it seriously. However, he'd borrowed the power of space when he'd reached the Sword Emperor realm. In other words, he'd touched the threshold. Xian closed his eyes and carefully sensed everything around him. He calmed his heart and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. At this moment, a sword suddenly appeared in front of him, and it didn't take long for a sword aura to emanate from it. This sword aura was precisely the power of space that he'd borrowed. He was currently using the sword as a medium to carefully sense space. It didn't take him long to touch it. Although he couldn't see space, he could feel it. However, how to borrow, use, and control space was another matter altogether. If he could control space, then he would truly reach the Dharma realm. His goal was naturally the Dharma realm. Time trickled by in the pagoda. Myriad Hills Mountain, Azure State Path. More and more people were running out of the boundless mountain range. They were all cultivators of the divine central continent who'd escaped from Azure State. With Yixian and Lian Wanli in Azure State, they couldn't stay any longer. Especially Yixian's Blue Waves Academy, they'd practically gone mad as they chased after them. They had no choice but to retreat. However, an old man stood at the entrance of Azure State Path, and he blocked everyone's path. A man walked up to the old man with a slightly fearful expression. "You are?" The old man glanced at the crowd. "Are you willing to return to the divine central continent with your tails between your legs?" The man shook his head. "So what if I'm not? Yixian's Blue Waves Academy isn't something we can resist at all." The old man looked at the man. "Do you want revenge?" The man frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" The old man spoke indifferently. "I'm an elder of the Devil Sect. I've come to tell all of you that my Devil Sect will enter Azure State in a few days. At that time, all of Azure State will belong to my Devil Sect. As for Yixian, my Devil Sect will deal with him." The Devil Sect. An uproar arose in the surroundings when they heard this. The Devil Sect was a true top-rate power in the divine central continent. Even Karaki Academy, the Dark Dimension, and even the Chill North Sect couldn't compare to it. Many people started to feel excited. If the Devil Sect entered Azure State, then it meant that someone would be able to deal with Yixian and Lian Wanli. When he saw the crowd become restless, the old man continued, "Everyone, Azure State doesn't belong to Yixian, it belongs to all of you. Moreover, there's no enmity between all of you, yet he's obstructing your path to wealth. It's like killing one's father, so how can you let it go? Besides that, Yixian is on the wanted list. Eliminating him is to uphold justice in the world." The man who stood before the old man spoke in a low voice, "But those Darkwave Dao soldiers." The old man smiled. "Don't worry, my Devil Sect will deal with those Darkwave Dao soldiers of Yixian." As he spoke, he glanced at a certain person in the crowd. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from within the crowd. "Since the Devil Sect is taking the lead, then what do we have to fear? Everyone, kill Yixian and wash away the humiliation we suffered." As soon as this voice resounded, the crowd instantly became restless once more, and it didn't take long for numerous voices to resound incessantly. "Kill Yixian and bathe Pine Prefecture in blood." An imperceptible arc curled up on the corners of the old man's mouth when he saw their expressions. He raised his hands and pressed them down lightly, and then the surroundings fell silent. The old man glanced at them and said, "I'll have to trouble all of you to notify each other and gather here. At that time, we'll enter Pine Prefecture together and eliminate Yixian." "All right." Countless people in the crowd responded, and it didn't take long for many to turn around and leave. Just like that, as the cultivators of the divine central continent notified each other, more and more people rushed towards Myriad Hill Mountain to gather. In less than a day, tens of thousands of people had gathered at Myriad Hill Mountain, and most of them were at the Divine Combination Realm. There were many at the Myriad Dharma Realm. There were Dharma-controlling realm cultivators as well, but there weren't many of them, only a dozen or so. At the same time, almost 100 enormous cloud ships were approaching Pine Prefecture. The Devil Sect, the Ghost Sect. Blue Waves Academy. Within the prison pagoda, Yixian, who sat cross-legged on the ground, suddenly withdrew a high-grade truth rank sword, and then he stabbed it into his chest. Bang! A powerful aura instantly surged out from his body. Breakthrough to the Dharma realm. He was currently at the Divine Combination realm. If he reached the Dharma realm, he would be able to fight back even if he faced a true defense realm cultivator. If he reached the true 10,000 Dharma realm, he would be able to fight even a true defense realm cultivator. Devour. Yixian began to devour the truth grade swords madly. In just a short while, apart from the Spirit Elegance sword, all the other true grade swords on his body had been devoured cleanly. Now, he was only left with 3 swords, 2 heaven grade swords and the exquisite sword. Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground and was silent for a long time. Finally, he waved his right hand and the exquisite sword appeared in his palm. Feeling the exquisite sword in his hand, Yixian felt rather complicated. Even after devouring so many heaven-grade swords, the exquisite sword had yet to break through and reach heaven grade. However, it had reached the limits of truth grade superior grade. It would be difficult to progress further by devouring swords without any special fortuitous encounters. If he devoured heaven-grade swords now, he would definitely be able to reach the Dharma realm. However, the exquisite sword would definitely be destroyed. He did not want to destroy the exquisite sword. This sword had been with him since the beginning, so he could not bear to devour it just like that. At that moment, the exquisite sword seemed to have sensed something and trembled slightly as if it was expressing something. Xian said softly, "You're saying to use a heaven-grade sword as a dantian?" The Lingxiao sword trembled in response. Xian thought for a moment and said, "That's possible." As if he had thought of something, his expression instantly turned bitter. Using a sword as a dantian meant that he would have to experience the pain of using a sword as a dantian for the first time. That pain was still fresh in his memory. However, he had no choice. Changing swords, Xian took out the Heaven's Thunder Sword. "You already have intelligence. I'll let you choose. If you're willing to be my dantian, nod. If not, shake your head." The Heaven's Thunder Sword did not respond. Xian thought for a moment and said, "If you're my dantian, you can devour countless swords in the future. It'll be extremely beneficial to you. As for me, even if I have new swords in the future, I won't devour you." After a moment of silence, the Heaven's Thunder Sword trembled slightly. Nod, Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If the sword didn't agree to it, there was nothing he could do. Because he didn't dare to force the sword to be his dantian. One had to know that this sword was his dantian. If it wasn't willing, it would retaliate and he would be played to death. After obtaining the Heaven's Thunder Sword's approval, Xian immediately inserted the sword into his body. Boom, Xian raised his head abruptly. His facial features were twisted and the veins on his neck bulged like tiny snakes. It was an incomparably terrifying sight. At this moment, he truly felt the might of a heaven-rank sword. This sword was much stronger than the Lingxiao sword from back then. His body was almost shattered by this sword strike. Boom. Meanwhile, a strand of sword intent suddenly appeared around him. Kindness sword will. The sword will of kindness enveloped his entire body. The moment the sword will of kindness appeared, he instantly felt a little better. However, his body was still trembling violently. Xian hastily circulated the invincible sword body technique, and the Sky Thunder Sword gradually calmed down. Time passed bit by bit. Within Grey Wave Hall, there were only 3 people in the hall: Lu Jioge, Feng Lan, and Mo Yuan. Lu Jioge picked up a teacup and took a small sip, then said, "What do you think of the current situation?" Mo Yuan shook his head. "It's complicated." Feng Lan nodded. "It is indeed complicated. It's extremely unusual for the Realm Defense Alliance to put him on the wanted list because they could have personally taken action, but they didn't. There are 2 possibilities. The first is that the Realm Defense Alliance doesn't dare to kill him and wants to use someone else to do it. The second is that the Realm Defense Alliance wants to use him to attract even more cultivators from the Divine Central Continent to Azure Province. At this point, the 3 of them looked at each other, and there was a trace of shock in their eyes. A moment later, Lu Jioge sneered. "It looks like the Realm Defense Alliance wants the origin heart of Azure Province. I just don't know why they want it." Feng Lan said solemnly, "It probably isn't anything good. The Realm Defense Alliance seems to be protecting the Azure Firmament world, but they actually have other intentions. However, it's a bit too cruel to sacrifice the countless lives of 2 provinces." "Cruel?" Lu Jioge smiled. "Brother Mo Yuan, in the eyes of those lofty cultivators, all living things in the world are as lowly as ants." Feng Lan sighed softly. "Then here comes the problem. The Realm Defense Alliance wants Azure Province destroyed, and Xian clearly wants to protect Azure Province. In other words, he wants to fight the Realm Defense Alliance head-on." Lu Jioge said softly, "From the looks of it, he's already prepared to fight the Realm Defense Alliance." As she spoke, she looked at Feng Lan and Mo Yuan. "What do you 2 think?" Mo Yuan smiled bitterly. "What else can we think? The 2 of us have placed all our hopes on him. Naturally, we'll follow him to the end." Lu Jioge nodded. "Then everyone will have to reveal some of their trump cards." Mo Yuan nodded slightly. "We've already made our preparations. However, it mainly depends on that boy. If the person behind him can't stop the Realm Defense Alliance, it won't matter even if we reveal our trump cards. Lu Jioga smiled. Then let's wait and see. As she spoke, she raised her head and looked outside the hall. Whether the military path and the Confucian path can rise again depends on this. Mo Yuan smiled. We'll go all out. The corners of Lu Jioga's mouth curled up slightly. We'll go all out. Wanqiao Mountain. At this moment, nearly 50,000 cultivators from the Divine Central Continent had gathered at Wanqiao Mountain. Some of them had fled from Azure Province, while others had rushed over from the Divine Central Continent. At this moment, these people had gathered together for only one purpose, to kill Yi Xian. These people hated Yi Xian to the bone. Originally, they were able to do whatever they wanted in the Qingzhou, but now, they were unable to do anything. It could be said that after staying in Azure Province for a month, they would have cultivation resources for the next few decades when they returned. However, because of Yi Xian, all their plans were ruined. Not only that, but Yi Xian had also robbed them. Although tens of thousands of people had gathered, they still didn't enter Azure Province to find Yi Xian. Wait, they were all waiting for the arrival of the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect. Without these two top forces, they wouldn't dare to find Yi Xian. Now, everyone was afraid of Yi Xian and his Grey Billow Dao soldiers. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, at dusk, hundreds of cloud ships stopped outside Azure Province. On the giant cloud ship in the lead, there was a black flag that was more than 30 meters long. On it were two large black words, Devil Sect. On the right side of this cloud ship was another similarly large cloud ship. There was also a flag on that cloud ship. However, this flag was red in color. The Ghost Sect, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, more than 5,000 people jumped off the cloud ship. They were led by a middle-aged man and a beautiful woman in a red dress. These two people were the Devil Sect's sect master, Ku Mingxiu, and the Ghost Sect's sect master, Ji Yannu. Both of them were true defensive Dharma realm experts. Ku Mingxiu looked into the distance. After a while, he suddenly chuckled, Azure Province. To the Ghost Sect and the Blood Sect, it's undoubtedly a cultivation paradise. Ji Yannu smiled and said, you're right. However, don't forget that Azure Province doesn't belong to us for now. Ku Mingxiu's smile gradually disappeared. That Yi Xian isn't as simple as he seems. Back then, a true defensive Dharma realm expert from the Sidhu clan and an honorable from the Dark World joined forces to kill him. Unfortunately, there's no news about them now, as if they had disappeared from the world. However, he's still alive and well. Ji Yannu nodded and the smile on her face disappeared. I'm afraid there's more than just one sort of mortal behind this person. And this Realm Protection Alliance, they didn't do it themselves this time. Instead, they're borrowing our sect's hands. It's very unusual. Ku Mingxiu said softly, although we know that they have ulterior motives, our sects can't reject their conditions. Ji Yannu nodded because the Realm Protection Alliance's condition was that the entire Azure Province would belong to the Devil Sect and the Ghost Sect. They could do whatever they wanted, the entire Azure Province. The condition was too tempting. The two sects couldn't reject it at all, because once they took control of Azure Province, the Realm Protection Alliance wouldn't interfere. To them, the entire Azure Province would be theirs to do whatever they wanted. To the Devil cultivators, it was undoubtedly a holy land for cultivation. Ku Mingxiu suddenly said, the sword immortal behind Yi Xian. Is there still no information about her? Ji Yannu said in a deep voice, no. I've asked Li Qing, the dean of Karaki Academy. He kept his mouth shut about the sword immortal. Kept his mouth shut? Ku Mingxiu frowned slightly. Why? Ji Yannu shook her head. I don't know. However, there's one thing we need to take note of. That Yi Xian destroyed Azure Province's Karaki Academy, but I invited him to Azure Province to deal with Yi Xian. However, he rejected it directly. Obviously, he's afraid of something. Ku Mingxiu narrowed his eyes. It seems like the person behind Yi Xian isn't simple. But it doesn't matter. Even if the person behind him is a sword immortal, it doesn't matter if she doesn't show herself. If she dares to show herself, my Devil Sect will refine her body into human jerky and hang it on the mountain gate of my Devil Sect. My Devil Sect is determined to take over Azure Province. The corner of Ji Yannu's mouth curled up into a foxy smile. Count my ghost sect in. Ku Mingxu laughed. Let's go to Azure Province and meet this sword immortal. Let's see if she has 3 heads and 6 arms. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and thousands of people marched towards Azure Province. Behind these thousands of people were tens of thousands of cultivators from the divine central continent. The invasion of Azure Province by the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect swept across the entire Azure Province like a swarm of locusts. For a moment, the entire Azure Province was in chaos again. Blue Waves Academy. The door to Yi Xian's room suddenly opened. After a while, Yi Xian walked out of his room. Yi Xian looked up at the sky and greedily took a deep breath. Nice. At this moment, Lu Jioga arrived in front of Yi Xian in a wheelchair. She glanced at Yi Xian and said, "There's something I need to know." Yi Xian said, "Speak." Lu Jioga said, "You wanted me to unite the sects and aristocratic families in Azure Province. 36 aristocratic families and 27 sects. Only one aristocratic family is willing to join forces with us. Not only that, some aristocratic families and sects in Jiang Province have already quietly left." Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "Why?" Lu Jioga said softly, "There are rumors in the country that you have attracted the Ghost Sect and the Devil Sect. These cultivators of the divine central continent came to Azure Province because of you. Also, these aristocratic families, sects, and some cultivators think that the Devil Sect and the Ghost Sect are only targeting you and that it has nothing to do with them." Yi Xian did not speak. P.S. Recently, Zongheng will be holding a poll for the best author and the best work. Please vote for me, the best author. Lastly, it's a lie to ask for children with a lot of money. By the way, introduce me to a rich woman. I want to struggle for 20 years less. Yi Xian didn't speak for a long time. In his opinion, given this situation in Azure Province, everyone should naturally work together to face it. After all, how could there be an intact egg when the nest was overturned? But he had greatly underestimated the selfishness of human nature. Selfishness, this was the deep-rooted inferiority of humans. Everyone was selfish, and so was Yi Xian. However, he understood that sometimes, he couldn't be selfish. The invasion of Azure Province by the divine central continent was akin to a country being invaded by foreign enemies. At a time like this, if someone still held the thought that it had nothing to do with them, then that person was undoubtedly very stupid. If they didn't join forces to resist now, then they wouldn't have the ability to resist in the future. If they watched others die now, then others would watch them die in the future. If the country was in trouble, then everyone had a responsibility. Lu Jioga said softly, "These people still hope that the cultivators of the divine central continent entered Azure Province because of you. As long as you, Yi Xian, die, everything will be peaceful. Unfortunately, they don't understand that if you die, they will die even faster and more miserably." Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "Let them be." Lu Jioga glanced at Yi Xian. "You're not angry?" Yi Xian retorted, "Why should I be angry?" Lu Jioga looked at Yi Xian and said nothing. Yi Xian smiled. "I, Yi Xian, want to protect Azure Province, but I can't ask everyone to protect it. What I can do is to unite those who are willing to protect this land. As for those who don't want to come, it's fine. This is their own choice, so let them be." Speaking up to this point, his smile gradually faded. "However, make a note of all the clans and sects that are unwilling to come. From now on, as long as it is my territory, I will not allow them to appear. Apart from that, these clans and sects will no longer be protected by the deep blue Dao soldiers." Lu Jioga nodded slightly. "I understand. The Devil Sect and Ghost Sect have already entered Azure Province and are heading straight for our country of Jiang. How do you plan to deal with them?" Yi Xian smiled but said nothing. Lu Jioga stared at Yi Xian. "What do you mean?" Yi Xian pointed at his own face and laughed. "Idiot, can't you see that I'm smiling? What I mean is to face it with a smile." With that, he laughed and turned around to leave. Lu Jioga. Yi Xian arrived at the back of the mountain. He walked to the edge of a cliff and stood on the edge. The mountain breeze blew, and it was very cool. An old man suddenly appeared behind Yi Xian. It was Situ Ming. Sitaming glanced at Yixian and said, "How are you going to deal with the devil sect and ghost sect coming this time?" Yixian said, "Tell me about their lineup." Sitaming said solemnly, "There are 6 true sovereign realm cultivators and at least 20 Dharma sovereign realm cultivators. Apart from that, there are about 40 Dharma sovereign realm cultivators and close to 200 divine union realm cultivators. Also, both sects have their own Dao soldiers. I don't know how many of them there are, but they are no weaker than your blue billow Dao soldiers." Yixian asked, "That's it?" Sitaming shook his head. Sects like the devil sect and ghost sect naturally have their own trump cards. As for what they are, I don't know. Saying this, he looked at Yixian and asked, "How are you going to deal with them?" Yixian was silent for a moment and said, "I'll leave the true sovereign realm to you. Leave the rest to me." Sitaming said solemnly, "We'll take care of the true sovereign realm cultivators. But for now, even if we take care of the true sovereign realm cultivators of the devil sect and ghost sect, you won't be able to stop them." Yixian smiled and said, "Then can I surrender?" Sitaming's face turned cold. At this moment, Yixian grinned and said, "Don't be angry, I'm just joking. I know that even if I surrender, they won't let me go." Sitaming said coldly, "It's good that you know that." Yixian looked up at the sky and said softly, "I'll say it again. You take care of the true sovereign realm cultivators of the devil sect and ghost sect. Leave the rest to me." Sitaming glanced at Yixian and said, "Then let's wait and see." Saying this, he turned around and disappeared. Not long after Sitaming left, Mo Yuan came behind Yixian and took out a box and handed it to Yixian. Inside the box were the 12 metal colossi. Yixian took the box. Mo Yuan said, "I've strengthened the 12 metal colossi with my Confucian talent. They are completely different from before. If they are activated, they can even resist true sovereign realm cultivators. However, it will cost at least 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones to activate each time." 10 million, Yixian nodded slightly and said, "It's not expensive." Mo Yuan looked Yixian in the eye and said, "It's 10 million each." Yixian's hand trembled and he almost threw the box away. Activating the 12 metal colossi once would cost at least 120 million, Mo Yuan said, "It should be useful at a critical moment." Yixian smiled bitterly and said, "Of course it's useful, but it really consumes too many spirit stones." Mo Yuan patted Yixian's shoulder and said, "It's fine. You have a lot of spirit stones anyway." Saying this, he turned and left. Yixian was speechless. After Mo Yuan left, Yixian stood alone for a while. After an unknown amount of time, Yixian took out a voice transmission talisman, Azure Province. The devil sect and ghost sect had led tens of thousands of people to the state of Jiang. The entire Azure Province was saying that the devil sect and ghost sect had come to Azure Province because of Yixian. If not for Yixian, the devil sect and ghost sect, as well as the cultivators of the divine central continent, would not have come to Azure Province. As the news spread, some people in various parts of Azure Province actually asked for Yixian to die and protect Azure Province. Such voices grew more and more, and in the end, even the state of Jiang had such voices. In the imperial palace of the state of Jiang, Jiang Yuetian sat at the entrance of the hall with a black puppy lying at his feet, and a middle-aged man stood in front of him. He was the king of the state of Jiang. The king of the state of Jiang said in a low voice, "There are many voices in Jiang that are unfavorable to little friend Yixian." Jiang Yuetian said indifferently, "Expel them all from the state of Jiang. Also, if any member of the royal family of the state of Jiang does the same, they will all be demoted to commoners and expelled from the state of Jiang." The king of the state of Jiang hesitated for a moment and said, "Isn't that too extreme?" Jiang Yuetian glanced at the king of the state of Jiang. "What's too extreme? Could it be that you also think that Qingzhou has become like this because of Yixian?" The king of the state of Jiang shook his head. "Of course not. I presume the devil sect and ghost sect are behind all these random rumors in Azure Province. Their objective is obviously to cause a grudge between little friend Yixian and the cultivators of Azure Province, so that little friend Yixian will be isolated by the cultivators of Azure Province." Jiang Yuetian said indifferently, "Unfortunately, many people don't understand such a simple principle. Or perhaps, many people don't want to understand it at all." As he spoke, he raised his head and glanced at the end of the horizon. They have never thought that the Kanglan province has already become the Death Province. If Yixian dies, the Green Province will immediately become the next Kanglan Province, and these people in the Green Province will live worse than dogs. Send down the order. My state of Jiang fully supports little friend Yixian, and we are willing to live and die with him. The king of the state of Jiang bowed slightly, and then he turned around and left. Azure Waves Academy. At this moment, the atmosphere in Azure Waves Academy was rather heavy because everyone knew that the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect were coming. They weren't ordinary powers, but top-rate powers from the Central Divine Prefecture. The gap in strength between Azure Waves Academy and these two sects was too huge. However, not a single person from Azure Waves Academy left, because the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect were riding cloud ships. They were very swift, and they had already entered Chu in a short period of a day. Chu immediately surrendered. The Devil Sect and Ghost Sect didn't act rashly. Conversely, they appeased the Chu kingdom, and this action caused the people of Azure Prefecture to be even more certain of one thing, and that was that the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect had come to Azure Prefecture only for the sake of Yixian, and they weren't targeting all the cultivators of Azure Prefecture. For a time, the hearts of countless Azure Province cultivators that were hanging in their throats fell. After that, some people started to take pleasure in the misfortune of others. It was especially so for the state of Yu. It directly expressed its stance on the side of the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect, and it wanted to denounce Yixian and avenge the humiliation it had suffered. It wasn't just the state of Yu, even some clans and sects had sided with the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect. The Devil Sect and Ghost Sect didn't stop at Chu, and they continued forward. With their current speed, it would take them at most 6 hours to reach Jiang country. Azure Waves Academy. Lu Jioga suddenly came to the door of Yixian's room. The king of Ning country, Tuoba Yan, has brought 10,000 elites and 100 insignia guards. They are willing to advance and retreat with our Azure Waves Academy. After a moment of silence, Yixian's voice came from the room. Got it. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and a woman walked in. Inside the room, Yixian turned to look at the door. The person who came in was not Lu Jioga, but Tuoba Yan. Tuoba Yan was wearing a cloud-white light armor. The light armor was a little tight, and her figure was a little curvy. Set off by the light armor, her figure was extremely voluptuous, and she looked very hot. Her long black hair was tied up in a ponytail, and in addition to her dignified expression, she looked very heroic. Tuoba Yan walked to the front of Yixian, and she just looked at Yixian without saying a word. Yixian also didn't say anything. After the two of them were in a deadlock for about 7 minutes, Yixian took the lead and said, "Have a seat." Tuoba Yan didn't sit down, and she just stared at Yixian. "You are so angry because of a sentence I said that day?" Yixian nodded. "I am a little angry. I went to Ning country just to help you, I didn't have any other intentions." Tuoba Yan lowered her head slightly. "I was wrong about that sentence." Yixian smiled bitterly. After hearing Tuoba Yan's words, he suddenly felt that he was a little stingy. However, he was indeed very angry that day, because he went to help Tuoba Yan purely because he wanted to help her, and not because he wanted to obtain anything from her. To him, Tuoba Yan's words were a kind of contempt, and seriously speaking, it was an insult, so he was angry. Tuoba Yan glanced at Yixian. "Even if you are angry, you shouldn't be so heartless and leave." Yixian said with a straight face, "I was very angry at that time." As he said that, he pointed to his face. "Do you know? With this handsome face of mine, the number of women who covet me can line up from the Azure Province to the Divine Central Continent. But you said that I went to help you because of your body. Tell me, how can I not be angry?" I didn't say that." Tuoba Yan suddenly said. "You did." Yixian said seriously. Tuoba Yan looked straight at Yixian. "I didn't say that." Yixian was about to speak when Tuoba Yan suddenly walked up to him. "Stop talking, kiss me." Yixian, needless to say, Yixian was slightly dazed at this moment. This was because the change in style was too fast. As a man, how could he be so cruel as to refuse a woman's request? Yixian was about to bite when Tuoba Yan suddenly turned around and left. He was extremely swift, and he vanished from the room in the blink of an eye. Yixian's expression froze. Meanwhile, Lu Jioga arrived at the door, and she glanced at Yixian. "The Devil Sect and Ghost Sect are here." Yixian frowned. "So fast?" As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from the room. Outside the door, Lu Jioga was stunned, and then she said softly, Dharma realm. More than 200 cloud ships hovered in the sky above the capital of the Jiang country. The cloud ships were arranged in a V shape, forming a dense black mass. On the city wall, Yi Xian stood quietly with his hands behind his back, facing the sky. His expression was calm, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. On the left and right of Yi Xian were Bai Zhe, Mo Yunqi, and Xianxia. Just the four of them. Mo Yunqi looked up at the sky beside Yi Xian, and he said softly, Bandit Yi. There are quite a lot of people here. Bai Zhe snorted, Mo Zimao, are you afraid? Mo Yunqi glared at Bai Zhe, when have I ever been afraid of anyone? Bai Zhe said indifferently, then you go first. Mo Yunqi was expressionless, I'm not going first. Bai Zhe grunted, you're just afraid of death. Mo Yunqi glanced at Bai Zhe, that's not called being afraid of death, that's called going to die. Bai Zhe was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly smiled, save some strength for the two of you. You'll be tired when we start fighting. Mo Yunqi said in a low voice, Bandit Yi, tell me honestly, do we have any helpers? Bai Zhe also nodded, Bandit Yi, give us a hint. Let the two of us have some confidence. Yi Xian shook his head. Without any helpers, we can only rely on ourselves. Mo Yunqi's expression froze. Then, he walked in front of Yi Xian and said very seriously, Brother, we will be beaten to death. It's very miserable. Yi Xian said seriously, Don't worry, justice will prevail. Mo Yunqi's face twitched. Just as he was about to speak, an old man walked down from the cloud ship in the distance. The old man arrived above Yi Xian's head and looked down at Yi Xian's group. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly soared into the sky. In the air, the old man's expression changed drastically. He put his hands together and pressed them down. With this, a powerful force poured out from his palms like a flood. In an instant, the space beneath him began to shake like waves. A fighter of the spell-controlling realm, under everyone's gazes, a wisp of sword light tore through the air. There was a moment of silence. In the air, a bloody head fell slowly along with a stream of blood. It was an instant kill. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they witnessed this scene, especially the experts on the cloud ships. Their eyes were filled with extreme fear. Yi Xian descended slowly from the sky, and it didn't take long for him to descend onto the city wall. He placed his left hand behind his back while he held the sword in his right hand and swung it horizontally, and a bloody head fell firmly onto the blade of the sword. Yi Xian looked up at the largest cloud ship in the sky and roared with laughter, Cut the crap. If all of you want to fight, then let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand shook slightly, and then the bloody head was instantly tossed into the largest cloud ship in the sky. It didn't take long for the head to fall firmly before the devil sex master, Ku Mingxiu, and the ghost sex master, Ji Yannu. How arrogant! On more than 200 cloud ships, all the cultivators of the divine central continent were furious. Yi Xian was too arrogant. Countless people rubbed their palms together and were ready to attack at any moment. Even though Yi Xian had killed a fighter at the spell-controlling realm, they weren't afraid. Because there were true spell-controlling realm experts here, moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. It could be said that they had nothing to fear. If this chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. On the cloud ship, Ku Mingxiu glanced at the head in front of him. There was no anger in his eyes, only seriousness. It was the same for Ji Yannu. She took a deep look at Yi Xian below. Instant kill. This person is even more monstrous than what we've heard. Ku Mingxiu nodded slightly. Even in the divine central continent, there's no second sword emperor who's this young. This person's background isn't simple. Ji Yannu said in a deep voice, he's so arrogant because he's fearless. However, we don't know what trump card he has. Could it be that the sword celestial behind him is really that powerful? Ku Mingxiu frowned slightly. Previously, Lord Lu of the Realm Defense Alliance said that the Great Sword Celestial had already left. Ji Yannu sneered. Do you believe that nonsense? Ku Mingxiu shook his head. He naturally didn't believe it. If there was no one behind Yi Xian, the Realm Defense Alliance definitely wouldn't offer such a high bounty to kill Yi Xian. The Realm Defense Alliance must be afraid of something. If it wasn't for the fact that the Realm Defense Alliance's offer was too tempting, he wasn't prepared to get involved in this mess. Xianxia suddenly said, "What do we do now? Do we take action now?" Kumingxu shook his head. "There's no rush. Pass down the order that Yi Xian has violated the rules of the Azure Firmament world and is not tolerated by the Azure Firmament world. The Devil Sect and Ghost Sect are only here to target Yi Xian. As long as the people in the city don't help the tyrant and leave, we won't make things difficult for them." Xianxu's lips curled up slightly. "Good plan. This way, they'll definitely panic." Kumingxu glanced at Yi Xian below and said, "Continue to investigate and see if there's any other force behind this person apart from the Sword Celestial. Before we completely understand his background, don't take action for the time being." Xianxia nodded. "I'll personally investigate again." After saying that, she turned around and disappeared. Kumingxu lowered his head and looked down. At this moment, Yi Xian and the others had already turned around and left. Looking at Yi Xian, Kumingxu's expression gradually turned cold. This time, he was actually taking a huge gamble, because before he came, he already knew that Yi Xian was not simple. There must be someone behind him, and it might not be an ordinary person. However, he had no choice but to come. The temptation of giving the entire Azure province to the Devil Sect was too great. In the Divine Central Continent, the Devil Daoi sect could not develop unscrupulously. Because the cultivation of the Devil Sect was mostly inhumane and not tolerated by many people. If they were to act recklessly in the Divine Central Continent, they would definitely incur public anger and be suppressed by the Realm Defense Alliance. But in Azure Province, with the Realm Defense Alliance's promise, as long as they killed Yi Xian, the Devil Sect could do whatever they wanted. In at most 5 years, the Devil Sect could become a super force. Even in the Divine Central Continent, they would be at the top. Because here, they could use the resources of the entire Azure province. This was a chance to change the fate of the Devil Sect. Of course, the prerequisite was to get rid of the culprit, Yi Xian. Kumingxu slowly closed his eyes and clenched his right hand. This time, if he did not succeed, he would die. Below, on the city wall, beside Yi Xian, Xianxia suddenly said, "Bandit Yi, they don't seem to be doing anything." Yi Xian nodded. "Let's go back first." "Don't care about them?" Xianxia asked. Yi Xian smiled. "Don't worry about them for now." After saying that, he turned around and left. Xianxia and Baizhe looked at each other, a trace of curiosity in their eyes. Because Yi Xian was too calm, what kind of trump card did he have? Yi Xian returned to Blue Waves Academy and entered his room. In the room, 3 people were sitting. Mad Lion, King, and the Veiled Woman. The Veiled Woman glanced at Yi Xian, but did not speak. Yi Xian sat down and said with a smile, "You 3, if you want to back out now, it is not too late." Mad Lion and King looked at each other, then they looked at the Veiled Woman. The Veiled Woman did not speak. Finally, Mad Lion looked at Yi Xian. "Is your realm protecting alliance not going to fight?" Yi Xian poured himself a cup of tea, and after taking a sip, he smiled. "Of course, I will fight. Don't worry. This chapter is not finished, please continue. As long as the experts of the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect fight, they will definitely die." The Veiled Woman glanced at Yi Xian. "Really?" Yi Xian nodded. "Really." The Veiled Woman asked, "Why?" The corner of Yi Xian's mouth rose. "Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. In short, if the 3 of you have no problems, then we can plan what to do next." Mad Lion said solemnly, "If the true experts of the Dharma realm don't fight, we naturally have no fear of the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect. However, with just us and your Dao soldiers, it is far from enough. After all, besides the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect, there are tens of thousands of cultivators of the Divine Central Continent." At this point, he looked at Yi Xian. "You should have thought about it." Yi Xian faced Mad Lion. "I have the Realm Protecting Alliance behind me." Mad Lion glanced at Yi Xian. "Big brother, I know you have people behind you. You are strong, okay?" Yi Xian, King suddenly said, "Tell me about your plan." Yi Xian said, "The 2 of you must be ready to fight at any time. When the time comes, your targets will be the Dharma realm experts. Even if you can't kill them, you must restrain them. I've checked, and there are almost 52 Dharma realm experts from the 2 sects plus some independent cultivators. Will it be difficult for your 2 mercenary groups to restrain them?" King spoke in a low voice, Mad Lion and I will attack, it won't be difficult. Mad Lion nodded. Dharma realm experts really weren't a threat to him and King, unless they were true experts of the Dharma realm. Even if they were true experts of the Dharma realm, the two of them wouldn't fear them. Yixian nodded, and then he looked at the veiled woman, as for you, you just have to help me deal with 10 Dharma-controlling realm experts. How about it? The veiled woman pondered for a moment and said, all right. Yixian smiled, all right, everyone go do what you need to do. Once my people arrive, we'll immediately attack first. People, King and Mad Lion glanced at Yixian, and they heaved slight sighs of relief in their hearts. Because Yixian still had people, it was fine as long as there were people. The two of them got up and left, but the veiled woman didn't leave. She looked directly at Yixian, you aren't a member of the Realm Protecting Alliance, and you have no help at all. You're just tricking the three of us. Yixian was silent for a moment, and then he sighed softly, looks like I can't be complacent anymore. To tell you the truth, I'm the next sect master of the ancient sword sect. My real name is Gu Jianxian. The veiled woman narrowed her eyes. Pale Sword Sect is the largest swordsman sect in Qingzhou, and in their sect, who doesn't know that Gu Meirua is the young sect master of the Pale Sword Sect, you. At this moment, Yixian suddenly took out the Spirit Elegant sword, and then he gently separated the two swords. Very quickly, the two swords separated, and Yixian pointed to the sword on the right. This sword is the sword of my Pale Sword Sect's founder, the Pale World Sword Master. If I lie to you, I'm not human. Hearing this, the veiled woman slowly clenched her fists, and she stared at the Spirit Elegant sword. On the sword, there were two words, Heavenly Thunder. At this moment, he handed the Spirit Elegant sword to the veiled woman. If you don't believe me, feel free to investigate. Besides that, I'll tell you something else. This time, it's actually a trap set up by the Realm Defense Alliance, my Pale Sword Sect, and countless other powers of the Central Divine Continent. It's a trap specially set up for the Ghost Sect and Blood Sect. Their objective is to destroy the Ghost Sect and Devil Sect. Hearing this, the veiled woman suddenly stood up, and she stared fixedly at Yixian. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly raised his right hand. If you don't believe me, then I swear. I swear on my life. If there's any falsehood in what I said just now, then I, Gu Jianxian, will be annihilated and die a horrible death. Swear on his life. The veiled woman's gaze was rather solemn. After all, cultivators usually couldn't swear on their lives. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would attract inner demons and get themselves killed. However, Yixian actually dared to swear on his life, and he even swore on his life. Meanwhile, Yixian spoke mysteriously, actually, my master, the Pale World Sword Master, isn't dead. He's always been here. The veiled woman's body trembled, and she sat down. P.S. Sprite $2. 50-foot reader, you haven't appeared for a few days. Has your erectile dysfunction been cured? Many readers and I are very worried about you. Even if you can't get it up, don't take it too hard. Even if you can't get it up, there are still many beautiful things in life. The readers and I will be with you. End of this chapter. Shocking. At this moment, the veiled woman's heart was surging like waves. The Firmament Sword Master, the Firmament Sword Sect's ancestral master, the most famous swordsman in the firmament world. He was not just a simple sword master, but the sword master of the entire firmament world. How strong had he been at his peak, the people of Azure Province might not know, but everyone in the Divine Central Continent knew. At his peak, the Firmament Sword Sect had suppressed the Realm Defense Alliance. Suppressed the Realm Defense Alliance. At that time, the Firmament Sword Sect had been so powerful. The reason it had been so powerful was all because of one person, the Firmament Sword Master. At this moment, he was drinking tea with a calm expression. The veiled woman sat there silently, her expression constantly changing. It was very interesting. After a long time, she calmed down and looked at Yixian. You said that all of this was a trap set up by the Realm Defense Alliance for the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect. Why? Yixian smiled. Think about it yourself. Think about it himself. The veiled woman glanced at Yixian and fell into deep thought. 15 minutes later, the veiled woman said, the firmament world has changed, and the Realm Defense Alliance has already sacrificed Azure Province and Kanglan Province. I'm afraid that is far from enough. They are also preparing to sacrifice some other forces in the Divine Central Continent. She looked at Yixian. The corners of Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Karaki Academy, Dark World, Situ family. Think about what happened to them. The veiled woman's pupils constricted when she heard this. Because of these forces, the Dark World had disappeared, Karaki Academy's strength had been weakened, and the Situ family had lost a true defensive law realm expert and a dozen at the 10,000 law realm. Thinking of this, she looked at Xian with a trace of disbelief in her eyes. The reason the Realm Defense Alliance put you on the wanted list is not just to destroy Azure Province, but also to weaken the various forces in the Divine Central Continent. As for you, they are just using you to attract hatred. The real masterminds are them. Xian was stunned, and then he gave the veiled woman a thumbs up. That's right. The veiled woman glanced at Xian. Then what do you plan to do next? Xian said with a smile, of course it's to kill all the cultivators from the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect. Leave none alive. The veiled woman said solemnly, these two sects are very strong. I'm afraid they won't be easy to deal with. Xian shook his head. The Situ family and Karaki Academy joined hands, 2 true defense law realms, 10,000 law realms, and hundreds of experts. However, they all disappeared without a trace. The Devil Sect and the Ghost Sect are powerful, but we are even more powerful. The veiled woman remained silent. Xian continued, if it's an enemy, it's natural to try to deceive one another and use all kinds of crafty plots and schemes. But if it's a friend, it's natural to open your heart and not conceal anything. You are the leader of the best mercenary group in the Central Plains. I, Xian, sincerely wish to make friends with you. I hope your excellency can work with me to achieve great things. The veiled woman was silent for a long time. She looked at Xian, okay, I'll work with you. Xian smiled, then your excellency should be prepared. In 2 days at most, we'll make our move. This time, there are a total of 21 true defense law realm experts. On the day we make our move, the 21 of us will join hands to kill the Devil Sect's sect master. Of course, the Devil Sect might have some trump cards. For this reason, we've left a trump card for him. What did you leave behind? The veiled woman hurriedly asked. Xian shook his head and smiled, it's a secret for now. I still have things to do. See you later. With that, he turned and left. At this moment, the veiled woman suddenly asked, is the Firmament World Sword Master really still here? Xian nodded, of course. If there's any falsehood in my words, then let me, Gu Jianxian, die without a burial. With that, he quickly disappeared into the distance. In the room, the veiled woman was silent for a long time. Then, she got up and left. The veiled woman left Blue Waves Academy and quietly left the city. Outside of the city, the veiled woman came to a dense forest. In the forest, there stood a middle-aged man. He was the Devil Sect master, Ku Mingxiu. The veiled woman walked in front of Ku Mingxiu. We might have been tricked by the Realm Defense Alliance. As she spoke, she told him about the conversation she had with Xian in the room. Ku Mingxiu's expression slowly changed from calm to gloomy. In the end, his face was filled with killing intent. However, he quickly regained his composure. After a long time, Ku Mingxiu solemnly said, what Xian said might not be true. The veiled woman shook her head, whether it's true or false, there's one thing we can be sure of. There's someone behind this person. I've checked. His group of Dao soldiers are all high-grade true rank equipment. Since the establishment of the Blue Waves Dao soldiers, it has only been a few months. As she spoke, she looked at Ku Mingxiu. To turn a group of soldiers into a super Dao soldier in such a short period of time is not something an ordinary force can do. Father, even if we can't believe what he said, we still have to believe it. If what he said is true, then our Devil Sect will become the next Dark World, the next Karaki Academy, and the next Situ clan. Ku Mingxiu's face was gloomy. The veiled woman continued, and that Firmament Sword Master. If he is still alive, no, it's hard for him to die even if he wants to. It's highly possible that he is still alive. Since Xian has his sword, it's possible that his biggest helper is the Firmament Sword Master. If it's true, once our Devil Sect becomes enemies with such a powerhouse. Speaking up to this point, she didn't continue. Because the Devil Sect would definitely not be able to defeat the Firmament Sword Master. 1,000 years ago, the Firmament Sword Master was already invincible in the Blue Waves world, at that time, the devil sect was just a small fry. Now that 1,000 years had passed, how powerful had the firmament sword master become? Ku Mingxiu slowly closed his eyes, as he said, the Realm Protection Alliance not only wants to destroy Blue Wave's world and Green Province, but they also want to use Yixian to weaken the forces of the Divine Central Continent, and our devil sect is very likely to be next. However, we can't believe Yixian's words completely. The veiled woman suddenly said, whether we can believe it or not, we'll know once we verify it. Ku Mingxiu looked at the veiled woman. Who? The veiled woman said solemnly, the Sidhu clan. Ku Mingxiu thought for a moment, then said softly, I'm confused. I didn't think of the Sidhu clan. As he spoke up to this point, he looked at the veiled woman, continue to stay by Yixian's side. Try to cooperate with him as much as possible. I'll go to the Sidhu clan. The veiled woman nodded, you must be fast. Ku Mingxiu nodded, be careful. After saying that, he disappeared. The veiled woman also turned around and left the imperial capital of the Jiang Kingdom. At this moment, everyone in the imperial capital of the Jiang Kingdom was in a state of panic. Because tens of thousands of formidable cultivators from the Central Divine Prefecture were outside the city, there were even legendary experts at the True Defense realm amongst them. When the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect announced that they were only targeting Yixian, countless people within the city heaved a sigh of relief, and then they left the city and expressed that they had nothing to do with Yixian. Especially some clans within the city, they'd even moved their entire clans out of the city. Yixian stood silently on the city walls while Bai Zhe, Mo Yunqi, Ji Anji, Jian Shuchu, and the others were standing behind him. Below them, countless people were madly running out of the city. After these people ran out, the experts of the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect didn't attack them. Countless people were instantly extremely excited when they saw this scene, so more and more people left the city. As he watched them leave the city without end, Mo Yunqi, who stood by Yixian's side, suddenly said, Bandit Yi, aren't we going to stop them? Yixian fell silent for a moment, and then his figure shook and descended outside the city gates. In an instant, all the people who were about to leave the city stopped. All of them were looking at Yixian. Yixian thought for a moment and said, Everyone, we can't believe the words of these cultivators from the Central Divine Prefecture. Everyone. Why can't we believe them? Meanwhile, a man in the crowd spoke abruptly, the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect are only targeting you, Yixian. They're not targeting us. As he spoke, he pointed at the crowd in the distance. Look, the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect didn't make things difficult for them after they left. Exactly. Ding Yi, the cultivators of the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect didn't come for us. They're only targeting you. Ding Yi, this enmity is between you, the Devil Sect, and the Devil Sect. We don't want to interfere in it. Please give us a way out. Yixian. How can you be so selfish? It's because of you that the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect came to Pine Prefecture and caused the citizens of the prefecture to live in misery. Yet now, you intend to stop us from leaving the city. Do you want us to die with you? Humph. It looks to me like he wants us to die with him. All of them spoke one after another, and some even had furious expressions on their faces. If they weren't aware that they couldn't defeat Xianxia, they would have probably attacked him by now. Yixian's face was emotionless, and he didn't speak. Meanwhile, Mo Yunqi suddenly appeared by Yixian's side, and he glanced angrily at the crowd. Fuck off. All of you fucking fuck off right now. All of them glared fiercely at Yixian and Mo Yunqi, and then they left swiftly. Meanwhile, Mo Yunqi suddenly charged forward and grabbed a man. Mo Shui, are you fucking leaving as well? Mo Shui, a student of Blue Wave's Academy, Mo Shui was slightly fearful, and he lowered his head slightly. My clan wants me to leave, Mo Yunqi was about to speak when Yixian suddenly said, let him go. Mo Yunqi gritted his teeth in anger, and he suddenly kicked Mo Shui, we've raised you for nothing. Hurry up and fuck off. Mo Shui bowed slightly to Yixian, and he wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end, and he left swiftly. Meanwhile, Xianxia walked out, and she came before Yixian, and she said softly, another dozen students in the academy have voluntarily withdrawn. Yixian said softly, it's fine. Let them leave. Those who are willing to go through thick and thin with me, Yixian, will be able to share prosperity with me in the future. Go through thick and thin together. In Xian's opinion, if they couldn't go through thick and thin together, then what qualifications did they have to share wealth? Therefore, he didn't feel sad when he saw these people leave, because those who stayed were Xian's true friends. More and more people left the city. Beside Xian, Mo Yunqi's face was ashen. These people came to the city when they found out there was a spirit vein. Now that the city is in trouble, they immediately left. They're inhumane. Jian chuckled. It's normal. It's easy to share wealth, but difficult to go through thick and thin together. However, this isn't a bad thing for Blue Waves Academy. At least, those who stayed are true friends. Baizhe nodded. It's good that they left. Mo Yunqi smiled bitterly. I know that, but didn't you see? Just now, those people were blaming Bandit Yi. Damn it, are they stupid? If it wasn't for Bandit Yi, this city would have been slaughtered. Xian patted Mo Yunqi's shoulder. For me, it doesn't matter if everyone in the world leaves. As long as you're still here, it's enough. With that, he turned and left. Mo Yunqi glanced at Xian's departing figure and said softly, actually, I'm a little panicked too. But, since we're brothers, we should face everything together. Even if there's a cliff ahead, I'll jump with you. At this moment, Baizhe punched at Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi's expression changed, and he turned and punched back. Bang! Mo Yunqi was knocked back by over 30 meters. After stopping, Mo Yunqi glared at Baizhe. Are you crazy? Baizhe glanced at Mo Yunqi. I'm happy that you said something sensible, so I want to punch you. Mo Yunqi, Jian covered her mouth and giggled. More and more people left the city. Even some students from Blue Waves Academy left. Blue Waves Academy didn't stop these students. More and more cultivators of the Central Divine Prefecture were rushing over from outside the city. However, the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect didn't give the order to attack. Moreover, all those who attacked without permission were severely punished. As a result, the capital of the Jiang country was surprisingly calm. The Central Divine Prefecture, the Upper Domain, the Situ family. On this day, the Devil Sect Master Ku Mingxiu suddenly paid a visit. In the sky above the Situ clan, Situ Ming looked at Ku Mingxiu with a strange expression. Ku Mingxiu cupped his fists towards Situ Ming. Brother Situ, I have come here today for one thing. Please tell me the truth. I, Ku Mingxiu, will be eternally grateful. Situ Ming glanced at Ku Mingxiu. Speak. Ku Mingxiu said in a deep voice, of course, what exactly happened to the people of the Situ clan in the Wanqiao mountain? Situ Ming narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. His expression was slightly unfriendly. Ku Mingxiu quickly said, Brother Situ, I mean no harm. I just want to know what happened in Wanqiao mountain. After a moment of silence, Situ Ming said, 2 true defense realm experts disappeared mysteriously in Wanqiao mountain. There were also 10,000 law realm experts and hundreds of experts. Who do you think is capable of making these people disappear without a trace and not letting any news leak out? The Realm Defense Alliance. The first person that came to Ku Mingxiu's mind was the Realm Defense Alliance. Situ Ming said again, that day, Supreme Lord Lu was also in Wanqiao mountain. You can go and investigate this matter. Ku Mingxiu narrowed his eyes and his expression was gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Situ Ming said again, your Devil Sect invaded Azure Province. I think the Realm Defense Alliance promised something. However, this old man will say one more thing. Your Devil Sect should know what kind of face the Realm Protection Alliance has. Don't lose the entire Devil Sect instead of Qingzhou. After saying that, he turned around and left. Ku Mingxiu remained silent for a long time. In the end, he turned around and left. Along the way, Ku Mingxiu's expression was gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, Ku Mingxiu suddenly stopped and changed his direction. He arrived at Blue Waves Academy. Ku Mingxiu met the dean of Blue Waves Academy, Li Qing. As the two of them chatted, Li Qing suddenly said angrily, the Realm Defense Alliance is despicable and shameless. They are the #1 trash in our Azure Firmament world. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left angrily. Ku Mingxiu watched Li Qing leave with a calm expression. After a while, he turned around and left. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. Blue Waves Academy. Currently, more than 20 students of Blue Waves Academy had left. There were less than 26 students left. However, it was worth mentioning that none of the Dao soldiers of Blue Waves Academy had left. The entire imperial capital of Jiang country was extremely deserted. This was because more than half of the people in the city had left. Even some soldiers of Jiang country had left the city. After these people left the city, they didn't leave immediately. All of them set up small tents outside the city. It was obvious that they were waiting for the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect to get rid of Yixian before returning to the city, Blue Waves Academy. In an underground cultivation room, Yixian saw Ji Banzwang and the others. In fact, Ji Banzwang and the others had already arrived at Blue Waves Academy. However, Yixian didn't allow them to be exposed. This was a form of protection, because Ji Banzwang and the others had their own clans. If they were exposed now, they might be targeted by the Realm Defense Alliance. In the cultivation room, Yixian waved his hand. 7 storage rings landed in front of Ling Han and the others. Ling Han and the others looked at Yixian. Yixian smiled and said, "These are all true-grade high-level equipment. It's just right for you." Ling Han and the others exchanged a look. Then, they chuckled and didn't refuse. They all put away the storage rings. Since Yixian gave it to them, they naturally wouldn't refuse. Seeing that Ling Han and the others didn't refuse, Yixian also smiled. If everyone was polite, then they would really be estranged from each other. For example, he didn't refuse them when they came to help him from the Divine Central Continent. And now, after Ling Han and the others were equipped with top-grade equipment, these 7 people could be said to have the strength to kill 10,000 Dharma tier elites, and if they reached 10,000 Dharma tier, they would definitely have the strength to kill law-defending tier elites. Ji Banzwang and Ling Han had already reached 10,000 Dharma tier. They could easily kill law-defending tier elites. At this time, Ji Banzwang suddenly said, "When do you plan to fight?" Hearing this, Ling Han and the others all looked at Yixian. They had already prepared all the equipment. Yixian smiled and said, "Don't worry. If we fight, I won't leave you out." Ji Banzwang nodded and said, "I'm going to sleep first. Call me if there's a fight." With that, she turned and left. Yixian didn't leave immediately. He felt the familiar faces in front of him. At this moment, he felt very complicated. Brother, in the Yi clan of Azure City, although he, Yixian, was related by blood to the members of the Yi clan, he didn't have feelings for them. Clans were like the royal family. There was no kinship at all. After leaving Azure City, he met Mo Yunqi, Baizhe, Jianji, Jianjiu, Ji Banzwang, Ling Han, Yili. After getting to know these people, Yixian's world wasn't just limited to his sister, but also brothers and confidants. In one's life, if one didn't have a few life and death brothers, even if one reached the peak of sword arts, he would still be lonely. Yixian withdrew his thoughts and said with a smile, "Tonight, brothers, let's drink to our heart's content. How can we be left out?" At this time, Baizhe and Mo Yunqi suddenly ran in. When the two saw Ling Han and the others, they directly went over and gave them a big hug. Soon, everyone's laughter and the sound of wine bowls clinking could be heard in the room. After an unknown amount of time, the slightly drunk Ling Han suddenly stumbled in front of Yixian and said, "Brother Yi, when we left that day, tell me honestly, were you angry?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present looked towards Yixian and Ling Han. At this moment, it was incomparably quiet, as if all the guilt had disappeared. Yixian suddenly slammed the bowl on the table and said, "Angry, I, Yixian, am King angry. Come, I'll punish you with 3 bowls. If you can't finish it, don't expect me to forgive you." Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. Soon, everyone hurriedly raised their bowls and drank wildly. After Ling Han drank 3 bowls, he hugged Yixian tightly, then lay on the chair and murmured, "Brother Yi, this time, we definitely won't leave. We'll live and die together. Live and die together." After a long time, only the sound of breathing could be heard. Meanwhile, Yixian stood up, walked out of the cultivation room, and went outside. At this time, he naturally didn't dare to get drunk. If the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect suddenly launched an attack outside the city, then everyone would be finished. At night, there were no stars or moon in the sky, and it was completely silent. Yixian sat on the stone steps, holding a wooden figurine in his hand. It was Yi Ling. In this life, the person he cared about the most was naturally his younger sister, Yi Ling. Even though he knew that Yi Ling was very powerful now, and might even be stronger than him in the future, in his heart, she was still just a child. At this moment, a man in black suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian put away the wooden figurine, and the man in black said in a hoarse voice, "Follow me." After saying this, he turned around and left. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian followed him. Under the lead of the man in black, the two of them arrived at a dense forest behind the mountain of Blue Waves Academy. The forest was pitch black. The man in black stopped, turned around, and took off his black clothes. Ku Mingxiu, the man was the sect leader of the devil sect, Ku Mingxiu. Ku Mingxiu stared at Yi Xian. "Aren't you surprised?" Yi Xian asked, "Sect leader Ku, why are you looking for me in the middle of the night?" Ku Mingxiu walked to the front of Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. "If I attack now, I am 90% sure that I can kill you." Yi Xian grinned. That day, the Dark Lord and the person from Sidu clan also said the same thing. "Now, the grass on their graves is growing." Ku Mingxiu stared at Yi Xian, and after a moment, he said, "My devil sect withdraws." Yi Xian remained silent. Ku Mingxiu squinted his eyes, and killing intent could be seen in his eyes. "No?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I am fine with it, but there are some people who might not agree to it." Ku Mingxiu said coldly, "Realm Protection Alliance?" Yi Xian nodded his head. Ku Mingxiu slowly clenched his fists, and at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "I have a plan." Ku Mingxiu said, "Speak." Yi Xian smiled, "You and I will put on a show for the world and the Realm Protection Alliance, but I want a reward of 1 billion supreme spiritual stones." Ku Mingxiu frowned, "You are too greedy." Yi Xian shrugged, "Then there is nothing to talk about. Sect leader Ku, let's fight tomorrow. You are responsible for your own life and death." After saying that, he turned around and left. He left decisively. After Yi Xian took a few steps, Ku Mingxiu suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. "How do we put on a show?" Yi Xian stretched out his right hand, "Pay up first." Ku Mingxiu. In the dark, Yi Xian raised his hand with an expressionless face. Even though the person in front of him was a true defense realm expert, there was no sign of fear on his face. Confidence, he was very confident. That was how Ku Mingxiu felt, as if he, Yi Xian, was the true defense realm expert. Fear, to Yi Xian, after witnessing how terrifying the mysterious lady was, he was no longer afraid of ordinary experts. That being said, he would not underestimate any true defense realm expert either. Besides, it was one thing if he could not defeat them, but he would never back down. To him, it did not matter if he could not defeat them, but he would never back down or be afraid. In the dark, the two were in a stalemate for half an hour. In the end, Yi Xian said with a smile, "Sect leader Ku, forgive me for speaking out of turn, but I know you're worried. You think that I, Yi Xian, am just being glib and trying to trick you, or that you don't fully believe what I said, am I right?" Ku Mingxiu looked at Yi Xian and said, "Yes. The calmer you are, the more suspicious I feel." Very frank. Although he knew that something was amiss and that there must be someone behind Yi Xian, he still felt that Yi Xian was not reliable. Yi Xian said with a smile, "Although you don't think that I can fully believe what I said, you can't not believe me. The situation in Azure Prefecture is very complicated. After you came to Azure Prefecture, you realized that things are not as simple as you thought. Therefore, you don't want to be involved in this mess anymore. Unfortunately, it's too late to back out now." Ku Mingxiu said coldly, "If the demon sect backs out now, will the Realm Defense Alliance still dare to attack us?" Yi Xian shrugged. "Sect Master Ku, you can give it a try. However, with all due respect, there's no turning back once a fight breaks out. Also, since Sect Leader Ku doesn't want to lose money, I'll take my leave." He then turned around and left. At that moment, Ku Mingxiu pointed his finger and a storage ring landed in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. There were 500 million gold coins in the storage ring. Behind him, Ku Mingxiu said, "I'll give you half first. I'll give you the rest after my devil sect leaves the Azure province." Yi Xian put away the storage ring. "Deal." At this point, he turned to face Ku Mingxiu. Although the devil sect can leave, the ghost sect and the tens of thousands of cultivators from the divine central continent can't leave either. Ku Mingxiu furrowed his brows. Why? Yi Xian sneered, if we don't keep these people here, do you think that the Realm Defense Alliance will let this matter rest? Do you know how much wealth we can get by destroying a force and tens of thousands of cultivators? Forgive me for being blunt, but if it wasn't for the fact that your devil sect is too powerful, I wouldn't have come here to trade with you. Ku Mingxiu fell silent for a short while before he said, you can do whatever you want with the lives of those cultivators. As for the ghost sect, the ghost sect isn't simple as well, so you'll definitely have to pay a certain price if you want to destroy them. Yi Xian smiled and said, that's my business. Ku Mingxiu glanced at Yi Xian and said, I'll wait for your notice. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. After Ku Mingxiu left, Yi Xian turned around and left. Right when he was about to leave the forest, a woman suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the sect master of the ghost sect, Jianu. Jianu walked over to Yi Xian while a cold glow flickered in her beautiful eyes. I'm very curious, truly curious. Two people who are about to fight to the death actually met in secret in the middle of the night. TSK, TSK. Yi Xian smiled and said, Sect Master Ji, is there anything I can help you with? Jianu stared fixedly at Yi Xian and said, between the two of you. Yi Xian shook his head. There's no need for you to ask. I'll tell you everything. The Devil Sect is preparing to leave Pine Prefecture, and the tens of thousands of cultivators from the Divine Central Continent and the Ghost Sect will all die here. Jianu ridiculed, do you have the ability to do that? Yi Xian moved closer to Jianu and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I naturally don't, but the people behind me do. Jianu's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you trying to scare me? Yi Xian shrugged. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. With that, he turned and left. Jianu clenched her fists tightly. She wanted to make a move several times, but she didn't dare to because she was afraid that if she did, there would be no turning back. Not long after he left, this chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. After a long while, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. The Realm Defense Alliance has promised to give Pine Prefecture to you, but if Pine Prefecture's source is taken away, what use is it even if we give it to you? At noon tomorrow, I will eliminate the tens of thousands of cultivators from the Divine Central Continent. I hope you can help me then. With that, he quickly disappeared into the distance. Behind him, Jianu was silent. Not far behind her, a middle-aged man walked out. It was the sect master of the Devil Sect, Ku Mingxiu. He noticed you. Jianu suddenly said. Ku Mingxiu shook his head. With his strength, it's impossible for him to notice me. There's someone behind him, and that person noticed me, but I didn't notice him. When they spoke up to hear, their expressions became solemn. Jianu said in a low voice, do you believe him? Ku Mingxiu shook his head. I don't believe him, but my devil sect doesn't want to get involved in this mess anymore. Coming to Pine Prefecture was a mistake. With that, he turned and left. Jianu sighed softly, feeling helpless. Vortex, after arriving here, both of them realized that things were not as simple as the Realm Defense Alliance had said. As long as they killed Yi Xian, Pine Prefecture would be theirs, putting aside whether Yi Xian was easy to kill, even if they could, they would have to pay a heavy price. Moreover, even if Yi Xian died, it would be meaningless if the force behind Yi Xian was not destroyed. The Realm Defense Alliance was actually using them to target Yi Xian and the force behind Yi Xian. To put it bluntly, they were being used by the Realm Defense Alliance. They didn't believe in Yi Xian, but they didn't believe in the Realm Defense Alliance either. After a while, Jianu also turned and left. The night passed. The next day, a red sun slowly rose from the horizon. At this time, at least 1/3 of the people in the capital of Jiang country had left, and there were still people leaving. At noon, Yi Xian suddenly appeared on the city wall. The moment Yi Xian appeared on the city wall, countless cultivators from the Divine Central Continent on the 200 cloud ships began to roar in unison. Their provocation was self-evident. On the largest cloud ship, Ku Mingxiu and Jianu stood quietly, both looking at Yi Xian below. Behind Yi Xian were 100 Grey Waves Dao soldiers, the Wild Lion Mercenary Group, and the King Mercenary Group. Of course, this lineup was much weaker than the tens of thousands of cultivators from the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect. In terms of lineup, it was a crushing defeat. More and more people left the city. When they saw that Xian and the others were about to fight to the death, they did not hide the mockery in their eyes. Xian's move was undoubtedly like throwing an egg against a rock. Not to mention Xian, even the King mercenary group and the Wild Lion mercenary group were panicking. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. On the city wall, Xian suddenly soared into the sky. He pointed his long sword at the Devil sect leader, Kumingshu. I heard that the Devil sect leader is extremely powerful. I would like to have a spar with you. The moment he said that, everyone was dumbfounded. Challenging the Devil sect leader, the Devil sect leader was a true defensive magic realm expert. Moreover, he was not an ordinary true defensive magic realm expert. One must know that there was a difference in strength between true defensive magic realm experts. Meanwhile, Xian was only at the Divine Union realm. Xian had already reached the Myriad Dharma realm a long time ago. However, he did not show it and had been hiding it. Therefore, most people still thought that he was at the Divine Union realm. Everyone looked at Xian in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Even the King mercenary group was dumbfounded. Obviously, they did not expect Xian to challenge the Devil sect leader. On the cloud ship, the Devil sect leader, Kumingshu, stared at Xian. He did not expect Xian to suddenly challenge him in front of everyone. He did not expect it at all. In next to no time, numerous sounds of ridicule resounded. Challenge the Devil sect leader? Is Xian out of his mind? How dare he challenge the Devil sect leader? Ignorance is not scary. What's scary is not knowing your own ignorance. Xian can't see through his own strength and has no confidence in his own strength. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Ignorant, ridiculous, ridiculous. Since he's so reckless, we can let the Devil sect leader kill him. That will save us a lot of trouble. On the cloud ship, Jiannu suddenly asked, "What the hell is he doing?" Kumingshu shook his head slightly. "I don't know, but we'll find out soon." Under the gaze of countless people, he showed up in front of Xian out of thin air. True Dharma defense state, even in the Divine Central Continent, he was considered a top-notch expert, let alone in the Azure Province. Kumingshu looked at Xian calmly and sent a message through celestial qi. "What are you going to do?" Xian also sent a message through celestial qi. "You and I will fight for 3 moves and then you will lose to me." Upon hearing this, Kumingshu frowned. "Defeated by you? Are you sure?" Xian replied, "I'm very sure." Kumingshu rejected directly. "If I lose to you, where will the old man hide his face? Where will the Devil sect hide its face?" Xian said calmly, "This is part of my plan. If you choose to lose to me, you can take this opportunity to leave with the Devil sect." Kumingshu still shook his head. "If I choose to lose to you, then my own reputation won't matter, but the reputation of the Devil sect that has existed for thousands of years will be destroyed." Xian thought for a moment and said, "How about this? We'll fight to a draw. In that way, I'll achieve my objective, and the Devil sect's reputation won't be destroyed." Kumingshu seemed to be considering it. Meanwhile, Xian added, "If you're still unwilling, then I'm powerless." Kumingshu thought for a moment and said, "Let's begin." Xian nodded, and then he spoke loudly, "Today, we'll decide the outcome with a single strike of the sword." This time, he didn't use celestial qi to transmit his voice. Moreover, it was enhanced by celestial qi, so his voice was extremely loud, and everyone here could hear him clearly. After that, everyone watched as Xian withdrew his sword, and it didn't take long for a strand of powerful sword aura to surge out from within him. A single strike of the sword to decide life and death. He didn't execute the 30m slash because he was 100% certain that he wouldn't be able to kill Kumingshu. Needless to say, Xian's sword aura was extremely powerful, and everyone here could sense it as it swept through the sky. Meanwhile, a strand of dark sword intent suddenly swept out from within Xian's body, and it didn't take long for Xian to vanish. When he appeared again, he was above Kumingshu. Meanwhile, the dark sword intent had suddenly enveloped both of them. No one could see Xian and Kumingshu anymore. However, it didn't take long for a resounding sword howl to suddenly resound through the sky. In next to no time, the sword intent dispersed, and Yi Xian had returned to his original spot. Yi Xian's right hand was trembling. Ku Mingxiu stood there with a calm expression on his face. Yi Xian suddenly spoke via celestial qi. "Praise me." The corners of Ku Mingxiu's mouth twitched slightly, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, "You're an extraordinary genius that's rare in this world. There's no one like you in the past, and no one in the future." At this moment, Yi Xian cupped his fists. "Thank you for letting me win." With the help of Yi Xian's celestial qi, these 3 words resounded through the sky like thunder, and it could even be heard from 10 miles away. "Let me win." Ku Mingxiu was dumbfounded. "What do you mean by let me win? Did you win? Did you win? Are you shameless?" Countless people below were petrified. This? Yi Xian won? P.S. When I first started writing Sword Domain, the results weren't good, and I only earned around $300 a month. I almost couldn't continue writing. Then, a reader told me that if I write well, I'll give you 11 monthly tickets every month. He might not know that it was my biggest motivation to continue writing. To an author, the support of the readers is their biggest motivation. What I want to say is that some readers said that I'm too arrogant. Actually, I'm not arrogant. I don't know if I will be arrogant in the future, but I won't be arrogant now because I'm poor. I'll write well, write more words, work harder, and earn more money. Am I a little vulgar? End of this chapter. He won. Everyone was astounded. Everyone gazed at the sect master of the Devil sect. After all, he was a true imperial law realm expert. Would an expert of such a realm lose to Yi Xian? Everyone was waiting for the sect master's answer. Ku Mingxiu stared fixedly at Yi Xian and spoke via voice transmission. "I've never seen such thick skin on your face." Yi Xian spoke solemnly. "Senior, don't bother about trifles when you're doing great things. Now, you can leave with the members of the Devil sect. Remember, you can't say that you're leaving Pine Prefecture. Just say that you're leaving and we'll fight another day." Ku Mingxiu glanced coldly at Yi Xian, and then he turned around with the intention of leaving. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly spoke. "Senior, you have to go all the way if you're putting on an act." The corners of Ku Mingxiu's mouth twitched. He forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart, and then he turned around and spoke indifferently. "Young friend, you're an extraordinary genius. This old man admires you. It's getting late, so let's fight another day." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and appeared on the cloud vessel. He glanced at Yi Xian. "Let's go." Go? Everyone was dumbstruck. They're leaving just like that? Were they really defeated by Yi Xian? Their minds instantly went blank when they saw the Devil sect and Ghost sect retreat. They're really leaving. It didn't take long for the Devil sect and Ghost sect to start retreating. On the other hand, the cultivators from the Central Divine Prefecture intended to retreat as well. However, Yi Xian's figure suddenly shot forward and obstructed their path. All the cultivators from the Central Divine Prefecture revealed fearful expressions when they saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. "Everyone, I don't think I asked all of you to leave." An old man who stood before Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Yi Xian, don't go too far. There are tens of thousands of us here. You." Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! The old man's head flew into the air while blood sprayed out like a fountain. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated. In the air, Yi Xian pointed his sword at the tens of thousands of people in front of him. "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already rushed out. Below, 100 Sung Landau soldiers began to run. Arrows shot into the sky, and in an instant, nearly 100 people fell from the sky. In the city, the Wild Lion mercenary group also rushed out. After hesitating for a moment, the veiled woman also rushed out with the 9 people behind her. Other than these 3 mercenary groups, there was also Lu Banzwang and the others. There were less than 200 people on Yi Xian's side, but their aura completely crushed the cultivators from the Divine Central Continent. Of course, the main reason was that after the Devil sect and Ghost sect left, these people had no one to lead them, and they were in a state of disunity. As soon as they started fighting, they didn't think about risking their lives. Instead, they thought about escaping with all their might. That was why they collapsed at the first clash, massacre. Yi Xian and the rest began their massacre, especially Yi Xian. Everywhere he passed, corpses would fall from the sky. No one could take a single strike from him. Apart from him, there were a few people who were particularly eye-catching. They were the Wild Lion, the King, Lu Banzwang, and the Veiled Woman. They were all freaks among freaks. Even a myriad Dharma realm expert was no match for them. It should be said that they all had the strength to easily kill a myriad Dharma realm expert. Those below the myriad Dharma realm were no match for them at all. Apart from them, the 3 mercenary groups and Yixian's Tsang Lan Dao soldiers were also extremely eye-catching. In particular, the 9 people following the Veiled Woman were all at the myriad Dharma realm. Although they weren't truly at the myriad Dharma realm, none of them were weak, and their combat strength was extremely powerful. Just like that, the number of cultivators from the divine central continent decreased. Of course, most of them had fled. The battle lasted for 2 hours before it ended. Outside the capital of the kingdom of Jiang, nearly 10,000 corpses lay on the ground. Yixian sat in front of the city gates. He leaned against the city walls and panted heavily. He didn't know how many people he had killed, but it was a lot. This was the way of the world. On many occasions, it was either you who killed others, or others who killed you. In the world of cultivators, there was no right or wrong, only the strong and the weak. Meanwhile, Mo Yunqi walked over and sat down by Yixian's side. He withdrew a medicinal pill and consumed it, and then he said, "That was satisfying." Yixian smiled and didn't speak. The Veiled Woman, the King, and the Wild Lion walked over as well. The King shook his head and said, "Without the leadership of the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect, they were just a bunch of rabble." When he spoke up to hear, he gazed at Yixian and said, "I'm very curious. How did you convince the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect to retreat?" Yixian smiled and said, "What do you think?" The King spoke indifferently, "Forget it. I shouldn't have asked." As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down at the side. Yixian suddenly said, "What were our losses?" Mo Yunqi spoke in a low voice, 11 of our Tsang Lan Dao soldiers died, 11. Yixian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "Their families must be properly compensated. If they have direct relatives and are young, they can be brought to the academy to study." Mo Yunqi nodded. "Advisor Lu will take care of it." Yixian gazed at Lu Banzwang, and the latter shook his head. "Our brothers are all here." They were all here. Yixian's expression eased up slightly. Only 15 of their forces had perished this time. Amongst them, 11 of the Tsang Lan Dao soldiers had perished while the Wild Lion mercs had perished. As for the King mercs and the Nether Spring mercs, not a single one of them had perished. Of course, many of them were injured. Even though they'd sacrificed 15 of their forces, almost 10,000 of them had survived. Actually, if a few tens of thousands of cultivators from the Central Divine Prefecture fought to the death, then they would definitely be unable to defeat them, because these cultivators from the Central Divine Prefecture weren't weaklings. Unfortunately, after they saw the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect leave, and especially after they saw the sect master of the Devil Sect being defeated by Yixian, they could be said to have lost all will to fight. At a time like this, they were like a flock of sheep. No matter how many sheep there were, it was impossible for them to launch an attack against a single wolf. Of course, there were some who fought desperately, but it was pointless, because they weren't strong enough. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly stood up, and he gazed at Mo Yunqi. "How are the spoils?" Mo Yunqi chuckled. "We obtained a total of 1.2 billion top-grade spirit stones." As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a spatial ring flew into Yixian's palm. 1.2 billion, all of them were overjoyed when they heard this. Because 1.2 billion wasn't a small amount, Yixian withdrew 3 empty spatial rings and distributed the top-grade spirit stones he obtained. After that, he flicked his finger, and the 3 spatial rings flew over to the Veiled Woman, King, and Mad Lion respectively. Mad Lion and the other 2 looked at Yixian. Yixian said, "There are 300 million top-tier spirit stones in each storage ring. As for the rest of the miscellaneous items, I will distribute them to you after I auction them off." 300 million, Mad Lion and King exchanged glances, and there was a smile in their eyes. Because it wasn't a small amount. They cupped their fists to Yixian, and then they put the spatial rings away. The Veiled Woman glanced at Yixian before she put the spatial rings away as well. Yixian turned around and gazed towards the distance. "Those fellows have fled in all directions, and they're no longer a threat. Everyone, we should seize the opportunity to pursue them. From now onward, all of you can fight freely." How much you earn depends on how many you kill. King and Mad Lion exchanged glances, and in the next moment, the two of them led their respective brothers and chased after them. Yi Xian turned to Lu Banzwang, and Lu Banzwang nodded slightly. I'll take good care of them. After saying this, she led Ling Han and the others in charging in another direction. Yi Xian turned to Mo Yunqi, Bai Zai, and Jianji. The three of you, take 30 blue billow Dao soldiers each. Remember, don't be greedy, and keep in touch. Mo Yunqi chuckled. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Soon, Mo Yunqi and the others disappeared into the distance with the blue billow Dao soldiers. Training, Yi Xian knew very well that if Mo Yunqi and the other two and the grey billow Dao soldiers wanted to become stronger, they had to experience battles, because he discovered that both the blue billow Dao soldiers and Mo Yunqi were slightly weaker than the mercenaries of the 3 mercenary teams, especially the 9 people behind the veiled woman. Not only were their cultivation levels higher than Mo Yunqi and the others, but they were also much stronger in terms of combat. These people had definitely been tempered through countless battles. If the blue billow Dao soldiers wanted to become stronger, not only did they need good resources and equipment, they also needed the baptism of blood. At the side, the veiled woman suddenly said, "You didn't defeat the demon sect master just now." Yi Xian collected his thoughts and said indifferently, "Is that important?" The veiled woman looked straight at Yi Xian. "You'll only kill yourself by being so high profile, you're wrong." Yi Xian suddenly shook his head. "Even if I keep a low profile now, there will still be people who want to mess with me. Since being low profile is useless, why not be high profile? From today onwards, the entire Azure world will know that I, Yi Xian, defeated a true imperial magic elite at the divine combination tier. In the future, who won't fear me, Yi Xian?" The veiled woman's face twitched. "You didn't defeat the demon sect master. Aren't you embarrassed to say that?" Yi Xian shrugged. "What's there to be embarrassed about? Anyway, I don't think there's a problem." "There's no problem at all." The veiled woman was about to speak when the sky was suddenly torn apart. The veiled woman and Yi Xian suddenly turned their heads. There, a white figure flashed out from the crack in space. The white figure was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Yi Xian and the veiled woman. It was a small demonic beast. This small demonic beast looked like a cat, but it was very different from a cat. Its entire body was a deep blue, and its tail was very large and furry, with a hint of fiery red. Its face was round, and its eyes were big and round. Its eyeballs were crystal blue, and one of its teeth was exposed. From its shape, it looked very cute. What was worth mentioning was that there was a hint of red at the corner of its mouth. It seemed to be injured. The small demonic beast stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was confused. Just as he was about to speak, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky. Supreme Lu. This person was the Supreme Lu of the Realm Defense Alliance. Supreme Lu's eyes locked onto the small demonic beast. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly looked at Yi Xian. "It's you." Yi Xian's expression was solemn. He didn't know Supreme Lu before, but after being targeted by the Realm Defense Alliance, he had investigated the Realm Defense Alliance. Thus, he knew who this person was. Why did he come personally? Did he have to do it himself? Yi Xian clenched his right hand, ready to activate the World Prison Pagoda at any time. Supreme Lu didn't make a move. Instead, he pointed at the small demonic beast. "Hand it over." "Hand it over?" Yi Xian looked at the small demonic beast. He didn't know it at all. Just as he was about to speak, the small demonic beast suddenly turned into a blue light and entered his body. This time, Yi Xian was stunned. The god from the second floor, this was the Mother of Asterisk King god from the second floor. Seeing the small demonic beast enter Yi Xian's body, Supreme Lu's expression instantly turned cold. "Yi Xian, this demonic beast killed 11 of my Realm Defense Alliance's Realm Defense Alliance's Realm Defense Alliance's Realm Defense Alliance's 2 true Realm Defense Alliance's Realm Defense Alliance's supreme treasure. If you don't hand it over, I will grind your bones to dust." Yi Xian was about to speak. At this time, from the World Prison Pagoda, a piece of white paper floated out. On the white paper, there was a portrait of Supreme Lu, and above Supreme Lu's head, there was a fist, Yi Xian's fist. Obviously, this was asking him to hit Supreme Lu. Yi Xian smiled bitterly in his heart. God. I can't f*** King beat him. After a moment of silence, the second floor began to shake violently. Yi Xian suddenly felt dizzy. Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly said, "Don't mess around, I'll hit him alright." The world prison pagoda instantly quieted down. Yi Xian gulped, then looked at Supreme Lu in the sky. Supreme Lu, let's spar? The veiled woman, Supreme Lu, spar. Lord Lu thought he had misheard and asked, "You want to spar with me?" Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, "Yes." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lord Lu's expression turned cold. "Yi Xian, I knew you were arrogant but I didn't know you were this arrogant." Beside Yi Xian, the veiled woman shook her head. Lord Lu, he was one of the most powerful cultivators in the firmament world. Yi Xian was challenging Lord Lu. To the veiled woman, Chen Xiaobei was overestimating himself. Yi Xian was helpless too. This god on the second floor was unreasonable. He asked him to fight Lord Lu but he refused. Then, Lord Lu started to mess around in the pagoda. The problem was, he really couldn't beat him. Yi Xian lifted his head to face Lord Lu. "Lord Lu, I know that I'm no match for you. However, that beast was raised by my master. If you want to capture it, I, Yi Xian, will not agree to it even if I have to die." "Master?" Lord Lu squinted his eyes. "Who is your master?" Yi Xian shook his head, no comment. Lord Lu stared at Yi Xian. "Do you really think I won't dare to touch you?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "With Lord Lu's strength, it would be a piece of cake for you to kill me. However, what happens after you kill me?" Lord Lu suddenly took a step forward. "Kneel." At that moment, Yi Xian felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. His knees bent and he almost knelt down but he forced himself to stand. However, at this moment, all the bones in his body were making cracking sounds, as if they were about to break. Yi Xian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. His body trembled violently and his forehead was drenched in sweat. "Kneel?" Yi Xian's expression was ferocious. In his entire life, other than kneeling for his sister, Yi Xian had never kneeled to anyone. "Never," Yi Xian roared, "kneel to your ancestors." Boom, a gust of evil sword will suddenly swept out from his body, and the sword will shot up into the sky, heading straight for Lord Lu. In the air, Lord Lu raised his hand and pressed down with a cold expression. Boom. The sword intent instantly shattered. Down below, Yi Xian was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. This time, he was sent flying for thousands of feet. In the end, he landed heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit that was several feet deep. In the air, Lu's supremacy stared coldly at Yi Xian. "No matter how monstrous you are, you're nothing more than an ant in my eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to launch another attack. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly dashed out of the deep pit with his sword and slashed at Lord Lu. The veiled woman's eyes were filled with disbelief. Because she'd never imagined that Yi Xian would really dare to attack exalted Lord Lu. Seeing that Yi Xian was coming at him with his sword, a mocking smile appeared on high Lord Lu's lips, and he flicked his sleeve. Bang! Yi Xian was instantly blasted flying again, and then his figure smashed against the nearby city wall. The city wall collapsed, blood sprayed from Yi Xian's mouth as he stood amidst the rubble. At this moment, he deeply realized how weak he was, weak, extremely weak. Even though he could be considered to be at the top amongst the younger generation, he was still too weak when facing the experts of the senior generation of the Central Divine Prefecture. At this moment, he'd come to an understanding. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots were useless. Lu's supremacy looked down at Yi Xian. "I don't know how you persuaded the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect to retreat, but it doesn't matter. From this moment onward, my Realm Defense Alliance will play with you." As he spoke, he glanced coldly at the surroundings. From this moment onward, so long as Yi Xian is in Pine Prefecture, then there won't be peace in Pine Prefecture. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. In the end, he didn't dare to kill Xianxia, because he was still afraid of that mysterious woman. However, he was gradually losing his patience. Because he hadn't expected that the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect would actually be persuaded to retreat by Yi Xian. Those two sects didn't even want Pine Prefecture. He didn't want to continue delaying like this because he'd noticed that Yi Xian had already attained the Dharma realm. Yi Xian could trick others, but it was impossible for him to trick Lu's supremacy. Yi Xian's growth was too swift. If he was allowed to continue like this, then not to mention that mysterious woman, even Yixian himself would be able to pose a huge threat to the Realm Defense Alliance, just like the Firmament Sword Master from all those years ago. It was exactly because the Realm Defense Alliance had underestimated him that the Firmament Sword Master had risen to prominence and suppressed the Realm Defense Alliance for almost 100 years. Along with Lu Supremacy's departure, his words quickly spread throughout Pine Prefecture. Yixian, so long as Yixian was in Pine Prefecture, then there wouldn't be peace in Pine Prefecture. Yixian had practically instantly become the public enemy of the entire prefecture. Soon, many sects, aristocratic families, as well as individual cultivators had arrived at the imperial capital of Jiang country. The number of people was increasing, and they only had one goal, which was to make Yixian leave Pine Prefecture. More and more people arrived, even many people from Jiang country rushed to the imperial capital. At the foot of the mountain of Blue Waves Academy, it was already filled with people. Myriad Mound Mountain. Devil Sect and Ghost Sect had already retreated to Myriad Mound Mountain. On the cloud ship, Ku Mingxiu and Ji Yannu stood quietly. In front of the two of them was Lu Supremacy. Lu Supremacy looked at the two of them. I'm very curious, what did Yixian say to actually make the two of you return? Ku Mingxiu smiled. Lu Supremacy, that Yixian isn't simple, my devil sect doesn't want to provoke him anymore. Lu Supremacy looked at Ku Mingxiu, and after a moment of silence, he said, the two of you, Yixian's background is indeed not simple. How about this, my Realm Defense Alliance will deal with the people behind him, including Yixian. During this period of time, both of your sects can do whatever you want in Pine Prefecture. Ku Mingxiu and Ji Yannu looked at each other, and finally, Ku Mingxiu looked at Lu Supremacy. Why? Lu Supremacy said indifferently, Sect Leader Ku, don't ask too much. Both of you just need to understand that my Realm Defense Alliance will deal with Yixian and the forces behind him personally. Both of you don't have to go against Yixian head-on. Anyway, Pine Prefecture is very big, isn't it? The two of them were a little moved. Lu Supremacy continued, for both of your sects, you have already missed out on Kanglan Prefecture. If you miss out on Pine Prefecture. I agree. Ji Yannu suddenly said. Lu Supremacy looked at Ku Mingxiu, and the latter nodded after a moment of silence, all right. However, my devil sect will not go against Yixian. Lu Supremacy said indifferently, that's up to you. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared. Soon, Devil Sect and Ghost Sect returned to Pine Prefecture. On the cloud ship, Ji Yannu suddenly said, Brother Ku, do you know who is behind Yixian? Ku Mingxiu said softly, I know about Dao Yi. Is he very strong? Ji Yannu asked. Ku Mingxiu smiled bitterly, if what he said is true, then he is not just strong, he is very strong. In short, when we return to Qingzhou this time, remember one thing. Don't touch anyone related to Yixian. After all, Qingzhou is huge and has a lot of resources. There's no need to provoke him. Inside Kanglan Academy. Yixian was lying on the bed, and beside him was Tuoba Yan. At this moment, Tuoba Yan was feeding him a bowl of bird's nest porridge. Yixian grabbed Tuoba Yan's hand, and Tuoba Yan's hand trembled slightly, but he did not retract it. Yixian smiled, you have never fed a man before, right? Tuoba Yan said indifferently, you are the second. The second, Yixian was slightly stunned, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. At this moment, Tuoba Yan said again, the first is my younger brother. Yixian, healing, Yixian began to heal his injuries. After consuming a purple source pill, his injuries recovered very quickly, and in less than half an hour, he was almost healed. After healing his injuries, Yixian entered the prison pagoda. Yixian looked up at the entrance of the second floor, and at this moment, a voice sounded in his mind, condense the sword of Dao La. The voice was very soft, but it was also very cold. Sword of Dao La? Yixian frowned, what sword of Dao La? At this moment, between Yixian's eyebrows, a earth character quietly appeared. Dao La, with the return of the god on the second floor, the Dao La had also returned. Yixian said in a low voice, you mean, you want me to condense this Dao La into a sword? The voice sounded again, I don't know. What the F***ck, Yixian's face darkened. Did he offend this guy? What kind of temper was this? Fortunately, this guy actually began to speak and stopped using paper. Yixian was about to speak when the voice sounded again, gather the power of the earth and use the Tao Law as a medium to condense the sword of Tao Law. That's what that woman said before she left. Mysterious woman, Yi Xian was delighted and hurriedly asked, "You're saying that sword immortal sister asked me to condense the sword of Tao Law, right?" "I don't know." Yi Xian did not ask the god on the second floor again. This god was too arrogant. At this moment, he was a little excited. Tao Law, he had not fully comprehended this thing, but he had already come into contact with this Tao Law and seen how powerful it was. If he could condense this earth law into a sword, it should be very powerful. At this moment, the voice of the god on the second floor sounded again, "Go find the second Tao Law. If you don't, I'll beat you to death." Yi Xian's face darkened. He was about to speak when a message suddenly appeared in his mind. Gradually, Yi Xian was stunned. He had originally thought that the god on the second floor had gone out to have fun. Now, it seemed that the god had not gone out to have fun at all. He had gone to find the Tao Law for him. He already knew the whereabouts of the second Tao Law. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly left the prison pagoda. Inside the pagoda, the second floor suddenly rumbled. Outside the pagoda, Yi Xian hurriedly said, "God, I have something to do. I'll be back soon." "Alright, don't mess around. I'll come back first." After saying that, he returned to the prison pagoda. Just like that, he left the prison pagoda after about an hour. Yi Xian went outside. At this moment, Lu Jioga and the others were all there. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Let's go and take a look." After saying that, he led Lu Jioga and the others to the top of the mountain. Looking down from here, they could see a dense crowd of people. As soon as they saw Yi Xian, all of them started to shout crazily. "Yi Xian, get out of Jiang country! Yi Xian, get out of Qingzhou! Blue Waves Academy, get out of Qingzhou! Scourge of Qingzhou, get out!" The voices of the crowd were like a boiling cauldron, soaring into the sky. Not only at the foot of the mountain of Blue Waves Academy, but also outside the imperial city, there were countless people gathered. These people only had one goal, and that was to ask Yi Xian to leave Qingzhou. On the mountain, Mo Yunqi suddenly shouted angrily, "Shut up, you bunch of bastards! If not for Bandit Yi guarding this place, the city would have been slaughtered long ago. Can King have some brains? If not for Yi Xian, why would the Devil Sect and the Ghost Sect come? Why would the Realm Defense Alliance target Qingzhou? It's all Yi Xian's fault. All of this was caused by Yi Xian. Yi Xian is the main culprit. If not for him, those cultivators of the Divine Central Continent would not have come to Qingzhou. We don't need his protection, we just need him to get out of here." On the mountain, Mo Yunqi was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "When you need me, I am State Scholar Yi, Dean Yi. When you don't need me, I am the Scourge of Qingzhou." "Fine, as they wish, let's go. Pass down the order, all members of Blue Waves Academy are to leave." "Leave." On the mountain, Mo Yunqi and the others all looked at Yi Xian. Lu Jioga spoke solemnly, "Don't act on impulse." Yi Xian shook his head, "I'm not acting on impulse." As he spoke, he looked down. "These people aren't worthy of me, Yi Xian, and all of you risk your lives for them. We don't have the ability to be the saviors of the world. All we can do is protect ourselves." Everyone fell silent. Bitterly disappointed, needless to say, everyone here was bitterly disappointed. The reason why the borders of the state of Jiang were so peaceful was naturally because of Yi Xian and Blue Waves Academy. But now, they hadn't lost to the Realm Defense Alliance, but they had lost to the people they were supposed to protect. Mo Yunqi shook his head and sighed, "I'm not afraid of strong opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates." As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. "If we leave, where do you intend to go?" Yi Xian replied softly, "Disband on the spot." "Disband?" Everyone was stunned. Mo Yunqi touched Yi Xian's forehead. "Bandit Yi, you don't have a fever, do you?" At this moment, Jian Chuchu spoke abruptly, "It's time to disband." Everyone looked at Jian Chuchu, and she spoke softly, "Now that the Realm Defense Alliance is personally taking action, the situation is completely different. We have to disband in order to protect ourselves." "Protect ourselves?" Yi Xian nodded. "Actually, we aren't really disbanding. Instead, we should split up and develop ourselves from the light to the dark." Mo Yunqi thought for a moment and said, right, our Blue Waves Academy is being targeted by the Realm Defense Alliance, and we don't have the strength to go against them. So, splitting up is a way. All the others nodded successively. Jian Shuchu continued, if Blue Waves Academy continues like this, then we won't just be enemies with the Realm Defense Alliance, we'll be enemies with all the cultivators of Azure Province. To put it simply, we won't be friends with anyone. Since that's the case, why don't we retreat and develop ourselves in the dark? It's actually not a bad thing for us. Yi Xian nodded, let's do that. After we leave Blue Waves Academy, we'll immediately hide ourselves and develop ourselves. As for me, I also have something to deal with. When the time is right, I will summon everyone. I hope that no one will be missing by then. At this moment, Jian Shuchu suddenly walked over to Yi Xian, don't make us wait too long. With that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian faced the side, where Lu Jioga, Mo Yuan, and Feng Lan were. Yi Xian softly said, you three, I will have to trouble you to deal with the students of Blue Waves Academy. Mo Yuan smiled, actually, I've long intended to take them out for a walk. Yi Xian nodded slightly. With a flick of his finger, a spatial ring appeared in front of Mo Yuan. There are 100 million supreme-grade spiritual stones in this spatial ring. Although we've temporarily retired, they mustn't fall behind in their cultivation. Mo Yuan didn't refuse. He put away the spatial ring and left with Feng Lan. Yi Xian faced Lu Jioga, and the latter softly said, the Realm Defense Alliance won't let you off. However, they don't dare to kill you now. For you, time is of the essence. Since they still dare to target you, it means that although they don't dare to kill you now, they will definitely dare to do so in the future. Yi Xian nodded, I understand. With that, he flicked his finger, and a spatial ring flew in front of Lu Jioga. There are 500 million supreme-grade spiritual stones in this spatial ring. I'll have to trouble military advisor Lu to deal with the Blue Waves Dao soldiers. Lu Jioga put away the spatial ring, don't worry, when we meet again, they will give you a big surprise. Take care. With that, she turned around and left. Mo Yunqi and Baizhe walked in front of Yi Xian. Mo Yunqi patted Yi Xian's shoulder, whenever you need me, Baizhe and I will be there. Also, when we meet again, I will definitely be able to defeat you. What if I can't defeat them? Baizhe suddenly said. Mo Yunqi glared at him, you talk too much. It didn't take long for the two of them to leave. After they walked far away, Mo Yunqi waved at Yi Xian. Only Tuo Bayan and Xianxia were left. Yi Xian walked in front of Xianxia and said softly, I promised old Ji that I would make Blue Waves Academy the best academy in the firmament world. I will definitely do what I said. Xianxia nodded, and then she remained silent for a while before she said, I have nowhere to go. Nowhere to go, Yi Xian said softly, then you stay here. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then he took out a golden box and passed it to Xianxia. Within the box were 12 golden figures. Yi Xian smiled, don't worry. Even though we will leave this place, so long as I'm alive, no one will dare to cause trouble. At the side, Tuo Bayan suddenly said, come with me. Xianxia looked at Tuo Bayan, and Tuo Bayan said softly, come with me to Ning Kingdom, and we will at least be able to take care of each other. There will be a lot of trouble here in the end. Xianxia thought for a moment, and then she nodded. Tuo Bayan looked at Yi Xian, what do you plan to do next? Yi Xian said, I'm going to look for something. Once I find it, I'll come look for you. Tuo Bayan nodded slightly, I'll wait for you. With that, she turned around and left with Xianxia. But after a few steps, Xianxia suddenly stopped. She turned around and walked to Yi Xian, and then she took out a spatial ring and passed it to Yi Xian. After that, she turned around and left quickly with Tuo Bayan. The spatial ring was filled with food. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile and put the spatial ring away. Yi Xian arrived at the back of the mountain, and he saw Xianxia before a waterfall. And behind Xianxia were 10 people. The auras of these 10 people were actually on par with the mercenaries of the Monarch mercenary group. Of course, their battle strength might still be slightly inferior. When they saw Yi Xian, the 10 people hurriedly bowed deeply, and then retreated to the side. Xianxia said softly, my country of Zhang's imperial family is also preparing to leave. Yi Xian said, I'm sorry. Xianxia shook his head, it's none of your business. The Realm Guard Alliance has done this, and all the cultivators of Azure Province hate you. Under such circumstances, if you continue to stay here, you will only be in trouble. Moreover, you've already done enough. If it weren't for Yixian, the country of Jiang would have already fallen. Unfortunately, many people could not see this, and only felt that it was because of Yixian that the Realm Guard Alliance and the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent had come to target Azure Province. In fact, these people did not think about Azure Billow Province. After all, Azure Billow Province did not have Yixian, and Azure Billow Province had already become a dead province. Xianxia turned to look at the 10 people behind her, and said softly, if you don't want to give up on Azure Billow Academy, then you can continue to nurture these 10 people, because they have great potential. Yixian said with a smile, I came to find you because I want you to continue to lead them. I will not give up on Azure Billow Academy, because I promised old G that one day, Azure Billow Academy will definitely become famous in the entire Azure domain. I will do what I say. Xianxia said with a smile, you definitely can, but now, this is not just your goal, but the goal of everyone in Azure Billow Academy. After saying this, she gently hugged Yixian, no matter how fast you grow, no matter how far you go, don't abandon the people around you, especially those who care about you. After saying this, she held Yixian's face, and gently kissed it. Yixian's body stiffened, and Xianxia grinned, blockhead. After saying this, she turned and left with the 10 people. Development. Now, everyone in Azure Billow Academy would continue to develop, and seek their own opportunities. And they were also waiting for the day Yixian summoned them. Soon, all the people in Azure Billow Academy began to descend the mountain. Seeing the students of Azure Billow Academy descend the mountain, the people at the foot of the mountain cheered wildly. Among the students, some young students were so angry that their faces turned ashen, especially Yixian's cousin Xianxia. She was so angry that she clenched her small hands, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Because when they passed by the crowd, some people spoke very harshly, especially Yixian. At this moment, a man suddenly blocked in front of Xianxia and the others. The man pointed at Xianxia and the others, and his expression was quite ferocious. Scram, quickly scram, a group of scourges. If not for you, how could Azure Prefecture be like this? It's all because of you, causing chaos in Azure Prefecture, you. Chi, the man's voice stopped abruptly. Because a sword had pierced the man's forehead, the scene instantly became quiet. Xianxia and the others turned around, and not far away, Yixian slowly walked over. When they saw Yixian, the crowd suddenly became angry, and among them, a middle-aged man suddenly jumped out. He pointed at Yixian. Yixian, you scourge, you actually dared to kill people, you. Yixian raised his hand and slashed. Chi, the middle-aged man's head instantly flew. Blood spurted out like a fountain. In the scene, those who were excited and crazy suddenly calmed down, but there were still a few who were not sober. A man suddenly howled like a pig being slaughtered. Yixian killed people. Yixian killed people. Everyone quickly look, this Yixian. At this moment, Yixian suddenly appeared in front of the man glared at Yixian, and just when he was about to speak, Yixian slashed down with his sword. Chi, the man's body directly split in the middle, it was extremely bloody. After killing this man with one slash, Yixian did not stop, he loosened his hand, the sword suddenly flew out, and soon, the heads of the surrounding people flew one after another. In less than a breath's time, there were already dozens of people in the scene who had been beheaded by Yixian with one slash. At this moment, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over the crowd, and they immediately sobered up. Everyone stepped back. When they looked at Yixian, there was no excitement in their eyes anymore. There was only shock. Yixian ignored the crowd, he put away his sword, and walked in front of Xianxia and the others. Today, I will teach you a principle. First, protect yourself, protect the people you care about. Second, don't protect those you think are not worth it. As he spoke, he pointed at the crowd with his sword. These people are not worth it. Also, you can be a good person, but you can't be a good person. Because in this world, many people are cheap. When bad people bully them, they will smile and bow, because they are afraid. On the contrary, when facing good people, they are not afraid at all, because they think good people are easy to bully. To put it simply, many people bully the weak and fear the strong. After saying that, he pointed his sword into the distance. All of you, raise your heads and walk out of here. If anyone dares to say anything bad about you, I will beat him to death on the spot. P.S. Last night, I dreamed that I was beaten by a reader, and it was by a brick. The reason was, why didn't it break out in the middle of the month, and even asked me if I had forgotten. As he said that, he gave me another brick. To be honest, everyone must be rational, and not reckless. This is a legal society. End of chapter 256. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.